At the exit of Longxiao Metro Station in Guangtian City, a throng of people ebbed and flowed, yet Zhou Ran halted his steps, his gaze drawn to a girl crouching on the ground. Her attire was neat and pristine, her features exquisitely delicate, and her lustrous black hair adorned with a petite yellow hairpin, exuding a playful charm. She resembled a quintessential neighborly younger sister, radiating an innate warmth that endeared her to others. However, the sign erected in front of her read, "Lost my phone and wallet. The 2,000 yuan in cash I had is in my wallet, leaving me penniless. I kindly asked for 100 yuan to buy a meal and a ticket home." Zhou Ran was almost convinced by her plight. He shook his head, considering such a ruse might only deceive elementary school students. Yet, moved by her pitiable situazione, her appealing appearance, Zhou Ran approached a nearby steamed bun shop. "Boss, I'll have 6 buns, please." "Sure, that'll be 3 yuan in total." The proprietor swiftly packaged the buns and handed them over. Taking the buns, Zhou Ran turned to the girl and softly offered, "Here, have something to fill your stomach." "Thank you," she exclaimed. Could you spare a bottle of water?" The girl widened her doe-like eyes, shimmering with expectation, as if Zhou Ran's refusal would be an unforgivable offense. Did she genuinely lose her money? Doubts began to cloud Zhou Ran's mind, yet he still headed to the shop to procure a bottle of water. "Hello, miss, I have 200 yuan in cash to assist you." By the time Zhou Ran returned with the water, a young man stood before the girl, generously presenting her with 200 yuan. "Wow, thank you, she exclaimed, astonished and grateful. After handing the water to the girl, Zhou Ran seized the young man's arm and whispered, "Aren't you afraid of being deceived?" "Ha ha," the young man replied with a mysterious smile, "because I actually found 2,000 yuan. With that, he waved his sleeve and turned to merge into the crowd. "What a clever fellow." Zhou Ran quickly followed, grasping the young man's hand. "Hello, I'm a police officer. Please accompany me for a verification." I was about to. The young man instinctively began to protest, but upon seeing Zhou Ran's badge, he hastily retracted his words, adopting a more compliant tone. "Officer, no. Comrade, the wallet truly is mine. I'll return it to her. However, I genuinely haven't seen the phone. The actual circumstances require investigation. So please cooperate. I have to get back to work. How am I supposed to manage this? Rest assured, once the situation is clarified, we will assist you in explaining it to your company." No. There's no need for that. I'll go with you, but please don't let my company find out." The young man immediately refused, fearing the repercussions of his failure to return the wallet to its rightful owner. His mind raced with thoughts. Had he known better than to boast, he wouldn't be wasting his time now. He shrugged off Zhou Ran's grip, muttering, "Let's go." Clatter. A crisp sound resonated as a starry-hued phone fell to the ground. "Hey, my phone." The girl, drawn by the noise, focused her gaze and exclaimed in delight. Zhou Ran, quick as lightning, grasped the young man's arm again, pivoting to execute a deft maneuver that pinned him in place. "Please cooperate and come with me to the station. This young lady, I kindly ask you to accompany me as well for a statement." Sure. I'll go with you." Seemingly buoyed by the recovery of her wallet and phone, the girl beamed at the tidy young officer before her. "Officer comrade, what's your name?" "Zhou Ran. I'm Chu Tingting. Thank you for helping me retrieve my phone and wallet. It's my duty, but this case doesn't fall under our jurisdiction. They'll complete the handover so that my colleagues can take over." "Ah, you're not in charge." A flicker of disappointment crossed Chu Tingting's eyes, but she quickly brightened. "Can I add you on WeChat?" Zhou Ran glanced at her. "Sure, but let's wait until your case concludes." Zhou Ran escorted the two back to the station, briefly explaining the situation to his colleagues in the second team before returning to his desk. He was a reincarnate, having previously been unwittingly embroiled in a murder case, only catching a glimpse of an emblem on the perpetrator's arm before being shot. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself reborn in the body of a newly appointed officer. This world was markedly different from his previous one, resembling more of a parallel universe. After a brief moment of sorrow, Zhou Ran silently vowed to live this life to the fullest, determined to personally apprehend all criminals. In the span of just one day, he had completely assimilated Zhou Ran's memories, his identity sparing him the arduous process of navigating the civil service exam. Just as he was lost in thought, a hurried voice jolted him back to reality. "Hey, Zhou Ran, Why are you still in the office? Huh, what's the matter? Zhou Ran replied, bewildered, only then realizing the office was empty save for himself. Haven't you seen the messages? There's a case. Hurry up and come with me. Everyone else has already left. All right, Zhou Ran responded, quickly rising to follow. Accompanying his colleague to the scene, Zhou Ran found himself in a village within Guangtian City, where a cluster of houses had been designed with individual courtyards due to government redevelopment. He scrutinized the layout, noting how closely the walls of each household were aligned, and the absence of surveillance cameras along the narrow streets. While this design ensured a high level of privacy, it also revealed its drawbacks when a crime occurred. At the entrance, Captain Xiang Jie was leading a team, analyzing the situation. That on the way there, Zhou Ran had glimpsed a message in their group chat. We just received a report from a woman stating that her husband was found dead at home. He hurried over to listen closely to the details of the case. Captain Xiang, the reporter is Xie Xiaoling. Yesterday, October 24th at 5 p.m., she went to Tangshui town with her 3 friends, Shi Xinxin, Bai Jiji, and Lin Shui. Upon returning home at 10 a.m. today, she discovered her husband lying lifeless on the floor and promptly called the police. Based on the preliminary examination by forensic expert Yang Wan, the time of death is estimated to be between 6 p.m. and 8 p.m. yesterday. The victim, El Chun, had consumed a significant amount of alcohol prior to his death. The head wound exhibited an irregular shape, and traces of tiny glass shards were found in his hair. Initial speculation suggests he succumbed to a fatal injury from a glass object, resulting in head trauma and subsequent bleeding. Furthermore, upon examining the scene and questioning Xie Xiaoling, we preliminarily deduced that the vase missing from a photograph at the scene is the murder weapon. After a moment of contemplation, Captain Xiang inquired, "So, Xie Xiaoling was not at home during the time of the incident?" "That's correct. She and her 3 friends had arranged a trip to Tangshui town a week prior. At 5 p.m. yesterday, they all took a taxi from her home, with the main street surveillance confirming their departure. We also found their entry record for the high-speed train around 5:40 p.m. Zhou Ran, what's your opinion?" Captain Xiang unexpectedly called on him. "Huh," Zhou Ran, taken aback, pointed himself, "Me?" Noticing Zhou Ran's genuine confusion, Captain Xiang realized he was not putting on an act, but rather lacked any insight into the matter. He had hoped to see if this newly appointed officer might offer a fresh perspective before his thinking became rigid. But it seemed he had overestimated the situation. Indeed, it is rather unrealistic to expect a newly graduated officer to offer insights into such a murder case right away. Xiang Jie gently shook his head and remarked, "Our current priority is to locate the murder weapon and investigate the deceased's social connections. Indeed, we just reviewed the surveillance footage and discovered that there are cameras only along the main thoroughfare. Therefore, we may need to conduct a thorough search along the street in pursuit of both the weapon and the assailant. This will require a considerable number of personnel." Xiang Jie lifted his gaze and surveyed the scene, slowly articulating, "Let us first focus on examining the crime scene. We will divide everyone into 3 groups. One group will search for the murder weapon on site. Another will investigate the deceased's social relationships, and we will assign 2 individuals to review the street surveillance footage. We need to ascertain whether the deceased had any conflicts prior to his demise. Only someone familiar with him would have the audacity to invade his home and kill him, particularly someone who could have easily coaxed the inebriated El Chun into opening the door without any defenses against a sudden blow to the head. It is conceivable that the perpetrator could be among those who shared drinks with him earlier that day." Drawing upon his experience, Xiang Jie delineated the direction for the investigation and instructed everyone to disperse immediately to commence their inquiries. Meanwhile, Zhou Ran stood frozen in place, his expression betraying a hint of astonishment. At that moment, the system from his rebirth activated. Detective system has been bound to truth opportunities granted upon utilization. Key information regarding the case may be obtained. Would you like to use the first opportunity? Yes, I shall use it. The assailant premeditatedly murdered El Chun and devised a method to lower the air conditioning temperature within the residence, thereby misleading the police regarding the time of death. Chapter 2. The robot disturbed the crime scene. Zhou Ran's pupils contracted sharply as he realized the intricate conspiracy hidden behind the case. The perpetrator was far from ordinary. At the same time, he was astonished by the system's capability to directly identify the key information regarding the case. Was this not akin to possessing a divine perspective? Soon, a bold idea flashed through his mind, completely contrary to the captain's analysis. If the time of death had been manipulated, then Xie Qiaoling's alibi would be utterly invalidated, wouldn't it? Zhou Ran's pupils widened slightly as he envisioned Xie Qiaoling murdering Elchin and subsequently adjusting the air conditioning to lower the room's temperature, thereby shortening the time of death and misleading the police regarding the timeline. Following that, she would finish cleaning the scene, contact her friends, feign ignorance, and together they would head to the high-speed train station, embarking on what appeared to be a leisurely journey. What are you dawdling for? We need to get to the scene. A colleague pulled Zhou Ran, who was lost in thought. You're new here. It's perfectly normal not to have the answers yet, especially since we haven't even found the murder weapon. Stop overthinking and let us hurry to the scene. Perhaps we can catch the murderer sooner. Zhou Ran nodded silently, swallowing the system's analytical results. He might have discerned the flaw in Xie Qiaoling's alibi, but in investigations, evidence was paramount. Moreover, he had yet to enter the scene. Everything was mere speculation, and it was entirely possible that the system had provided an erroneous conclusion. Therefore, he resolved to gather evidence before sharing his thoughts with the team. After all, he could not simply divulge that he had a system capable of pinpointing key aspects of the case. If he, who had once died, found it hard to believe in the existence of such a system, how could he expect his colleagues to accept it? Furthermore, he harbored a question. If the temperature had indeed been lowered by the air conditioning, the colleagues responsible for the site investigation should be able to detect it, right? After all, a room that had been air-conditioned throughout the night would surely retain a unique scent. A blend of machinery at work and the mingling of warm and cold air. This puzzle required him to be present at the scene to unravel it. Lost in thought, Zhou Ran stepped through the door of Elchin's home. The residence was a standalone house with a courtyard, exuding an air of tranquility. Upon entering, he first encountered a courtyard of around 40 square meters, with the main house situated to the south. Zhou Ran carefully donned shoe covers and stepped inside. The white circle drawn on the floor at the center of the living room immediately caught his eye. It marked the position where the body had fallen. The beige floor was smeared with dried blood, resembling a gruesome painting, and the entire room was suffused with a metallic odor, sharp and disquieting. Zhou Ran felt a wave of nausea wash over him, barely managing to suppress the discomfort. Zhou Ran, this is your first time. Be cautious and avoid touching anything at the scene. If you notice anything unusual, inform me immediately. Lin Chong, his mentor assigned by the team, gently patted his shoulder in admonition. Lin Chong was a seasoned detective with years of experience on the front lines of criminal investigation. Having rushed to the scene with his colleagues upon receiving the report. Understood, Master. Zhou Ran pointed to the floor. Is it possible that the body was dragged? How could I? Lin Chong sighed, shaking his head in resignation. This is all the fault of technology. Master, what do you mean? Zhou Ran inquired. There's a robotic vacuum cleaner in this house. It operates on a schedule to clean the floors. Last night, it must have traversed the floor countless times. Apart from the bloodstains, there are no other traces left at the scene. Really? Zhou Ran exclaimed, astonished. He had never imagined that the crime scene could be disturbed not by the murderer, but by smart home technology. It was akin to a person, intoxicated, sitting in the passenger seat while an autonomous vehicle drove him home, facing the same dilemma. One could argue that he was driving under the influence, yet he had not touched the steering wheel. Conversely, to claim it was normal driving would be utterly absurd. Zhou Ran shook his head, realizing he was digressing. He had come here to verify the system's claims and gather evidence to dismantle Xie Qiaoling's alibi. Zhou Ran's gaze shifted to the spot where the deceased had fallen, located near the dining area of the living room. On one side of the dining area stood a wooden shelf where the vase, which his colleagues were currently searching for, had originally been placed. Given that the body lay in the living room, the temperature of the room must have been influenced by the standing air conditioner there. Zhou Ran turned and slowly approached the air conditioner, examining its parameters. The Red Bean air conditioner was a model produced by the Red Bean Company, integrated into a smart home ecosystem. Raising his hand, he called out, Master, can we access the operational records of this smart air conditioner? As a veteran detective, Lin Chong instantly grasped the implications. If the room's temperature had been artificially lowered by the air conditioner, the body's temperature changes and rigor mortis would undoubtedly be affected, thus interfering with the coroner's preliminary determination of the time of death. While the coroner could ultimately ascertain the facts with professional testing, capturing clues early would provide a significant advantage. He quickly summoned a colleague from the technical department and inquired, Zhang Wei, can we retrieve the operational records of this air conditioner? Zhang Wei glanced over and replied casually, "Sure." The operational records of smart air conditioners can be accessed via the app. Additionally, they can periodically or in real-time upload data to the manufacturer's cloud platform. To my knowledge, this Red Bean air conditioner can transmit data in real time. Excellent. Please retrieve the operational records of this air conditioner. After giving his instructions, Lin Chong turned to Zhou Ran with approving eyes. Well done. Your ability to connect smart home technology with the investigation by considering the air conditioner's operational times is quite impressive. If the room's temperature was indeed manipulated, Xie Qiaoling's alibi could be in jeopardy, potentially redirecting our investigation. Noticing different aspects during your first scene investigation, perhaps us old-timers have become a bit too rigid in our thinking, he added, giving Zhou Ran a thumbs up. Zhou Ran smiled humbly, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Following the system's suggestions and the clues currently in the police's possession, Zhou Ran rapidly formulated a scenario in his mind. After Xie Qiaoling killed her husband with a vase at home, she adjusted the air conditioning temperature to delay the time of death, given that the current temperature was around 20 C. And considering the time discrepancy created by the air conditioning throughout the night, the actual time of death could be narrowed down to a maximum of 2 hours. This implied that El Chun's actual time of death likely fell between 4 o'clock and 6 o'clock a.m. From this location to the high-speed train station, even by taxi, would take approximately 40 minutes. Xie Qiaoling had an entry record at the train station at 5:40 a.m. And accounting for the 10 minutes it would take to disembark and enter the station, it calculated that if she were indeed the murderer, Elchin must have been killed between 4 o'clock and 4:50 a.m. If Elchin was murdered at 4 o'clock a.m., Xie Qiaoling would have had a full 50 minutes to dispose of the murder weapon, significantly reducing the likelihood of the weapon still being in the room. Chapter 3. Establishing the time of death. If one also factored in the time she spent tidying the scene and preparing for her outing, deducting another 10 minutes. The time available for her to destroy the murder weapon would dwindle to merely 40 minutes. To evade the main road surveillance cameras and minimize the risk of being captured by traffic lights, she would most likely opt to walk to dispose of the weapon. Considering the round trip, the one-way journey would take approximately 15 to 20 minutes. Thus, Zhou Ran deduced that the range in which Xie Qiaoling could have disposed of the weapon should be centered here, within a radius of 1.5 to 2 kilometers, and she would need to select backroads. With this thought in mind, Zhou Ran exited the room, crossed the courtyard, and stepped onto the street, scanning both directions. To avoid the cameras, the target area could only be narrowed down to this neighborhood-like vicinity. As he was about to search the nearby trash bins, Lin Chong hastily pursued him. "What are you up to?" "Oh, master, I'm just checking the trash bins nearby," came the response. "We already looked there before you arrived. We inquired with the property management in the area." Lin Chong paused momentarily before continuing. "The garbage here is cleared every morning at 6 o'clock, so the bins only contain that day's refuse. We also dispatched someone to the nearest dump to see if any clues could be found." Zhou Ran silently admired these seasoned detectives, who had honed a systematic investigative logic through years of frontline work. The most ordinary methods of crime could hardly elude their discerning eyes, and any slight trace would be meticulously captured. As they conversed, Zhang Wei from the technical department hurried over, his face alight with excitement, as if he had uncovered something extraordinary. "Old Lin, hats off to you. This air conditioning unit indeed has issues." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ran realized that the system's indication of the air conditioning altering the room's temperature had been substantiated by Zhang Wei's findings. "Please elaborate." "Old Lin, this air conditioner switched to cooling mode at 4:05 p.m. yesterday, setting the temperature to 16 C. It turned off cooling mode at 8 o'clock a.m. today, and then switched to ventilation mode, which was turned off at 9:28 a.m. Lin Chong cast a look of approval towards Zhou Ran, a proud smile gracing his lips. This was his apprentice's first time at a crime scene, and he had already uncovered such a crucial lead. Given the pleasant weather, with temperatures around 24 C yesterday, there was no need for air conditioning, indicating that its use must have had a specific purpose. Without delay, Lin Chong called the forensic department. "This is Lin Chong. During the scene investigation, I found that at 4 p.m. yesterday, the air conditioner was set to cooling mode at 16 C, which was turned off this morning at 8 a.m., then switched to ventilation mode and turned off at 9:28 a.m. Could this affect your previous estimation of the time of death?" "Yes," came the prompt reply. Without a hint of hesitation, "I determined that the time of death was between 6 p.m. and 8 p.m. yesterday based on the current temperature. However, if the room temperature was adjusted to 16 C after death, it would mean the time of death was at least 2 hours earlier. A precise determination can only be made after further examination. Understood. Please inform me immediately once the time of death is confirmed. Lin Chong hung up, instructing the scene personnel to continue searching for the murder weapon before heading towards the police station, with Zhou Ran following closely behind. Now that this lead had been uncovered, Xie Qiaoling's alibi had also been dismantled. The next step was to interrogate her and uncover the murder weapon. The case suddenly grew clearer, and Zhou Ran felt a sense of relief wash over him. In the police station's interrogation room, Lin Chong sat at the table, his expression grave. Miss Xie Qiaoling, please recount your activities in detail from yesterday afternoon. Xie Qiaoling sat composedly in her chair, exuding an air of confidence. Haven't I already stated this? Yesterday afternoon, I had plans with my friend to visit Soup Town. We left around 5 o'clock, and it took us about 40 minutes to get to the high-speed rail station and enter. You can verify my entry records. These days, high-speed rail stations use facial recognition, so I can't fabricate that. Zhou Ran, seated beside Lin Chong, observed Xie Qiaoling's self-assured demeanor. She seemed very confident in her alibi. Little did she know, the police had already seen through her ruse. You and your friend, when did you arrange to meet? Didn't I show you the chat records? We planned it a week ago. So, you were suggesting that you were repeating questions to wear me down until I inadvertently slip up? Xie Qiaoling appeared quite familiar with police interrogation techniques, a subtle smile playing on her lips as she fixed her gaze on Lin Chong. This was a tactic she likely gleaned from crime dramas, where the police often employed psychological strategies to break down suspects. Once a perpetrator's defenses were lowered, they might inadvertently reveal incriminating details. Isn't it often said that if one watches 1,000 crime movies, no case is unsolvable? This adage applied to criminals as well. However, Xie Qiaoling seemed to overlook the principle of material exchange in criminal acts. That is, during the commission of a crime, some form of material exchange invariably occurs between the crime scene and related items, be it fingerprints, shoe prints, blood, or DNA. It seems Miss Xie is quite knowledgeable about our interrogation methods. Lin Chong raised the cup of hot tea on the table, gently blowing on it, and said leisurely, "Let's ask something different. Where were you before 5 o'clock?" Upon hearing this question, Xie Qiaoling's eyes flickered momentarily, betraying a hint of panic before she quickly regained her composure. Does this have anything to do with my husband's death? As a veteran detective, Lin Chong could not miss Xie Qiaoling's subtle shift in expression. A barely perceptible smile formed on his lips, reinforcing his conviction that Xie Qiaoling was indeed the murderer. First, answer my question. My husband returned home around 3 p.m. yesterday, appearing quite drunk. I put him to bed and continued packing until I left at 5 p.m. Then why was your air conditioning set to cooling mode the entire time? At 16C, what were you doing that it was so hot? I was exercising. Yes, exercising. Is that a problem? Xie Qiaoling's demeanor once again shifted to anxiety, but quickly returned to calm. Did the air conditioning remain on all night? Did you forget to turn it off when you left? I woke up this morning and remembered I hadn't turned it off, fearing it would be too cold upon my return, so I switched to ventilation to let some cool air out. Zhou Ran furrowed his brow. Although Xie Qiaoling's answers seemed forced and contrived, if pressed too hard, they might just barely suffice. Ultimately, their current assumption that adjusting the air conditioning could alter the time of death was still merely conjectural, lacking definitive proof. Moreover, Xie Qiaoling's demeanor suggested she was well prepared for this interrogation. The brief moment of panic might have been a feigned act to lower their guard. Most critically, they had no evidence. Perhaps this was her source of confidence. Old Lin, the autopsy confirms that the time of death was between 3:30 p.m. and 4:30 p.m. The coroner's voice echoed in Zhou Ran and Lin Chong's earpieces. Upon hearing the coroner's assertive statement, Lin Chong felt emboldened. Xie Qiaoling's alibi had been thoroughly dismantled, and from her previous statements, it was clear she had been home at the time of the incident. Furthermore, her manipulation of the air conditioning to obscure the time of death raised significant suspicion. She had now become the prime suspect. Lin Chong slammed his hands on the table, instantly elevating the tension in the room. His gaze bore into Xie Qiaoling as he thundered. We have now confirmed that your husband's time of death was between 3:30 p.m. and 4:30 p.m. yesterday. According to your prior statement, you were at home during this time frame. How could your husband have been killed in your own living room? Why did you fail to report the incident immediately, waiting until 10 o'clock the next morning? Could you possibly suggest that you watched your husband perish in that room, and yet remained unfazed while packing your bags to embark on a leisurely outing? Zhou Ran had initially assumed that upon hearing the police dismantle her alibi, Xie Qiaoling would exhibit signs of panic. However, to his astonishment, Xia Qiaoling displayed no trace of alarm. Instead, a faint, mocking smile graced her lips. Officer, be cautious. I might sue you for defamation. What could you possibly prove, even if I were at home? Investigations hinge on evidence, do they not? What evidence do you possess to implicate me in my husband's murder? Zhou Ran exchanged a glance with Lin Chong, both taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Particularly Lin Chong, whose extensive experience had led him to believe that once Xia Qiaoling's alibi was discredited, she would undoubtedly reveal the truth in her distress. Yet here they were, being taunted by her instead. It was intolerable to be ridiculed by a woman in front of them. Zhou Ran observed his mentor's expression and shook his head in resignation. If they could not extract a confession from her, they would have to wait for further developments from their colleagues' investigations before proceeding with their questioning. After all, the scant evidence in their possession had yet to clarify the motive behind the crime, which remained shrouded in obscurity. They had anticipated easily manipulating Xia Qiaoling into divulging information, leading them to the murder weapon, thus unraveling the case. But now, who could have foreseen that she would be such a cunning adversary? Watching them struggle with amusement? Master, it seems she has no intention of speaking. We must conduct our own investigation. Lin Chong lifted his head, inhaling deeply, his gaze returning to Xia Qiaoling. Once I uncover irrefutable evidence, I shall convict you without any testimony. Exiting the interrogation room, Lin Chong's frustration finally erupted. How dare she underestimate us, the police? Compile all the information we have gathered thus far. I am eager to see what extraordinary tactics she possesses. In the office, Lin Chang and his team meticulously organized all the information collected to explore new investigative avenues. Old Lin, we have explored Lu Qin's social background. According to his colleagues, he was a kind-hearted individual, always ready to assist others. He worked diligently and bore the brunt of the most arduous tasks, maintaining cordial relationships without any known enemies. His family had minimal interactions with the neighbors, and there were no grudges to speak of. As for relatives, they were from out of town, with no local kin. Thus no feuds. However, we have uncovered something intriguing. Yesterday at noon, Lu Chun dined with colleagues at Ma San restaurant, where he had a few drinks and ended up in a heated argument with a colleague, Wu Feiping, parting on unfriendly terms. Notably, surveillance footage near Lu Chin's residence captured Wu Feiping at 3:30 p.m., leaving the area around 4 p.m., albeit without any visible items in his possession. So, Wu Feiping is also a suspect? Indeed, we have dispatched a team to locate him for questioning. Results should be forthcoming. Lin Chang furrowed his brow. Could it be that I misjudged Xia Qiaoling? Is the true perpetrator Wu Feiping? Yet, Xia Qiaoling was clearly present at the crime scene when Lu Qin died. Even if she were not the murderer, she must know who is. If she truly isn't the killer, why is she withholding information from the police? What is she concealing? Given that this was a casual discussion rather than an official meeting. Zhou Ran raised his hand to share his thoughts. Could it be that Wu Feiping killed Lu Qin, and for some reason, Xia Qiaoling is covering for him? Since she did not commit the murder, she was able to maintain such confidence during the interrogation. Lin Chong's eyes brightened as he recalled the provocative glint in Xia Qiaoling's eyes during the questioning. That makes sense. If Xia Qiaoling is indeed shielding Wu Feiping, then their relationship must be quite extraordinary. An unusual bond between a man and a woman can only imply. Lin Chong inhaled deeply, contemplating the possibility. We should prioritize investigating the relationship between Xia Qiaoling and Wu Feiping. If necessary, we can look into whether they had registered a hotel room together. Establishing the nature of their connection may reveal the motive behind the crime. Zhou Ran instinctively covered his mouth, thinking to himself, is it really that thrilling? I merely speculated casually, and now we are delving into their hotel records? Lin Chong noticed Zhou Ran's peculiar expression and playfully smacked his head, feigning anger. You mischievous boy, do not misconstrue our intentions. This is a legitimate investigation, not mere idle gossip. This is merely one avenue of inquiry. Clarifying their relationship is crucial to the trajectory of the case. Everyone else remained focused on locating the murder weapon. Before long, the group dispersed once more. Zhou Ran, however, received another notification from the system. Would you like to use the truth skill again to unlock key information in the case? Use. The case appeared to be stagnating, with too many misleading factors at play. To expedite progress, Zhou Ran once again employed the skill. The murderer and non-murderer exchange places, confusing the police's focus. Remaining skill uses, 0. Zhou Ran suddenly understood. Was Wu Feiping merely a smokescreen thrown up by Xia Qiaoling? To lead them astray into believing Wu Feiping was the perpetrator, thereby diverting them from the true investigation? How cunning Xie Qiaoling was. The adage that beautiful women are adept deceivers only gained further credence. Zhou Ran clenched his fists, determined to uncover the murder weapon and solidify the truth of Xie Qiaoling's crime. In the refuse station, Zhou Ran joined the team in their search for the missing vase. The weather had yet to reach the sweltering temperatures of summer, yet the landfill reeked of decaying food. Each shift of debris stirred up clouds of dust and swarms of flies. Some damp refuse had already attracted early summer flies, their red eyes resting quietly upon the rubbish. Zhou Ran donned a mask and wielded a wooden stick, cautiously sifting through the refuse. After a few minutes, he could no longer endure the stench, rolling his eyes. He stumbled out of the landfill, ripping off his mask and gasping for fresh air. Yet, as he opened his mouth, a wave of foul odor assaulted him, prompting him to gag in response. How goes the search? Lin Chong ambled over, cigarette in mouth. Finding a shattered vase in this vast landfill is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Zhou Ran lamented, casting a resentful glance at his mentor. While other mentors might shield their apprentices from such filth, his had assigned him the dirtiest area. He had mentioned giving him the most unpleasant tasks, but he had never implied he would assign the entirety of it. Are you blaming me now? I'm merely teaching you the ropes. A detective must possess a fundamental sense of duty. One need not have exceptional intelligence or emotional acumen, but one must endure solitude and bear what others cannot. Many cases are solved by the most ordinary detectives employing the simplest methods, even if it means sifting through rubbish to retrieve evidence. Zhou Ran, you are astute, often noticing details that escape others' attention. Yet, it is precisely for this reason that you must hone your skills through these ordinary, arduous trials. I understand, Master. Zhou Ran nodded, feeling an even greater respect for his mentor. Chapter 5, Clues to the Murder Weapon. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Ran steeled himself against the acrid odor and plunged back into the towering refuse before him, vigorously searching with his hands. At that moment, his mind was in turmoil. According to the common rules of reincarnation, when faced with a crisis, shouldn't the system spring forth to resolve it? Yet here he is, rummaging through a dumpster. Is it possible that such trivial matters as trash do not constitute a crisis? However, he is intent on solving a case. And since the system first made its presence known, it has been conspicuously silent. With the system unwilling to intervene, he must devise his own strategy. If he were the murderer, how would he dispose of a body using a vase? Zhou Ran paused his actions, his mind beginning to race. Observing the shattered remnants of the vase scattered across the ground, he would meticulously gather the pieces, rinsing them in the sink to erase any fingerprints. Then, he would dispose of the vase. But with only 40 minutes to work with, where could he possibly discard it? Certainly not near the crime scene, as that would significantly increase the likelihood of discovery. As his master had just said, with enough diligence, the murder weapon would inevitably be found. If the weapon cannot be discarded near the crime scene, what other options remain? He cannot simply hold on to it indefinitely. Wait, his mind was buzzing with an epiphany. Zhou Ran felt as though he had grasped a significant lead. Do not discard the weapon. That meant he must take it with him. A bold thought flashed through Zhou Ran's mind. What if the murderer had not disposed of the weapon near L.V. Chen's residence, but rather had carried it away? This would grant the murderer a generous 40 minutes to calmly manage the scene. Moreover, wasn't Xie Qiaoling headed to the high-speed railway station? If she concealed the murder weapon in a container and disposed of it in a trash bin near the station. But Zhou Ran quickly dismissed this notion. Security checks at the high-speed railway station would certainly thwart her if she attempted to bring in a bag full of glass shards. Thus, the only feasible option would be to toss it into a bin outside the station or in the restroom within. If that were indeed the case, their search at the dumpster here would be futile. He glanced outside the dumpster at Lin Chong, who was exhaling clouds of smoke, and sighed, Master. The premise for effort yielding results is having the right direction. Zhou Ran leapt down from the heap of refuse and dashed towards the entrance of the dumpster. What is this? Can't bear it any longer? Master, I've suddenly conceived a new perspective. Could you lend your discerning eye to it? Zhou Ran blinked and smiled, as though justifying his departure by claiming a new discovery rather than the unbearable stench of garbage. What if, mind you? It's just a hypothesis. The murder weapon was disposed of in a trash bin near the high-speed railway station by Xie Qiaoling, concealed within her suitcase. If the weapon is far removed from the crime scene, it would be exceedingly difficult for others to connect the two. Lin Chong listened intently to Zhou Ran's analysis, stroking his chin in contemplation. Zhou Ran's theory seemed plausible. However, if it were indeed refused from the high-speed railway station, the quantity of trash to sift through would likely be far greater than what they faced now. Sensing Lin Chong's concern, Zhou Ran continued. Xie Qiaoling would certainly not bring shards of a vase into the high-speed railway station, as they would be intercepted by security. Therefore, she must have discarded them before entering. To avoid drawing suspicion by abruptly leaving the group, she would have had to fabricate a seemingly normal excuse to step away for a brief period. What could a girl's reasonable excuse for temporarily leaving the group be? Lin Chong observed Zhou Ran's expression, sensing he might have reached a conclusion. Of course, she would have gone to the restroom. And it must have been the restroom near the high-speed railway station, most likely within the subway station. The garbage there primarily consists of water bottles, food wrappers, and tissues, and any vase shards would stand out prominently. Additionally, the refuse collectors in the subway are relatively consistent, dealing with a manageable volume of waste daily, unlike the street sanitation workers who labor tirelessly, making their search significantly quicker. Lin Chong nodded slowly, acknowledging the soundness of Zhou Ran's reasoning. Your analysis is indeed valid, but currently, we lack sufficient manpower. The search task here is too daunting. And this remains merely your conjecture. Master, if the direction is incorrect, striving harder only distances us further from the goal. Moreover, if my analysis is accurate, a simple phone call will clarify everything. Lin Chong raised an eyebrow, momentarily perplexed by Zhou Ran's line of thought. What do you mean? We should first call Xie Qiaoling's 3 close friends to inquire whether she left the group before entering the high-speed railway station. Lin Chong's eyes widened in realization as he patted Zhou Ran's head. You clever lad. Your mind works quickly. If Xie Qiaoling indeed stepped away, I'll assign 2 people to accompany you to search near the high-speed railway station. With this method, Lin Chong could verify the validity of Zhou Ran's analysis in advance, thereby minimizing the investigative workload. As he spoke, Lin Chong retrieved his phone from the inner pocket of his jacket and reached out to colleagues in the interrogation unit. Minutes later, he exhaled a plume of smoke. You were right, Zhou Ran. After disembarking, Xie Qiaoling rushed to the restroom, allowing her 3 friends to enter the station first. It took her approximately 5 minutes to join them afterward. Their entry times had been confirmed to be indeed staggered by 5 minutes. With this lead, it was reasonable to conclude that Zhou Ran's earlier analysis might hold merit. Lin Chong felt emboldened to request additional personnel, as without this basis, they might have appeared capricious. Given the critical nature of their work, where human lives were at stake, any misstep was unacceptable. Every decision and action must be firmly grounded in evidence. Discovering the murder weapon even a minute sooner could lead to apprehending the perpetrator that much earlier. Groundless speculation would only hinder the progress of the case. However, conjectures based on factual evidence facilitated reasonable error correction. Even if the ultimate direction proved misguided, no one would assign blame. After reporting Zhou Ran's analysis to Xiang Jia, Lin Chong signaled to 2 officers, You 2, accompany Zhou Ran to search the garbage near the high-speed railway station. Understood. As the sun set, casting a warm glow on the glass facade of the high-speed railway station, Zhou Ran and his team disembarked from their vehicle, quickly organizing their thoughts as they observed the bustling crowd. Wang Yu, Yin Tao. Let us first check the surveillance footage from the subway station to see if Xie Qiaoling entered there. If she did, we must determine her route. Wang Yu and Yin Tao nodded in agreement and hurried towards the monitoring room of the subway station staff. Wang Yu adeptly produced his credentials. Hello. We are police officers conducting an investigation and require access to the surveillance from yesterday, between 5:35 p.m. and 5:45 p.m. The staff member glanced up and escorted them into the monitoring room. Inside, a massive display wall dominated the space, divided into numerous small screens, each clearly labeled with camera numbers and locations, broadcasting live feeds from various corners of the subway station. In front of the display wall stood 4 neatly arranged desks, each equipped with a computer solely for operating the surveillance system. The 3 officers requested access to the footage from the designated time frame. The staff member gestured to one of the employees at a computer, prompting Zhou Ran and his colleagues to present their credentials once more. The employee quickly retrieved the surveillance footage, displaying images that mirrored those on the screens, albeit not in real time. You can select which camera you wish to view. This is yesterday's footage. Simply choose the time frame you require. Afterward, the employee stepped aside, granting Zhou Ran and his team room to observe. Chapter 6. Are we to search the sewage for the murder weapon? Zhou Ran and his companions encircled the staff member, their gaze fixed intently on the computer screen. Let us first access the cameras at the entrance starting from 5:35 p.m. During their journey, they had investigated the taxi records of Xie Qiaoling and her friends, establishing that 5:35 p.m. marked their arrival at the high-speed railway station. At 5:45 p.m., Xie Qiaoling entered the station. indicating that she had merely 10 minutes from her disembarkation to the time of her entry to dispose of the murder weapon. Let us speed it up a bit. 1. 5 times the normal speed. No, make it double. Stop. Rewind about 10 seconds. Right here. Zhou Ran's fingers trembled slightly as he pointed to the screen, where the figure of Xie Qiaoling appeared. It was only upon seeing her in the surveillance footage that his analysis was thoroughly corroborated. Next, he needed to scrutinize the footage to ascertain Xie Qiaoling's actions within the subway station. According to Zhou Ran's deductions, it was highly probable that she had come to the subway station to destroy the weapon. Quickly, pull up all the footage of this individual from the locations she traversed in your subway station. She can only have spent a maximum of 10 minutes there. As she entered the high-speed rail station at 5:45, concerned that the staff might hesitate due to the perceived workload, Zhou Ran specifically informed them to focus solely on the 10 minutes of footage. While cooperating with police investigations was their duty, no one relished the idea of being asked to undertake additional, unrelated tasks during their work hours. Understood, the staff nodded in agreement, promptly operating the computer to retrieve the footage of Xie Qiaoling's movements within the subway station. Officer, here is the activity log of this lady in the subway station, the staff member stated as he displayed the footage on the screen. At 5:35, she entered through gate 2 with a suitcase, turned left down the stairs. Rather than proceeding directly to the platform, she walked along the wall towards the restroom. 5 minutes later, she exited the restroom, and at 5:42, she left the subway station through gate 1, still carrying her suitcase. Zhou Ran remained intently focused on the screen, observing that Xie Qiaoling exited the subway station with only her suitcase, exhibiting no suspicious behavior at any other time. There's only one plausible location. She must have disposed of the vase fragments in the restroom. Zhou Ran thought, if glass shards were indeed found in the restroom, it would certainly leave a more profound impression on the cleaning staff. His eyes widened as he urgently inquired, is the restroom cleaner present? I need to ask a question. Oh, yes, I can take you there. At that moment, Zhou Ran felt his heart racing uncontrollably as he envisioned the scene of the cleaner gathering the vase fragments. This was a conclusion he had independently analyzed, and finding the weapon could lead to a significant breakthrough in the case. Of course, this achievement would not solely belong to him. He was not one to seek personal glory. His only desire was to capture the perpetrator. Outside the restroom, Zhou Ran encountered the cleaner, an elderly gentleman around 60 years of age, slightly hunched over, wearing a mask and an almost faded work uniform. Good day, sir. I am a police officer, and I would like to ask you a few questions. Upon hearing the word police, the old man's broom trembled slightly in his grasp, making a rustling sound against the floor. Officer, I haven't done anything wrong. The old man's face was a mask of anxiety and concern, perhaps believing that only those who had committed a crime would attract police attention. Please, don't be anxious. I'm here to ask you about something. Zhou Ran reassured him. Oh, then please go ahead. The old man relaxed, his grip on the broom easing. Did you clean this restroom yesterday? Were there any other cleaners present? The old man shook his head. No, I've been the only one working for the past 2 days. There hasn't been anyone else to clean. He added, I'm solely responsible for the trash in the bins throughout the station. Zhou Ran's eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement upon hearing this, and he pulled out his phone to display an image of the vase fragments shared in their work group. Sir, did you happen to see any fragments like this when you were cleaning yesterday? Zhou Ran asked, his anticipation palpable. However, the old man shook his head again. No, I didn't see any vase fragments. What? Zhou Ran found it hard to believe, perplexed by the situation. His analysis had led him to conclude that Xie Qiaoling had not discarded the weapon near her home, but had instead taken it to the high-speed rail station with the intention of disposing of it in the restroom. Everything aligned with his deductions, yet at this pivotal moment, the outcome defied his expectations. There were no signs of the weapon in the subway restroom. Sir, can you please think carefully once more? Zhou Ran pressed, anxious that the old man might have misremembered. There truly weren't any glass fragments. We handle such waste according to strict protocols. We collect glass shards separately and dispose of them on a weekly basis. And given the size of that vase, I would have been particularly careful to avoid injury while collecting it. If I had seen it, I would certainly remember. Listening to the old man's account, Zhou Ran's brow furrowed deeply. Where could Xie Qiaoling have taken the weapon? He was convinced that she had come to the subway station specifically to destroy the weapon. Otherwise, she could have easily gone to the restroom after entering the high-speed rail station. Was it possible she had carelessly disposed of it in the toilet? The thought flitted through Zhou Ran's mind, and he instinctively raised a hand to his forehead. No way. having narrowly avoided the ordeal of rummaging through garbage. Am I now to plunge headlong into the depths of a women's restroom toilet? The very notion was distasteful. If the vase fragments had made their way into the restroom, it would mean that Xie Xiaoling had smashed the vase into tiny pieces at home and then brought them to the subway station restroom to flush them away. However, if that were the case, surely there would be some remnants left at her home. Yet their multiple searches of the crime scene had yielded no small shards of the vase. Could it be that a young woman, in the midst of committing murder, had the presence of mind to meticulously clean the scene and devise a plan to dispose of the weapon? No, he found that hard to believe. Yet more than that, he dreaded the idea of sifting through a toilet. Yes, there must be other possibilities. I just haven't thought of them yet. After thanking the cleaner, Zhou Ran returned to the surveillance room. He meticulously revisited Xie Xiaoling's previous actions and realized that everything she had done seemed aimed at misleading the police. Almost as if she thrived in the shadows. She had initially created an alibi using the high-speed rail station's entry records to eliminate her own suspicions. Then, she concealed the weapon, drawing law enforcement to expend considerable resources near her home. Finally, she boldly entered the subway station, showing no intent to evade the cameras. This was likely another of her tactics to mislead the police, hoping to divert their efforts fruitlessly. Thus, the weapon could not possibly be in the restroom. During the 5 minutes Xie Xiaoling was absent from the surveillance footage, she must have employed some other means. With this thought in mind, Zhou Ran once again requested the subway staff to review the footage. This time, he chose not to fast forward, but to play it back at normal speed. His gaze fixed intently on the screen, determined not to overlook any detail. He addressed his colleagues, Wang Yu, Yin Tao. Let us focus on whether Xie Xiaoling exhibited any unusual actions or behaviors. Chapter 7. The search for the murder weapon. They watched the footage of the 5 minutes during which Xie Xiaoling was absent, replaying it 4 times. Yet still found nothing amiss. Could it be that I am mistaken? Did Xie Xiaoling merely use the restroom, or is she overly confident, believing we wouldn't trace her to the subway station, thus flushing the weapon down the toilet? At that moment, Wang Yu raised his hand to suggest, why don't we take another look at those 5 blank minutes? We've already seen it. She clearly didn't come out. Watching again would be futile. Zhou Ran replied. What if we overlooked something important during our first viewing? Wang Yu countered. Zhou Ran nodded, considering Wang Yu's reasoning sound, and decided to replay the surveillance footage once more in hopes of uncovering new clues. The images on the screen flickered rapidly, frame by frame. Zhou Ran's fingers danced across the keyboard, occasionally fast-forwarding and then rewinding, leaving no potential clue unnoticed. The characters in the footage moved in a blur, overwhelming to the eye. Zhou Ran slowed down the playback, allowing the actions of the individuals on screen to become more deliberate, extending their presence in the frame. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he focused on a woman clad in a black coat, with a blue sun hat and a mask obscuring her face. She hurriedly exited the scene, clutching a black handbag. This figure bore a striking resemblance to Xie Xiaoling, Zhou Ran mused, uncertainly probing his 2 colleagues beside him. Yes, there is a resemblance, Wang Yu and Yin Tao nodded in agreement. Rewind this camera's footage and see when she entered the restroom. At this moment, Zhou Ran's mind was already formulating a hypothesis. It was highly probable that Xie Xiaoling had changed her outfit in the restroom, left to dispose of the shattered vase fragments, and then returned to the restroom to don her original attire. Now, they merely needed to verify whether this woman, who bore an uncanny likeness to Xie Xiaoling, had entered the restroom or the station in the surveillance footage to confirm if they were indeed the same person, Xie Xiaoling. Half an hour elapsed as Zhou Ran and his team scrutinized the restroom surveillance from the past hour, confirming that the woman had not entered the restroom. This person is undoubtedly Xie Xiaoling, Zhou Ran asserted resolutely. Please assist us in adjusting the surveillance further to see where she went in this outfit. Wang Yu and Yin Tao looked at Zhou Ran, astonished. Is this the capability of the new generation of officers? Is it truly this formidable? Or are these analytical deductions merely taught in school? With only a scant clue, can one find the next critical lead through bold speculation and meticulous investigation? They could almost envision the moment of discovering the murder weapon, their lips involuntarily curling into smiles. They were merely assisting in the investigation. Yet it seemed they were on the verge of locating the weapon with such ease. Upon returning to the precinct, they would undoubtedly receive commendations from their superiors. The only uncertainty was how much credit Zhou Ran would allocate to them. After all, their progress thus far was entirely reliant on Zhou Ran's intellect and diligence. Had they relied solely on their own efforts, they would likely still be sifting through the muck. We found it, exclaimed the subway station staff, pointing to the screen. At 5:38, she exited through exit 1. At 5:40, she re-entered through exit 1, heading straight for the restroom. At 5:41, she emerged from the restroom, having changed her clothes. At 5:42, she left the subway station via exit 1. Thus, Xie Xiaoling's movements within the subway station had been entirely reconstructed. Her mid-journey change of attire suggested she had likely exited the station to dispose of the vase fragments. Next, they simply needed to check the surveillance outside the subway station to ascertain where the weapon had been discarded. The 2 minutes from her exit to her return indicated that the weapon must be nearby. Half an hour later, Zhou Ran and his team stood inside the police station near the high-speed rail station. After receiving approval from their superiors, they successfully accessed the surveillance footage from the street outside the subway station. It's her. She discarded the handbag into this trash bin, Zhou Ran exclaimed, exhilarated, as he finally made the connection. But soon, his smile faltered. They wouldn't have to sift through garbage again, would they? Comrade. Who is responsible for the cleaning of this trash bin? Where does it go? Oh, it gets sent to the waste processing station on Donghua Street. All right. Thank you. Let us go. With this information, Zhou Ran wasted no time and immediately headed to the waste processing station. Any delay could result in the garbage being disposed of. They had to act swiftly. As they exited the police station, darkness had fully descended upon the sky. The streetlights in the plaza illuminated everything around them. They soon arrived at the waste processing station, where the workers had not yet finished their shifts, and the machines were still operational. Zhou Ran quickly approached a staff member for inquiries. Upon entering the office of the waste station, they spotted Xie Qiaoling's handbag hanging at one of the employees' workstations. Whose workstation is this? Zhou Ran inquired, striving to maintain a calm tone. Oh, that's mine. This bag. I found it yesterday. It seemed usable, so I kept it. What about the contents? Zhou Ran swallowed nervously, the roar of the machinery outside heightening his concern that the weapon might have already been disposed of. Over there, the worker pointed to a small room ahead. The bag contained some vase fragments. Since this area is near the high-speed rail station, we rarely collect glass items. So we temporarily store the glass collected here and have it sent to the processing plant weekly. With all these fragments, we could even recreate a vase. Zhou Ran, Wang Yu, and Yin Tao exchanged glances, unable to conceal their joy. They were no longer interested in the worker's subsequent words, upon hearing that the bag contained vase fragments. They could no longer contain their excitement. Quick, take us to see, they urged the employee. Right this way, the staff member pointed to a small pile of glass nearby. Zhou Ran stepped forward, carefully examining it and comparing it with the photographs on his phone. Once he confirmed the match, he nodded at Wang Yu and Yin Tao, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. 12 hours had passed since they received the report that morning, and through relentless investigation and scrutiny, they had finally located the murder weapon. Such speed could be deemed extraordinary. In previous cases, if a perpetrator attempted to dispose of the weapon, it would either end up in a waste station or a river. In both scenarios, the likelihood of retrieving the weapon depended solely on luck, necessitating the most rudimentary method of manual sifting. Should they ultimately fail to find it, they would have to seek alternative breakthroughs. With the weapon now in their possession, they could notify the dozen colleagues still searching through the waste station to cease their efforts. Otherwise, it would be a sleepless night. Zhou Ran retrieved 3 pairs of gloves from his pocket, methodically putting them on, and then carefully placed the vase fragments into an evidence bag. Subsequently, he dialed a number. Master, we should have found the murder weapon. What? You truly found it? It's at the subway station? No, it's a long story. Zhou Ran then recounted their search process. That is wonderful. Thanks to you, we can save a lot of effort. It was a team effort between me, Wang Yu, and Yin Tao. Zhou Ran smiled at Wang Yu and Yin Tao. They exchanged glances, warmth swelling within them. They both understood that it was Zhou Ran's prowess that led to the discovery of the weapon. Yet he was willing to share the credit with them, a kindness they would not forget. Chapter 8. 3 hairs in the sweeping robot at 11 o'clock at night. The substation remained brightly lit. Inside the office building, busy figures scurried through the corridors and offices, the sounds of footsteps and discussions intermingling. Zhou Ran and his team, armed with the weapon and surveillance footage, returned to the substation, delivering the vase fragments to the technical staff. Inside the office, Lin Chong rubbed his hands together, brimming with excitement as he exclaimed, "Great! Now I want to see how Xie Qiaoling will deny it. She was so defiant earlier, but just a few hours have passed, and we've uncovered the weapon she meticulously concealed. I refuse to believe she can concoct any further excuses. Let us go interrogate her." Just as he finished speaking, the technical staff member Gao Fei rushed in, panting heavily. The weapon. only has the fingerprints of the cleaner. There is nothing else. What? This revelation struck like a thunderbolt, causing all present to widen their eyes in disbelief. A murder weapon, devoid of any incriminating evidence, left no traces of the perpetrator, rendering the extraction of crucial information impossible. This posed a significant blow to the entire chain of evidence, potentially jeopardizing the trajectory of the investigation. Observing the reactions of those around him, Gao Fei hastily clarified that the weapon had been washed away by water, likely a precaution taken by the assailant before disposal. Currently, the only fingerprint on the weapon belonged to the cleaner that Zhou Ran had collected. However, on the black handbag, fingerprints of Xie Xiaoling had been detected. Additionally, one shard of the vase was missing, making it impossible to restore the vase completely. It remained unclear whether it had been lost during the transfer at the landfill. Lin Chang's expression turned grave. That fragment was now of little importance, given that all pieces had been washed away, even if the missing shard were found. The likelihood of retrieving useful information was slim. However, the absence of fingerprints from both Xie Xiaoling and Lu Qin on the vase found in Lu Qin's home. Yet the presence of a cleaner's fingerprint raised suspicions. Even if the murder weapon yielded no information about the killer, Xie Xiaoling's complete destruction of the weapon's evidence, captured on surveillance, constituted a vital piece of the puzzle. If we could penetrate her psychological defenses and elicit a confession, we could secure a conviction. Let us proceed to confront her. Lin Chang appeared resolute, seizing a photograph from the table and striding towards the interrogation room, with Zhou Ran swiftly trailing behind. He entered the room with purpose, tossing the documents onto the table with a sharp clap. He then abruptly pulled a chair closer, its legs screeching against the floor, before settling into it. Following this cacophony, Xie Xiaoling, who had previously been with her eyes shut, slowly opened them, casting a languid glance at Lin Chang, a yawn escaping her lips. Seemingly influenced by her demeanor, Lin Chang also stifled a yawn. He then delicately lifted a teacup, blowing on the rising steam before taking a sip of the hot tea. This sequence of actions, casual and unhurried, belied any sense of urgency. Years of interrogation experience had taught Lin Chang that such seemingly trivial gestures could unconsciously impose considerable psychological pressure on a suspect. This uncertainty would lead them to speculate on the underlying implications of the police's demeanor, pondering whether crucial evidence had been discovered or if the case had taken a significant turn. Caught in this web of doubt and internal conflict, the suspect's mind remained in a state of heightened tension, coupled with the police's relentless interrogation strategy, akin to the method of training a hawk. The mental strain would inevitably break their psychological defenses. Speak up. Do you have anything to confess? Lin Chang inquired in a calm tone. Comrade, I have already said all I need to say. This is your opportunity, and if you fail to seize it, do not blame us for being unkind, Lin Chang replied, narrowing his eyes, an undeniable authority evident in his gaze. Xie Xiaoling fixed her eyes on him, contemplating before her lips curled into a faint smile. If you have evidence, present it directly. There is no need for these psychological games. They are pointless. Very well. Lin Chang feigned resignation, shrugging his shoulders. Since you insist, we shall drop the pretense. I intended to offer you a chance to confess, but it seems you've chosen suspicion instead. His expression shifted abruptly to seriousness. Xie Xiaoling, at 5:35, you took a taxi to the high-speed rail station, parting ways with 3 companions, and proceeded alone to the subway station. At 5:35, you entered through exit 2 of the subway station, heading straight for the restroom. Inside, you changed into a black coat, donned a blue sun hat, and masked your face. Exiting the restroom at 5:38 through exit 1, discarding a small black handbag in a trash bin 200 meters away. At 5:40, you re-entered the subway station through exit 1, entering the restroom at 5:41 to change your clothes again. You departed the station at 5:42, entering the high-speed rail station at 5:45. Leaning back in his chair, arms crossed, Lin Chang remarked, our investigation into your whereabouts has been quite thorough. Wouldn't you agree? As Lin Chang detailed Xie Xiaoling's movements, a flicker of panic crossed her previously composed face. This soon morphed into astonishment, followed by a creeping confusion. She could not fathom how, despite her meticulously orchestrated plan to mislead the police regarding the murder weapon, they had managed to unravel it all in such a short time. Struggling to comprehend? Lin Chang noticed her expression and inquired gently, is it difficult? Over 13 hours have elapsed since your report. It has been quite some time. Realizing the challenge in his tone, Xie Xiaoling lowered her head and sighed. Indeed, I killed him. Zhou Ran and Lin Chang exchanged glances, both taken aback by her unexpected admission. They had not anticipated the interrogation to unfold so smoothly, nor her candid acknowledgement of guilt. "Please, recount the details," they urged. Xia Qiaoling bit her sleeve and rolled it up, revealing several bruises along her arms. "My husband treated me well, but..." Her voice trembled. Lin Chang remained silent, understanding this was a prelude to her confession. Suspects often relive the events leading to their actions, their emotions fluctuating. Every time he drank, he seemed like a different person. "Yesterday, after drinking, we quarreled, and he struck me. In a moment of desperation, I grabbed a nearby vase and struck his head, resulting in an accidental death. I panicked for 10 minutes before devising a plan to mislead you regarding the time of death." Lin Chang silently shook his head, realizing she was indeed a tragic figure, pushed to her limits. "And how did you dispose of the weapon?" "I washed it with water and placed it in a small black handbag. Since you found the vase shards, you must have deduced I took them with me in my suitcase." Lin Chang nodded, refraining from interjecting. The suspect had opened up. He merely needed to let her continue. "I packed the weapon in my suitcase, claimed I was going to the restroom at the high-speed rail station, visited the subway, changed my outfit in the restroom, and discarded the vase shards outside the subway station. Finally, I returned to the restroom to change back into my original clothes before entering the high-speed rail station." Xia Qiaoling recounted her actions and the crime with clarity, aligning perfectly with Zhou Ran's earlier deductions. It was precisely due to Zhou Ran's astute reasoning that they were able to locate the murder weapon and effectively elicit a confession from Xia Qiaoling. With her confession and the physical evidence firmly established, this homicide case, spanning over 13 hours, had reached its conclusion. Such rapid resolution could very well earn the entire investigative team accolades. As the mentor and apprentice exhaled in relief, the captain's voice crackled through the earpiece, declaring, "She is lying." A shift in the case had emerged. 3 strands of hair were discovered within the cleaning robot at the crime scene, and upon examination, they were determined not to belong to either El Chun or Xia Qiaoling. Chapter 9. Significant flaws in the investigation direction in El Chun's residence. After the cleaning robot had scoured the area, it was expected to find hair belonging to El Chun and Xia Qiaoling, which would be entirely normal. However, the presence of a third person's hair raised suspicions. This strongly suggested that a third individual had been present at the scene during the murder, and the hair had gone unnoticed during the cleanup. Could it be Wu Feiping, who had been captured on surveillance? Unlikely, for at the time Wu Feiping appeared on camera, he had utilized the system, which indicated a swap between the murderer and an innocent party. Thus, it could not have been Wu Feiping. Indeed, another message soon followed in the earpiece, confirming that comparisons had been made with Wu Feiping's hair, and it was not his. Furthermore, during the afternoon, while canvassing the streets, the elderly women at the village's information station claimed to have seen Wu Feiping fall on the street, lying there for over 20 minutes before he shakily got up and left. We had also questioned Wu Feiping himself. He had argued with El Chun that day after discovering that El Chun had been abusing his wife. He had intended to reason with El Chun, but upon approaching the vicinity, he fell and no one intervened to assist him, as he believed it was a domestic matter of El Chun's, and thus he returned home. Listening to Captain Xiang Jia's account, Lin Chang and Zhou Ran silently nodded in agreement. With a multitude of witnesses from the village information station and this narrative, Wu Feiping's suspicion could largely be dismissed. Nevertheless, Lin Chang intended to probe further, hoping to extract information from Xia Qiaoling. He narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on her, and applied psychological pressure, asking pointedly if there was anything else to disclose, particularly concerning the third individual present at the scene. Zhou Ran also raised his head, scrutinizing Xia Qiaoling's expression for clues, although they remained uncertain of the identity of the individual who had left traces at the scene. It was evident that Xia Qiaoling's previous confession was not entirely truthful, as she had failed to mention the existence of a third person. This time, Xia Qiaoling exhibited no signs of distress. She adamantly insisted that she had indeed killed El Chun. Lin Chang's expression turned grave. Xia Qiaoling's demeanor was decidedly unsettling, akin to someone prepared to face martyrdom. It seemed as though she was shielding someone, based on his experience when a suspect reached such a state. Further interrogation became increasingly difficult, for they had already fortified their psychological defenses, accepting whatever consequences awaited them. In such moments, the most effective approach would be to adopt a strategy of detachment, allowing the suspect to stew in their own thoughts. Once the external pressures dissipated, their mental fortitude would waver, leading to self-doubt. Was their choice correct? Was it worth it? Much like a young man who, despite resolutely choosing to let go after being wronged, still finds himself drowning his sorrows in solitude. regretting and reminiscing in the dead of night. Lin Chong sighed, resigned, and pulled Zhou Ran from the interrogation room. Captain Xiang Jie convened everyone in the meeting room to discuss the next steps in solving the case. Despite having gathered Xie Qiaoling's motive, murder weapon, method of disposal, surveillance footage, and her confession, which should have been cause for celebration, the discovery of the hair at the crime scene suggested that a third person was still concealed within the shadows. Xie Qiaoling's earlier reaction indicated that she was clearly covering for someone, likely the true perpetrator. Currently, they found themselves at an impasse. Fully aware that the real murderer was hidden behind Xie Qiaoling, yet they lacked any leads. In the meeting room, everyone exchanged blank stares, with no one offering constructive suggestions. Observing the stagnation, Captain Xiang Jie signaled for a break, suggesting everyone head to the cafeteria for a late-night snack and rest before resuming questioning of Xie Qiaoling. They had to crack her resolve tonight. She was their only current avenue for breakthrough. Otherwise, the longer they waited, the greater the risk of the true culprit escaping. Zhou Ran returned to the office, his mind racing. He had believed that with the system's assistance, solving the case would be a straightforward endeavor. Yet it had proven to be otherwise. While the system had provided two critical pieces of information leading him to conclude that Xie Qiaoling was the murderer, it now seemed as though the system had delivered erroneous answers. Could it be that the system, a supposed bastion of reliability, could also falter? Though he may not have read extensively, he had perused enough novels to understand that no system would deliberately mislead its user. Was it leading the protagonist into a trap? Yet, if the system was not at fault, why had the case devolved into its current complexity? Had he simply erred from the outset? Zhou Ran meticulously recalled the two clues presented by the system. The first indicated that the murderer had preemptively slain El Chun and devised a means to lower the air conditioning temperature, thereby delaying the onset of rigor mortis and decomposition, misleading the police regarding the time of death. This was clearly intended to suggest that Xie Qiaoling's alibi could be contested. The second clue indicated a swap between the murderer and the innocent party to confuse the police's investigation. This too pointed toward a collusion between Xie Qiaoling and the true murderer, resulting in the latter's concealment behind her facade. He had utilized both clues, propelling the investigation to its current juncture in a remarkably brief span. Yet that appeared to be the extent of their progress. As Zhou Ran pondered, he muttered, "The murderer fabricated an alibi, only for it to be disproven. They devised a method for creating a false alibi." Suddenly, a realization struck him. The system's wording indicated that the murderer had conceived the idea of lowering the air conditioning temperature, rather than having done so. Was the phrasing of conceiving significant? Did it imply that after murdering El Chun, the perpetrator devised a plan to lower the air conditioning temperature, compelling Xie Qiaoling to execute it? Why would Xie Qiaoling comply with the murderer? According to Wu Feiping, El Chun would become abusive when intoxicated, leading Xie Qiaoling to claim that El Chun had struck her the previous day, prompting the murderer to intervene and kill El Chun. To Xie Qiaoling, perhaps the murderer was her savior, thus she was willing to assist them. Zhou Ran felt as though he had grasped a critical piece of information, prompting him to continue along this line of reasoning. After the perpetrator had slain El Chun, they would have quickly devised a method to lower the room temperature, misleading the police regarding the time of death, thereby fabricating an alibi for Xie Qiaoling. Fabricating an alibi. Suddenly, Zhou Ran's eyes lit up. He realized that the system had not provided erroneous answers, but rather, his reasoning had been fundamentally flawed. If the murderer had been with Xie Qiaoling from the beginning, then the optimal method for absolving themselves would be to collaboratively construct a false alibi with her. In that instant, Zhou Ran experienced an epiphany. Their investigative approach was riddled with significant oversights. Before they had uncovered the tampering of El Chun's time of death, Xie Qiaoling and her three friends' records of entering the high-speed railway station at 5:40 p.m. had initially established her alibi, thus exonerating her from suspicion. After they unveiled the manipulation of the air conditioning temperature, Xie Qiaoling's alibi was dismantled, rendering her a prime suspect. Following this lead, they had indeed uncovered discrepancies in Xie Qiaoling's story. Yet, they had overlooked the fact that as they discredited the method of delaying the time of death, the alibis of Xie Qiaoling's three friends, Shi Xinxin, Bai Jiji, and Lin Shui, were equally invalidated. Chapter 10. The innate essence of a detective. Upon comprehending all of this, Zhou Ran mentally reconstructed the entire case. If the murderer was among Xie Qiaoling's three friends, then everything would fall into place. Upon her visit to Xie Qiaoling's residence, her close friend unexpectedly witnessed her being assaulted by El Chun. In a moment of desperation, she struck El Chun on the head with a vase. tragically resulting in his death. Upon discovering El Chen's lifeless body, the friend devised a plan to manipulate the room's temperature via the air conditionings, ingeniously creating a temporal gap to fabricate an alibi. Xie Xiaoling, feeling guilty for involving her friend in her predicament, resolved to shoulder the blame entirely, taking responsibility for disposing of the murder weapon. This way, even if apprehended by the police, her friend could remain hidden behind her. If Zhou Ran's suspicions were accurate, then the unidentified hair detected by the robotic vacuum could likely belong to one of Xie Xiaoling's 3 close friends. Suddenly, Zhou Ran sprang to his feet, calling out to Lin Chang without lifting his gaze, "Master, I have attained enlightenment." He then noticed the empty office and hurried towards the cafeteria. Inside, the chef had just finished preparing steaming bowls of noodles, serving them to the queue of patrons. Working overtime was unfortunate, yet they were fortunate to have old Li's noodles. Indeed, when not working late, one could hardly resist such a temptation. The detectives, having toiled from dawn until dusk, gathered at the table, bowls of wide noodles in hand, and began to indulge. "Master, I have attained enlightenment." Zhou Ran's sudden exclamation caused everyone to pause, their hearts tightening inexplicably. Each time someone in the team shouted in such a manner, it signaled significant developments. They then witnessed Zhou Ran hastily thrusting aside the cafeteria's plastic curtain, rushing in, the curtain rustling loudly behind him. "Slurp," Lin Chang remarked as he lifted a last bite of noodles. "What else with you? Scaring everyone like that?" Zhou Ran retracted his neck, hands clasped together in an apologetic gesture, and smiled. "Master, I believe I have stumbled upon a new direction. Could it be that we have overlooked a crucial lead?" Lin Chang set down his bowl, responding with irritation. "Then why do you think we've hit a deadlock?" "It's precisely because we lack leads. Speak up quickly, we still need to eat, and then take turns interrogating Xie Xiaoling." Zhou Ran, sensing the urgency, raised his voice so that all in the cafeteria could hear. "Master, our suspicion of Xie Xiaoling stems from our discrediting of her alibi. However, we have neglected her 3 friends, who employed the same alibi strategy. Is it possible that Xie Xiaoling acted to protect one of them?" The moment Zhou Ran's words sank in, everyone present realized the implication, their chopsticks clattering to the floor. Indeed, they had focused solely on Xie Xiaoling, overlooking her 3 companions. With Xie Xiaoling's alibi dismantled, the 3 friends should equally be considered suspects. Such a simple truth had escaped them. The situation felt akin to being blinded by the light right beneath their noses. Xie Xiaoling had masterfully drawn their attention while appearing to leave deliberate loopholes in her narrative, reminiscent of their student days when they struggled with a problem set with traps, only to discover the simplicity of the solution once revealed. At that moment, clarity washed over everyone, transforming the previously stagnant case into one that was suddenly lucid. Xiangjie also stood, recognizing Zhou Ran's insight as a new investigative direction, urging immediate action. One team rushed to investigate the identities of Xie Xiaoling's 3 friends, while another divided into 3 groups to bring them back to the precinct. They needed to inquire about their activities on the afternoon of the 24th from 4 to 5 p.m., while simultaneously collecting DNA samples for comparison with the hair found in the robotic vacuum. A successful match would serve as pivotal evidence. Another group was tasked with reviewing surveillance footage from the main road near El Chen's residence to check for any signs of the 3 women prior to the incident. The leads in the case became clearer. Following this path would surely unveil crucial insights. At that moment, a police officer timidly raised a hand, stating, "We might not need to check the surveillance. I spotted Lin Shui on the footage from the afternoon of the 24th, around 4 p.m., near El Chen's home, heading in that direction. However, since all 4 had alibis, I didn't pay it much mind." Xiangjie squinted slightly, as the shift in investigative direction began to reveal the identity of the culprit. "Then we should focus on Lin Shui's movements," he commanded. "Act immediately." The team sprang into action. Lin Chang hastily slurped the last of his noodles and dashed out. Zhou Ran intended to follow, but was halted by Lin Chang. If your analysis proves correct, you'll earn commendation. Stay here and rest. You'll need to be alert for the interrogation," Lin Chang declared proudly, noting that his apprentice's logical analysis skills were astonishingly sharp. From the details of the air conditioning to the location of the murder weapon and the identification of the true perpetrator, all insights had stemmed from this new officer's deductions. In contemporary parlance, this fellow was truly a prodigious detective. Lin Chang patted Zhou Ran on the shoulder before heading to the vehicle. Half an hour later, the officers investigating the trio's backgrounds shared preliminary findings in the workgroup. Shi Xinxin, a company receptionist, lives alone in the Jinsi community. After work, she typically stays home, engaging in online chats with Xie Xiaoling and occasionally going out. Her social background is clean, and her family is financially stable. Bai Jiji, a streamer, lives alone in the Qinghe community. She regularly broadcasts online, relying on tips for her livelihood, with little social interaction. Her background is clean, and her family is financially secure. Lin Shui, a female worker in an electronics factory, resides in the factory dormitory and seldom ventures outside. Her father was detained for domestic violence, leading her mother to divorce him and raise Lin Shui alone. During high school, her mother fell gravely ill, incurring monthly medical expenses of 3,000 yuan. Consequently, she began working in the factory after graduation, and her family's financial situation is quite dire. Xie Xiaoling and these three women were high school classmates who maintained close ties since they all worked in the same city, often meeting up. Xie Xiaoling, Shi Xinxin, and Bai Jiji frequently gathered under the guise of socializing, assisting Lin Shui in improving her circumstances and occasionally visiting Lin Shui's mother. As Zhou Ran perused this information, a thought struck him, leading to a newfound hypothesis. After another half hour, Shi Xinxin, Bai Jiji, and Lin Shui were brought into the interrogation room. Shi Xinxin, what were you doing between 4 and 5 p.m. on the 24th? That day, I went to the cinema with Jiji before taking a taxi to El Chen's house. However, we never entered. We simply waited by the roadside for Xiaoling to come out. Although it was now 2 in the morning, Shi Xinxin felt no fatigue. She understood that being summoned by the police at this hour signaled the seriousness of the inquiry, especially since the victim was her close friend's husband, and she was eager to assist. Here are our movie tickets. You can verify our attendance with the cinema. There should be surveillance footage of us. She added, moreover, I have taxi records on my phone that you can check. Lin Chong received the cinema tickets for Fast and Furious at Star City Cinema, scheduled for the afternoon of the 24th from 3 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. specifically for seats 7 and 8 in row 6 of Hall 2. He then checked Shi Xinxin's taxi records, as she had mentioned. Pressing the earpiece, Lin Chong softly instructed, please check the surveillance footage from Star City Cinema for yesterday from 3 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. to confirm whether seats 7 and 8 in Hall 2 were occupied by Shi Xinxin and by Jiji. He then turned his gaze back to Shi Xinxin, questioning why it was only the two of them. Where is Lin Shui? Chapter 11. The truth. Shi Xinxin's face flushed with embarrassment, her hesitation suggesting an unspoken concern. Lin Chong perceptively noted the subtle shift in her expression and gently reassured her. Feel free to speak your mind. We are professionals. Zhou Ran, listening to this, wore a peculiar expression, as a thought suddenly crossed his mind. We are trained professionals. Unless we can't help but. Indeed, upon hearing Lin Chong's words, Shi Xinxin sighed in relief and explained, due to Lin Shui's family circumstances. The three of us, Jiji, Xiaoling, and I often assist her. However, many matters are too delicate to discuss in the group. So we created a small chat group to strategize how to help her. Jiji and I live nearby, and that day, I mentioned in the small group that we planned to watch a movie first and then meet at her house on the street at 5 o'clock p.m. Very well. We understand. Please wait as we verify the details. If confirmed, today's questioning will conclude. Lin Chong rose and beckoned a colleague to exit the interrogation room. Has someone gone to check Star City Cinema? Yes, we have dispatched personnel. It should take about half an hour for results. Lin Chong nodded and proceeded into the adjacent interrogation room to question Bai Jiji. Bai Jiji's responses aligned with Shi Xinxin's. Once the surveillance footage from Star City Cinema was retrieved, they would ascertain the veracity of their statements. The only one left to question was Lin Shui. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Lin Chong entered the interrogation room where Lin Shui was detained. Lin Shui sat anxiously on a chair, her hands instinctively clenched. Observing this, Lin Chong formed a preliminary judgment. Raising his voice slightly, he directly asked, Lin Shui, we need to know where you were between 4 o'clock p.m. and 5 o'clock p.m. on the 24th. I was in the dormitory at the factory, doing laundry. Was anyone there to witness this? No, none at all? You were in the factory dormitory, yet no one can vouch for your whereabouts? Lin Shui's forehead beaded with perspiration. I had taken a day off, and my roommates were all at work, so I was alone in the dorm. Her hands fidgeted with the hem of her clothing. Although she dared to meet Lin Chong's gaze, her eyes darted about, often averting to the upper diagonal, desperately avoiding his scrutiny. Such actions did not escape Lin Chong's seasoned observation. The answer seemed increasingly apparent. The perpetrator hidden behind Xie Xiaoling was finally surfacing. Lin Chong's eyes narrowed, revealing a glimmer of insight as he fixated on Lin Shui. He pressed his earpiece, stating, "Please check the surveillance footage from Lin Shue's factory dormitory and the main entrance to see what time she left." He deliberately raised his voice, closely monitoring Lin Shue's reaction. Upon hearing this, a flicker of panic crossed Lin Shue's face, and her body involuntarily twitched. Seizing the moment, Lin Chong pressed on. "If there are any hidden truths or concealments, now is the time to disclose them. We are fully aware of Lin Shue's family situation. We will not shield the guilty. But if Lin Shue confesses voluntarily, we can document it favorably. Your own admission bears a different weight than if we were to uncover it ourselves." Lin Chong continued to apply pressure. "We have already retrieved the footage of Xie Qiaoling destroying evidence and located the murder weapon. Xie Qiaoling has confessed to killing Lu Qin." He paused to observe Lin Shue's expression, which shifted dramatically upon hearing Xie Qiaoling's admission. Her pupils constricted sharply, and she bit her lip, her fingers clenched tightly, evidently torn within. At that moment, Lin Chong chose to remain silent, believing that once Lin Shui contemplated her situation, she would make the right choice. Just then, Lin Chong's earpiece crackled to life. "The surveillance has arrived." Lin Shui was seen at 4:00 p.m. on the street near Lu Qin's house, subsequently heading in that direction. Then, at 4:50 p.m., she exited first onto the street, and at 5:00 p.m., she met with Shi Xinxin and Bai Jiji before departing together with Xie Qiaoling. From Star City Cinema. They also confirmed that Shi Xinxin and Bai Jiji remained seated throughout the film without leaving. The situation was becoming increasingly clear. Lu Qin was murdered while Shi Xinxin and Bai Jiji were watching a movie. Whereas Lin Shui had appeared at the crime scene, she was likely the person Xie Qiaoling sought to protect. However, this remained conjecture until DNA from the robotic vacuum's hair matched Lin Shui's in 3 days, or until Lin Shui confessed. Lin Chong clenched his fists beneath the table, anxious for Lin Shui. Should she continue to deny the truth? They would have no choice but to present the footage of her being near Lu Qin's house at 4:00 p.m., at which point she would miss the opportunity for leniency. Lin Chong reiterated, "Is there truly nothing more you wish to say?" In his view, the case was becoming increasingly lucid. If Lin Shui could confess, it would benefit her sentencing in the future. Lin Shui lowered her head, her nose beginning to tremble. And when she lifted it again, tears filled her eyes, cascading down her cheeks. I plead guilty." Upon uttering those words, Lin Shui's expression visibly relaxed, though sorrow and despair for her future were palpable in her tone. Lin Chong exhaled deeply, a weight lifting from his chest. Lin Shui had seized her final opportunity. "Comrade officer, I killed Lu Qin, not Xiaoling." Lin Shui choked out. Lin Chong sat upright, urging, "Please share the details with us." Lin Shui wiped her tears and recounted, "A week ago, Xinxin, Jiji, and Xiaoling invited me to Tangshui town on the afternoon of the 24th, planning to return the next day. Thus, I took a half-day off on the 24th and, after doing laundry in the dormitory, left around 4:00 p.m. for Xiaoling's house. I found the yard gate unlocked, so I entered directly. However, once inside, I saw Lu Qin. He was kicking Xiaoling. The smell of alcohol filled the room. I knew Lu Qin had been drinking again. Due to my family circumstances, I was deeply disturbed by this scene and was so frightened that my legs went weak, leaving me paralyzed with fear. Yet, upon seeing me, Lu Qin not only did not cease, but became even more exhilarated, kicking harder, eventually even targeting Xiaoling's head. Since Xiaoling and her friends had often helped me, I don't know where the strength came from, but in that moment, I stood up and seized a vase from the table, striking Lu Qin on the head with all my might. He collapsed immediately, blood streaming from his head. I checked his nose. He was not breathing. I was paralyzed with fear. Xiaoling rushed over to embrace me, repeatedly thanking me for helping her escape her torment. She explained that she had attempted to divorce Lu Qin numerous times, but he always sincerely apologized, which is why she had not followed through. I understood that Xiaoling was trying to alleviate my psychological burden. Then she embraced me and led me into the bedroom, assuring me not to worry as she would handle everything. Xiaoling mentioned that she needed to devise an alibi, ensuring that neither of us would bear the responsibility. I recalled a novel I had previously read, where the murderer deceived the police about the time of death by lowering the room's temperature via the air conditioning. I shared this method with Xiaoling. As it approached 5 o'clock, she covered my eyes and guided me to the front door, instructing me to wait for Xinxin and Jiji on the street so we could all head to Souptown together. At 5, when everyone had arrived, we set off for the high-speed train station. After everything was said, Lin Shui timidly asked, "Officer, does this count as a confession? Will I be sentenced to death?" My mother. In that moment, the emotions Lin Shui had concealed erupted, and she began to sob uncontrollably in the interrogation room. Lin Chong, having witnessed such scenes numerous times, felt a wave of sympathy. However, that did not excuse the crime committed. Chapter 12. Crucial fragments. Lin Chong's expression softened as he sighed lightly, saying, "Rest assured, the court will make a fair judgment based on the specifics of the situation. Voluntary surrender is a prerequisite for a confession. It refers to the act of turning oneself in before the crime is discovered or after it has been discovered, but before the suspect has been questioned or subjected to coercive measures." Since the DNA test results had not yet been obtained from last night, when they went to bring back Xin Bai Jiji, and Lin Shui late at night, all three had already been classified as key suspects and had been subjected to control measures. Lin Shui's situation could no longer be considered a confession. It could only be regarded as a positive attitude towards admitting guilt. Fortunately, Lin Shui had proactively admitted to the crime before the DNA results were available, which should greatly benefit her sentencing in the future. Lin Chong breathed a sigh of relief. This case was finally drawing to a close. Next, they only needed to await the DNA comparison results to confirm Lin Shui's involvement before handing the case over to the prosecuting authorities. Observing the emotionally shattered Lin Shui, Lin Chong attempted to comfort her. "You have a good friend. Before we discovered you, she confessed to killing Elchin. If we hadn't found evidence of a third person at the scene, the case might have already been closed." "No, it wasn't Xiaoling. It was me. I killed Elchin." Lin Shui halted her, weeping, stammering, "I was worried that Xiaoling wouldn't be able to handle the scene, so I secretly hid a piece of the broken vase." "What?" Lin Chong's eyes widened as he recalled Gao Fei's mention of a missing piece of the vase. It turned out that this missing fragment was with Lin Shui. If it truly was Lin Shui who had taken it, and the fragment was a piece of the murder weapon bearing her fingerprints, combined with her own confession, this would constitute crucial evidence in the case. If the hair comparison matched Lin Shui's DNA, it could be said that the evidence was sufficient. Yes, at that time, Xiaoling said she had a way to deceive everyone, but I was worried she might trick me into taking the blame, so I secretly concealed a piece of the fragment. "Where is the fragment?" "I placed it beneath the washing machine in my home." "You did well." Lin Chong immediately affirmed, "You saved Xiaoling and redeemed yourself." After saying this, Lin Chong exited the interrogation room, slightly blushing as he looked at his colleagues outside, awkwardly chuckling a couple of times. Initially, he had dismissed the missing piece of the vase, never expecting it to become the most critical piece of evidence. If what Lin Shui said was true, then the fragment would bear Elchin's blood and Lin Shui's fingerprints. As long as they compared it with Elchin's wounds, it would irrefutably prove that Lin Shui was the true murderer. From the integrity of the evidence to the rigor of the logic, everything would fall into place seamlessly. To alleviate his internal embarrassment, Lin Chong quickly adjusted his demeanor and began assigning tasks. Who will go to Lin Shui's house to search for the vase fragment based on the information she provided? Additionally, another team should visit Elchin's home to see if they can extract Lin Shui's fingerprints from the bedroom as supplementary evidence. After delegating the tasks, Lin Chong returned to Xiaoling's interrogation room. Although the evidence from Lin Shui was already sufficient, if Xiaoling could admit her involvement, it would greatly aid the case. After all, no case ever suffers from an excess of evidence. Lin Chong sat opposite Xiaoling, a mix of emotions swirling within him. It is often said that during interrogations, suspects face a prisoner's dilemma, where two suspects held separately tend to shift the blame onto each other. However, in this case, the sisters did the opposite, choosing to shoulder the blame themselves. Lin Chong shook his head and softly said, "Xiaoling, we have already grasped all the facts of the crime. Now please tell us everything you know truthfully." Xiaoling hung her head, responding in a flat tone. "I already admitted that I killed Elchin. What else do you want to know? We want to know who is worth your protection?" "No, no one. It was me who killed him." A flicker of panic crossed Xiaoling's eyes, but she quickly composed herself, repeatedly asserting that she was the murderer. "No? Then why did the surveillance footage from your neighborhood show Lin Shui arriving at 4 o'clock? "No, it wasn't her. She never came to my house. Maybe she came early that day. I didn't know, but she never visited my house." In that moment, Xiaoling was still intent on protecting Lin Shui, adamantly insisting that Lin Shui had never come to her home. After the incident, she didn't offer Lin Shui any excuses, confident that her series of actions, coupled with her own confession, would allow her to take the blame. She could not bear to imagine the consequences if Lin Shui were truly apprehended, particularly regarding her mother. However, the current situation indicated that the police had seemingly discovered Lin Shui's presence at the crime scene, leaving Xiaoling with no choice but to repeatedly declare that she alone had killed Elchin. Xie Xiaoling, I must remind you that your actions constitute shielding a criminal, which will affect the sentencing for the real murderer. If you can confess, it would benefit both her and you. If you both end up in jail, what will happen to the person she cares about most? Lin Chong continued to persuade, knowing that under normal circumstances, he would not easily disclose the information he possessed to suspects. However, this situation was unique. He hoped Xie Xiaoling would understand that her protective behavior would not genuinely assist Lin Shui, but rather could lead to more severe consequences. Indeed, upon hearing the implications in Lin Chong's words, Xie Xiaoling slowly lifted her head. Did she say something? The corners of Xie Xiaoling's mouth twitched slightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The evidence Lin Shui spoke of had yet to be verified, so Lin Chong could not reveal this to Xie Xiaoling. He merely reiterated, Xie Xiaoling, I urge you to tell us everything you know, or it could truly affect the actual murderer behind you. Gritting her teeth, Xie Xiaoling engaged in a fierce internal struggle. She could devise methods for handling the scene and disposing of the weapon, yet she lacked enough knowledge regarding police interrogations. In the drama she usually watched, she had seen the police employ various tactics during interrogations, blurring the lines between truth and deception, making it difficult to discern, leading to mistakes. At this moment, she could not tell whether Lin Chong's words were genuine or merely a scare tactic. But she dared not gamble. Lin Chong, observing Xie Xiaoling's continued defiance, felt a surge of frustration. He slammed his hand on the table with a resounding clap, startling the note-taker beside him, causing their pen to clatter to the ground. Xie Xiaoling, do you truly believe that your actions will allow her to evade justice? Your so-called tricks, which you consider clever, have already been unraveled by us. Do you believe we cannot uncover the perpetrator behind your actions? Have you ever considered that she might fear you taking the blame, thus leaving behind crucial evidence? This statement struck Xie Xiaoling like a thunderclap, abruptly awakening her to the reality of the situation. Indeed, she was all too familiar with Lin Shui's character. If her protection truly resulted in harm to Lin Shui, she shook her head vigorously, sighed deeply, and turned to Lin Chong, slowly articulating, if I speak out, will it genuinely aid her? Of course. Otherwise, it would be challenging to eliminate the possibility that you were coerced by the murderer into taking the blame. After all, logically speaking, who would willingly shoulder the burden of another's crime? Lin Chong perceptively sensed a shift in Xie Xiaoling's stance and quickly provided a patient explanation, hoping to encourage her to reveal the truth before the police gathered more evidence. All right, I will speak. Xie Xiaoling seemed like a deflated balloon, her energy dissipating as she recounted the events of the 24th. Lin Chong listened intently to her testimony, which aligned with what Lin Shui had stated, and he secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. With the testimonies of both Xie Xiaoling and Lin Shui, along with the shattered vase fragments and the DNA comparison of the hair, the evidence chain for this case was now complete. What will you do with Shui? The bond between these two friends was profound. Even at this moment, Xie Xiaoling remained preoccupied with Lin Shui's well-being, showing no concern for her own predicament. We will duly record your voluntary confession, Lin Chong stated as he rose to stretch, adding softly, if you could provide evidence of LV Chen's domestic abuse, it would significantly aid in the handling of this case. Ultimately, the court will determine the final verdict, and I trust it will deliver a just resolution. 3 days later, the hair comparison results from the robotic vacuum revealed it was indeed Lin Shui's. With a complete chain of evidence and a confession from the suspect, the team compiled all materials for submission to the judicial authorities. Shi Xinxin and Bai Jiji approached to bid farewell to Lin Shui and Xie Xiaoling. Shui, do not worry. We will take good care of her. Do not fret too much. We are in contact with lawyers to gather evidence of domestic abuse. I believe the judge will render a fair verdict. Jiji and I will wait for you outside. When you emerge, we will still be the best of friends. With that, the 4 girls embraced tightly, tears streaming down their faces. Zhou Ran, lost in thought, fixated on a line of glowing text in his mind. Congratulations, user, for successfully solving the case through your own acumen, advancing to LV1, and earning the title of Emerging Investigator, with a reward of 5 truth predictions. Zhou Ran beamed with joy. With the truth predictions at his disposal, he could rely on the system to swiftly resolve future cases, just like this one, which took less than a day from the moment of reporting to resolution, earning commendations from higher authorities for the entire team. Such accolades would be recorded, and a comprehensive evaluation would take place among the various district teams, with the final results tied to next year's funding. As a pivotal figure in this investigation, he garnered unanimous recognition from his peers. Although the case unfolded swiftly, it was strenuous, and the team was fatigued from working late nights. To alleviate the tension, Xiang Jie planned a weekend team-building retreat to the surrounding area for some relaxation. This weekend, we shall head to Qingshan Lake for team building. Qingshan Lake. Upon hearing this, Lin Chang's interest peaked, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The fish there are exceptionally fresh. Indeed, it's not a tourist spot, so there are plenty of fish. Haha. Let's have a fishing competition and see who catches the most. Xiang Jie laughed heartily, agreed. I haven't fished in ages. As the group chatted, a young woman peeked into the office. Dressed in a pink leisure sweatshirt and a knee-length denim skirt, her slender legs were delicately wrapped in sheer black stockings, barely visible. Everyone immediately perked up, rising from their seats to fix their attire and tousle their hair, eager to present their best selves. Excuse me, is Zhou Ran here? The office staff paused briefly before pointing towards Zhou Ran's desk. Zhou Ran, this young lady is looking for you. Who is she? Quick, introduce her. Zhou Ran scratched the back of his head, chuckling. Oh, she lost her wallet and phone on the 25th, and I helped her retrieve them. Everyone was at the scene that day, so they didn't TC. Shootington clasped her hands together, nodding towards the others in the office with a warm smile. Hello everyone, I'm Chu Tingting. I came to express my gratitude to Zhou Ran today. Oh wow, Zhou Ran, someone has come to thank you. Yin Tao led the teasing, and the others joined in, wearing amused smiles as they entered gossip mode. You didn't need to come all this way to thank me. It's my duty. Well, Chu Tingting pouted, her expression inviting a playful pinch. Lin Chang observed Chu Tingting and then Zhou Ran, sensing a strong match, and switched to matchmaking mode. Chu Tingting, how about you join us for team building this weekend? Zhou Ran can show you around. As Zhou Ran's mentor, he understood the unique nature of a criminal investigator's life. If special opportunities didn't arise, one would be surrounded by older male colleagues all day, and the prospect of finding a life partner seemed distant, certainly not something to let drag on into becoming a greasy uncle. Thus, he seized the moment while the young lady harbored feelings for Zhou Ran, eager to facilitate their connection. Great. I just arrived in Guangtian and haven't explored much. Perfect. Let us finalize this. Add Zhou Ran on WeChat, and he can come pick you up. Absolutely. Chu Tingting nodded vigorously, pulling out her phone to approach Zhou Ran. Zhou Ran, let me add you on WeChat. Simultaneously, she discreetly gave Lin Chang a thumbs up from behind her back. Lin Chang smiled subtly, internally celebrating. This is a sure thing. I shipped this couple. On the weekend, 4 cars arrived near Qingshan Lake, and a dozen people disembarked. The air was fragrant with the scent of grass, fresh and invigorating. Following the previous night's rain, they set up barbecue grills, moved chairs, pitched tents, and connected power sources, each person engrossed in their tasks. Lin Chang retrieved a fishing rod from the trunk, declaring, Xiang Jie, today I shall catch more fish than you. When have you ever beaten me? I wouldn't mind if you caught 2 pounds. Zhou Ran, let us go join the others in setting up the tent. Chu Tingting pulled Zhou Ran toward the tent assembly group. The colleagues erecting the tents, witnessing Chu Tingting and Zhou Ran holding hands, felt 1,000 emotional blows. Seriously? We came for team building, not to be force-fed dog food. Are today as beautiful girls this forward? They touched their faces and shook their heads. It's not the girls being forward. It's Zhou Ran who is quite handsome. Having just graduated, Zhou Ran was in peak physical condition. Not yet burdened by the toll of poor eating habits or stress, maintaining his youthful charm. The tent builders, realizing this, discreetly retreated, fetching additional tents to distance themselves from Zhou Ran and Chu Tingting. Chu Tingting radiated a sunny smile, appreciating her colleagues for creating opportunities, and thought to herself how she should express her gratitude to everyone later. Stealing a glance at Zhou Ran, she noticed his brow furrowed tightly. He doesn't find me bothersome, does he? I thought boys in this country like proactive girls. Chu Tingting pondered silently before inquiring, Zhou Ran, what is it? Zhou Ran pointed to a tire mark on the ground. It had rained heavily the previous afternoon, so how could there be a tire imprint here? Perhaps someone had passed by, or it was left from before. Chu Tingting dismissed it, attributing it to Zhou Ran's professional instincts, and casually speculated. Zhou Ran shook his head, rejecting her notion. No, the rain yesterday was quite heavy. Such marks should have been washed away. Therefore, this tire imprint must have been made after the rain. We arrived here quite early and saw no one on our way, so it is improbable that it was left this morning. Most likely, someone came by last night. But what could they have been doing here at such a late hour? Fishing, perhaps? He had heard that many anglers preferred to fish at night, as the cooler temperatures and increased dissolved oxygen levels in the water would encourage fish to forage in shallower areas. Moreover, many fish species are nocturnal, making night fishing significantly more fruitful. As Zhou Ran contemplated this, he soon realized something was amiss. The tire marks were leading towards the lake. Chapter 14. The Submerged Lake Case. Zhou Ran furrowed his brow, a nagging thought creeping into his mind. Could he have stumbled upon a case? Had he inherited Conan's instinct? Although reluctant to admit it, the gravity of the situation compelled him to confirm his suspicions. Chu Tingting, stay right here. I will check over there. Seeing Zhou Ran's serious expression, Chu Tingting could only nod in response, unsure of what he was contemplating. Zhou Ran crouched down, carefully following the line of tire tracks, advancing cautiously until he reached the edge of the lake. Beyond that point lay the water. Who would drive their car into a lake? He needed to investigate the depths. But he couldn't swim. Who could he ask for help? Scanning the area, he heard Lin Chong's hearty laughter and approached. Master, could you come here? I need your assistance with something. Ah, are you asking me to be your wingman? Fear not, I have got your back. Lin Chong thumped his chest confidently, then turned to Xiang Jie. Xiang, my apprentice seeks my wisdom on romance. Allow me a moment, and I shall return to the fray. Lin Chong led Zhou Ran aside, a curious smile on his face. Speak, how can I assist you? Zhou Ran gestured towards the water's edge. Master, can you swim? Of course. I am like a dragon in the waves. Lin Chong replied, an understanding look crossing his face. Oh, you rascal, are you planning to take someone for a swim? No. Master, I need you to check beneath the water. Huh. Lin Chong was puzzled. What was his apprentice up to? Asking him to jump into the lake for a romantic endeavor? Are you joking? Zhou Ran shot Lin Chong an exasperated glance. I may have discovered something significant. He pointed to the tire marks on the ground and leaned in to share his analysis. The smile on Lin Chong's face faded, replaced by a serious demeanor. How confident are you? That's precisely why I called you. All right, I will take a look. Lin Chong replied. If not, you better brace yourself. With a splash, he dove into the lake. Nearby, Xiang Jie leaned forward, pushing his sunglasses down, exclaiming, are young people this intense nowadays? Forcing their mentor to jump into a lake. Is this some sort of heroic rescue? Could a young lady truly appreciate such antics? The colleagues who had been observing Zhou Ran and Chu Tingting were now dumbfounded. What was happening? Shouldn't Zhou Ran be merrily setting up a tent with Chu Tingting? How did Lin Chong end up jumping into the lake? Zhou Ran, is your master all right? He's fine. He just said he wanted some fish. On the other side, Chu Tingting felt an unsettling sensation as she watched the scene unfold. Although her time with Zhou Ran had been brief, she could sense he was a mature and composed gentleman, unlikely to act without reason. If he had sent Lin Chong into the lake, it must indicate he had discovered something. Chu Tingting's gaze shifted to the faint tire marks on the ground, her eyes widening slightly. Could it be? Moments later, Lin Chong surfaced, nodding at Zhou Ran before hastily making his way to Xiang Jie. So, this is the romantic advice you wanted to share? Something's gone wrong, Xiang. There's a submerged car in the lake, and there's a body inside. What? Xiang Jie exclaimed, shocked. He could not fathom that a mere team-building outing would lead to such a submerged lake case. What incredible luck was this? They had just solved a family murder case and now faced yet another tragedy. Old Lin, how did you find out? Before he could finish, Xiang Jie glanced at Zhou Ran and understood Lin Chong's sudden plunge into the lake. Indeed, Zhou Ran had noticed the tire marks leading directly to the water. But being unable to swim, he had asked Lin Chang to investigate. Your apprentice is quite impressive. He's a promising candidate for criminal investigation. Xiang Jie praised Lin Chong. Then continued, Old Lin, contact the recovery team and summon the forensic team and technicians. I'll report to the leadership immediately. Good. Lin Chong nodded, calling out to the group. Everyone, cease your activities and listen up. Zhou Ran discovered something unusual at the lake bottom, and I went down to investigate. I found a car down there with a body inside. What? The crowd was incredulous. Who could have imagined that a randomly selected team-building location would lead to a submerged lake case? Everyone, do not disturb the scene, minimize movement. I'll notify the team to hurry over. Since this outing was meant for leisure, no investigative tools had been brought, making it impossible to effectively secure the scene. The only course of action was to maintain the site as it was, avoiding any unnecessary disturbances. An hour later, the forensic and technical teams arrived at the scene. They quickly set up a perimeter with caution tape and laid down wooden boards to prevent damage to the evidence. Xiang, what is the situation? Yongwen observed the scene, noting the stark contrast between a picturesque autumn outing and a crime scene. Has the outer road been sealed off? It has, with a few colleagues on guard. Over here. Let's recover the vehicle once the team arrives. As they spoke, The recovery team arrived, a bright yellow recovery vehicle parked at the shore. Soon, a massive hydraulic arm was raised high, with two sturdy steel cables lowered into the water. With a splash, two workers clad in deep blue diving suits plunged into the depths. Moments later, the staff on shore relayed from underwater. The cables are secured to the front and rear axles, and the locks are engaged. We can begin the ascent. As soon as the words were spoken, the team pressed the activation button. The recovery machine emitted a deep rumble as the hydraulic system engaged, gradually tightening the cables and lifting the submerged vehicle. Ripples danced across the water's surface as a shadow began to emerge, becoming clearer, an automobile, black in hue. Before long, the car, previously resting at the bottom of the lake, was successfully retrieved and gently placed upon the prepared ground. The vehicle, drenched and dripping with water droplets, bore remnants of mud from the lakebed and several strands of aquatic plants. The recovery team approached, deftly dismantling the steel cables and locks, before signaling with a gesture and exclaiming, "It's ready." Xiang Jie glanced at Yongwen, indicating for him to conduct a preliminary examination while instructing his colleagues in the technical department to search the exterior and interior of the car for any potential clues. Yongwen removed his mask and stepped beside Xiang Jie, asserting that the preliminary conclusion regarding the cause of death was drowning, with no visible signs of injury on the victim's body. "Can we ascertain the time of death?" he inquired. "For now, we can only make a rough estimate. The death likely occurred between yesterday afternoon and evening. To establish an accurate time, we must return to the station for further examination." At that moment, Zhou Ran approached and remarked, "The time of death should be in the evening." Chapter 15. The unresentful Yang Wen-o. "Zhou Ran, what is your perspective?" Zhou Ran replied, "It rained continuously yesterday afternoon. I just checked the weather. The rain here ceased around 7 p.m. last night. If the victim had died before the rain, there would be no tire tracks left on the ground, as they would have been washed away. Therefore, the car must have arrived after the rain stopped, which explains the tire marks." Yang Wen nodded in agreement as Zhou Ran presented a coherent analysis, acknowledging that this was indeed the Zhou Ran who had recently solved a domestic homicide case. "Impressive deduction," Yang Wen affirmed. "Can you ascertain whether it was murder or suicide?" Yang Wen shook his head, stating, "From the condition of the body, I require further examination to reach a conclusion. However, I lean more towards murder." Xiang Jie felt a tightening in his chest and pressed further. "What leads you to that conclusion?" As a seasoned forensic expert, Yang Wen's judgments were typically reliable, leading Xiang Jie to suspect that this was likely another homicide. The absence of apparent struggle marks and the victim's calm demeanor were illogical. Typically, a person would panic when submerged in water rather than remain composed. Even in a suicide, the instinct for self-preservation would trigger a reaction, indicating that the victim's state while sinking into the lake was anything but ordinary. "Understood. Please transport the body back to the station for testing as soon as possible. I hope to receive definitive conclusions swiftly." Of course, after issuing his instructions, Xiang Jie approached the vehicle and inquired, "Have we confirmed the victim's identity?" The others quickly stepped aside, allowing Xiang Jie to examine closely. Lin Chong responded, "We have verified the driver's license and vehicle registration. The deceased is Wang Yongkong, and his appearance matches. However, for safety's sake, we should also check the ID and fingerprint information. Is there anything of value found at the scene?" Lin Chong continued. "There was a fishing rod in the trunk, but aside from the tire tracks discovered by Zhou Ran, no other traces were found. No fingerprints or footprints have been detected. If it were indeed murder, the assailant was remarkably cautious." Lin Chong emphasized Zhou Ran's discovery, reminding Xiang Jie that this critical lead was Zhou Ran's contribution. In the workplace, what one does is less important than ensuring that leadership is aware of one's contributions. Otherwise, promotion becomes challenging, much like Lin Chong, who had diligently worked for over a decade yet remained merely a team leader. By the time he understood this truth, it was too late. Now, with such a promising apprentice, he was determined not to let Zhou Ran repeat his own mistakes. From a different perspective, if Zhou Ran's career flourished, he too would benefit. As the team leader, Xiang Jie grasped Lin Chong's underlying message and extended his hand, asking, "Zhou Ran, what is your take on this case?" Zhou Ran hesitated slightly, feeling a bit awkward about potentially overshadowing a colleague. Noticing his mentor's encouraging nod, he relaxed and responded, "The vehicle is in neutral, and the victim was seated in the driver's position. According to forensic expert Yang, if it were murder, the assailant must have driven here, exited the car, and placed the victim in the driver's seat before pushing the vehicle into the lake. However, We have thoroughly searched the scene and found only tire tracks with no suspicious footprints, suggesting the assailant likely pushed the car from the asphalt road. Approximately 10 meters from the lake. Zhou Ran gestured towards the asphalt road leading to the lake. As for the rest, I cannot provide further insights. This was Zhou Ran's analysis based on current observations and thoughts. As for why Zhou Ran did not utilize system prompts, it was not due to reluctance, but rather an inability to do so. The system's prompts could only be activated after gathering all pertinent information regarding the individuals involved in the case. The previous case had benefited from a newly awakened privilege, but such opportunities would not arise again. With the basic details of the case still unclear, he was unable to utilize the system. Xiang Jie nodded, turning to Lin Chong. Make sure to guide him well. He then shifted the conversation. We should also make good use of available resources, such as surveillance cameras. Have we checked for nearby camera feeds? Lin Chong paused before responding. We have confirmed that there are no cameras in this vicinity, including the main roads. This area is suburban, with few residents, and surveillance only begins past Jinma Road. There are countless roads leading here without monitoring, making it a daunting task to retrieve footage, and it would be difficult to capture the assailant. Xiang Jie felt a flicker of disappointment. He had confidently proposed utilizing surveillance, but reality had swiftly contradicted him. Very well. Let us first investigate the victim's background and await the forensic report to confirm the cause and time of death before making further judgments. As the sun ascended to its zenith, smoke wafted from the cafeteria, carrying with it an enticing aroma. Typically, this time would see the team members rushing to the cafeteria, marking the happiest moment of the day for hard-working individuals who, after a busy morning, would not neglect their appetites. However, today, the station was bustling with activity in the corridors, yet no one hurried from the courtyard to the cafeteria. Inside the forensic room, Zhou Ran followed Lin Chong. Inquiring about the latest developments, Yang Wen handed Lin Chong several documents, freshly prepared. What more do you need from me? Just tell me directly. Lin Chong chuckled, clapping Yang Wen on the shoulder. What do you wish to eat for lunch? My treat. Well, I've been craving fried chicken for ages. No problem. Yang Wen approached the autopsy table, his expression calm as he stated, the deceased, Wang Yongkong, died from drowning. We found frothy water in his lungs, a typical characteristic of drowning. Additionally, we discovered green algae in his lungs, identical to the algae observed in Qishan Lake. Furthermore, we analyzed the water from the victim's lungs against the lake's water quality, confirming that he drowned in the waters of Qishan Lake. We also detected traces of sleeping pills in the victim's system, leading us to deduce that he was sedated before being transported to Qingshan Lake and subsequently murdered. What about the time of death? Lin Chong asked eagerly. Why the rush? I was just about to explain, Yang Wen replied. The estimated time of death falls between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. yesterday. Zhou Ran hesitated momentarily before raising his right hand. Zhou Ran, feel free to ask any questions. This is not a classroom, Yang Wen encouraged. I would like to inquire if the time of death could be affected by the lake water, leading to discrepancies. Yang Wen's expression darkened slightly. He thought Zhou Ran was being rather blunt, almost undermining his authority. Nonetheless, he understood that a recent graduate might not grasp the nuances yet. Yang Wen, unconcerned, explained, the last incident was an accident. No one informed me about the impact of the air conditioning. Once I understood the information regarding the air conditioning, did I not promptly update the time of death? The time frame of 6 to 9 o'clock was indeed influenced by the seasonal conditions of the lake on the body. Otherwise, I could have been more precise. Unless, Yang Wen deliberately paused, creating suspense for Lin Chong and Zhou Ran to inquire further. Unless what? Zhou Ran asked. Unless the time of death has been tampered with, and you failed to notice it at the scene. Otherwise, my judgment would undoubtedly be correct. A slight smile crept onto Yang Wen's lips, feeling as though he had gained the upper hand. He was not one to hold grudges, as he believed in settling scores immediately. Thank you, Forensic Dr. Yang. If there are any new discoveries at the scene, we will keep you updated, Zhou Ran replied politely. Zhou Ran's response left Yang Wen feeling as though he had struck a blow against a pillow, and he sighed in resignation. Observing this, Lin Chong chuckled softly to himself before continuing with his analysis. Based on yesterday's rainfall, the vehicle entered after the rain had ceased. So we can further narrow down the time of death to between 7 and 9 o'clock. Zhou Ran agreed. Indeed. Otherwise, the tire tracks would have been washed away by the rain. Chapter 16. Divided investigations in the brightly lit conference room of the police department. Everyone gathered to share the latest information regarding the case. The murderer was exceedingly cautious. No traces were left in the vehicle. making it impossible to ascertain their identity at present. We have investigated the deceased, Wang Yongkang. He was a local resident living in Hongkou Town, Baiyang District, approximately 10 kilometers from Qingshan Lake. It is a remote suburb with very few inhabitants, a colleague added promptly. Wang Yongkang was quite wealthy, with assets in the millions. Last year, he purchased a house in Baiyang District and had been living there since. He had minimal social interactions and no children. There was only one cleaner, Li Xiuhua, who visited his home every Monday to Friday afternoon for cleaning duties before leaving. Lin Chong inquired, such wealth, yet no children? I don't know. Perhaps he has some illness? Does he have any other relatives? Yes, but only one nephew, Wang Wenjie, lives locally. Xiang Jie looked up, scanning the room. Is there any additional social information? None. The group replied. Yang Wen, please report the autopsy results. Yang Wen cleared his throat. The deceased, Wang Yongkang, died from drowning. Green algae found in his lungs originated from Qingshan Lake, confirming it as the site of death. Considering the lake's effect on the body, the time of death can only be narrowed down to between 6 and 9 o'clock last night. However, since it rained at Qingshan Lake until 7 o'clock, we can further refine the time of death to between 7 and 9. Additionally, we detected traces of sleeping pills in the deceased's system. Given that he did not struggle while drowning, it can be inferred that he was in a deep sleep prior to the incident. So, this is a homicide? Indeed. After taking sleeping pills, the deceased would have been incapable of driving to Qingshan Lake, 10 kilometers away. Xiang Jie furrowed his brow. Although he had mentally prepared himself for a murder case, hearing the news still caused a jolt within him. After all, 2 murders had occurred in his jurisdiction within just 1 week. However, if they could solve this case as swiftly as the previous one, not only would he remain unscathed, but he might also receive accolades. Conversely, failing to solve it would put him in jeopardy. With this thought, Xiang Jie's expression grew serious as he clapped his hands to gather everyone's attention. Now that we understand the current situation, we will divide into 3 groups. One group will accompany Lin Chong to Wang Yongkang's residence to search for clues. The other 2 groups will question his nephew, Wang Wenjie, and the cleaner, Li Xiuhua, respectively. Let us work diligently tonight. We may have to burn the midnight oil. We must strive to solve this case within 3 days, otherwise, the occurrence of 2 murders in succession will cast doubt on our competence. After an hour's drive, Lin Chong and Zhou Ran arrived at the foot of Wang Yongkang's residence. Indeed, it was at the foot of a small hill. Wang Yongkang had purchased a small hillside. His residence was perched atop this hill, with a clear stream flowing right in front of his door and a quaint wooden bridge to the right. Was this the so-called reclusive lifestyle? If I could live like this, I would gladly accept 20 million. Wang Yu couldn't help but exclaim, as the opulence of the residence exceeded their expectations. You want to have your cake and eat it too. Lin Chong playfully chided him. They parked the car and walked along a winding path, crossed the small wooden bridge, and arrived at the entrance of the residence. The door stood ajar, and they noticed someone watering the plants with a watering can, the droplets creating a splendid rainbow in the air. Could it be that the murderer had returned? Lin Chong's expression shifted. Instinctively, he gestured for Zhou Ran and Wang Yu to flank the sides and approach cautiously to prevent anyone inside from escaping. However, he soon recognized the individual and quietly remarked, "No need. It's Wang Yongkang's nephew, Wang Wenjie." Upon hearing the commotion at the door, Wang Wenjie called out, "Who is it?" "We are from the Guangtian investigation team, here to gather some information." "And you are?" Lin Chong introduced himself candidly, revealing no hint of information while keenly observing Wang Wenjie's expression. Wang Wenjie appeared surprised. "I'm Wang Wenjie, the deceased's nephew. What has happened? What brings you here?" "I had arranged to go fishing with my uncle yesterday afternoon." "Did you visit yesterday?" "Yes. I caught a few fish and intended to share them with him, but he insisted on eating only what he caught, so I invited him to fish today instead. However, when I arrived, I found my uncle was not home, so I waited here for him." Wang Wenjie spoke calmly, seemingly oblivious to the news of Wang Yongkang's death. Such a demeanor stirred doubt within Lin Chang and Zhou Ran. Wang Wenjie's prior statement about visiting yesterday heightened their alertness. Yet his current calmness did not resemble that of a murderer. After all, it would be exceedingly difficult for someone to remain so composed and nonchalant before the police, answering questions with ease after committing murder. "What time did you arrive yesterday, and when did you leave?" Lin Chong continued to interrogate, undeterred by Wang Wenjie's demeanor. "Is something wrong with my uncle?" A concerned expression crossed Wang Wenjie's face. "What has happened to him? Please answer my questions first." "I arrived at my uncle's house around 4 o'clock after fishing. I cleaned the fish and cooked, staying busy until about 5:30. After finishing dinner and tidying up, I left around 6 o'clock. Officer, what has happened to my uncle? Wang Wenjie asked anxiously, sensing the gravity of the situation from Lin Chang's serious tone. Learning that Wang Wenjie had departed around 6 o'clock did not align with their estimated time of death between 7 and 9 o'clock, leading Lin Chang to largely dismiss Wang Wenjie's suspicion. In hindsight, it made sense. If Wang Wenjie were indeed the murderer, how could he openly admit to having seen the deceased before the police? Such an act would require immense psychological fortitude. After considering this, Lin Chang slowly stated, "Your uncle, Wang Yongkong, drowned yesterday at Qingshan Lake." "What? My uncle?" Wang Wenjie exclaimed in shock, pressing further, "Where did he drown?" "Officer, please tell me what happened. He is my only relative." Wang Wenjie's expression was one of agitation as he tightly grasped Lin Chang's arm, shaking it in desperation for an answer. "Wang Yongkong drowned yesterday near Qingshan Lake. We are here today to see if we can find any clues that might assist in solving the case." With a clatter, the water bottle in Wang Wenjie's hand fell to the ground. His demeanor instantly shifted to one of desolation, seemingly unable to accept this harsh reality. "Mr. Wang Wenjie, did you notice anything unusual when you visited yesterday?" "No, everything was quite normal." "Did your uncle live here alone?" "Yes, he preferred solitude, rarely allowing anyone to disturb him, except for the cleaning lady who has been with him for many years." "Did Wang Yongkong mention any plans to go somewhere yesterday?" "No." Wang Wenjie shook his head. Confusion etched on his face. Lin Chang, unable to extract any valuable information from Wang Wenjie, could only shake his head in frustration and stepped into the residential area to search meticulously, hoping to uncover some trace. However, to be candid, he harbored little hope. For the crime scene was at Qingshan Lake, and this was merely Wang Yongkong's residence, making it unlikely to yield direct evidence related to the case. Chapter 17. Surveillance. As Lin Chang entered the house, he observed a custom-made leather sofa in the center of the living room, devoid of any wrinkles or indentations. To the left was the dining area, featuring a large walnut dining table prominently displayed in the center. The tabletop gleamed with cleanliness, not a speck of dust in sight. "Didn't you come here to cook fish yesterday? Why is the table so spotless?" Wang Wenjie looked up, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I tidied up yesterday, otherwise the cleaning lady would have scolded me when she came on Monday." With a quaver in his voice, Wang Wenjie added, "If I had known, I would have insisted that my uncle try the fish I prepared." "When does the cleaning lady come?" "Every afternoon from Monday to Friday." "She didn't come yesterday?" "Not while I was here." Lin Chang circled the house, noting the vastness of the wealthy man's abode. Yet he found it peculiar that such a large house and yard lacked any surveillance cameras. He inquired, "Aren't there any cameras installed?" "Wouldn't it be safer for your uncle to have one since he lives alone?" "No cameras. My uncle came here to live in seclusion to escape the turmoil and electronic surveillance of the world, so he opted not to install any. Furthermore, his finances are managed through a bank, with suppliers delivering food and drinks monthly. He hardly ever sees cash. He has almost forgotten what it looks like." Lin Chang shook his head helplessly. Although he had gathered a wealth of information since entering, none seemed useful, leaving him at a loss. At that moment, Zhou Ran stepped forward. "Where is the garage?" "Let us there." "Oh, it's at the back of the yard. Follow me." The group exited the house, following the gravel path to the backyard. The garage was located at the far northern end of the yard, directly opposite the main gate. Inside the garage stood a white sedan. Wang Wenjie said, "That's my car. I drove it here today." Continuing straight from the garage led to a street, where a small convenience store was situated across the road. The group circled the garage, finding no traces, and Lin Chang shook his head in disappointment. They made their way to the street, hoping to find surveillance in the vicinity, but predictably, there were none. "Are there really no cameras around here?" "No. My uncle disliked cameras. He always felt as though he was being watched. He spent considerable time selecting this secluded place, likely due to the absence of surveillance." "Oh wait," Wang Wenjie suddenly recalled, "the convenience store across the street has a camera. My uncle wanted them to remove it, but they insisted on keeping it for the store as security." "That is excellent." Lin Chang and the others perked up. As long as there was a camera, it might have captured something useful. However, Wang Wenjie's next statement swiftly extinguished their hopes. Though my uncle couldn't persuade them to remove it, he did manage to have them turn the camera away, pointing it inside the store. The glimmer of hope was thus snuffed out. "Let us still go check. Even if there is no surveillance, we can ask the cashier if anyone suspicious came by yesterday." Lin Chang led the others to the convenience store. Inside, the store spanned approximately 30 square meters, shelves stocked with snacks, grains, and various household items. Lin Chong displayed his identification and asked, "Are you the owner? Were you in the store yesterday?" "Yes, I'm the owner, and I was here all day yesterday." The middle-aged man appeared somewhat anxious upon seeing Lin Chong's credentials. "Did you notice any suspicious individuals visiting the house across the street? Wang Yongkong's place?" "Not really. I didn't pay much attention. Is something wrong?" Lin Chong nodded but refrained from responding. Zhou Ran observed the store, noting that while it was not small, its location seemed somewhat illogical from a consumer purchasing power perspective, appearing somewhat out of place. After all, a store needs to be conveniently located for customers. Otherwise, its sales would decline. Does this convenience store have many customers? Yes. There's a town 2 kilometers ahead. People come here to shop. Wouldn't it be better to set up in the town? There would be more people there, right? The owner scratched the back of his head, slightly embarrassed. There are more people there, but the purchasing power doesn't compare to here. The people across the street are affluent. Selling 1 pack of cigarettes or a bottle of liquor to them covers my expenses for half a month. The owner pointed to the display of cigarettes and alcohol. Zhou Ran glanced at the array of brands, many of which were unfamiliar to him. Yet, judging by the packaging alone, he understood they were far beyond the reach of ordinary consumers. The owner continued, "If I set up in the town and sold less profitable items, how could I compete with what's over there?" Zhou Ran nodded in agreement. Indeed, the wealthy could easily save a significant amount, which would be a substantial sum for ordinary people. He turned to observe the red-lit camera, following its gaze. The angle of the camera indeed wouldn't capture the garage across the street. However, soon a mirror on the shelf caught Zhou Ran's attention. He slowly approached the shelf, scanned it briefly, then looked back at the camera, a thought flashing through his mind. "Owner, may I view the footage from around 4 p.m. yesterday?" "Sure." The owner moved the mouse, accessed the surveillance system on his desktop, located the footage from 4 p.m., and turned the computer screen around, saying, "Here it is." Zhou Ran focused intently on the screen, observing the mirror on the shelf, a smile spreading across his face. The angle of this camera captured the reflection in the mirror, which in turn perfectly aligned with the view of Wang Yongkong's garage. Despite the image being slightly blurred due to the double reflection, it was still discernible whether a car had exited. This would allow them to ascertain the exact time Wang Yongkong's car left, thereby narrowing down the time of death. The computer screen revealed a white car entering the frame at 4 p.m., precisely matching Wang Wenjia's account of arriving at Wang Yongkong's back door around that time. Wang Wenjia was seen unloading a white plastic barrel from the trunk of his car, from which he took out 2 fish. Holding a fish in his left hand and the barrel in his right, he walked into his home. "Please retrieve the surveillance footage from yesterday between 4 p.m. and 9 p.m. I wish to review it. Only footage up to 8 p.m. is available. As I close the store at 8 p.m. 8 p.m. is acceptable. If Wang Yongkong's car departs before 8 p.m., his time of death can be pinpointed between 7 p.m. and 8 p.m. Conversely, if his car does not leave before 8 p.m., the time frame for his death shifts to between 8 p.m. and 9 p.m. After several minutes of scrutinizing the surveillance footage, Zhou Ran and his colleagues observed that Wang Wenjia's vehicle left at 6:20 p.m. Subsequently, until 8 p.m., Wang Yongkong's car remained stationary. Thus, it was concluded that Wang Yongkong's time of death was between 8 p.m. and 9 p.m. Chapter 18. The impossible once the surveillance video was copied. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, as the case had finally made substantial progress. If they continued along this path, they could potentially uncover crucial clues by investigating the remaining suspects' activities between 8 p.m. and 9 p.m. However, Zhou Ran's expression suddenly shifted, and he glanced at Lin Chong. Realizing they might have overlooked something, Wang Wenjia claimed he left around 6 p.m., and the footage indeed confirmed he departed at 6:20 p.m. But what if he returned at 8 p.m.? "Master, if Wang Wenjia returned at 8 p.m., then..." Lin Chong slapped his forehead, a look of regret washing over him. How could he have missed such a significant flaw? Upon reflection, it was not entirely fair to blame Lin Chong for his oversight. Before their investigation, they had specifically checked Wang Wenjia's residence, which was located in Dongping District, Wanhuaji. The drive from there to Wang Yongkong's home would take at least an hour and a half, meaning a round trip would consume 3 hours, well beyond the time frame of Wang Yongkong's death by 9 p.m. Thus, they had instinctively excluded Wang Wenjia from their list of prime suspects. Yet, Zhou Ran's reminder seemed to shed new light on the situation. What if Wang Wenjia had not gone home after he left, but instead waited until 8 p.m. when the convenience store owner departed, and then stealthily returned? "Let us go." Lin Chong exclaimed decisively, urging Zhou Ran and Wang Yu to follow him back. At that moment, he had reinstated Wang Wenjie as a primary suspect. No wonder Wang Wenjie had appeared so self-assured earlier, calmly admitting his presence at the crime scene. It seemed he had employed some subtle tactics to mislead their judgment. Now that they had seen through his ruse, they were eager to confront him. Upon returning to Wang Yongkong's residence, they found Wang Wenjie holding garden shears. Standing on a wooden stool, his expression blank and eyes vacant as he mechanically tended to the plants. Wang Wenjie, Lin Chong shouted, jolting him from his stupor. Please recount your whereabouts yesterday afternoon and evening. Wang Wenjie, taken aback, widened his eyes in surprise and questioned, Officer, what do you mean? Are you suspecting me of murdering my uncle? How could I do such a thing? He is my dear uncle. This is a necessary procedure. We request your cooperation. Zhou Ran interjected, stepping forward to patiently explain, this is also to protect you, especially since you had seen the deceased yesterday. Wang Wenjie stepped down from the stool, placing the shears aside with a sigh. Very well. I returned from fishing at Qingshan Lake around 4 p.m., intending to invite my uncle for dinner with the fish I caught. However, he expressed a preference for fish he had caught himself. So I arranged to go fishing with him this afternoon. When I arrived, I did not see my uncle and assumed he had stepped out. So I waited here until I encountered you. Speak of yesterday's events, Lin Chong urged. After my uncle declined the fish, I prepared and steamed the fish myself, finishing the cleanup around 6 p.m. before departing. What was your uncle doing during that time? I wasn't paying attention. I was busy cooking. However, around 6 p.m., my uncle mentioned he felt a bit tired and went to sleep. After I finished cleaning up, I left. Wang Wenjie's responses were coherent and devoid of any hesitation, his demeanor betraying no sign of distress. If his words were not veracious, it would suggest he had rehearsed them beforehand. What time did you return home? Lin Chong pressed further. Close to 8 p.m., but I did not enter the house. I parked my car and rode my e-bike to the commercial street. To the commercial street? For what purpose? Zhou Ran and Lin Chong, diligently recording the details, pondered the implications. Since Wang Wenjie was present, the other team investigating his movements must have missed something, so it was imperative for them to fulfill their responsibilities thoroughly. I went there to work as a driver. Wang Wenjie continued, but then hesitated, his expression darkening and his voice growing hoarse. I work as a designated driver there. Many restaurant owners eat in that area. Designated driver? Lin Chong inquired, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Based on their investigation, Wang Wenjie held a minor leadership position in Wang Yongkong's company, earning an annual salary of at least 300,000 yuan. While this was not comparable to his uncle's income, it was still a respectable wage. How had he fallen to the point of working as a designated driver at night? Wang Wenjie sighed deeply, as if anticipating Lin Chong's reaction, and offered a wry smile as he explained, in these times, two things are best avoided, marriage and illness. I married last year, purchased a home and a car, and spent all my savings on the 300,000 yuan bride price. I thought I could recoup some of it post-marriage, but my in-laws shut the door on me, denying me entry. My life plunged into a harsh winter. I could endure this, as I had married a wife, and I believed that with my abilities, I could manage daily expenses. I thought I could save money after this rough patch. However, I underestimated the burden of the mortgage. I will face enormous pressure over the next decade. After paying the mortgage and car loan, our family is left with only 5,000 yuan for living expenses. To make matters worse, my wife was diagnosed with cancer this year, and her monthly medical expenses amount to 3,500 yuan. Wang Wenjie's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he struggled to continue. Lin Chong cleared his throat. We empathize with your plight, but let us stay on topic. So, you were running designated driver services all night yesterday? Yes. I have records of my trips. We need to verify this. Please provide them. Wang Wenjie retrieved his phone and handed it to Lin Chong. This is the record of my designated driving trips from last night. Lin Chong examined the phone Wang Wenjie had offered, which contained designated driver logs spanning 3 months, all detailing nightly activities. The previous evening, Wang Wenjie began accepting orders at 8 p.m. The first order was from Huaguang Restaurant in Dongping District Commercial Street, with a time frame from 8:02 p.m. to 8:40 p.m. The second order took him from Xiamaz and back to Wanhuaji in Dongping District, from 9:20 p.m. to 10:05 p.m. He continued to accept additional orders until he returned home at 2 a.m. After documenting the details, Lin Chong returned the phone to Wang Wenjie and pulled Zhou Ran and Wang Yu aside, stating, I just calculated. There was a full 40 minutes between Wang Wenjia's first and second orders. Moreover, the first order's location just happens to be in Baiyang district. Hurry, let us examine the distance and time to calculate whether Wang Wenjia could have returned to Wang Yongkang's residence to commit the crime between the conclusion of the first ride and the commencement of the second. As Lin Chang scrutinized Wang Wenjia's ride-hailing records, a calculation began to form in his mind. If Wang Wenjia murdered Wang Yongkang between 8 and 9 o'clock, it could only have occurred within the 40-minute interval between the two rides. Soon, Zhou Ran and his companion concluded their calculations and shook their heads. Master, the calculations indicate that it is impossible for Wang Wenjia to have committed the crime during the gap between the first and second rides. Chapter 19. The impossibility of 8 to 9 o'clock. How can it be impossible? Lin Chang inquired. Master, the distance from Yuanshan town in Baiyang district to Wang Yongkang's home in Hongkou town is 8 kilometers. After completing the first ride, Wang Wenjia would need to ride his electric scooter, which would take at least 20 minutes. Zhou Ran explained while crouching down to sketch a simple route on the ground with a stone, attempting to visually represent the entire journey. After departing from Wang Yongkang's home to Qingshan Lake would require another 20 minutes, followed by a journey of 10 kilometers from Qingshan Lake to Xiama town, which would take an additional 25 minutes. Therefore, to traverse these three locations would require a minimum of 65 minutes. It is inconceivable that Wang Wenjia could arrive in Xiama town by 9:20, let alone commit a crime in between. Zhou Ran's analysis was lucid, and each time point was calculated with precision. What if Wang Wenjia confirmed the start of the ride earlier? Lin Chang posed his query. Ride-hailing services employ precise location tracking. Unlike food delivery, which allows for early confirmations if the delivery has not yet arrived. However, ride-hailing does not permit such flexibility. Moreover, I recently reviewed the ride-hailing information, and Wang Wenjia's pickup location matches the order's stated position. We based our calculations on the fastest speed of the electric scooter, Zhou Ran added. Gesturing to the dilapidated electric bike parked beside the garage, its body bearing the marks of time, clearly aged. Let's test its speed later. We must not overlook any detail that could lead us to the truth. Lin Chang's expression grew solemn, acutely aware that even the smallest detail could prove crucial in solving the case. He continued his analysis. Is there a possibility of a shortcut between Wang Yongkang's residence and Xiama town? Master, even if there were a shortcut, wouldn't Wang Wenjia still need to drive to Qingshan Lake? The time simply does not suffice. Zhou Ran countered confidently, maintaining a firm grasp on the timeline. Wang Yu nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lin, although there is a 40-minute gap between his first and second rides, that time is insufficient for a round trip. Could it be possible that he returned after completing the ride? Lin Chang seemed unwilling to dismiss any possibility, remaining skeptical of Wang Wenjia's innocence. In his view, Wang Wenjia's previous lamentations about his difficult life could very well serve as a motive for the crime. Master, have you forgotten? We have just confirmed Wang Yongkang's time of death was between 8 and 9 o'clock. If Wang Wenjia completed his ride and then turned back, it would have already exceeded the time of death, Zhou Ran explained, asserting that Wang Wenjia possessed a perfect alibi. In that case, they could temporarily exclude Wang Wenjia from suspicion and redirect their focus to another individual, the cleaning lady. They still required information about her, and once they returned, exchanging information with others would enable them to utilize the system to gain a god's eye view of the situation. Wait, that's not right. Zhou Ran suddenly recalled. Between 8 and 9 o'clock, there was another individual who could have been present at Wang Yongkang's residence, the owner of the convenience store across the street. His store seems to exist solely for the benefit of Wang Yongkang. Given their frequent transactions, it would be difficult not to harbor envy towards this solitary, affluent man. Master, shall we inquire with the convenience store owner? Lin Chang turned to Zhou Ran, recognizing his apprentice's impressive performance in the previous case, where his unique and divergent thinking had led them to insights they had overlooked, while they were still sifting through refuse. Zhou Ran had already traced the weapon through surveillance footage, uncovering Xie Qiaoling's methods and successfully averting a wrongful accusation. Thus, Lin Chang could not disregard Zhou Ran's suggestions and earnestly asked, "What do you mean?" When we reviewed the surveillance, we noticed that the convenience store owner was present from 4 to 8 o'clock. However, could it be possible that he was absent between 8 and 9 o'clock? Zhou Ran's thought trailed off, remaining merely a conjecture that required further investigation for validation. Lin Qian pondered for a moment and responded, "That is indeed a possibility. Wang Yu, you stay here to keep an eye on Wang Wenjia and ensure he does not tamper with the scene." After issuing her command, Lin Qian called out to Wang Wenjie. We need to step out for a moment. Please remain here and cooperate. Lin Chong and Zhou Ran returned to the convenience store to locate the owner. Sir, where were you between 8 and 9 o'clock last night? The store owner paused, then quickly responded, Officers, are you suspecting me? This is a standard inquiry. Please cooperate. Yesterday was Saturday, so after closing at 8 o'clock, I took my wife and son to a nearby restaurant, Hongdu, Toronto, for a lavish dinner. And where is your home? Lin Chong inquired. In Domping District, Shaping Street. It takes about 45 minutes to get from here to there. I parked my car in the underground parking lot at 8:50 and entered the restaurant at 9 o'clock to dine with my family. Exchanging glances, Lin Chong and Zhou Ran noted that the owner too seemed to possess an alibi. Zhou Ran stepped forward. May we see your driving records? To verify the owner's statement and eliminate him from suspicion, it was essential to check the driving records. Although the owner appeared displeased, he nodded in compliance, acknowledging that cooperating with police investigations is a civic duty. After more than 10 minutes, Zhou Ran and Lin Chong meticulously reviewed the driving records, dispelling any doubts about the owner and making a copy of the records. Thanking the owner, they exited the convenience store and discussed their findings. We have investigated the movements of two individuals, the convenience store owner and Wang Wenjie, both of whom possess impeccable alibis. Theoretically, we can eliminate them from suspicion. Indeed, they cannot be present at two locations simultaneously. Lin Chong agreed, expressing his concurrence. If either of them were indeed the perpetrator, I cannot fathom how they managed to commit the crime while maintaining an alibi. The technical team has arrived. Let us examine the scene for any clues. As night descended once more, the team members began to work overtime. Whenever a case arose, they engaged in relentless pursuits to expedite resolution, particularly in homicide cases. Every second counted. This protocol is uniformly followed nationwide. After all, failing to swiftly apprehend a murderer not only undermines police credibility, but poses significant risks to public safety. Capturing the perpetrator even a minute earlier could save a life, or even a family. In the brightly lit conference room, the team members sat in orderly fashion, sharing information and expressing their perspectives. Technical team, please provide an update on the situation at Wang Yongkang's residence, Zhang Wei suggested. Nodding, he displayed a PowerPoint presentation. During our on-site investigation, we extracted a total of 268 fingerprints, a considerable number. We are currently expediting the comparison process and will notify everyone as soon as the results are available. What about the rest of you? After this afternoon's investigation, have you uncovered any useful information? Lin Chang nudged Zhou Ran's shoulder, gesturing for him to speak. Zhou Ran raised his hand and stated, My mentor, Wang Yu. And I visited the convenience store across from Wang Yongkang's back door this afternoon. The store's surveillance footage indicates that Wang Yongkang's car was not captured leaving his residence before 8 o'clock p.m., which further narrows down the time of Wang Yongkang's demise to between 8 o'clock p.m. and 9 o'clock p.m. Was there no record of when Wang Yongkang's vehicle departed? Someone inquired. No, due to the angle of the surveillance, the cameras were unable to capture anything after the convenience store owner concluded his shift at 8 o'clock p.m. Zhou Ran clarified. Additionally, our investigation into the whereabouts of the convenience store proprietor and Wang Wenjie between 8 o'clock p.m. and 9 o'clock p.m. revealed that both had alibis, precluding their involvement in the crime during that time frame. Chapter 20. A daring analysis elaborate further, someone requested. Zhou Ran nodded, projecting the video they had copied, along with Wang Wenjie's chauffeur records, onto the projector. Subsequently, he meticulously detailed the alibis of the convenience store owner and Wang Wenjie. He presented each temporal juncture and crucial detail, accompanied by his own incisive analysis, with precision and thoroughness. The audience listened attentively, with no one raising objections. Based on the evidence provided by Zhou Ran, the movements of these two individuals during the time of the crime were transparent, rendering their presence at Wang Yongkang's home during that specific period improbable, thus seemingly exonerating them beyond any doubt. What about the other party? What about the whereabouts of Wang Yongkang's housekeeper, Li Xiuhua? Has she been questioned? Oh, yes, we have. Another colleague responded. Li Xiuhua remained at home on Saturday due to feeling unwell and did not venture out. However, he then added with a hesitant expression, no one can corroborate her statement. And there are blind spots in the surveillance coverage around her residence, making it impossible to ascertain whether she remained at home throughout. Xiang Jie's gaze sharpened. So, Li Xiuhua does not have an alibi? Affirmative. Then we can provisionally designate her as a primary suspect. Once the technical department's analysis is available, We should be able to identify the perpetrator, Captain Xiang, Lin Chang remarked, after surveying the room and noting the silence. I believe it is essential to analyze the motive for the crime. During our investigation this afternoon, we gained insights into Wang Wenjie's financial circumstances, revealing that he is in dire need of funds. Expound on that. Xiang Jia instructed him to continue. We have ascertained that after deducting mortgage payments, car loans, and his wife's medical expenses, Wang Wenjie's family has only 1,500 yuan available per month, making him desperately in need of money. We also contacted his wife's attending physician, who confirmed that medical expenses constitute a significant financial burden. Excellent. Furthermore, another colleague concurred, nodding in agreement. We re-examined Wang Yongkong's relationships and discovered that Wang Yongkong has no children, and Wang Wenjie's parents are deceased. Legally, Wang Wenjie is considered Wang Yongkong's sole heir. Therefore, Wang Wenjie stands to gain the most from Wang Yongkong's death. We recommend including Wang Wenjie as a suspect. What are the thoughts of others? Xiang Jia inquired, finding the discussion compelling and soliciting opinions from the group. I believe we can exclude Wang Wenjie. His alibi is virtually airtight. If he were capable of committing murder from dozens of kilometers away, what purpose do we serve? An experienced detective asserted. I concur. Given that Wang Wenjie has been exonerated, we should concentrate our efforts on Li Xiuhua. An incorrect investigative direction at this juncture could lead to a cascade of errors. I also agree with excluding Wang Wenjie. We investigated Li Xiuhua's financial situation and discovered that Wang Yongkong compensated Li Xiuhua at a rate 3 times the market average, resulting in a comfortable standard of living. Additionally, we learned that Wang Yongkong had recently provided her with a substantial sum of 200,000 yuan. Li Xiuhua explained that Wang Yongkong gave her the money as a token of gratitude for her years of dedicated care and service. However, is it not too coincidental? The money is given, and then the person dies? There must be concealed circumstances that we are unaware of. I recommend focusing our investigation on Li Xiuhua. The meeting room was now divided into 2 factions. One faction advocated for including Wang Wenjie as a suspect, citing his financial desperation and the substantial inheritance he stood to gain from Wang Yongkong's death, thus establishing a compelling motive. The other faction contended that Wang Wenjie's alibi was robust, warranting his exclusion, and that efforts should be concentrated on investigating Li Xiuhua's motive. Given her lack of an alibi, clarifying her motive would provide a clear direction for the case. As the 2 factions engaged in fervent debate, Xiang Jia clapped his hands, signaling for everyone to quiet down, and inquired, Zhou Ran, what are your thoughts? Xiang Jia believed that Zhou Ran had handled the previous case admirably and might offer a unique perspective on this case. As soon as he finished speaking, before Zhou Ran could respond, a ding sound resonated in his mind. The perpetrator exploited the informational disparity at the crime scene to mislead the police, thereby fabricating an alibi. The system's prompt had arrived. Zhou Ran's eyes lit up. Keenly discerning the crucial information from the system's prompt, the perpetrator had an alibi. Consequently, Li Xiuhua, lacking an alibi, could be excluded from suspicion. The only individuals with alibis were the convenience store owner and Wang Wenjie. The convenience store owner's travel route after leaving work at 8 p.m. had been verified, ensuring the veracity of his account. The only potential window of opportunity existed during the 40-minute interval between Wang Wenjie's first and second chauffeur assignments. During this time, Wang Wenjie was riding his electric scooter, leaving no traceable path, and his whereabouts remained unknown. Zhou Ran mused. What if Wang Yongkong was not at home at 8 p.m. but had gone somewhere else? He promptly retrieved his phone, searched for a location. And then a subtle smile graced his lips as he thought to himself, having a system is truly advantageous. Give me a hint, and I can solve the case immediately. Zhou Ran, Captain Xiang is addressing you. Lin Chang, noticing Zhou Ran's sudden daze and the smile on his face, gently nudged his shoulder and whispered a reminder. Oh. Zhou Ran returned to his senses, responded, and hastily explained, Captain Xiang, I have a tentative idea. I was pondering why Wang Wenjie had such a lengthy 40-minute interval between his first and second assignments. Lin Chang replied, because he had to travel from the end point of the first assignment to the starting point of the second assignment. The navigation indicates that it takes precisely 40 minutes. Indeed, I just searched the map and made a discovery. Traveling directly from Yuanxiao Town to Qingshan Lake by electric scooter takes 20 minutes. And from Qingshan Lake to the starting point of the second assignment takes 25 minutes, totaling 45 minutes. However, driving from Yuanxiao Town to Qingshan Lake takes only 10 minutes. and from Qingshan Lake to the starting point of the second assignment takes 25 minutes, totaling 35 minutes. In either of these scenarios, Wang Wenjie would not need to detour to Hongkou Town in Baiyang District, where Wang Yongkang's home is located. All the colleagues present were taken aback. Zhou Ran's proposition was audacious. If Wang Wenjie were indeed the perpetrator and had utilized this method to fabricate an alibi, it would have been effortlessly exposed by Zhou Ran. Zhou Ran, observing everyone's expressions, remarked with a touch of embarrassment, "Actually, I am more inclined towards the second scenario," as he would also need time to commit the act and clean up the scene, which would take at least 5 minutes. This would perfectly align the timing with his chauffeur schedule. The first scenario would be too time-constrained and would still leave a 5-minute discrepancy. The audience listened to Zhou Ran's further analysis, their mouths slightly agape, marveling at the logical acumen of the new recruits. All present are seasoned detectives. Well aware that the second scenario carries significant implications, Wang Wenjie lured Wang Yongkang to Yuanxiao Town, drove him to Qingshan Lake, and then committed the crime. What brought them here? It is widely said that today's university students are soft and require workplace reform. Is this merely an effort to enhance efficiency and reorganize the workplace? His actions render their hard work appear almost ludicrous. While everyone was still captivated by Zhou Ran's brilliant deductions, forensic expert Yang Wen took the lead in speaking. "I must alert everyone that traces of a sedative have been detected in Wang Yongkang's system. Moreover, based on the metabolic rate of the drug, the time from ingestion to death cannot exceed 30 minutes. How could someone under the influence of a sedative possibly drive? Indeed, how could one who had just taken a sedative venture out for a drive? And why would Wang Yongkang need to go out driving?" Upon hearing the forensic expert's doubts, the crowd visibly relaxed. Zhou Ran's hypothesis revealed a glaring flaw. This made sense. How could a newcomer be so astute? Zhou Ran was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized the validity of the forensic expert's words. A person who had ingested a sedative could not possibly drive. He bowed his head in contemplation, his mind racing through possibly overlooked details. Wang Wenjie's conversation flashed through his mind. "I caught a few fish yesterday and planned to share them with him. But he insisted on eating the fish he caught himself, hence I invited him to fish together today." Suddenly, Zhou Ran clapped his hands, seizing upon the crucial point. His eyes alight with excitement as he exclaimed, "I understand." He then articulated his reasoning with clarity. "Yesterday afternoon, Wang Wenjie fished and intended to share with Wang Yongkang. But Wang Yongkang wanted to eat his own catch, so he did not eat Wang Wenjie's fish. What if Wang Wenjie did not invite him to fish today, but rather to fish last night? Wang Wenjie deceived Wang Yongkang into meeting him at 9 o'clock in Baiyang District, Yuanxiao Town, the first drop-off point. And then they would go fishing together. After Wang Wenjie got into the car, he would take the wheel and trick Wang Yongkang into drinking water laced with a sedative before driving to Qingshan Lake to commit the crime. The crowd was once again astonished by Zhou Ran's analysis. At first glance, this reasoning seemed flawless. Xiang Jie surveyed the audience's reactions and initiated applause. "This is our newcomer, quite impressive." However, he swiftly altered his tone, acknowledging that while this analysis is quite reasonable, there are still several gaps. First, how did Wang Wenjie know the precise endpoint of his first drop-off, conveniently situated between two locations? If the timing was off, his alibi would be rendered useless. Second, where did Wang Wenjie acquire the sedative? Zhou Ran nodded, agreeing that Xiang Jie was correct. Thus they could focus their investigation on these two critical points. If this was indeed a meticulously planned murder, Wang Wenjie must have carefully selected his target, likely someone he knew. It's also plausible that he was aware that someone would undoubtedly place an order at that time. After all, most patrons dining at Huaguang are prominent business figures, perhaps with fixed habits, such as dining here every Saturday. Before leaving, Wang Wenjie told Wang Yongkang to prepare his gear at home. Once he confirmed that he would receive an order by 8 o'clock, he instructed Wang Yongkang to wait for him in Yuanxiao Town. As for the sedative, since such medications are highly regulated, a thorough investigation of Wang Wenjie's medical records and prescriptions should yield results. Upon hearing Zhou Ran's remarks, the room erupted in applause. Yet Xiang Jie wore a serious expression as he sat on the aging wooden chair, his hands subconsciously interlaced, knuckles whitening from the pressure. Though Zhou Ran's analysis was well-founded, according to standard investigative procedures, Li Xiuhua, without an alibi, remained the primary suspect. However, Zhou Ran's reasoning completely undermined Wang Wenjie's alibi, suggesting he too could have been responsible for Wang Yongkang's demise. Both individuals possessed motives for the crime. leaving Xiang Jie in a state of indecision. At this moment, he found himself ensnared in profound internal conflict. The case had reached a critical juncture. A misstep could lead them further from the truth. Such a pivotal decision must rest with Xiang Jie, the team leader. After considerable reflection, Xiang Jie finally resolved to proceed. Abandoning the investigation of either individual without sufficient evidence was unwise. Thus, both suspects would be investigated simultaneously. Even if the progress of the case were to slow, it was preferable to pursuing a false lead. Clearing his throat, Xiang Jie stated, "Since everyone agrees with Zhou Ran's analysis, I will summarize our next investigative directions. Colleagues from the technical department, please expedite the analysis of the fingerprints collected at the scene to provide results swiftly. Yang, can you identify the specific type of sedative found in the victim's system?" Yang Wen shook his head, stating that while he could not determine the precise type, he could detect the sedative's presence. "Excellent. We should focus our efforts on the sedative to ascertain its source within the victim's body. Yang, please examine whether the sedative found in the victim matches that discovered in his home. Clarifying this will allow us to ascertain where the victim ingested the sedative." Xiang Jie's arrangement adeptly sidestepped the dilemma of whether to investigate Wang Wenjie or Li Xiuhua, regardless of which individual ultimately committed the crime. The sedative remained a pivotal element. Thus, determining the sedative's origin was crucial for the subsequent investigative direction. Additionally, they would further scrutinize Li Xiuhua for any other leads. Lastly, Lin Chong and Zhou Ran were tasked with investigating the customer's Wang Wenjie service that night to determine if there were any established transactions or acquaintances involved. "Let us put in some effort tonight, everyone. Thank you." After the group dispersed, Zhou Ran's phone chimed. Glancing at it, he saw a message from Chu Tingting. "Hello. Are you done with work? Want to grab a bite together?" "No, I have to work late tonight." "Are you at the police station?" "I'm already outside." "Huh? I'm about to go on duty. I really can't join you." "Hee, I guess that. I've packed some food for you. Just take it." "Zhou Ran, it seems that young lady is quite attentive to you. You should seize the opportunity," Lin Chong remarked from the passenger seat. Munching on the sushi Chu Tingting had brought for Zhou Ran. "Master, we're just friends, nothing more. But that young lady clearly has feelings for you. I'll handle this matter appropriately." Soon, the two arrived at Huaguang Restaurant, taking a seat at a table opposite Wang Shi, the customer from Wang Wenjie's first order yesterday. "Good day, Boss Wang. We are police officers and would like to ask you a few questions." Prior to their arrival, they had already spoken with Wang Shi over the phone at the precinct, and he had invited them directly to Huaguang Restaurant. "Sure, let us order first and eat together," Wang Shi casually replied, handing the menu to Lin Chong. "Boss Wang, we've already eaten. We'll just ask a few questions and be on our way." "All right, go ahead. Do you know Wang Wenjie?" "Wang Wenjie?" Wang Shi shook his head in confusion. "I don't recall who that is." "Did you call for a designated driver at 8 o'clock last night?" "Yes, that is correct. He was the designated driver." "Oh, what happened to him?" Wang Shi's expression remained unchanged, showing no recognition of the individual. "We're trying to gather some information. Was this his first time taking your order? Or does he frequently get your requests?" "It should be his first time. I didn't pay much attention." "Are you a regular here? Do you come on fixed days?" "No, it depends on my mood," Wang Shi replied, handing over his phone. "This is the record of the chauffeur service I ordered. Perhaps you can find if Wang Wenjie has previously accepted my request." A few minutes later, Lin Chong returned the phone to Wang Shi. "Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Wang. We shall take our leave now." After exiting the restaurant, Lin Chong glanced at Zhou Ran. It seems that Wang Wenjie accepting Wang Shi's request yesterday was likely just a coincidence. Chapter 22. Identifying the culprit. Zhou Ran nodded, a contemplative look on his face. Indeed, yesterday was Wang Wenjie's first time accepting a chauffeur service from Wang Shi, and logically, he could not have anticipated the details of that request. His brows furrowed slightly, a hint of doubt creeping into his mind. Could it be that I have misjudged? However, he soon seemed to have an epiphany, turning to Lin Chong beside him. "Master, even if Wang Wenjie was unaware of the request in advance, what if he intended to accept the request at 8 p.m. and then notify Wang Yongkong of the destination?" Lin Chong considered this seriously. But in that case, Wang Wenjie would struggle to accurately gauge the time required for the journey, if he were indeed the murderer. The time taken between these two chauffeur requests would be critical for his alibi. Moreover, the destination must be near Qingshan Lake. Thus, the chauffeur request would have to be meticulously chosen in advance. "Master, given the current situation, it appears that Wang Wenjie accepted the request at random, making it impossible for him to have predetermined it Zhou Ran said with a hint of resignation. So, Lin Chong paused, a flicker of reluctance in his gaze, as he was hesitant to dishearten Zhou Ran. So Wang Wenjie is likely not the murderer. We have erred in our assumptions. Zhou Ran instinctively shook his head, his tone resolute. I cannot be mistaken. I firmly believe Wang Wenjie is the culprit. What makes you so certain? Zhou Ran was momentarily taken aback, unable to articulate the workings of the system. After a brief pause, he replied, I feel that Wang Wenjie is the primary beneficiary in this case. From the perspective of motive, he bears the most suspicion. However, based on the information we currently have, his alibi is almost impeccable, Lin Chong cautioned. Alibi? Zhou Ran echoed softly, convinced that the system would not deceive him. Since the system indicated that the murderer had fabricated an alibi, combined with the motive, Wang Wenjie seemed the most likely suspect. Master, there must be other possibilities that we have not considered. Zhou Ran, I must remind you that solving cases relies on evidence. Not mere conjecture, Lin Chong said firmly. I understand, Master. What about the line concerning the sleeping pills? Zhou Ran knew he could not persuade Lin Chong at this moment and could only hope for another lead. Let us return to the precinct and analyze once we have further leads from the others. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the office windows at the precinct. Zhou Ran slowly opened his eyes, his hair on the left side stubbornly standing upright from a night of pressure, appearing somewhat comical. After their investigation the previous night, they discovered that another team, tasked with tracing the source of the sleeping pills, had returned. However, the results were not as they had anticipated. Neither Wang Wenjie nor Li Xiuhua had any records of purchasing sleeping pills, nor did they have relevant medical histories. This revelation plunged the case back into a stalemate. The results from the fingerprint analysis would not be available until the next morning, so the team endured the night in the office. A clattering sound echoed from the entrance as Xiang Jie wheeled in a large box of soybean milk and a hefty bag of fried dough sticks. Come, wake up. Don't sleep any longer. Have something to eat. Zhou Ran, help me distribute these. Moments later, the team gathered around the blackboard, sipping soybean milk while gazing at the whiteboard. Gao Yu from the technical department emerged, sporting a scruffy beard and heavy dark circles under his eyes, clearly having pulled an all-nighter. He cleared his throat and announced, Everyone. The fingerprint comparison results from Wang Yongkang's residence are in. A total of 268 fingerprints were collected from the scene. 48 belonged to Wang Wenjie, 96 to Li Xiuhua, and 124 to Wang Yongkang, with no other fingerprints found. Yang Wen stood up, adding, We have also identified the composition of the sleeping pills. It is a short-acting sedative, Zaleplon, effective within approximately 15 minutes. This matches the composition of the sleeping pills found at the deceased's home, allowing us to preliminarily conclude that the sleeping pills taken by the deceased were indeed Zaleplon from his residence. Thus, it suggests that Wang Yongkang consumed the sleeping pills at home, which undermines the hypothesis that he was lured to Yuanxiao town by Wang Wenjie, Zhou Ran analyzed. The team nodded in agreement. If Wang Yongkang had been summoned by Wang Wenjie, the circumstances surrounding the consumption of the sleeping pills would not hold water. Zhou Ran silently contemplated. The system's prompts could not be incorrect, yet he found himself unable to explain this to his colleagues. He needed to devise a method to uncover the perpetrator's techniques. Wang Wenjie was Wang Yongkang's nephew. Could he have stealthily taken the sleeping pills during his visit in the afternoon? Or perhaps just a few, so that Wang Yongkang would remain oblivious? Zhou Ran voiced this possibility, albeit without much confidence, hoping to hear the opinions of others. Oh, that could indeed be plausible. Wang Wenjie could have taken the pills in the afternoon, then invited Wang Yongkang out in the evening, administering the sleeping pills before submerging him in the lake. Xiang Jie, following Zhou Ran's earlier analysis and incorporating the clues regarding the sleeping pills, proposed a new theory. Given the sleeping pill evidence, the likelihood of Wang Wenjie being the murderer increased. If Li Xiuhua had taken the sleeping pills, she could only have done so on Friday after work. If Wang Yongkang had consumed the sleeping pills that Friday night, he might have sensed something amiss. Therefore, the most likely person to have taken the sleeping pills was Wang Wenjie, who was present at the scene on Saturday. Gao Yu nodded. Indeed, we found not only Wang Yongkang's fingerprints on the bottle of sleeping pills, but also those of Wang Wenjie. Xiang Jie shot him a look. Why didn't you mention such a crucial clue sooner? I didn't finish my thought earlier. I was interrupted by Yang. Yang the forensic expert. Gao Yu stammered, flustered by the oversight. Xiang Jie chose not to chastise Gao Yu further and turned to address the group. Thus, we must adjust our investigative focus, elevating Wang Wenjie to the status of primary suspect and concentrating our efforts on him. Understood. The team responded in unison, but Lin Chang raised a differing opinion, raising his hand to speak. Xiang team, our investigation into Wang Wenjie's chauffeur records yielded results contrary to our expectations. What do you mean? Wang Wenjie's first chauffeur request was from Wang Shi, who needed a ride to Huaguang restaurant, without a fixed schedule. We checked Wang Shi's chauffeur records. And yesterday was Wang Wenjie's first time accepting his request, so there was no chance they prearranged the location. What if Wang Wenjie accepted Wang Shi's request at 8 p.m. and then arranged a meeting with Wang Yongkang? Xiang Jia proposed a hypothesis. Xiang team, in that case, the distance and travel time between the two locations would be difficult to manage, thus undermining Wang Wenjie's alibi. If there is an hour's gap between the two orders, then... Xiang Jia furrowed his brow slightly. Lin Chang's clues seemed to further solidify Wang Wenjie's alibi. However, they had just combined the evidence from the technical department and forensic experts, categorizing Wang Wenjie as a major suspect. Could they really dismiss him so quickly? How would they proceed with the investigation? Wang Wenjie was not the culprit, nor was Li Xiuhua, and certainly not the convenience store owner. Was there possibly a fourth individual involved? Yet, no traces were left at the scene. If a fourth person had indeed cleaned the scene, there should be no fingerprints at all, leaving only the prints of Wang Yongkang, Wang Wenjie, and Li Xiuhua. Thus, the true perpetrator must lie between Wang Wenjie and Li Xiuhua. But now both individuals had been ruled out, which was rather. Xiang Jia looked at Zhou Ran. What do you think? Chapter 23. Overturning the conclusion of time of death? Zhou Ran, with a resolute expression, spoke. I believe we should still consider Wang Wenjie as an important suspect. Why? First, Wang Yongkang's death offers no benefit to Li Xiuhua. She would actually lose her job. Zhou Ran methodically analyzed that her salary at Wang Yongkang's home was 3 times the average market rate. If she were to leave Wang Yongkang's employment, her income would plummet to 1/3 of that. The 200,000 Wang Yongkang provided her could easily be earned back in 6 months. She had no need to risk killing him, akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Hence, from a motivational standpoint, I find Li Xiuhua's likelihood to be minimal. Second, Wang Yongkang's death would grant Wang Wenjie the greatest advantages. Inheriting a fortune could drastically elevate his standard of living. Faced with such temptation, it would be hard for Wang Wenjie to resist. Third, the sleeping pills bore Wang Wenjie's fingerprints, consistent with the substances found in the deceased's system. Zhou Ran articulated his analysis in one breath, growing ever more convinced that the system's indications of the murderer pointed directly at Wang Wenjie. But Zhou Ran, he possesses a flawless alibi. This could completely eliminate his suspicion. How do you explain that? Moreover, his fingerprints on the sleeping pills could be claimed as him merely assisting his uncle, which could only be considered circumstantial evidence. Zhou Ran nodded, acknowledging the validity of the counterpoint, but insisted it did not detract from his analysis. Wang Wenjie's alibi was an insurmountable hurdle in this case. He continued. Wang Wenjie must have employed some method to fabricate his alibi. We just have yet to uncover it. Do others concur with Zhou Ran's analysis? I find it reasonable. Although Li Xiuhua lacks an alibi, her motive for the crime appears exceedingly weak. Indeed, Wang Yongkang's death brings no advantage to Li Xiuhua. Based on the fingerprints found at the scene, it seems only Wang Wenjie remains a possibility. Lin Chang, what about you? This is your apprentice. Do you have anything to add? Lin Chang exchanged glances with Xiang Jia and then looked at Zhou Ran before slowly speaking. Xiang, based on the clues gathered thus far, Wang Wenjie's motive for committing the crime is indeed stronger than Li Xiuhua's. However, we cannot simply conclude he is the suspect based on this alone. For him to be considered a suspect, he must have had the opportunity to commit the crime, but according to our current understanding, he did not have that opportunity. Xiang, look. Lin Chang rose and moved to the front. I investigated Wang Yongkang's call records and chat history. On the day of the incident, even throughout the week prior, he had not communicated with anyone. Therefore, the assumption that Wang Wenjie had arranged to meet Wang Yongkang in Yuqiao Town is incorrect. If the direction is flawed, every step taken will be erroneous. Xiang Jia pondered for a moment. So your implication is that we should not consider Wang Wenjie a suspect? No. I'm merely stating that the assumption Wang Yongkang left his home after 8 to meet Wang Wenjie is incorrect. First, the endpoint of Wang Wenjie's ride-hailing service cannot be predetermined. He could only inform Wang Yongkang after receiving the first order. Second, Wang Yongkang had no communication with anyone on the day of the incident, meaning Wang Wenjie could not have informed him of the location after accepting the order. Third, and most crucially, If Wang Wenjie cannot ascertain the location of his ride, his alibi may not hold. Why would he take such a risk? Lin Chang's voice was soft yet resonated in the minds of the others like a tolling bell. They had not considered these details until now, upon hearing Lin Chang's analysis. They realized Zhou Ran's assumptions contained significant flaws. So, does that mean Wang Wenjie is not the murderer? No, everyone felt Wang Wenjie was indeed the culprit. But what method had he employed to evade logical scrutiny? Could it be that Wang Wenjie had modified his electric bike to increase its speed? Soon, someone proposed a hypothesis. That's unlikely. We tested Wang Wenjie's ride-hailing electric bike yesterday afternoon at Wang Yongkong's home. And it was merely a standard model with a speed of 15 to 25 km/h. Then could it be that Wang Wenjie concealed another vehicle in Yuqiao town and used it to go to Wang Yongkong's home or directly to Qingshan Lake? That too is implausible. First, as we mentioned, Wang Wenjie could not predict the location, so concealing a vehicle ahead of time is impossible. Second, even if he managed to hide a vehicle in Yuqiao town, after arriving there at 8:40, he would have had to store his electric bike in the trunk, drive to Wang Yongkong's home by 8:50, and then place the ride-hailing vehicle in Wang Yongkong's trunk. By 9:10, he would have driven Wang Yongkong's car to Qingshan Lake, where he could have committed the murder. Then returned to the starting point of his second ride-hailing order at Jimai town, which would be at the earliest 9:35. However, Wang Wenjie's second ride-hailing order began at 9:20, rendering this timeline impossible. Lin Chang's reasoning was meticulous. He had considered every conceivable scenario based on the available clues, ultimately concluding that Wang Wenjie could not have committed the crime between 8 and 9 o'clock. Truly impressive analysis. But this conclusion, yes, according to your reasoning, Wang Wenjie could not be the murderer, leaving only Li Xiuhua. Xiang, what should we do now? Should we focus our investigation on Li Xiuhua? Xiang Jie found himself in a predicament. Only Wang Wenjie and Li Xiuhua had entered Wang Yongkong's home. The murderer must be one of these two. Yet their current analysis had exonerated both. What did this mean? He was tempted to slam the table and unilaterally designate Wang Wenjie as a suspect, directing efforts toward an investigation. However, reality dictated otherwise. Investigations could not rely solely on subjective assumptions. They required reasonable conjectures and evidence. Zhou Ran, this hypothesis originated from you. Now, facing your mentor's skepticism, what are your thoughts? Xiang Jie contemplated for a moment, directing the question back to Zhou Ran, eager to hear his perspective. After absorbing Lin Chang's analysis, Zhou Ran fell deep into thought. His mentor's reasoning was sound. Indeed, Wang Wenjie lacked the opportunity to commit the crime between 8 and 9 o'clock. So what method had he employed to kill Wang Yongkong? What if the time of Wang Yongkong's death was not between 8 and 9 o'clock? This thought suddenly flashed in Zhou Ran's mind. If the time frame between 8 and 9 was entirely ruled out, that left only 6 to 8 o'clock. But that too seemed impossible. The tire tracks left after the rain and the surveillance footage indicating no vehicle had left before 8 o'clock had already eliminated this possibility. After ruling out all impossibilities, what remained, no matter how implausible, must be the truth of the matter. This notion echoed the famous adage of Sherlock Holmes. And now it was Zhou Ran's turn to embody that principle, although it may seem somewhat incredulous. The current indications suggest that one can only attempt to refute the timeline of death between 8 and 9 o'clock. Zhou Ran paused for a moment, re-evaluating the system's prompt. The perpetrator exploited the information gap at the crime scene to mislead the police, thereby creating an alibi. If the system's indication holds true, could it be that he had misunderstood from the very beginning? Utilizing the information gap at the crime scene? The crime scene? What if it was not at Qingshan Lake? Thus, the system's suggestion implies that the actual crime scene is not at Qingshan Lake. The perpetrator cleverly took advantage of this information disparity to fabricate an alibi. Chapter 24. A new investigative direction if the death did not occur at Qingshan Lake. Then there would be no need for the car to depart the residence before 8 o'clock. Naturally, any arrival at Qingshan Lake after 8 would leave tire tracks. This revelation clarified everything. Zhou Ran felt his heart race. An exhilarating sense of nearing the truth surged within him, and his eyes sparkled with anticipation as he eagerly pursued this line of thought. Zhou Ran, what about you? A colleague suddenly patted him on the shoulder, pulling him back to reality. Huh, Captain Xiang. Zhou Ran's contemplation was abruptly interrupted, and he glanced around, momentarily bewildered by the collective gaze directed at him. Utterly at a loss. Zhou Ran, what is your opinion on your mentor's conclusion that Wang Wenjie could not have committed the crime between 8 and 9 o'clock? Captain Xiang. With a calm demeanor, patiently reiterated the question. Oh, I concur with my mentor's perspective. What? How is that possible? The others expressed their dismay, realizing that they had encountered a deadlock in the investigation, having reached a cul-de-sac. I do have a bold idea. Zhou Ran slowly rose, articulating each word deliberately. He took a deep breath, preparing to present a hypothesis capable of overturning the previous investigation. He was uncertain whether he could persuade his colleagues, but he was determined to make the attempt. What? The group felt a jolt of astonishment, their eyes ignited with a flicker of hope as they gazed at him expectantly. They held Zhou Ran's analytical abilities in high regard. After all, he had recently solved the case shortly after joining the team, often uncovering key clues that others failed to notice. What if Wang Wenjia's time of death was not between 8 and 9 o'clock? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Before Zhou Ran could finish, a colleague could not restrain themselves from loudly interjecting. If the time of death is not between 8 and 9, then when could it be? When we previously deduced the time frame of 6 to 9 o'clock, we excluded the 6 to 7 range due to tire tracks left after rain at the crime scene at Qingshan Lake. Furthermore, since the surveillance showed no vehicles leaving prior to 8 o'clock, we concluded the time of death must be between 8 and 9. This reasoning should be sound. Indeed, the deduction regarding the time of death is well-founded and should not be erroneous. In the face of their skepticism, Zhou Ran gently shook his head, firmly asserting, Wang Wenjie could not have had the opportunity to commit the crime between 8 and 9. Thus, the only remaining window is between 6 and 8, eliminating all impossibilities. The remaining scenario, no matter how implausible, must be the truth of the matter. Zhou Ran continued along this line of reasoning, asserting that they had already established Wang Wenjie's whereabouts between 8 and 9 o'clock, confirming he could not have committed the crime during that interval. This aligned with his mentor's earlier conclusion. He had left Wang Yongkong's residence at 6:20, and his movements before 8 were solely on the journey home. The car's travel records could adequately substantiate this, thus eliminating the possibility of him committing the crime during that time frame. Consequently, the only feasible time frame for the crime would be between 6 and 6:20. Zhou Ran's words detonated like a bomb, directly overturning the previously established consensus and redefining the time of death, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Between 6 and 6:20? How could that be? Exactly. It was still raining at that time, and the car would not leave tire tracks. Moreover, the convenience store's surveillance should have captured footage. While this barely aligned with the time of death, numerous other discrepancies remained. What if Wang Yongkong's death did not occur at Qingshan Lake, but rather at his home? At this moment, Zhou Ran finally grasped the true implication of the system's prompt regarding the perpetrator exploiting the information gap at the crime scene. If the crime scene were positioned at Wang Yongkong's home, Wang Wenjia's seemingly perfect alibi between 8 and 9 would unravel. During that time frame, Wang Yongkong would have already been murdered, allowing Wang Wenjie to accept any orders without fear of contradiction, as he would easily establish an alibi. Should the time and location between two orders differ significantly, he could devise alternative means of proof, such as dining at a restaurant or purchasing a bottle of water from a convenience store. This period would be entirely within his control, provided he could mislead the police regarding the time of death to be between 8 and 9. If the death occurred at Wang Yongkong's residence, then why would the cause of death be drowning? The group still struggled to accept this explanation, as Zhou Ran's hypothesis effectively dismantled the previous investigative direction and necessitated a complete reevaluation. One could drown at home, perhaps in a bathtub, Zhou Ran replied. Yang Wen, appearing contemplative, slowly interjected, Zhou Ran, your idea is quite audacious. However, I must remind you that Wang Yongkong is believed to have drowned at Qingshan Lake. I noted during the autopsy that his lungs contained algae identical to that found in the lake. Indeed, if he did not drown at Qingshan Lake, why would there be algae from there? Additionally, how did he manage to transport Wang Yongkong's body to Qingshan Lake? He simply would not have had the time to accomplish such a feat. Zhou Ran nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of their concerns. You're right. Wang Wenjie certainly could not have moved Wang Yongkong's body to Qingshan Lake before 9 o'clock, but what if it was after 9? Wang Wenjie could have killed Wang Yongkong at 6, then returned home to continue with his driving duties. After finishing, he could return to Wang Yongkong's house, using Wang Yongkong's car to push him into Qingshan Lake. After completing everything, he would return home to sleep. Zhou Ran laid out his analysis, hoping for collaborative exploration of its feasibility. Case analysis often unfolds in such a manner. One person presents their thoughts, and the group engages in discussion, gradually inching closer to the truth. While this analysis indeed dismantled Wang Wenjie's alibi, a pressing question remained. If he had murdered Wang Yongkang at home, how could Wang Yongkang have drowned at Qishan Lake? Xiang Jie astutely pinpointed the critical flaw in Zhou Ran's new hypothesis, which remained the sole vulnerability in the current speculation. This necessitates an investigation at Wang Yongkang's residence to see if we can uncover additional clues. Xiang Jie bit his lip, lost in brief contemplation at that moment. The weight of decision rested upon his shoulders. The previous investigative direction had led them to a deadlock, with Wang Wenjie's alibi appearing flawless. However, Zhou Ran's novel approach, while still grappling with the issue of a shifting death location, at least provided a new avenue for investigation. After a fleeting moment, Xiang Jie decisively declared, "Given that the previous investigative direction has reached an impasse, let us pursue this new angle. It may yield fresh discoveries." Captain Xiang, might changing direction be too? Do you have any alternative ideas? There's no need to deliberate. Let us proceed with this line of inquiry and reinvestigate. If Wang Yongkang was indeed drowned at home, a container must have been involved. Thus, locating this pivotal vessel is essential. Once discovered, it would fundamentally ascertain that the place of death was Wang Yongkang's residence. Furthermore, the lead regarding the sleeping pills must not be neglected. This clue is crucial as it directly induced Wang Yongkang's state of unconsciousness and signifies a tangible exchange between the perpetrator and the substance. Xiang Jie opined that a thorough investigation into the sleeping pills would surely yield valuable insights. With this thought in mind, he proceeded to delegate tasks. Since the sleeping pills belonged to Wang Yongkang, they should ascertain which doctor prescribed this medication and inquire about Wang Yongkang's condition. The two leads would be pursued concurrently, aiming for substantial progress in the case today. Did anyone have further questions? After Xiang Jie concluded his directives, he scanned the group. Everyone shook their heads. Although Zhou Ran's initial analysis sounded somewhat far-fetched, upon deeper contemplation, it seemed to possess a semblance of rationality. After all, this was currently the only plausible method to challenge Wang Wenjie's alibi. Lin Chang abruptly shoved a fried dough stick into his mouth, washing it down with a generous gulp of soy milk. Chapter 25. The white bucket. Wang Yongkang's home was now cordoned off, the already sparse residence feeling even more desolate. Despite the greenery surrounding the courtyard, there was an utter lack of vitality. Lin Chang and his team meticulously searched the house and yard, leaving no corner unchecked. Every inch of flooring and each piece of furniture was scrutinized repeatedly. If the murderer had drowned Wang Yongkang at home, would they not have disposed of the weapon? Should it be a glass tank or something similar? Would they not need to sift through the refuse? Wang Yu, having found nothing in his vicinity, suddenly posed a question to Zhou Ran. The memory of Zhou Ran discovering the murder weapon lingered vividly in his mind, leading Wang Yu to regard Zhou Ran as an expert in locating such items. He even envisioned a scene of rummaging through garbage to unearth the weapon. Upon hearing the inquiry, Zhou Ran recalled the previous days spent sifting through refuse, causing his stomach to churn involuntarily. He bent down, waving his hand as he said, "I doubt it. Something capable of drowning a person is unlikely to be a small object. Since the convenience store's surveillance did not capture any footage, it should still be present at the scene. All right, let us continue searching then." Relieved by the prospect of not having to dig through trash, Wang Yu briskly set off in another direction. After 2 hours of relentless searching, the group emerged from Wang Yongkang's residence and gathered together. Any discoveries? Old Lin, I found another bottle of sleeping pills in the second drawer of Wang Yongkang's bedroom. It's a stazolam. I did a quick check, and unlike Zalplan, which is a short-acting sedative, a stazolam is a medium-acting one that takes about 30 minutes to take effect. Wait. The toxicology report indicated that Wang Yongkang had Zalplan in his system, a short-acting sedative, correct? Indeed. Is it common for someone to take both a short-acting and a medium-acting sedative? That's a question for the doctor. Let us relay this information to the other team. Instruct them to consult the doctor. We'll take this bottle back for fingerprint analysis. Lin Chang methodically organized the tasks. He considered that this sleeping pill, being different from what was found in the deceased, was likely a non-viable lead. However, to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, bringing it back for analysis was prudent. Understood. Lin Chang surveyed the others. What about the murder weapon? Was anything found at the scene? Nothing. Wang Yongkang's home lacks a bathtub or basin. The only places capable of holding a significant amount of water are the kitchen sink and the bathroom sink. However, we meticulously examined both locations and found no traces. Lin Chang inhaled deeply, having anticipated such an outcome. If the assailant indeed utilized such a container, Draining the water would leave no evidence. Didn't we find any other containers? No, Zhou Ran replied, having searched alongside the others without uncovering anything suspicious. Lin Chong lit a cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Typically, in cases they encountered, diligent effort would yield clues. Seldom did they find themselves at a dead end. Yet the recent 2 cases had been particularly perplexing. The crux of the matter was their uncertainty regarding the correctness of their investigative direction, relying solely on scant evidence to hypothesize. While the logic seemed sound, there lingered an intangible sense that something was amiss, as if an unseen hand nudged them when the case stalled. Old Lin, I believe we overlooked a critical point. We are unaware of the method employed by the perpetrator to drown Wang Yongkong at home, while simultaneously having his lungs filled with green algae from Qingshan Lake. If we can unravel this, locating the murder weapon should become significantly easier. Lin Chong nodded, suddenly noticing that everyone's gaze had shifted to Zhou Ran. Unbeknownst to them, this group had become thoroughly captivated by Zhou Ran's analytical approach. Whenever confronted with a conundrum, they instinctively turned to him for insight. Feeling the weight of their anticipatory stares, Zhou Ran was infused with an inexplicable enthusiasm, as if he were a soldier responding to a battle call. And his mind began to race. The container. Wang Yongkong was at home, yet drowned in Qingshan Lake. One thing is certain, Wang Wenjie cannot teleport. Such phenomena do not exist in this world. Therefore, Wang Yongkong must have drowned at home. Could it be that I need to prompt the system once more? Yet, the system remains unresponsive, and I cannot utilize it. Wait, if Wang Yongkong cannot traverse, then the water must come to him. They had been ensnared in a misconception, believing that Wang Yongkong drowned at home using tap water from the pipes. What if the assailant transported water from Qingshan Lake? That would indeed be feasible. Yes, this line of reasoning. The perpetrator transported water from Qingshan Lake and then submerged Wang Yongkong in it, subsequently placing him in a vehicle and pushing it into the lake's depths. This would mislead the police into thinking that Wang Yongkong drowned in Qingshan Lake, thereby diverting suspicion away from his home and laying the groundwork for the assailant's alibi. Thus, the vessel used to transport Qingshan Lake water must be common, something that would not arouse Wang Yongkong's suspicions. Otherwise, if the assailant brought in a large bathtub filled with water, Wang Yongkong would undoubtedly inquire. Hence, this container must possess a very reasonable justification, one that would not provoke any other thoughts. What could it be? Zhou Ran rubbed his temples, sensing he was nearing the answer. I finished fishing at my uncle's house around 4 p.m. yesterday. Afterward, I prepared the fish until about 5:30 p.m. and returned home around 6 p.m. Zhou Ran recalled the first conversation with Wang Wenjie, and suddenly, a light bulb went off. Yes, fishing. A person who has just finished fishing carrying a bucket of water is the most natural thing. A fish bucket, Zhou Ran exclaimed. Master, do you recall seeing Wang Wenjie carrying a bucket as he descended from the convenience store's surveillance footage? This bucket must contain water from Qingshan Lake. He stated that he came to Wang Yongkong's home after fishing, making it perfectly normal for him to carry the bucket. Wang Yongkong would have had no reason to question it. Lin Chong's eyes sparkled. He too recalled the surveillance footage, depicting Wang Wenjie holding fish in one hand and a white bucket in the other as he entered Wang Yongkong's home. He slapped his forehead. Yes, the white bucket. Quickly, let us find Wang Wenjie. Meanwhile, Xiang Jia, accompanied by Yin Tao and others, had arrived at the hospital. Through investigating Wang Yongkong's medical records, they identified Dr. Li Mingwei, who had prescribed the sleeping pills. Dr. Li, we need to confirm a few matters with you. Of course, Captain Xiang, please proceed. Wang Yongkong was your patient, correct? Xiang Jia presented Wang Yongkong's photograph to Dr. Li Mingwei. Dr. Li nodded. Yes, he was my patient. Could you elaborate on his condition? Certainly. Wang Yongkong has been under my care for over 2 months. He suffers from moderate sleep disorders, often struggling to fall asleep. He first came to see me 2 months ago, and after prescribing him sleeping pills, his symptoms improved somewhat. Since these sleeping pills are controlled substances, I cannot prescribe them in large quantities at once. Therefore, he visits me every 14 days for a new prescription. Upon hearing Dr. Li Minghui's brief account of Wang Yongkong's condition, Xiang Jia nodded. It seems that the sleeping pills Wang Yongkong took before his death were indeed prescribed by Dr. Li. Dr. Li, when was the last time Wang Yongkong received his prescription? Xiang Jia inquired. I believe it was last Tuesday, but I need to check, Dr. Li replied. Dr. Li, are these the 2 medications? Xiang Jia said as he handed Dr. Li the photograph of Zalplan and another of Astazalam sent by Lin Chong. Dr. Li, Could you verify the traceability codes on these 2 bottles to confirm if they were prescribed here? Chapter 26. Zaleplon Allergy. Dr. Li took the phone, focusing on the traceability codes in the photographs, and remarked, "They should be from my prescription, but I need to log into the system to confirm." He intently examined the numbers on the medication bottles while swiftly typing on the keyboard to retrieve the information. Moments later, he responded, "Captain Xiang, these 2 bottles were indeed prescribed by me. You see, the traceability system allows us to track any medication that has circulated from our hospital by entering the traceability code. Zaleplon was prescribed to Wang Yongkong 2 months ago, while Astazolam was prescribed last week. Dr. Li, if Zaleplon was still available, why was Astazolam prescribed?" Xiang Jia asked, perplexed, as it seemed illogical to prescribe new medication when the patient already had medication on hand. Furthermore, it would not align with the prescription protocols, as controlled substances should not be prescribed anew if the patient had a remaining supply. "Captain, you may not be aware, but although it is a controlled substance, under the current regulatory framework, there should not be an issue if the medication is used rationally. Moreover, there are loopholes that I shall explain next. These 2 medications, while both sleep aids, operate through different mechanisms. Zaleplon is a non-benzodiazepine short-acting sleeping pill, whereas Astazolam is a benzodiazepine medium-acting sleeping aid." Xiang Jia nodded. "Is it due to the difference in onset time that Wang Yongkong required the short-acting one?" "Not at all." Dr. Li shook his head vigorously. "Wang Yongkong is allergic to non-benzodiazepine antagonists." "Allergic?" Xiang Jia exclaimed, his voice rising as he sensed this could be a crucial clue. "Indeed, initially I prescribed Zaleplon for him, a supply for 2 days. However, within just 1 day, he returned to me, reporting a rash. I realized he might be allergic to the non-benzodiazepine antagonist, Zaleplon, and subsequently switched him to the medium-acting sleeping aid, Astazolam. Astazolam, being a benzodiazepine, generally does not trigger allergies, according to current policies. As long as the patient has no more than a 1-day supply of sleeping pills remaining, it poses no problem. This is why I did not retrieve the remaining Zaleplon but continued to prescribe Astazolam." As Dr. Li clarified Xiang Jia's doubts, he continued, "Dr. Li, did Wang Yongkong know he was allergic to Zaleplon?" "Of course, he was aware. After his examination, I directly informed him that he must not take the remaining Zaleplon. Subsequently, he only took Astazolam. While the remaining Zaleplon typically would not pose a fatal risk, allergies are unpredictable, and no one can guarantee absolute safety." "Thank you, Dr. Li. We shall not disturb you further." "You're welcome, Captain Xiang." After bidding farewell to Dr. Li Mingwei, Xiang Jia exited the hospital with his team. Wang Yongkong knew of his allergy to Zaleplon, so he certainly would not have taken it, Xiang Jia deduced. Thus, the presence of Wang Wenjie's fingerprints on the Zaleplon is highly suspicious. In that moment, the truth about Wang Wenjie began to unravel. Initially, they had discovered Zaleplon at Wang Yongkong's home, with Wang Wenjie's fingerprints on the bottle, leading them to speculate it could have been a medication Wang Yongkong used regularly, handed to him by Wang Wenjie. However, it now appeared that since the onset of his allergy to Zaleplon, Wang Yongkong would have avoided it altogether, likely storing it in a discreet location, making it improbable for Wang Wenjie's fingerprints to remain. Hence, the fingerprints on the Zaleplon bottle were likely irrefutable evidence of Wang Wenjie's involvement in the crime. As for why he hadn't wiped away his fingerprints, Xiang Jia believed it was due to his overconfidence in his alibi. Furthermore, being Wang Yongkong's nephew and having visited his home that day would seem reasonable for leaving fingerprints. Xiang Jia hoped that Lin Chong and his team would uncover evidence to dismantle Wang Wenjie's alibi. He mused, now that they had physical evidence. Finding key evidence to refute Wang Wenjie's alibi would bring the truth of this case to light. At Wang Wenjie's residence, Lin Chong and his team entered. Wang Wenjie's home featured a standard layout of 4 rooms and 2 living areas. Upon entering the living room, the spacious, bright area was striking, measuring a full 100 square meters. With additional rooms, the overall estimate exceeded 200 square meters. Such a large house incurs substantial acquisition and maintenance costs. No wonder Wang Wenjie needed to work as a driver at night to supplement his income. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, dark circles prominently framed his gaze. Wang Wenjie looked nervously at the visiting officers. "Officers, is there something I can assist you with? Did you take the day off today?" Lin Chong casually inquired. "Due to my uncle's situation, my supervisor granted me a 2-day leave. Your company seems quite considerate, allowing leave even for non-immediate family," Lin Chong remarked, while his eyes scanned the room, searching for the white bucket seen in the surveillance footage. "Not quite. My uncle was the largest shareholder before his retirement. And now the shares will surely transfer to me, so they are merely doing me a favor. That makes sense. You are soon to be the future boss. Lin Chong paused before shifting the conversation. By the way, where are your fishing tools? We have made new discoveries near Qinshan Lake and would like to check if the fishing rod has picked up anything before the rain. To avoid raising Wang Wenjia's suspicions, Lin Chong cleverly redirected his inquiry. Upon hearing fishing tools, a flicker of wariness crossed Wang Wenjia's face. Yet relaxed once he heard Qinshan Lake before the rain. In his mind, if the police were searching for clues near Qinshan Lake, it indicated they had not seen through his alibi, as Qinshan Lake was not the crime scene, and he had nothing to fear regarding the fishing rod. Officers, the fishing tools are over here. Wang Wenjia gestured toward a small room nearby, saying, I am a professional fisherman. All my equipment is stored in a dedicated room. Unfortunately, the pressure of life is quite heavy, but thankfully, thanks to my uncle. Wang Wenjia opened the door, gesturing to the room's contents. A faint odor of fish, mixed with wood and rubber, wafted out. This small room, barely 10 square meters, was brimming with various fishing gear, including slender, sensitive rods and robust sea rods. In the center of the room stood a wooden workbench, meticulously arranged with a row of colorful floats. Scattered nearby were various fishing hooks, their sharp tips glinting with a cold shimmer. Which fishing rod did you use on Saturday? This one, Wang Wenjia replied, pointing to a deep blue rod. Lin Chang nodded, a fleeting heaviness crossing his eyes. He had not seen the white bucket. Had Wang Wenjia disposed of it? If that were the case, the situation would become quite precarious. A bucket that had previously held water would leave little evidence, and if discarded, any traces upon it would likely be completely erased. Given the circumstances, Lin Chong chose not to conceal his intentions any longer. Suddenly raising his voice, he demanded, Where is the white bucket you used? Where did you put it? His tone bore the weight of an interrogation, as Lin Chong aimed to catch Wang Wenjia off guard. Huh. Wang Wenjia paused, momentarily flustered, but quickly regained his composure. Oh, that bucket? I discovered it was broken yesterday, and threw it away. Threw it away? Where? Just tossed it by the roadside. By now, it's probably been picked up. Although he was confident that his actions would remain undiscovered, he had nonetheless discarded the bucket in an area devoid of surveillance last night, just before going out for a ride-hailing job. The police's inquiry into the bucket's whereabouts indicated that his methods might have been uncovered, yet he was relieved that he had acted swiftly the previous night. Chapter 27. Confession. Just as Lin Chong and the others were grappling with their concerns, a booming voice resonated from outside. Old Wang, why did you leave your precious bucket by the roadside last night? Fortunately, I saw it on my way home and picked it up for you. Lin Chong's eyes brightened suddenly, his gaze sharpened like that of a hawk. Before the others could react, he swiftly turned and strode towards the door, seizing the speaker. Hey, who are you? What are you doing? The individual was startled by the abrupt action, questioning in panic. Hello, I'm a police officer. Please hand over the bucket. Upon seeing Lin Chong present his badge, the man complied and handed over the bucket, then inquired, Officer, what is going on? This bucket belongs to old Wang. He takes it fishing every time we go. Lin Chong skillfully produced the gloves he had prepared earlier, a habit cultivated over many years of police work. He always carried 2 pairs, ready for any unforeseen circumstances. After donning the gloves, he firmly accepted the bucket. Wang Wenjia, is this your bucket? Yes, it is. Wang Wenjia's voice began to tremble, his gaze evasive. Strange, it was leaking yesterday. How is it fine today? Wang Wenjia, please accompany us back for further investigation. All right. Wang Wenjia lowered his head, feeling as though his vitality had been drained, his body lacking support, devoid of any will to resist. He realized that the police had completely unraveled the ruse he had meticulously crafted. As he pondered this, he raised his head and asked, Can you tell me who figured it out? Lin Chong snorted coldly. We haven't even interrogated you yet, and you're already asking us questions? Let us head back to the station. 3 days later, the forensic department provided a crucial conclusion. A hair found on the wire handle of the white bucket that Lin Chong had retrieved belonged to the deceased Wang Yongkong. This indicated that Wang Yongkong had come into contact with the bucket. With this evidence, along with Wang Wenjia's fingerprints on the sleeping pills, even if he denied it, his claims would hold no weight. In the interrogation room, Lin Chong and Zhou Ran sat calmly, their expressions composed as they regarded Wang Wenjia. Let us hear it. Recount the sequence of events pertaining to your crime. Lin Chong's voice was deep and resonant, shattering the silence in the room. You all already know, don't you? Wang Wenjia replied feebly, his face etched with resignation. Our analysis differs from your own account, Zhou Ran interjected, maintaining a calm tone laced with underlying pressure. Fine, I'll speak, but can you at least record my confession as sincere? Wang Wenjie began to negotiate. Wang Wenjie, we are the ones asking you questions. Lin Chang reminded him, feeling a growing impatience at Wang Wenjie's persistent attempts to barter for leniency since their arrival. Officer, I truly need this. My wife. She's in the hospital, waiting for my medical expenses next month. As he spoke, his eyes reddened, tears dripping onto the wooden floor before him. Attempting to sway the officers with his sob story, Zhou Ran silently observed him. They had already investigated his financial situation. While it was true that his household had little surplus each month and lived in hardship, the primary burden stemmed from their mortgage. If they sold their house, they could secure a substantial cash flow, stabilizing his wife's treatment far more than he had portrayed. Clearly, Wang Wenjie sought to manipulate the police's perception of his plight. As a seasoned detective, Lin Chang had encountered many such tactics over the years, easily discerning genuine desperation from mere pretense. He remained unmoved by Wang Wenjie's plight. Seeing the two officers unresponsive, Wang Wenjie suddenly lashed out. Are you really going to force me? How are you any different from that old man? Why can't he lend me a hand? I'm already struggling so much. Why does he get to live so comfortably with so much money? And what about me? I can't even afford a meal over 50 yuan. Is it because I'm not trying hard enough? Why is this fair? Wang Wenjie erupted, banging his fists on the table, shaking violently. Master Wei, don't worry, let him vent, Lin Chang said calmly. He understood that Wang Wenjie's pent-up anger needed an outlet. Once he released it, his emotions would stabilize, making further questioning easier. However, he would need to guide the conversation appropriately, employing a tit-for-tat approach. Wang Wenjie, your grievances do not justify your crime. Do you even know what Wang Yongkong has endured? By what right do you retaliate against others simply because your life is unsatisfactory? Yes, he is your uncle, but he is not your father. His assistance is a kindness. His refusal is his right. Ultimately, you are nothing but a self-serving individual, still foolishly hoping to exchange a confession for leniency in your punishment. Wang Wenjie, you are too. Zhou Ran discreetly nudged Lin Chang's leg under the table, prompting him to hold his tongue, suppressing what he had almost said. Grateful. Lin Chang continued to fix his gaze on Wang Wenjie. Wang Wenjie, I'll ask you again. Will you confess honestly? Perhaps the earlier admonishment had jolted Wang Wenjie awake. Or perhaps he had come to a realization after venting. At that moment, he lifted his head. His eyes red and voice thick with emotion. I know I shouldn't have killed my uncle. I was blinded by greed. The mortgage and my wife's illness were suffocating me, and I just wanted to end the suffering quickly. But I never expected that my uncle, who had always supported me, would refuse to give me money, even urging me to abandon my wife. In a moment of desperation, I lost my way. Wang Wenjie, are you implying that this was a crime of passion? Do you think we will believe that? A crime of passion allows for the contemplation necessary to devise an alibi. Lin Chang slammed his hand on the table, his voice rising sharply. No, officer, I confess. Wang Wenjie bowed his head, his voice sinking into a low murmur. On Friday, I took my wife to my uncle's house, hoping to make yet another attempt to borrow money. However, my uncle not only refused but also insisted that my wife leave me, suggesting she should face her demise alone. How could I possibly allow her to confront death by herself? Thus, on the way back to the hospital, I devised a plan. The following Saturday at around 4 p.m., after fishing at Qingshan Lake, I sought out my uncle once more, wishing to make a final plea. Yet he rejected me again, even knocking over the fish I had caught. Seizing the moment while he was distracted, I stealthily entered his room and took his sleeping pills, dissolving them in water, pretending to offer an apology as I handed him the drink. By around 6 p.m., as the sedatives took effect, I forced him into a bucket of water, drowning him. I was aware that once my uncle was dead, a substantial inheritance would be mine, liberating me from my burdens. At approximately 6:20 p.m., I drove back and began arranging for a designated driver. After completing my shift that night, I rode my electric bike to my uncle's house, took his car to Qingshan Lake, submerged the vehicle in the water, and returned home. Initially, I intended to settle the money and seek treatment for my wife before turning myself in. However, I had not anticipated that your investigative prowess would be so swift. Chapter 28. The Olive Branch from director Hu Lin Chang stifled a chuckle, casting a glance at Zhou Ran. Their rapid resolution of the case was largely attributable to his apprentice's exceptional abilities. In the expansive criminal investigation system of Guangtian, Could any newcomer rival Zhou Ran's outstanding performance? Even seasoned detectives, who had endured years of fieldwork, would struggle to solve such a complex case in such a short span. Both incidents displayed a meticulous execution by the perpetrator, who had even fabricated an alibi. It is well known that cases with alibis are deemed among the most challenging to crack, presenting formidable obstacles for ordinary detectives. Once a suspect establishes a seemingly flawless alibi, they are often excluded from investigation, leading the investigation astray. If Zhou Ran had not steadfastly maintained that Wang Wenjie was the culprit, they would not have solved the case so promptly. It is possible that they would still be pursuing Li Xiuhua, probing into her whereabouts and motives, ultimately yielding nothing. Moreover, had their investigation not proceeded swiftly, Wang Wenjie's discarded white bucket would have made it nearly impossible to retrieve Wang Yongkang's hair after an extended period. Without such compelling evidence, the case might have lingered as an unsolved mystery. Therefore, Zhou Ran's contributions were undeniably paramount. He provided unwavering direction when others faltered, consistently illuminating new avenues when the case stagnated. With a smile, Lin Chong rose, recognizing that the interrogation had reached a satisfying conclusion. Wang Wenjie's confession had been meticulously documented, and paired with the crucial detail of Wang Yongkang's allergy to Zaoplan, the fingerprints found on the Zaoplan bottle, and the hair found in the white bucket, these three irrefutable pieces of evidence could effectively seal the case. The next day, Zhou Ran arrived at work with a buoyant step, recalling the moment he unveiled the perpetrator's methods and successfully apprehended him, igniting a sense of achievement and fulfillment that reaffirmed his commitment to capturing all criminals before him. Upon entering the office, he noticed his colleagues beaming at him, their expressions reflecting their appreciation. Our contributions are finally recognized. Wang Yu jested, joined in mirth by the others. They had reported the recent cases to their superiors, who were exceedingly pleased with their speed in solving the crimes. Rumor had it that they would soon be awarded a collective third-class merit. Such recognition, far more exhilarating than a mere salary increase, was a coveted honor among the diligent detectives. Although the collective third-class merit may seem attainable, in reality, many detectives might never receive such an accolade in their lifetime. Grateful for Zhou Ran's leadership, they understood that even if they had solved the cases, the time taken would have been significantly longer without his guidance, and they would have faced criticism, rendering the merit an unattainable dream. Seeing the affectionate smiles of his colleagues, Zhou Ran returned their warmth with a smile of his own. Yet, he was not a naive novice. He humbly remarked, "Let us not be modest. We determine the direction together. Without everyone's perseverance and support, I could not have been so certain that Wang Wenjie was the perpetrator. It was only due to everyone's discovery of the Asapa clone that we obtained the vital information regarding Wang Yongkang's allergy to Zaoplan. If a novice like me were to examine the scene multiple times, I might not have uncovered such significant clues. Thus, the credit belongs to all." Upon hearing Zhou Ran's words, their smiles widened even further. Who else possesses both intellect and emotional intelligence while remaining unassuming? Only Zhou Ran from their team. Such a gem must be cherished. Meanwhile, Wang Yu had already sidled up to Zhou Ran. "Brother Zhou, stop being modest. Although you are younger than me, I will still call you Brother Zhou. If it bothers you, just call me Brother Wang. Let us agree to our own titles." Laughter erupted in the office. Suddenly, Lin Chong's phone vibrated. He stepped out of the office to answer the call, and upon returning, his expression turned serious. "Zhou Ran, director who wants to see you." "Master, why so grave? Isn't it just a commendation?" Zhou Ran replied with a smile, but he noticed the smiles of his colleagues had vanished, replaced by solemnity. Sensing something was amiss, Zhou Ran quickly inquired, "Master, what is going on?" "Ah, you're still new here, so you may not know, but Director Hu. What is the matter?" "Nothing. Director Hu simply appreciates progress and encourages others to advance. You'll understand once you go in." Beep, beep, beep. A car horn sounded outside, followed by Xiang Jie's voice. "Zhou Ran, hurry up and get in the car. I'll take you there." "Coming." Zhou Ran glanced back at his colleagues, puzzled, yet climbed into the captain's car. These people had changed countenance upon hearing Director Hu's name. Why would they share any information with him? "Captain, what is going on?" "Well, your master didn't tell you, so I can't disclose it either. Once we arrive, you'll know. I can only assure you that Director Who's seeking you out is definitely not a bad thing." "Then why the secrecy?" Zhou Ran pressed. "Oh," Xiang Jie shook his head, lapsing into silence as he drove, soon arriving at their destination. Their squad was not far from the bureau, merely a street apart. "Zhou Ran, be astute when speaking with Director Hu." Zhou Ran paused. "Captain, aren't you coming with me?" Director Who is looking for you. He hasn't asked me to join. With a resigned shrug, Zhou Ran turned and walked toward the office at the corner. Knock, 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 please come in. Zhou Ran cautiously entered the office. His first encounter with Director Who. The director was tall, his beard somewhat unkempt, as if he had neglected grooming for some time, and his hair hinted at graying. However, the most striking feature was his youthful face, which seemed incongruous with his appearance. At that moment, Zhou Ran finally comprehended why his colleagues referred to Director Who as the doll director. Initially, he thought it was merely due to Who's youthful appearance. Zhou Ran, is it? Please, have a seat. I am Hu Wei, your director. Hello, Director Who. I have heard about your achievements. To crack 2 cases right after joining is quite impressive. Zhou Ran felt a slight easing of his guard. From the ongoing conversation and Who's demeanor, everything appeared normal. Yet, why did his colleagues wear such serious expressions? Director Who, you flatter me. These successes are the result of our team's collective efforts. No, I am fully aware of their capabilities. I would be grateful if we could simply avoid leaving the cases unsolved. I have reviewed the case files. The reasoning and logical skills required for these 2 cases are substantial. Your contributions are indispensable. What do you say? Join me in my work. Director Who extended an olive branch. Chapter 29. Special Case Unit. Zhou Ran's eyes widened in disbelief. What was happening? There was no preamble. He was being pulled in without warning. Just a moment ago, Who was praising his deductive abilities. And now he was suggesting Zhou leave the front lines to work alongside him? It was akin to a superior complimenting your writing skills one moment, then proposing you become their secretary the next. The role of a secretary differs vastly from that of a mere writer. It demands skills in coordinating various departments, managing the boss's schedule, and dealing with a myriad of intricate tasks. If a person were solely adept at writing yet entirely ignorant of related responsibilities, being suddenly promoted to such a position would undoubtedly carry ulterior motives. However, Zhou Ran dared not voice these thoughts, for Who held a significantly higher rank. He cautiously replied, Director, I am still an intern and lack the necessary skills. The resolution of these 2 cases was merely coincidental, and I am not well versed in other aspects of criminal investigation. Zhou Ran, you must understand that a position by my side is a coveted opportunity for many. Remaining with me will ensure your rapid growth. Do you not desire advancement? Of course, I yearn for progress. Yet, being near the director means I would no longer apprehend criminals. Zhou Ran believed he preferred pursuing criminals over mere advancement. His past life had been stifling. And in this life, he must assert himself. Director Who, advancement is achievable for anyone, but capturing criminals is not within everyone's grasp. I believe I still have room for improvement and should strive on the front lines. Haha, very well. I shall await your progress. You may return to your duties. Zhou Ran sighed in relief, initially fearing Who would insist on keeping him close. Hearing Who's permission to leave, he hurriedly expressed his gratitude and exited the office. By the way, I can expedite your formal appointment, but it will depend on your 3rd-class merit, which should arrive soon. Thank you, Director Who. Zhou Ran hastily uttered before rushing out, leaving Hu Wei smiling and shaking his head in amusement. He dialed a number, and a bright voice answered. Uncle Hu. How is it? Ting Ting. The lad is unwilling, but I believe he should gain more experience on the front lines. It would greatly aid his future development. Isn't that too dangerous? You don't know. The last time at Qingshan Lake, I saw. I haven't slept well for several nights. Do not worry too much. Ting Ting. Exposure is inevitable for a criminal investigator, and it is surmountable. We will also have professional psychologists available. If the situation becomes severe, there will be psychological intervention. All right. Thank you, Uncle Hu. Rest assured, Ting Ting. This comrade, Zhou, though I have only met him once, I can tell he is a good fellow. All right, Uncle Hu. I won't bother you any longer. After hanging up, Hu Wei chuckled, that girl. As Zhou Ran emerged from the office building, Xiang Jie immediately approached him, asking, So, have you accepted? Zhou Ran halted, scrutinizing Xiang Jie, already having an inkling of the situation. So, Xiang, you and the others are aware of why Director Hu sought me, correct? Hiki. Xiang Jie chuckled awkwardly, a glimmer of guilt in his eyes. Zhou Ran, please do not hold it against us. Such a remarkable opportunity for advancement should not be squandered due to our selfishness. He patted Zhou Ran's shoulder. Come on, let us talk in the car. I'll give you a ride one last time. Zhou Ran's lips curled into a slight smile as he followed Xiang Jie into the vehicle. At that moment, he had largely deduced the reason. Xiang Jie and the others must have known that Director Hu intended to transfer him to his side. Such a rare opportunity for advancement was not something they could easily obstruct, hence their reluctance to disclose anything in advance, fearing it would burden him psychologically. Their serious expressions earlier likely stemmed from the fact that if he left the branch, their ability to solve cases would significantly diminish. Xiang, I did not agree. Xiang Jie slammed on the brakes, exclaiming in shock. What? You didn't agree? Are you out of your mind? How could you pass up such a great opportunity? We didn't inform you earlier to prevent you from wasting this chance. Do you realize how many criminal investigators long to join the Special Case Unit? Special Case Unit? What is that? Zhou Ran recognized he had guessed only half of the truth. What? How could Zhou not know about the Special Case Unit? Xiang Jie was taken aback. Did Director Hu not invite Zhou to the Special Case Unit? What exactly had Zhou rejected? Wait, did Director Hu not ask you to join the Special Case Unit? Xiang Jie asked incredulously. No, what is the Special Case Unit? Then what did you decline? Director Hu requested I work alongside him. What? Xiang Jie's shock grew even more pronounced, his gaze fixed intently on Zhou Ran. To work alongside Director Hu hinted at a trajectory toward becoming the branch chief. Zhou Ran, do you realize that the captains of the 3 criminal investigation teams in Guangtian all spent 6 months working alongside Director Hu before being promoted to captain? Zhou Ran and Xiang Jie exchanged bewildered glances in the car. Their instincts told them that Hu Wei's intention in having Zhou Ran work at his side was not merely to groom him for the captaincy. After all, it is not common practice to elevate newcomers to captaincy directly. What could it be then? Did Zhou Ran possess some special connection? No. When Zhou Ran was hired, they had conducted thorough background checks. Though his family was financially stable, they were solely involved in business, lacking any connections within the system. Xiang, what exactly is the Special Case Unit? You still haven't told me. The Special Case Unit is a special group formed by Director Hu, comprising the city's elite in case solving. It could be said that the most adept individuals in solving cases throughout Guangtian are members of the Special Case Unit. When the various criminal investigation teams encounter particularly challenging cases, they often seek their assistance. Since it was established solely by Director Hu, whenever he identifies promising talent, he transfers them into the Special Case Unit. Over time, the unit has become increasingly proficient in solving cases, evolving into a formidable asset within Guangtian's criminal investigation system. Zhou Ran suddenly understood. So you all thought Director Hu was transferring me to the Special Case Unit? Yes, you are not the first to receive such an invitation. Hence, everyone refrained from informing you in advance to avoid affecting your future prospects and to alleviate any psychological pressures. Now I see. Zhou Ran felt a sense of relief, yet simultaneously puzzled as to why Hu did not wish to transfer him to the Special Case Unit, but rather wanted him to remain at his side. Could it be that he genuinely intended for Zhou Ran to become a branch chief? He could not fathom the reasoning but decided not to dwell on it further. Such trivial matters were not worth exhausting his mind over. Affirmative. I shall diligently execute the task of refining and translating the provided text into elegant English, adhering to the specified guidelines. Rest assured, Captain Xiang, I will dedicate myself to our team, Zhou Ran avowed with unwavering conviction. That's the spirit, Xiang Jie exclaimed, flooring the accelerator, propelling the vehicle towards the detachment headquarters. As dusk descended following the day's duties, a somber atmosphere enveloped room 104. Bed 6 of the oncology department at the People's Hospital. A lawyer entered the room, his gaze immediately drawn to the stark white surroundings. The energy-efficient lights cast a pallid glow, rendering the space both luminous and chilling. Xia Xian Yao? The lawyer inquired softly. Xia Xian Yao responded with a gentle cough, laboriously rising from her bed. Though her complexion was wan, she mustered a faint smile for the lawyer, her parched lips parting as she feebly uttered, Are you? I am the attorney representing your husband, Wang Wenjie. He has instructed me to liquidate his real estate holdings and remit the proceeds to you. Due to the urgency of the matter, the sum amounts to 2 million, as per Mr. Wang Wenjie's mandate. I have already deposited 1,300,000 into your medical account, which ought to suffice for your surgery and subsequent treatment. The remaining 700,000 is at your discretion, with Mr. Wang Wenjie expressing his hope that you may live a fulfilling life. Xia Xian Yao's eyes widened slightly, betraying a maelstrom of emotions. She was already cognizant of Wang Wenjie's predicament. She was not one to shy away from hardship. She merely desired a tranquil existence with her husband. Had she been aware of the magnitude of Wang Wenjie's burden, she would have liquidated their assets long ago. Her lips quivering, Xia Xian Yao suppressed her impending breakdown and softly thanked the lawyer. Outside the hospital, Zhou Ran stood silently beneath the ward, his lips moving as if in silent contemplation. Another week elapsed, and Zhou Ran received his official confirmation, becoming a sworn officer of the law. The atmosphere within the squad was placid, with Zhou Ran's workload being relatively light, primarily involving the documentation of case details. As members of the Criminal Investigation Division, they generally enjoyed a sense of tranquility unless a heinous crime occurred. However, Zhou Ran's spirits were dampened by Chu Tingting's persistent invitations for dinner. He was not oblivious to her affections, but his resolve was to apprehend criminals, and he would not allow romantic entanglements to cloud his judgment. Yet, Chu Tingting's subsequent words pierced his defenses. "Zhou Ran, haven't you solved 2 cases in just a few days?" She probed. "Indeed," he affirmed. "So you're a veritable magnet for misfortune, aren't you? Wherever you go. If you wish to dispel the notion that you're a harbinger of misfortune, you'll dine with me today." Upon reading Chu Tingting's message, Zhou Ran recognized it as a goading tactic, yet he was determined to prove her wrong, to demonstrate that he was not a mere harbinger of misfortune. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Chu Tingting's vehicle came to a smooth halt outside the detachment headquarters, and she waved enthusiastically at Zhou Ran. Noticing the envious glances from his colleagues, Zhou Ran realized he had been branded. He shook his head ruefully and settled into the passenger seat of Chu Tingting's car. "I finally managed to coax you out," she remarked. "Tonight, I shall ascertain whether you're a harbinger of misfortune." "Where are we headed?" he inquired. "You'll find out when we get there. Tonight, you're at my beck and call." Zhou Ran detected a hint of ambiguity in her words and was about to offer an explanation, but he hesitated, fearing Chu Tingting would mock his overactive imagination. He swallowed his words, and Chu Tingting, her gaze fixed on the road ahead, cast a furtive glance at Zhou Ran, a subtle smile gracing her lips. 40 minutes later, Chu Tingting and Zhou Ran entered the Eater's Haven restaurant, a popular establishment teeming with patrons. After a 20-minute wait, they were finally seated. "Order whatever you fancy. Don't worry about sparing my expenses," Chu Tingting said, handing Zhou Ran the menu. Zhou Ran accepted the menu, retorting, "So, your choice of this restaurant is merely to test my predisposition? Of course. Why else would I choose this popular establishment?" Chu Tingting contended that a larger crowd would naturally increase the probability of an incident. She pouted, adding, "In a regular restaurant, your police force could easily suppress any news, leaving me in the dark. But a popular restaurant is a different story. If something were to happen, there would be a plethora of onlookers, sparing me the effort of investigating. Rest assured, nothing will happen," he reassured her. "This place is frequented by couples on dates. Who would harm their significant other?" Zhou Ran, savoring a piece of crispy fried meat, pointed to a couple at a nearby table. "Look at that handsome fellow in the blue denim jacket and the beautiful woman across from him. They're a match made in heaven. I highly doubt anything untoward will occur. So my disposition is not a factor." Chu Tingting glanced at the couple, countering, with a harbinger of misfortune in close proximity. "Who can say what might happen to those not part of the main cast?" Chu Tingting extended her hand, forming a scissor shape, and surreptitiously snapped a photo of Zhou Ran. Half an hour later, a waiter carrying a plate of small cakes approached from across Zhou Ran's position. As he reached the couple's table, his foot slipped on a patch of moisture, causing him to stumble and grasp the woman's shoulder for support. "I apologize, madam. I lost my footing," the waiter exclaimed, profusely apologizing while dabbing at a small dollop of cream on the woman's hat with a napkin. "It's quite all right, thank you," she responded. Zhou Ran observed the scene, simultaneously extracting a tissue and handing it to Chu Tingting, remarking with a hint of triumph, "See? I told you nothing would happen. You were so insistent that something would. That couple seems to be getting along splendidly. Ugh, how annoying. Fine, you win. Let's go back." The following morning, Zhou Ran was jolted awake by the insistent ringing of his mobile phone. Zhou Ran, return to work immediately. Something has happened. "I'm on my way," he mumbled. Zhou Ran blearily glanced at the time, 7:28 a.m., 2 minutes shy of his alarm. He instinctively considered seizing those final 2 minutes for a quick nap. Wait, he suddenly snapped to attention, realizing that the call was from a colleague. Their use of the word something could only mean blast. Zhou Ran exclaimed, leaping out of bed. Could a murder have truly occurred? Stay calm, he muttered, attempting to regain his composure. It doesn't necessarily have to be at that restaurant. He hastily dressed, splashed cold water on his face, and bolted out the door, mounting his mountain bike and furiously pedaling towards the station. Their workday commenced at 8:30 a.m., and he typically awoke at 7:30 a.m., allowing 20 minutes for grooming, 10 minutes for breakfast, and 20 minutes for cycling to the station. However, today he bypassed the intermediate steps, arriving at the station, breathless, at 7:50 a.m. Master, what has transpired? He inquired. Lin Chong, his brow furrowed, replied with a weary sigh, I don't know what curse we've incurred lately, but one murder follows another. Zhou Ran's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed. Something has occurred. Master, has the victim's information been obtained? Did they happen to visit the Eater's Haven restaurant last night? Zhou Ran muttered under his breath, suspecting that his system might possess some sort of trigger mechanism, as one case invariably seemed to follow another. Lin Chong paused, retorting, Do you have any leads? How could you possibly know that? Of course not. I'm completely ignorant of the case details. Lin Chong's expression turned grave. He believed he had a thorough understanding of Zhou Ran, his disciple, and Zhou Ran would never utter anything irrelevant to the case without reason. Although he couldn't fathom why Zhou Ran would mention the Eater's Haven restaurant, he trusted Zhou Ran's instincts, believing that he had discerned something amiss. Upon observing Lin Chong's expression, Zhou Ran mistakenly assumed that Lin Chong suspected his involvement in the case. Realizing that he could not feign ignorance, he decided to speak candidly. He recounted in detail his dinner with Chu Tingting the previous night, emphasizing that it was certainly unrelated to his physical condition. Upon hearing Zhou Ran's explanation, Lin Chong's face twitched slightly, and he slapped his forehead in frustration, regretting his earlier thoughts. How foolish he had been to blindly trust Zhou Ran's words without any case information. From now on, he resolved not to unthinkingly believe his apprentice's assertions. From now on, refrain from discussing irrelevant matters with me, Lin Chong admonished, lightly tapping Zhou Ran's head as he called out to the others in the office. Young forensic expert, let us hurry. The team is still waiting for us at the scene. As the news had only just been discovered that morning, the team had not yet arrived in full force. Thus, Xiang Jie took the early arrivals to the scene, while Lin Chong organized the remaining personnel to follow. Here they come. Yang Wen rushed out, carrying a toolbox. The group quickly departed for the crime scene, which was located in the deceased residence, where a deep bruise marred her neck. The presence of such a mark alone was sufficient to conclude that she had been strangled, without the need for forensic examination. The room was impeccably tidy, showing no signs of a struggle, yet this did not imply that the victim had taken her own life. Rather, the bruise indicated foul play. It was inconceivable for a person to strangle themselves, as instinct would compel one to fight against suffocation, contradicting the notion of self-strangulation. Chapter 31. The missing takeaway. Upon arriving at the scene, Lin Chong quickly spotted Xiang Jie and hastened over with several colleagues in tow. I brought the forensic expert, Yang, he announced. Good. Yang, please examine the body for any other valuable clues, Xiang Jie replied hurriedly, nodding at Lin Chong before addressing the arriving Yang. Yang promptly set to work, while Lin Chong and his team engaged in the scene investigation. The deceased resided in a one-bedroom apartment, indicative of a single woman. The decor was exquisite and warm, adorned with cute stickers on the refrigerator and a charming orange rice cooker resembling a little fox nestled in the kitchen. A trendy lazy sofa was carelessly positioned in the center of the living room, accompanied by a full-length mirror, suggesting that the deceased was an optimistic individual who embraced life. This further diminished the possibility of suicide. The victim was dressed in loose, comfortable pajamas, lying near the bedroom, which indicated her lack of apprehension towards the assailant, implying a closeness that allowed the perpetrator access to her bedroom. The absence of struggle pointed to a singular conclusion. The assailant was someone the victim knew well. Zhou Ran entered the corridor and noticed a young woman conversing with Yin Tao, her body shaking with sobs, her expression filled with profound sorrow. Zhou Ran approached politely and inquired, Tao Ge, may I ask who this is? Zhou Ran has arrived? This is Ms. Yuan Huiyao, the deceased Zheng Meng's close friend. They had planned to go hiking today, but upon her arrival, Yuan found the apartment unresponsive. Since Zheng had given her a spare key, she entered and discovered Zheng's lifeless body on the floor, already stiff with rigor mortis. In her panic, she immediately called the police. Zhou Ran glanced at Yuan Huiyao, who was visibly terrified, clearly shaken by the horrific scene. Statistically, the first person to report a case has a 50 higher chance of being connected to it. Prompting Zhou Ran to scrutinize Yuan Huiyao intently. Sensing his gaze, she stopped crying and asked, somewhat indignantly, what is with that look? Ms. Yuan, could you please elaborate on the details of your discovery of the deceased? This information may prove crucial to the case. Zhou Ran maintained his calm demeanor. Surely, you wish for the perpetrator who harmed your friend to be apprehended swiftly? At this moment, Yin Tao chimed in. Yes, Ms. Yuan, speak with Zhou Ran. He is quite the detective in our team. Yuan Huiyao sniffled. compelling herself to regain composure as she rubbed her swollen eyes and began to recount. I had arranged to hike with Zheng Ming this morning, so I came to wake her up. I never expected she broke into tears. ISNT today Wednesday. Don't you have to work? Zhou Ran seized upon this detail. Today is Wednesday. Given your and Zheng Ming's age, this is typically a prime working age. Oh, we're both freelancers, usually streaming online, so we don't have the same rigid schedule as regular employees. Then you met yesterday? Zhou Ran pressed, recognizing the significance of this information. If Yuan Huiyao had indeed seen Zheng Ming the day prior, it could help establish the time frame of her death. Not in person, but we did connect during a live stream. Zhou Ran was taken aback, realizing he had made an error. Being fellow streamers, it was entirely plausible for them to communicate through live broadcasts. He needed to adapt his inquiries to align with the streamer's lifestyle. What time was that? About 5:30 p.m. yesterday. Did she exhibit any unusual behavior before ending the stream? Did she say anything noteworthy? Yuan Huiyao tilted her head, frowning slightly as she pondered before shaking her head. Nothing particularly out of the ordinary. Is there a recording? I'd like to see it. Yes. I record my streams daily. Here, take a look. Yuan Huiyao handed her phone to Zhou Ran. He examined the video of Yuan Huiyao's last stream with Zheng Ming. In the footage, Zheng Ming was smiling brightly, addressing the camera. Dear viewers, I just ordered takeout. Time to prepare for a feast. See you later. Zhou Ran noted the timestamp, 5:42 p.m. This indicated that Zheng Ming must have met her demise after this time. Wait, she ordered takeout. Zhou Ran's eyes darted around the room, noting its cleanliness. The trash bin was empty, save for a solitary black garbage bag. He smacked his forehead, realizing he had overlooked an important detail. Exchanging glances with Yin Tao, he said, we need to find out what Zheng Ming ordered for takeout and delve deeper into this lead. It may yield significant insights. Takeout. Yin Tao was momentarily taken aback, struggling to connect the dots. What does that have to do with Zheng Ming's death? At this point, it's uncertain. From the video, we see Zheng Ming was still in her work attire when she signed off, yet she was found in her pajamas. She mentioned ordering takeout, but there are no food containers present, indicating she must have disposed of the trash at least once. Given the layout of Zheng Ming's room, she appeared to be someone who took pride in her living space, unlikely to wear pajamas outside for a trash run. Yet when she was murdered, she was indeed in her pajamas, suggesting she had changed after returning home from throwing out the trash. Exactly. Ahui never wears pajamas outside, Yuan Huiyao interjected, affirming Zhou Ran's deduction. If she was targeted while taking out the trash, it is entirely plausible. Zhou Ran continued to analyze, considering the implications of attraction. He halted mid-sentence, noting the presence of women nearby, which made it challenging to express his thoughts candidly. At this moment, Yin Tao finally comprehended the significance of Zhou Ran's investigation into the takeaway trash. He instinctively broke into applause. Currently, the on-site examination had not yielded substantial progress. Yet it was possible that the takeaway lead discovered by Zhou Ran could indeed become the pivotal breakthrough in solving the case. Truly, he was the strongest newcomer in their team. His cognitive pathways, logical reasoning, and keen insights were not something ordinary individuals could match. Meanwhile, Xiang Jie clapped his hands, signaling everyone to gather. Everyone, come here for a moment to summarize the clues we have on hand. Standing in the corridor outside the room, Xiang Jie beckoned the group to step outside to consolidate their findings and determine the next investigative direction. Yang, please share your observations. As everyone can see, the deceased, Zheng Ming, died from asphyxiation due to pressure on the neck, with an estimated time of death between 6 and 9 o'clock last night. It can initially be determined as a homicide. That is all, Xiang Jie inquired. For now, that is all we can ascertain. Further examination is required. He then turned to the others. What about the rest of you? Any clues? Lin Chong rubbed his nose, noting that everything in the room appeared normal. The deceased was wearing pajamas, suggesting that the murderer was likely someone familiar to Zheng Ming. Moreover, this individual must have been close enough to the deceased to be allowed into her presence while she was dressed in sleepwear. Hearing his mentor's assessment, Zhou Ran's lips twitched slightly as he suddenly realized that his earlier analysis might have been somewhat flawed. In comparison, his mentor's deduction was evidently more reasonable. After all, if Zheng Ming had encountered any danger while taking out the trash, she would not have returned home to change into her pajamas so calmly. Furthermore, if Zheng Ming was indeed familiar with the murderer, it was quite plausible that the murderer discarded the takeaway trash. But why would the murderer dispose of the trash? Did it conceal some crucial clue? As Zhou Ran pondered this, he heard Xiang Jie call out, Zhou Ran, what do you think? Zhou Ran quickly shook his head, thinking that revealing his earlier erroneous analysis would only lead to embarrassment. Team Xiang, I have no findings to report, and I concur with my mentor's hypothesis. Hey, Zhou Gu, that is not what you said earlier. Yin Tao raised a hand and pushed through the crowd. Xiang Jie immediately perked up, his gaze sharp. What did you just say? Zhou Gu just asked Yuan Huiling when Zheng Ming finished her live stream at 5:42 p.m. and mentioned that she ordered takeaway to prepare for a meal. However, no trace of the takeaway was found in the room, leading Zhou Gu to speculate that the takeaway might be a significant clue. Exactly, Lin Chong exclaimed, slapping his forehead. The scene is so tidy. And the deceased was in pajamas, which suggests that the takeaway trash was likely discarded by the murderer. If it was indeed the murderer's trash, it must contain some vital clue that they deemed too dangerous to leave behind. Listening to their analysis, Zhou Ran felt a sense of relief that Yin Tao had not mentioned his earlier thoughts about Zheng Ming potentially encountering danger while taking out the trash. It seemed that they had all come to acknowledge his inference regarding the takeaway as an important clue. Zhou Gu also mentioned that Zheng Ming might have encountered something while discarding the takeaway. Oh, Xiang Jie turned to Zhou Ran. What do you mean by that? Zhou Ran internally wiped sweat off his brow, knowing the moment of reckoning had arrived. He smiled faintly and replied, Team Xiang, that was merely my speculation. It doesn't hold much weight. However, why didn't you mention such a critical piece of information earlier? Team Xiang, I thought my analysis was incorrect. After hearing my mentor mention the murderer being a familiar person, until the truth is uncovered, we must take any reasonable speculation seriously. Your analysis regarding the takeaway is crucial. Pursuing this lead is indeed important, and we cannot dismiss it. Similarly, we cannot disregard what Lao Lin said about the murderer being someone familiar to the deceased. By the way, you mentioned that the deceased finished her live stream at 5:42 p.m.? Yes, Team Xiang, Zheng Ming finished at 5:42 p.m., which does not contradict the forensic estimate of death occurring between 6 and 9. At that moment, a voice erupted from within the room. Officers, I have an important lead. Subsequently, Yuan Huiyao, wiping tears from the corners of her eyes, hurried over with small steps. Mingming was definitely killed by Ma Xiaohua. Who is Ma Xiaohua? Ma Xiaohua is Mingming's boyfriend, but she was deceived. Yuan Huiyao's gaze was resolute, as she had already concluded that Ma Xiaohua was the murderer. Mingming came from out of town and had no friends locally, except for a recent acquaintance, Ma Xiaohua. However, Yuan Huiyao hesitated for a moment, her face reflecting indecision, as if struggling with whether to divulge more. Rest assured, we are the police and will protect the deceased's privacy. Xiang Jie and Lin Chong's extensive experience came into play at this moment. They understood that the other party likely had hidden concerns and was hesitant to reveal information, yet worried about the murderer escaping. Hence, they needed to alleviate her apprehension so she would naturally divulge the information they sought. This understanding could only be gleaned from years of investigative experience. Little girl, if you have any important clues, please share them with us. You can trust us. We are the police and will not disclose any case details. As a friend of the deceased, everything you say will be documented as part of the case. Thus, under the patient persuasion of Lin Chong and Xiang Jie, Yuan Huiyao gradually relaxed and began to recount her tale. Ma Xiaohua is Mingming's most recent significant supporter, gifting her thousands of yuan daily. Mingming soon met him offline, and they quickly grew close. But one day, I spotted him shopping with another woman, which I reported to Mingming. That night, she confronted him in anger, only to discover she was the third party, which she found difficult to accept. However, Ma Xiaohua was unwilling to give up on Mingming. The day before yesterday, he sought her out, deceiving her into believing he would divorce his partner and marry her. Mingming utterly rejected the idea of being a third party, disrupting someone else's marriage, leading to a fierce argument between them. Therefore, it must be Ma Xiaohua. If he couldn't have Mingming, he resorted to violence. As she spoke, Yuan Huiyao's tears spilled forth once again. Officers, you must apprehend Ma Xiaohua. Rest assured, we will not let any villain escape. Lin Chong vowed, his expression serious as he turned to Yuan Huiyao. Could you tell us your whereabouts between 6 and 9 last night? Huh. Yuan Huiyao frowned, sensing suspicion directed at her. What is going on? They were just discussing Ma Xiaohua, and now they're questioning me? Do I really resemble a suspect? She crossed her arms defiantly, her expression stern. Are you suspecting me? That was my best friend. It's standard procedure. Please cooperate as we need to eliminate the complainant's suspicions. Yuan Huiyao pouted, pulling out her phone. Here. I was live streaming from 6 to 9 yesterday. Here is the data from the back end. Is that sufficient? Lin Chong took the phone and examined the data closely. The back end indicated that Yuan Huiyao began her live stream at 4 p.m. and concluded at 10 p.m. The number of viewers and their engagement remained consistently high, suggesting that the host frequently interacted with the audience, which would not be the case without such high metrics. An anchor who does not engage with their audience in a live stream will experience high attrition rates, and the data displayed on the back end will be dismal. Far from achieving the numbers of someone like Yuan Huiyao. Is it plausible that Yuan Huiyao conducted a live stream without activating her camera, relying solely on her voice? The answer is no. Quite simply, Yuan Huiyao possesses both striking looks and a captivating figure, a gift from the heavens that serves as a distinct advantage in her broadcasts. She would be remiss to neglect such assets. Furthermore, are they not familiar with the viewers' predilections? They are viewers themselves, constantly scrolling through videos on their phones after work, acutely aware of what is most captivating and desirable. Moreover, no voice-only broadcaster could sustain a continuous monologue for 6 hours. The back-end data corroborates this, indicating that the period between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. witnessed the highest frequency of audience interaction, averaging 100 comments per minute. Furthermore, it is implausible that someone would conduct a voice-only live stream while committing murder, as any inadvertent sound could lead to exposure. Therefore, based on a comprehensive assessment, Yuan Huiyao can be exonerated from suspicion in the crime. Officer, this should now substantiate my innocence in the murder, correct? Yuan Huiyao reached out, seeking the return of her phone. Thank you for your cooperation. Can you now apprehend Ma Xiaohua? We appreciate the information you have provided. In the coming days, please ensure your phone remains accessible, as we may require your assistance at any time. Thank you. In the afternoon, Yang, the forensic pathologist, presented his findings. Adorned in a white coat and a mask, he entered the office. Captain, colleagues, the autopsy results are in. The deceased, Zheng Ming, succumbed to asphyxiation due to forceful pressure applied to her neck. The time of death is estimated to be between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. yesterday. Consistent with our initial analysis. Are there any further leads? Yes, I discovered residual food in the deceased's stomach, consisting of tomatoes, beef, eggs, and starch. Based on the degree of digestion, approximately half an hour had elapsed. Captain Xiang extended his finger, noting the half-hour digestion time on the whiteboard, then turned to analyze. The information we extracted from the deceased's phone regarding takeout orders aligns with Dr. Yang's findings. The deceased received a takeout order at 6:20 p.m., a light steak, tomatoes, eggs, and a bun. Given that the food had been digesting in her stomach for half an hour, her time of death must have occurred between 6:50 p.m. and 9 p.m. If we account for approximately 10 minutes for dining, Zheng Ming's time of death can be narrowed down to between 7 p.m. and 9 p.m. Chapter 33. Zhou Ran as a witness based on the forensic findings, coupled with a thorough analysis of Zheng Ming's takeout application. The team successfully narrowed the window of Zheng Ming's death to between 7 p.m. and 9 p.m. This seemingly minor reduction of 1 hour significantly alleviates the workload for subsequent investigations. Whether it involves scrutinizing surveillance footage or tracing individuals' movements, the investigative workload is substantially reduced, requiring them to focus on individuals who were present near Zheng Ming's residence between 7 p.m. and 9 p.m. Xiang Jie scanned the team, inquiring, "What is the status of the takeout lead?" Zhou Ran arose, methodically reporting, "We located Zheng Ming's takeout container in the downstairs trash, consistent with the order on her phone. We have not identified anything anomalous thus far. However, during our inquiries, Zheng Ming's downstairs neighbor lodged a complaint with us." What was the nature of the complaint? Xiang Jie probed. Based on his experience, circumstances reported by the deceased's neighbors after a crime has occurred often suggest that they perceived something unusual at the time, deeming it necessary to report it to the police. Otherwise, individuals would typically avoid involving themselves, adhering to the principle of less is more. Although the police do not immediately treat them as suspects, the requisite questioning procedures are still necessary. Therefore, some individuals, preferring to avoid complications, refrain from proactively engaging. The downstairs neighbor complained that Zheng Ming had discarded trash out the window last night, scattering it across the ground. Discarding trash? At what time? Xiang Jie keenly recognized that this temporal point might further refine the time of death. Zhou Ran responded, 6:30 p.m. The neighbor remembers the time so precisely? Xiang Jie expressed surprise. Generally, individuals' memories of time are rather vague, rarely precise to the exact moment, unless that temporal point holds particular significance for them. I inquired. And the neighbor stated that the time coincided with the pickup time for the daycare next door. Every day at 6:30 p.m., a bell rings. Yesterday, when Zheng Ming discarded the trash, the daycare's pickup bell just sounded. However, Captain, this does not shorten the time of death we just established, Zhou Ran stated blandly. Because it does not contradict the time of death they had just deduced. No. Xiang Jia promptly shook his head, his tone imbued with a hint of excitement. We have not shortened the time of death, but we have confirmed the time of death. Ah, yes. The team then grasped the realization. Following the previous two cases, their thinking had fallen into a misconception, habitually identifying the time of death as a period of time. However, the existing leads in this case made it feasible to precisely determine the time of death. With the time of death established, it would greatly facilitate the progress of the case. At 6:20 p.m., Zhang Ming's phone indicated receipt of the takeout. At 6:30 p.m., Zhang Ming discarded the finished takeout container out the window, scattering trash across the ground, which was observed by the neighbor, who lodged a complaint with them today after seeing them. This implies that at 6:30 p.m., Zhang Ming had already finished the takeout. Therefore, her time of death can be determined to be between 6:50 p.m. and 7 p.m. A smile graced Xiang Jia's face. Although there had been more cases recently, the cases had progressed quite smoothly, which he had previously not dared to imagine. It appeared that everyone's capabilities had improved significantly. All of these changes had occurred since Zhou Ran's arrival. Now that we have determined the time of death, expedite the interrogation to see what Ma Xiaohua was doing during that time. Can we rule out a suspicion? Understood, Captain. We will proceed immediately, Lin Chang responded, gesturing for Zhou Ran to accompany him to the interrogation room. While awaiting the results at noon, the team had brought Ma Xiaohua back to the station, ready for interrogation at any time. When they located Ma Xiaohua, he had just parked his car in his residential complex, not yet having had the opportunity to enter his home, appearing to have just finished work. Now that the forensic findings were available, they could commence questioning. In the interrogation room, Ma Xiaohua stared in bewilderment at the two officers across from him, inquiring, "Officers, what exactly is going on?" Zhou Ran gazed at this face, a tremor coursing through her. This Ma Xiaohua was precisely the male half of the couple that he and Chu Tingting had referenced while dining at Lai's restaurant yesterday. Zhou Ran mused inwardly. Could it be? Could it be? Ultimately, it had connected to Lai's restaurant. However, this also indirectly ruled out Ma Xiaohua's involvement, because yesterday, while he and Chu Tingting were dining between 6:30 p.m. and 7 p.m., Ma Xiaohua had been seated directly across from them. Nevertheless, the interrogation procedures had to be followed, and the questions had to be posed. Zhou Ran swiftly composed herself, initiating the questioning in accordance with the plan she had previously discussed with her mentor. Ma Xiaohua, where were you between 6:50 p.m. and 7 p.m. yesterday afternoon? What? Officers, if you are investigating me, you must inform me why, correct? I have done nothing wrong. Why are you apprehending me? Ma Xiaohua shook his head, his face devoid of the typical apprehension exhibited by ordinary individuals when confronted by the police. This, in Lin Chang's estimation, was highly irregular. Ordinarily, individuals, even when merely questioned by the police on the street, would instinctively exhibit nervousness. This stems solely from an innate reverence for their position. Even if they had done nothing wrong, their conscience clear, they would inevitably experience a degree of unease when questioned by the police, and their expressions would reflect it. Instead, it is often the habitual offenders or those who have committed crimes who mentally prepare themselves in advance, ensuring they do not show signs of fear when confronted by the police. However, Ma Xiaohua exhibited no signs of trepidation, which led Lin Chang to suspect that he might belong to the latter category. Initially, Lin Chang assumed that Yuan Huiyao was merely speaking casually, but now it appeared that Ma Xiaohua was indeed more complex than he first thought, prompting Lin Chang to pay closer attention to him. Lin Chang forcefully slapped the table, raising his voice in an attempt to assert dominance over the situation. When dealing with a suspect who remains unflustered during interrogation, establishing control from the outset is crucial. Otherwise, subsequent questioning can become exceedingly difficult. Ma Xiaohua, I advise you to come clean. It is your duty to do so. Sir, I truly do not understand what you are talking about, nor do I know what I am supposed to confess. Ma Xiaohua retorted. Just answer my question. What were you doing between 6:50 and 7 o'clock last night? Ma Xiaohua chuckled. Sir, I was certainly dining. What else could I have been doing? Where did you eat? With whom? Is there any proof? Of course, Ma Xiaohua responded, no longer evasive as he had been with the previous question. Yesterday at 6:30 p.m., My wife and I dined at the Le Sheikh restaurant, and I have the menu to prove it." He nonchalantly added, "Officer, the receipt is still in my pocket. Furthermore, you can check the app on my phone. It records the ordering and payment times. If the surveillance at Le Sheikh is functional, it should have captured my presence." Upon hearing Ma Xiaohua's response, Lin Chong picked up the phone from the table and moved closer to him, inquiring, "Which app?" "This one, Ganfan Tong." Ma Xiaohua replied, "Click on my account, then on the menu." Following Ma Xiaohua's instructions, Lin Chong opened the menu and indeed found an order recorded for 6:20 p.m. at Le Sheikh, which included dishes like tomato beef brisket, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, beef buns, and century egg congee. The system indicated a payment was made at 7:05 p.m. Subsequently, he retrieved a printed receipt from Ma Xiaohua's pocket, which matched the information from the app perfectly without any discrepancies. Lin Chong cleared his throat and questioned, "This still does not prove anything. You could have left the restaurant at some point." Ma Xiaohua scoffed, a hint of disdain crossing his features. "Officer, I still do not understand what you are investigating. Am I not cooperating? I have been quite accommodating. You may check the surveillance at Le Sheikh. It will confirm my continuous presence there." Zhou Ran cleared his throat softly and leaned closer to Lin Chong, whispering, "Master, I was also dining at Le Sheikh from 6:30 to 7 o'clock p.m. last night, and I was seated directly across from Ma Xiaohua." Chapter 34. The relationship between an ordinary streamer and the top supporter. Lin Chong stared at Zhou Ran in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Wait, your disciple has become a witness for the suspect?" "Haha, officer, now I have a witness." Ma Xiaohua laughed heartily, a smug expression on his face. "I knew this handsome guy looked familiar. He was the one sitting across from me at the restaurant yesterday." Although Zhou Ran had spoken in a low voice, the interrogation room was exceptionally quiet, allowing Ma Xiaohua to hear him clearly. He recalled the scene from last night and recognized Zhou Ran as the customer seated opposite him. Lin Chong forced a smile, albeit strained, and remarked, "A witness is insufficient. We need to review the restaurant's surveillance to completely eliminate your suspicion." "Officer, could you please tell me what exactly is happening? Once we finish reviewing the footage, we will certainly inform you." Lin Chong replied curtly as he pulled Zhou Ran out of the interrogation room. As soon as they exited, Lin Chong eagerly inquired, "How did you end up at Le Sheikh last night?" Zhou Ran's earlier statement had nearly caused him to falter, prompting a hasty conclusion to the questioning. "Master, I was dining there with Chudingting. It just happened to be the place we chose." "All right, let me ask this. Does that mean Ma Xiaohua's suspicion is eliminated?" Zhou Ran nodded. "Theoretically, yes. After all, during the time of the incident, he was right in front of me, making it impossible for him to slip away to commit a crime at the victim's home. Then who else could it be? Both individuals associated with the victim have alibis, ruling them out as suspects." Zhou Ran pondered for a moment, aware that the system had yet to provide any clues, indicating that key individuals related to the case had not been fully uncovered. They must have overlooked some pivotal character, and this individual could very well be the key to solving the case. "Master, there may still be others we have yet to investigate." "Indeed, you are correct. You and Wang Yu should go to Le Sheikh and retrieve the surveillance footage from yesterday." Lin Chong observed Zhou Ran's forlorn expression and quickly clarified, "It's not a matter of distrust. It's simply a necessity for preserving evidence. When police conduct an investigation, it is imperative to retain electronic evidence, such as recordings and surveillance, to prevent cases from stagnating and evidence from being destroyed." Lin Chong continued, "Moreover, we need to scrutinize the footage carefully for any anomalies. Perhaps Ma Xiaohua employed some tactic to deceive you. If he indeed devised a method to fabricate an alibi, identifying this tactic could bring them closer to the truth of the case." After dealing with previous cases, Lin Chong had grown increasingly cautious regarding suspects with alibis, often questioning the authenticity of their claims. For reasons unknown, he felt that Ma Xiaohua's performance during the interrogation had been too flawless, as if he had rehearsed extensively, calm, meticulous, and devoid of any flaws. "All right, I will summon Wang Yu." Once Zhou Ran left, Ma Xiaohua suddenly began shouting in the interrogation room, "Where is everyone? I want to go home. What on earth am I being detained for? What crime have I committed? I will file a complaint against you. How dare you apprehend me without cause? Where is your superior?" Inside the interrogation room, Ma Xiaohua shouted while pounding the table with his hands, attempting to attract attention from outside. "Enough of this racket. You need to cooperate with our investigation. We have already dispatched someone to retrieve the restaurant's surveillance footage. Once your innocence is established, we will release you." Lin Chong bellowed from the doorway. "So there is a case? Why are you not apprehending the real perpetrator, but detaining me instead?" Ma Xiaohua shouted, tilting his head. What crime have I committed? Silence. Lin Chong snapped. Slamming the door of the interrogation room and gesturing to his colleagues in the adjacent room, get someone over here. We need to question him further. Ma Xiaohua. Since you were so eager to know, let's discuss some matters, Lin Chong said, fixing his gaze on Ma Xiaohua and speaking deliberately. You know Zhang Ming, correct? Yes. She is a streamer online. I am her top supporter. Ma Xiaohua replied without hesitation, revealing no signs of concealment. Lin Chong was momentarily speechless, nearly at a loss for words. He had expected Ma Xiaohua to deny it, but instead, he had outright confirmed it. What is your relationship with Zhang Ming? Lin Chong pressed on. It is merely a typical relationship between an ordinary streamer and her top supporter, Ma Xiaohua asserted. You maintain just an ordinary relationship? Indeed, it pertains to the relationship between the streamer and the top supporter. When was the last time you met? Was it yesterday or the day before? I seem to have forgotten. Ma Xiaohua shook his head, a look of impatience crossing his face. Officer, when can I leave? I worked the night shift last night, and I was brought here at noon without any rest. Could you please release me? I need to return home. Alternatively, could you allow me to call my wife to remind her to take her medication? She always forgets. Lin Chong resolutely declined, stating, I'm sorry, but due to the ongoing investigation, we cannot permit communication with the outside world at this time. However, we can arrange for someone to notify your family. Despite Ma Xiaohua possessing a solid alibi, Lin Chong still regarded him as a significant suspect. To prevent him from relaying any information that could compromise the investigation, Lin Chong adopted the most conservative approach. After all, should Ma Xiaohua and his wife have any form of secret communication, it could hinder their judgment of the case, which would be detrimental. Do you need us to notify your wife? Yes, absolutely, Ma Xiaohua eagerly nodded, his face etched with concern. My wife has diabetes and must take insulin, yet she often neglects it and fears the pain of injections. If left unattended, she might skip a dose. Officer, I beg you. His anxiety was palpable, revealing his genuine worry for his wife. Lin Chong nodded in agreement, assuring him, rest assured. We will send someone to inform your wife. Had Lin Chong not known about the affair between Ma Xiaohua and Zhang Ming, he might have been led to believe Ma Xiaohua was a model husband. Subsequently, Lin Chong exited the interrogation room and instructed Yin Tao, take 2 people to Ma Xiaohua's residence and check on his wife. Additionally, inquire about his whereabouts last night, focusing particularly on the time between 6:50 and 7 o'clock p.m. Lin Chong planned to approach the investigation from multiple angles. If Ma Xiaohua's alibi was indeed fabricated, there would inevitably be inconsistencies that could reveal the truth. His current objective was to uncover any discrepancies and expose Ma Xiaohua's movements. Of course, this would not hinder them from simultaneously investigating other leads, until they had a clear target in the case. Pursuing multiple lines of inquiry for breakthroughs was a common investigative strategy. While investigating Ma Xiaohua, the team was also looking into Yuan Huiyao. According to her, Zhang Ming was local, with only Ma Xiaohua and her as acquaintances. Lin Chong intended to delve deeper into the nature of Ma Xiaohua and Zhang Ming's relationship to determine if it was merely platonic. Should they establish that their relationship was more than ordinary, it would further incriminate Ma Xiaohua. Upon returning to the office, Lin Chong connected to the city's hotel network system. Nowadays, hotels require real-name authentication at check-in. The police had been granted access to this system after approval to check the accommodation records of suspects. Xiang, could you please urge Bureau Chief Hu to approve our request for the hotel inquiry system? Lin Chong inquired over the phone. Given the late hour and that Hu was not his direct superior, it might be inappropriate for Lin Chong to directly prompt him for expedited approval. Hence, he sought Xiang's assistance. Understood. Xiang Jie replied on the other end of the line. Chapter 35, eliminating Ma Xiaohua's suspicion half an hour later. Zhou Ran and his partner returned to the police station and headed straight for the office. Master, we obtained the surveillance footage. How did it turn out? It aligns with Ma Xiaohua's account. He arrived at the restaurant at 6 p.m., queued for a meal, and at 6:15, a woman approached him. After which they entered the restaurant together to order. They finished dining and left after settling the bill at 7:05 p.m. Lin Chong furrowed his brow slightly. According to Zhou Ran's description, it appeared that Ma Xiaohua remained under the restaurant's surveillance throughout the period. Did he not leave the restaurant at any point? Lin Chong inquired, not expecting a positive response. Well, he did step out for 10 minutes, Zhou Ran recalled, noting that this lapse was crucial in dismantling Ma Xiaohua's alibi. He left the restaurant between 6:45 and 6:55 p.m. 6:45 to 6:55 p.m.? Lin Chang's eyes brightened at this revelation. As this time frame overlapped by 5 minutes with Zhang Ming's time of death, was it merely a coincidence? Indeed, however, Master, that overlap is only 5 minutes, which hardly allows for any significant actions, Zhou Ran clarified. As of now, the system had not indicated any anomalies, suggesting they had yet to grasp the full scope of personnel involved in the case. Thus, he was still inclined to believe in the validity of Ma Xiaohua's alibi. Master, it takes at least 20 minutes to travel to and from the restaurant from Zhang Ming's house. Lin Chang pondered deeply, slowly concluding, perhaps this is the key. If we can unravel this conundrum, the truth will be within our grasp. Reflecting on previous cases, where suspects meticulously fabricated alibis, the truth emerged once they untangled the threads of deception. Thus, the alibi created by the suspect must have employed some clever means to mislead their judgment. Given that Ma Xiaohua's timeline appeared insufficient for the crime, could the crime scene hold further secrets? Consider the previous case at Xinhu Lake, where the incident did not occur at Qingshan Lake, but rather in the victim's home. Might the same hold true this time, with the crime scene located elsewhere? Lin Chang continued to analyze, positing that, should the crime scene be external, it would likely be within a 5-minute radius of the restaurant. Their growth through numerous cases allowed them to draw upon past methodologies to discuss and attempt to elucidate the current case. Thus, in the police force, even those initially lacking sharp intellect could evolve their thought processes through diligent effort and accrued experience. This is why seniority is a critical criterion in leadership appointments within the system, barring exceptional talents. Zhou Ran, do you think Zhang Ming's death might not have occurred at her home, but rather near the restaurant? Lin Chang proposed. Could it be that Ma Xiaohua committed the act between 6:45 and 6:55 p.m., then temporarily concealed Zhang Ming nearby, waiting until after his meal to return her home? Furthermore, there is a KTV adjacent to the restaurant, where Ma Xiaohua could discreetly maneuver with the incapacitated Zhang Ming without arousing suspicion. After all, the act of disposing of a body is not uncommon near a KTV. Lin Chang earnestly shared his analysis with Zhou Ran, eager to see if his disciple concurred. If Zhou Ran found merit in this line of inquiry, it would warrant further investigation. Zhou Ran stroked his chin, deep in thought. According to your reasoning, Master, we can continue to boldly hypothesize and analyze. The distance from Zhang Ming's home to the KTV next to the restaurant is approximately 10 minutes. Suppose Zhang Ming finished her meal by 6:30 p.m. and went to the KTV to book a room, waiting for Ma Xiaohua. Alternatively, Ma Xiaohua could have reserved a room in advance, instructing Zhang Ming to arrive by 6:40 p.m. He could then arrive at the KTV by 6:45 p.m. to commit the act and return to the restaurant by 6:55 p.m., finishing his meal before seeking an opportunity to return Zhang Ming home. The dim lighting of the KTV made it difficult to notice someone lying down, even if discovered. It would not attract attention, for such places always have patrons. Lin Chang listened intently to Zhou Ran's analysis, suddenly clapping his hands in excitement and exclaiming, yes, this line of thought might indeed be feasible. Master, we must inquire further with Ma Xiaohua to ascertain where he went between 6:45 and 6:55. He added, it would also be prudent to question his wife to see if their accounts align. Indeed, I shall message Ying Tao to ask Ma Xiaohua's wife, while we investigate Ma Xiaohua's whereabouts. In the interrogation room, Lin Chang and Zhou Ran faced Ma Xiaohua once more. Ma Xiaohua, during dinner last night, you stepped out of the restaurant. What were you doing during that time? I went to the restroom. I was feeling unwell and went to the mall's facilities, he replied. Lin Chang and Zhou Ran exchanged glances, their eyes fixed on Ma Xiaohua as they pressed on. After 7:05 p.m., following dinner with your wife, where did you go? We went straight home. After resting for a while, I headed to work. I left at 7:35 p.m. and clocked in at 7:55 p.m. If you doubt me, you may check the clock-in records on my phone. Officer, is there an issue? Lin Chang scrutinized Ma Xiaohua's expression, listening intently to his tone in search of any sign of deceit, yet found none. Based on his experience, Ma Xiaohua displayed no extraneous body language while responding. His demeanor calm, his eyes clear and genuine, characteristics that are difficult to feign convincingly. He did not believe that an ordinary individual could maintain such composure. If this were the case, the livelihoods of some actors could be jeopardized. So you returned home directly after dining at the restaurant? Lin Chang reaffirmed. Indeed. You did not visit any other locations, such as a KTV? What would I do in such places? They are frequented by the youth. A middle-aged man like me cannot keep up. As Lin Chang prepared to continue, a voice crackled through his earpiece. Old Lin. We've reviewed the KTV surveillance and found no records of Ma Xiaohua renting a room. Moreover, there are no signs of Zheng Meng visiting the KTV. Additionally, there are no traces of dragging nor any suspicious fingerprints collected at the scene. Forensic expert Yang and the investigating team unanimously concluded that Zheng Meng was murdered in her own home. Lin Chong was momentarily taken aback. The information was unmistakably clear. Zheng Meng was killed at home approximately half an hour after finishing her takeout, coinciding with their earlier deduction of a time frame between 6:50 and 7 o'clock. During this period, Ma Xiaohua and his wife were dining at a restaurant, with surveillance footage serving as an alibi and Zhou Ran as a witness. The evidence indicated that Ma Xiaohua could not possibly have killed Zheng Meng and subsequently disposed of her body. Lin Chong's earlier hypothesis was unfounded. Thus, Ma Xiaohua's alibi appeared flawless, leaving him with no opportunity to commit the crime. Lin Chong shook his head, questioning whether he had truly misjudged the situation. He felt a sense of disorientation, unsure how to proceed with the questioning. "Officer, is there something else you wish to ask?" Ma Xiaohua inquired. "Could you provide me with some food? I haven't eaten since last night." A barely perceptible smirk danced at the corners of his mouth as he glanced at Lin Chong, who sighed in resignation, feeling he had miscalculated. Continuing to pursue this lead would likely prove futile, merely wasting precious time. Zhou Ran, observing Lin Chong's expression, felt a sense of helplessness. He empathized with Lin Chong's predicament, the frustration of seemingly grasping a crucial clue and zeroing in on a suspect, only to be thwarted by evidence that declared their innocence, leaving them with no choice but to release the individual. "Master? Master?" Zhou Ran gently shook Lin Chong from his reverie. "Zhou Ran, please attend to his meal," Lin Chong instructed. "If we do not uncover new leads related to him by tomorrow morning, we shall have no choice but to release him." At that moment, Lin Chong's earpiece crackled with a voice filled with urgency. "Lin Chong, inquire whether anything unusual occurred when he and his wife returned home last night." Lin Chong, maintaining his composure, turned his gaze back to Ma Xiaohua and asked, "Ma Xiaohua, since there are no other matters to discuss, let us talk about your wife." A sudden jolt of anxiety coursed through Ma Xiaohua, momentarily flickering across his face before he regained his composure. "Officer, what is there to discuss about my wife?" Lin Chong's earpiece urged him again. "Lin Chong, ask him if anything occurred between dinner and when he went to work. After dining with your wife last night, before heading to work, did anything happen?" "And no, nothing happened. We returned home normally and proceeded to work as usual." Suddenly, Ma Xiaohua became agitated, leaning forward forcefully against the interrogation table, exclaiming, "Officer, is something wrong with my wife? She needs her medication on time, or she could faint. Has something happened to her?" His breathing grew labored, veins bulging on his forehead, his body trembling with distress. "Lin Chong, continue asking if anyone saw his wife before he left for work," came the remote direction from Xiang Jie. "Before you left for work, did anyone see your wife?" "No. After we returned home last night, she remained there. She was perfectly fine before I left for work." "Was there anyone who came to see you after you got home?" Lin Chong followed Xiang Jie's instructions and posed another question. "No," Ma Xiaohua replied anxiously, his face etched with worry. "Officer, what has happened to my wife? Please tell me." At that moment, Lin Chong felt perplexed. What had transpired outside? The inquiries directed by Xiang Jie seemed unrelated to Zheng Meng's case. Could it be? Could Ma Xiaohua's wife be involved in Zheng Meng's murder? It seemed implausible. From 6:50 to 7 o'clock, Ma Xiaohua and his wife were dining at a restaurant. Their alibis intertwined. With Ma Xiaohua cleared of suspicion, so too was his wife's. Just as Lin Chong grappled with confusion, his earpiece relayed a new message. "Lin Chong, Ma Xiaohua no longer has an alibi. We must continue to detain him." Yin Tao and his team had just returned from Ma Xiaohua's home, where they discovered Ma Xiaohua's wife dead. "What?" Lin Chong gasped involuntarily, glancing instinctively at Ma Xiaohua before swiftly exiting the interrogation room. Zhou Ran looked back at Ma Xiaohua, instructing him to wait, before following Lin Chong. In the office, Lin Chong, his expression grave, demanded, "What is happening? How could Ma Xiaohua's wife be dead?" Yin Tao shook his head, his expression somber. "We are unclear. When we arrived at her residence, her body was already rigid." Lin Chong's countenance darkened further upon hearing this. Within a single day, 2 homicides occurred in a city renowned for its comprehensive criminal investigation system and robust legal framework. This was undeniably a significant blow to the local authorities. Including the preceding 2 cases, the frequency of homicides in this city had soared well beyond acceptable levels. indicating that the criminal investigation system was on the verge of spiraling out of control. There must be an underlying cause for this disturbing trend. It was possible that these incidents had already attracted the attention of higher authorities, prompting them to summon Director Hu for a discussion. He turned to Xiang Jie and solemnly called out, "Team Leader Xiang." Xiang Jie waved his hand. Further discussion was unnecessary. Our priority was to expedite the investigation. Forensic expert Yang had already proceeded to the scene, and we should follow suit without delay. Understood. Upon arriving at the residence of Ma Xiaohua, the first sight that greeted them was the spacious and brightly lit living room. A cream-colored fabric sofa lounged against the wall, adorned with several yellow cushions carelessly strewn about, as if waiting for their owner to embrace them. The only jarring element in this serene setting was the lifeless body of a woman sprawled on the carpet. Her complexion was pale, devoid of any trace of blood, and her body had already begun to stiffen, though no livor mortis had yet appeared, indicating that death had occurred not long before. At that moment, Yang Wen approached. Team Leader Xiang, Old Lin, the deceased, Hu Fangfang, has been preliminarily assessed to have died between 4 p.m. and 9 p.m. yesterday, with the cause of death mirroring that of Zhang Ming. Lin Chang clenched his fists tightly, his voice low and resolute. It must be Ma Xiaohua. This time, he has no alibi. We must uncover the clues. What do you mean? Lin Chang explained. Ma Xiaohua and his wife finished dining at the chic restaurant at 7:05 p.m. The journey from the restaurant to their home takes approximately 10 minutes. He left for work at 7:35 p.m. and clocked in at 7:55 p.m. This leaves a window from 7:15 p.m. to 7:35 p.m. where he has no alibi. A full 20 minutes is ample time for him to have murdered Hu Fangfang before heading to work. During this interval, no one could corroborate Ma Xiaohua's whereabouts, and he himself admitted that after returning home from dinner, no one had seen him or his wife. In Lin Chang's view, it was highly plausible that Ma Xiaohua had exploited the act of dining with his wife to fabricate an alibi for the murder of Zhang Ming. He had likely intended to dispose of his wife's body after work, but the police had thwarted his plans by bringing him in for questioning, leaving him no opportunity to manage the situation. Furthermore, due to the investigation into Zhang Ming's case, the police had sought Hu Fangfang's confirmation of Ma Xiaohua's timeline, inadvertently uncovering Hu Fangfang's demise. No wonder Ma Xiaohua's demeanor had shifted slightly when questioned about his wife. He must have feared that they would unearth inconsistencies. Lin Chang now believed that if they continued to investigate Hu Fangfang, it could lead to a breakthrough in Zhang Ming's case. He turned to Xiang Jie and proposed, "Team Leader Xiang, the methods of death for Hu Fangfang and Zhang Ming are identical, and both are closely linked to Ma Xiaohua. I suggest we merge the two cases for a joint investigation. Have we clarified the relationship between Zhang Ming and Ma Xiaohua?" Xiang Jie inquired. "Yes," Lin Chang confirmed. "I have logged into the system and found records of Ma Xiaohua and Zhang Ming renting rooms together. They have been meeting on average once a week for the past 2 months." Xiang Jie nodded. Given the confirmed nature of Zhang Ming and Ma Xiaohua's relationship, it is reasonable to suspect a crime of passion, thereby designating Ma Xiaohua as a suspect. We shall proceed with the combined investigation. However, Ma Xiaohua has a perfect alibi in the Zhang Ming case, so we must tread carefully, Xiang Jie cautioned. Lin Chang added, "I suggest we start with the investigation into Hu Fangfang. If we can resolve this case, we may temporarily detain Ma Xiaohua without concern for the time limits on detention. Furthermore, this case might provide impetus for progressing Zhang Ming's investigation," Lin Chang continued. "Agreed," Xiang Jie affirmed. "We must resolve this matter swiftly, otherwise we will face difficulties in reporting to our superiors." Indeed, Lin Chang concurred. The recent spate of homicides has been alarming. Once we conclude these two cases, we will need to initiate a comprehensive inspection operation. Let us return to the scene for a more thorough examination, Xiang Jie instructed. Zhou Ran, having listened to their conversation, quietly followed the group as they continued to investigate the scene. Since the resolution of the previous two cases, Xiang Jie and Lin Chang had recognized Zhou Ran's potential and began to nurture his abilities. Whenever feasible, they included him in discussions of normal work and case analyses, hoping he would glean experience from their insights and mature swiftly. Zhou Ran understood their good intentions, but inwardly sighed. The key to solving cases lay not in their perceived talent but in the system. As he contemplated this, Zhou Ran crouched down, gazing intently at the lifeless Hu Fangfang. This woman possessed striking beauty and an exquisite demeanor. Suddenly, it struck him that he had seen her somewhere before. Yes, she had dined across from him at the chic restaurant with Ma Xiaohua the previous night. However, Zhou Ran quickly recognized that his sense of familiarity with her stemmed from another reason. Chapter 37. Another alibi indeed. Hu Fangfang bore an uncanny resemblance to Zheng Ming in both figure and facial features, as if they were sculpted from the same mold. It was evident that Ma Xiaohua had a distinct aesthetic preference. This type of beautiful woman held an irresistible allure for him. His wife, his mistress, they were all chosen according to the same criteria. Yet, if the two were so alike, why did Ma Xiaohua seek out a mistress? Was his wife not sufficient for him? A flicker of doubt crossed Zhou Ran's mind. What did it imply for a man to be attracted to two women with such similar appearances? Did it suggest an irreconcilable conflict with his wife, leading him to seek out a third woman who mirrored her looks? This indicated that there must be some profound discord between Ma Xiaohua and his wife, and if this could be uncovered, it might lead to the truth. Team Leader Xiang. The fingerprint collection at the scene has concluded, and we can ascertain that only 2 sets of fingerprints belong to Hu Fangfang and Ma Xiaohua. With no traces of a third party, a team member reported. Excellent, Xiang Jie nodded. The absence of a third party's fingerprints was undoubtedly good news, reinforcing their suspicion of Ma Xiaohua's involvement. Team Leader Xiang. I need to return to the station to analyze the further results of the body examination and ascertain the precise time of death. Understood. Please expedite the process. Xiang Jie instructed. After Yang Wen left, the remaining team members continued their meticulous search of the scene, leaving no corner unchecked. However, 2 hours passed with them finding no valuable clues. Reluctantly, they decided to seal off the scene, leaving personnel to guard it while the rest returned to the station. A heavy gloom settled over everyone, as the recent surge of homicides had underscored the inevitability of an impending storm. The wrath of their superiors would likely be unavoidable. There was little doubt that both Xiang Jie and Director Hu might face reassignment as a consequence. Though their positions appeared prestigious, they bore immense responsibility. As the saying goes, the higher the position, the greater the responsibility. In the private sector, when an incident occurs, leaders often evade accountability, shifting blame to temporary workers, interns, or even outsourced personnel. However, the dynamics within the system differ. When issues arise, those in higher positions are the first to be held accountable, often facing scrutiny for mismanagement. The only viable solution now was to solve the case as swiftly as possible. As night deepened, a wave of fatigue washed over the team. Their eyelids growing heavy and thoughts becoming muddled, gradually succumbing to drowsiness. At that moment, the office door swung open abruptly and Yang Wen entered. Clad in a white lab coat, he strode directly to the water cooler, downing a bottle of water in one go before pausing to catch his breath. Team Leader Xiang. Colleagues, the results of the autopsy are in. Yang Wen clapped his hands, rousing everyone from their stupor. Ladies and gentlemen, the causes of death for Hu Fangfang and Zheng Ming are identical. Both succumbed to asphyxiation due to strangulation. Judging by the method employed, it is likely the work of a single individual. Have we determined the time of death? Yes, the estimated time of death lies between 6 and 9 o'clock yesterday. Came the response. This range is rather broad. Can we refine it further? Yang Wen shook his head in resignation. Unfortunately, no. However, I have uncovered another lead. The victim's stomach contained remnants of food. Based on the degree of digestion, we can infer that the victim was murdered approximately 1 hour after her last meal. Xiang Jie's eyes lit up. Initially, he believed that the inability to further pinpoint the time of death would significantly hinder the investigation. Yet, the clue regarding the food's digestion offered a potential window into determining Hu Fangfang's time of death. Surveillance footage from the restaurant indicated that Ma Xiaohua and Hu Fangfang concluded their meal at 7:05 p.m., pushing this back by an hour. We arrive at 8:05 p.m. as the time of death. Quickly, both Xiang Jie and Lin Chang reached the same conclusion. Hu Fangfang's time of death was indeed 8:05 p.m., but they felt no joy in this revelation. At that hour, Ma Xiaohua was already on the night shift. Yang, is there any possibility of error in this timing? Generally, no. The accuracy of this method is quite high. Even if there were discrepancies, they would not exceed 10 minutes. Thus, it could be concluded that Hu Fangfang's death occurred between 7:55 p.m. and 8:15 p.m. Xiang Jie revised the time frame based on Yang's explanation. However, during this interval, Ma Xiaohua had a solid alibi. He pondered, glancing at Lin Chang. How far is Ma Xiaohua's workplace from his residence? If he drives, it would take approximately 20 minutes. Given that he clocked in at 7:55 p.m., he had no opportunity to return home and commit the crime. Having partnered with Xiang Jie for many years, Lin Chang immediately grasped the implication. He wanted to inquire whether Ma Xiaohua could have returned home immediately after clocking in at 7:55 p.m. However, theoretically, this was implausible. If Ma Xiaohua left work at 7:55 p.m., he would reach home by no later than 8:15 p.m. Furthermore, he would first need to park in the company garage and then walk to the administrative building to clock in. Their investigation had revealed that even a normal person would take at least 5 minutes to walk this distance, equating to a 10-minute round trip. Thus, the earliest he could return home would be 8:25 p.m., which exceeds the established time of death. Consequently, the conclusion remained unwavering. Ma Xiaohua was not the murderer. Xiang. We have reviewed Ma Xiaohua's driving records. He made no stops on his way to work, parking his car at the company lot and not moving until his shift ended. This fact was corroborated by surveillance from his workplace, revealing no discrepancies. The case seemed to once again reach an impasse. Xiang Jie furrowed his brow and muttered to himself. If Ma Xiaohua is not the culprit, who else could have ties to both Zheng Ming and Hu Fangfang? Could it be Yuan Huiyao? He speculated. This is unlikely. Yang Wen interjected. From the pressure exerted on the necks of the two victims, it is evident they lacked the strength to resist. This indicates a significant disparity in power between the assailant and the victims, suggesting that the perpetrator is likely an adult male. What if Yuan Huiyao engages in regular exercise? Xiang Jie continued to question. That would not be the case, Lin Chang countered. A person with considerable strength would exhibit noticeable muscle definition. From my observations, Yuan Huiyao does not possess such power. Furthermore, individuals under life-threatening circumstances often exhibit a remarkable instinct for survival, even if she were physically fit. It would not suffice to overpower two victims without affording them a chance to resist. So, we can conclude that the assailant is most likely male, Xiang Jie summarized. However, this leaves us with an enigma, as Ma Xiaohua has alibis in both cases. What methods could he have employed? Turning to Zhou Ran, Xiang Jie posed a classic inquiry. Zhou Ran, what is your perspective? Zhou Ran scratched the back of his head, stepping forward, yet he felt utterly at a loss. Logically, the system should have provided a prompt by now, yet it remained silent. Xiang, I have nothing, just as Zhou Ran faltered. A message from the system resonated in his mind. Chapter 38. Bold hypothesis. The murderer utilized the degree of food digestion in the two victims to mislead the police regarding the time of death. Zhou Ran gazed at this sudden revelation within his mind, exhilaration swelling within him as he finally received a crucial hint from the system. The implication that the assailant exploited the victim's food digestion levels unequivocally suggested that the same individual was behind both murders. Moreover, the latter part of the message indicated that their previous assessment of the victim's time of death had been erroneous. If their judgment regarding the time of death was flawed, then Ma Xiaohua's seemingly irrefutable alibi must also be fabricated. The immediate priority was to ascertain the true time of death for both victims. Only then could they dismantle the meticulously crafted alibi. Regaining his composure, Zhou Ran addressed Xiang Jie. Xiang, I suspect we may have misjudged the time of death yet again. In the previous case, it was our miscalculation that allowed the suspect to establish an alibi. I wonder if the perpetrator employed a similar tactic here. Meaning the actual time of death for the two victims differs from our current assessment. Oh? Xiang Jie responded, intrigued. So you have a new theory? Zhou Ran shook his head, candidly admitting, not yet, but if any detail could mislead us about the time of death, it would surely be the information regarding the digestion of food within the victim's stomachs. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yang Wen immediately refuted. The digestion levels detected in both victims' stomachs were confirmed accurate, with no deviation exceeding 10 minutes. Zhou Ran quickly interjected, Yang, please, before you dismiss my point. I am not suggesting your analysis was flawed, but rather that the murderer used this information to mislead us. Considering we have no other leads at present, why not reconsider our previous conclusions and reanalyze? He continued. Zheng Ming received takeout at 6:20 p.m., descended to discard the packaging at 6:30 p.m., during which she engaged in a verbal altercation. Thus, her eating period would likely span from 6:50 p.m. to 7 o'clock p.m. Accounting for a possible margin of error of 10 minutes, this suggests a time frame between 6:40 p.m. and 7:10 p.m. During this period, Ma Xiaohua and Hu Fangfang were dining at the restaurant, leaving their table only between 6:45 p.m. and 6:55 p.m. Nevertheless, we analyzed that within this brief 10-minute window, it is improbable Ma Xiaohua could reach Zheng Ming's residence to commit the crime. This establishes Ma Xiaohua's first alibi. If he cannot be the perpetrator during this time frame, it implies our current assessment is likely erroneous. Zhou Ran, following the prompts provided by the system, meticulously analyzed the situation, aiming to completely overturn the previously held beliefs regarding the time of the victim's death. What if Zheng Ming had not dined at the alleged time but had instead eaten earlier? Perhaps she ordered the takeout merely as a ruse. The forensic examination indicated that Zheng Ming died between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. yesterday. What if she had already started her meal half an hour prior to 6 p.m.? She could have eaten the same meal earlier, and then at 6 p.m., Ma Xiaohua arrived at her residence to commit the crime, only to rush to the restaurant by 6:20 p.m. Upon hearing Zhou Ran's hypothesis, the surrounding individuals were taken aback, expressing their admiration for his audacious conjecture. Truly, he was the most promising newcomer in the squad, swiftly dismantling conventional analyses and uncovering a new investigative direction. However, Xiang Jie frowned, seemingly unconvinced. Why would Zheng Ming eat in advance? Did she have foreknowledge of her impending demise? Even if that were the case, why would she collaborate with her assailant? Xiang Jie posed a question that highlighted a flaw in Zhou Ran's reasoning. Indeed, how could a rational individual willingly assist their murderer? Even going so far as to fabricate an alibi? Zhou Ran's expression shifted to one of embarrassment. Realizing the validity of Xiang Jie's point, how could someone aid their own killer and endeavor to exonerate them? Such behavior was incomprehensible. If the premise of an earlier meal was untenable, what if they considered a later timeline? Zhou Ran swiftly altered his perspective, exploring a different possibility. Xiang Jie. What if Zheng Ming did not finish her meal between 6:20 p.m. and 6:30 p.m.? What if she merely disposed of the takeout box, transferring the food to another container and consumed it later? As he spoke, Zhou Ran opened a map on his phone, pinpointing the locations of Ma Xiaohua's company, his residence, and Zheng Ming's home. The map indicated that traveling from Ma Xiaohua's house to his company would necessitate passing Zheng Ming's residence. The journey from Ma Xiaohua's home to Zheng Ming's would take approximately 10 minutes, implying that if he left at 7:35 p.m., he would arrive at her house around 7:45 p.m. If Zheng Ming had finished her meal around 7:15 p.m., then Ma Xiaohua's alibi would be called into question. Yet, Xiang Jie remained skeptical. Zhou Ran, while your analysis holds theoretical merit, it does raise concerns about Ma Xiaohua's subsequent work schedule. However, if he drove a bit faster, he might just make it. Nevertheless, I still wonder, why would Zheng Ming assist Ma Xiaohua in crafting an alibi? What could she possibly gain from it? This aspect remained unclear, but what was undeniably lost was her life. Zhou Ran exhaled deeply, acknowledging that while he was focused on analyzing potential scenarios, he had overlooked the most critical element. Why would Zheng Ming help her murderer? The atmosphere, which had recently been invigorated by discussion, fell into silence once more. Lin Chong then interjected, offering his perspective. Could it be that Ma Xiaohua promised Zheng Ming something? Or perhaps Zheng Ming was suffering from an illness and sought Ma Xiaohua's assistance in ending her life? Or did Ma Xiaohua deceive her into believing she was helping him? Lin Chong's speculations grew increasingly far-fetched, leaving the others perplexed and shaking their heads in resignation. Zhou Ran furrowed his brow, realizing that the system's prompts had not led to any substantive progress in the case. It seemed they had returned to square one, trapped in a deadlock. If their earlier conjectures held true, the most perplexing question remained. Why did Zheng Ming cooperate with her assailant? Suddenly, a thought struck Zhou Ran. Recalling Yuan Huiyao's words, after discovering she was a third party, Zheng Ming had a fierce argument with Ma Xiaohua. Could this be the reason? It was plausible that Lin Chong's speculation was accurate. Perhaps Ma Xiaohua had manipulated Zheng Ming with emotional appeals, leading her to willingly comply. However, what could he have said to persuade her to the extent of sacrificing her life? In matters of the heart, a third party typically seeks recognition and a legitimate place in a relationship, which could only happen if Ma Xiaohua divorced his wife, Hu Fangfang. How could a young woman, caught in the throes of infatuation, resist the allure of such marital aspirations? Zhou Ran cautiously voiced his audacious hypothesis. What if Ma Xiaohua deceived Zheng Ming into creating a fade of dining together, only to later divorce Hu Fangfang? Or, to be even bolder, what if Ma Xiaohua tricked Zheng Ming into helping him craft an alibi, granting him the opportunity to murder Hu Fangfang? Chapter 39. Ma Xiaohua's motive in the office. An eerie silence enveloped the room, broken only by Zhou Ran's murmurs. He was deeply engrossed in his thoughts, oblivious to the peculiar glances cast by his colleagues. Was this the method taught in police academy? It seemed far from a legitimate deductive process, resembling more the idle chatter of bystanders. Indeed, it felt akin to the gossip shared among colleagues when a female coworker and a male coworker emerged from a secluded restroom. only to be caught by others, sparking a flurry of speculation. Whispers circulated about their frequent restroom visits, their shared commutes after work, and even rumors of them picking up children from the same kindergarten. Aren't they both married? Someone might ponder. But who truly knew? I don't know anything. Just what I've heard, another would reply. In that moment, Zhou Ran's reasoning evoked similar sentiments among his colleagues, reminiscent of gossip mongers sharing juicy tidbits. They couldn't help but wonder if his earlier cases had been solved in such a manner. Eyes widened in disbelief, they contemplated. Could gossip truly unravel a mystery? Yet, they refrained from interrupting Zhou Ran's train of thought, secretly hoping he would uncover valuable insights, allowing them to indulge in their own speculative musings with greater confidence. Zhou Ran continued to murmur to himself. If Zheng Ming aided Ma Xiaohua in eliminating Hu Fangfang for the sake of marriage, it would make sense. But why would Ma Xiaohua want to kill Hu Fangfang? Generally, men are more rational in relationships than women. If Ma Xiaohua intended to give Zheng Ming a legitimate status, he should divorce Hu Fangfang first before marrying Zheng Ming. Why would he resort to murder? There must be some underlying reason or considerable benefit. At this juncture, an epiphany struck Zhou Ran, and he quickly turned to his mentor Lin Chong and Captain Xiang Jie, inquiring, Master, Xiang Jie, what is Ma Xiaohua's financial situation? Have we investigated thoroughly? Lin Chang clicked his tongue, bemused by his apprentice's chaotic analysis leading to such a disjointed conclusion. Was this considered insightful? He hesitated to respond and instead glanced at Xiang Jie. Xiang Jie, why don't you elaborate? Xiang Jie, realizing there was no escape, reluctantly began. As for Ma Xiaohua's financial circumstances, he hesitated. A smile fading from his face as he suddenly recognized that they had not yet conducted an in-depth investigation into Ma Xiaohua's finances. Although he had been categorized as a primary suspect, their inquiries had been limited. The reason was simple. Prior to discovering Hu Fangfang's death, Ma Xiaohua had not seemed to warrant significant suspicion. Moreover, with his alibi in place, the police had even considered excluding him from the suspect list. It was only upon discovering that Hu Fangfang's demise mirrored Zheng Ming's that he was reinstated as a primary suspect. Consequently, the investigation into him had been rather perfunctory. Xiang Jie mused internally. Could it be? Could this kid have been right all along? Did Ma Xiaohua murder Hu Fangfang for financial gain? At that juncture, Lin Chong realized that their inquiry into Ma Xiaohua had been superficial, consisting merely of a few cursory interrogations. Xiang, should we now prioritize investigating Ma Xiaohua, particularly his financial circumstances? Xiang Jie nodded. With no other leads available, we must first ascertain Ma Xiaohua's motive. This will enable us to formulate a more effective course of action. The deaths of Zheng Ming and Hu Fangfang are inextricably linked to Ma Xiaohua. Let us commence by thoroughly examining his background. Furthermore, we should investigate any discord between Ma Xiaohua and Hu Fangfang, as well as scrutinize their household's fiscal status. Understood. The following afternoon, the investigation into Ma Xiaohua yielded results. Xiang, we have found no evidence of marital discord between Ma Xiaohua and his wife. Xiang Jie nodded, seemingly unsurprised. I anticipated as much. Marital strife is rarely discernible to outsiders. After all, there's a saying, do not wash your dirty linen in public. What about their financial situation? Their financial situation appears stable. Their combined income comfortably covers their mortgage payments, leaving them with no apparent financial strain. Hold on, wasn't Ma Xiaohua Zheng Ming's top benefactor? Xiang Jie inquired. Xiang, we overlooked that detail. We will immediately check his financial records. In this era of advanced technology, with mandatory real name authentication, an individual's online spending habits, communication logs, browsing history, and the like are virtually devoid of privacy. Any information can be accessed with relative ease. This has greatly expedited police investigations. Information and financial records that once required extensive manpower to trace can now be generated automatically with the click of a button. Xiang, we found it. Ma Xiaohua's online gratuities were entirely funded by loans. Moreover, as interest compounded, his financial burden intensified. Xiang Jie's lips imperceptibly curled upward. So, Ma Xiaohua's financial situation is, in fact, precarious, correct? Affirmative. He has accumulated a total of 300,000 in online debt. He faces a repayment deadline on the 15th of next month. Zhou Ran, overhearing their exchange, interjected, has Ma Xiaohua made any recent investments? No. He squandered all his money on online donations. He has no disposable income for investments, the other party retorted without hesitation. What about insurance? Yin Tao paused momentarily before swiftly lowering his head, rapidly typing on the keyboard. his gaze fixed on the screen as he meticulously searched for relevant information. Insurance, in the eyes of the average person, is merely a matter of health or accidental death coverage, a form of consumption rather than an investment. However, in a sense, insurance can indeed be considered an investment. Furthermore, with its evolution, insurance has diversified, extending beyond mere compensation for injuries or fatalities to encompass contemporary forms such as dowry insurance, New Year's money insurance, and wedding insurance. The interest rates on certain insurance policies may even surpass those of fixed-term deposits. Consequently, individuals with idle funds may opt to invest in insurance. Coupled with the widespread outreach of insurance agents, most people acquire one or two insurance policies. Ah, indeed, Yin Tao exclaimed excitedly. A month ago, Ma Xiaohua purchased an accidental death insurance policy for Hu Fangfang, with a payout of 1 million. Wait, let me check the date. It coincides precisely with Ma Xiaohua's second overdue loan payment. The assembled individuals gasped in unison, instantly grasping the implications. If Ma Xiaohua's purchase of insurance at this juncture were merely coincidental, the coincidence would be too preposterous to ignore. Subsequently, they abruptly realized that Zhou Ran's seemingly frivolous, gossip-driven deduction had, in fact, uncovered Ma Xiaohua's motive. They turned their gazes toward Zhou Ran, who, somewhat abashed, scratched the back of his head and said with a smile, "Luck, it was all luck." Xiang Jie rose and clapped his hands. "Enough dawdling, let's interrogate Ma Xiaohua again. Furthermore, do not forget that he possesses alibis for both Zheng Meng's and Hu Fangfang's deaths. If we cannot decipher his methods, our subsequent efforts will be severely hampered." Chapter 40. He smiled inside the interrogation room. The stark light cast a pall over the cold tables and chairs, creating an atmosphere of oppressive tension. Lin Chang, the lead interrogator, fixed his gaze intently on Ma Xiaohua across the table, remaining silent for an extended period. This was a common interrogation tactic, deliberately ignoring the suspect to allow them to stew in their own apprehension. Suspects with weaker mental fortitude, confronted with this silence, would often become anxious, their minds racing with speculation about the evidence the police possessed, their inner defenses gradually eroding under the weight of uncertainty. As time relentlessly ticked by, Ma Xiaohua could no longer restrain himself, breaking the silence by asking, "Officer, are there any further questions? Am I free to go home?" Lin Chang responded calmly and deliberately. "I regret to inform you that we require your continued cooperation in the investigation." "Further investigation? It's been nearly 24 hours since you apprehended me. If you do not release me, I may be compelled to file a complaint," Ma Xiaohua retorted, his voice rising, his face a mask of displeasure and veiled threat. Lin Chang maintained an impassive facade, but inwardly he felt a sense of frustration. Ma Xiaohua was correct. They lacked any concrete evidence. According to regulations, they could only restrict his personal freedom for a maximum of 24 hours. With only 30 minutes remaining, they would be forced to release Ma Xiaohua if they failed to unearth any crucial evidence. At that moment, a colleague's voice crackled through the earpiece. "Lin, we've inquired with the insurance company. Ma Xiaohua purchased the insurance directly. He claimed that they were planning a trip to a southern country this year and purchased accidental death insurance as a precautionary measure, as he had heard that the region was unsafe. So, we won't be able to extract anything useful from Ma Xiaohua?" Lin Chang murmured. "Most likely not. He's clearly prepared, with a well-rehearsed narrative." Lin Chang took a deep breath, pressed the earpiece, and fixed his gaze on Ma Xiaohua, asking point-blank, "Ma Xiaohua, why did you purchase a substantial accidental death insurance policy for your wife?" Given that the suspect had already formulated his responses and prepared his defense, Lin Chang abandoned any pretense of subtlety, hoping that this direct approach might catch him off guard, causing him to inadvertently reveal the truth. However, reality delivered a harsh rebuke. As Ma Xiaohua remained unperturbed, "My wife and I are planning a trip to a southern country in a couple of months, so we made preparations in advance." "Then why did you only purchase it for your wife and not for yourself?" Lin Chang pressed. "Isn't it true that women are more vulnerable when traveling abroad? But I've heard that men are equally at risk in those southern countries. In fact, they are often referred to as pigs." Lin Chang narrowed his eyes and inquired. "Such situations are indeed common in those southern countries, with many tourists being forcibly abducted and trafficked. I am aware of that, but I believe I am capable of escaping," Ma Xiaohua replied, his answer seemingly watertight. While Lin Chang disagreed, Ma Xiaohua's response was merely his personal opinion. Moreover, there was no definitive answer to such a question, and he could not apprehend Ma Xiaohua simply because his answer was deemed unsatisfactory. "Then why did you place the order around the time your loan payment was overdue?" With piercing gaze, Lin Chong pressed on, inquiring, given your financial circumstances, can you really afford to travel abroad? Ma Xiaohua's eyes flickered momentarily before he retorted. My financial situation may be precarious, but that doesn't reflect my family's overall affluence. When we're out and about, my wife invariably handles the expenses. I'm not involved in the monetary aspects. Moreover, it was upon realizing the fragility and preciousness of life on that fateful day that I made the booking. Ma Xiaohua's rhetoric was airtight, logically sound. He even subtly flaunted his position as a man, with his wife taking care of all the bills when they were out. Seeing this, Lin Chong sighed in resignation, knowing that further questioning would be futile. Half an hour swiftly elapsed, and reluctantly, they had no choice but to release him. Ma Xiaohua wore a smug grin, even feigning gratitude as he thanked Lin Chong and the others. Thank you, he said. Suppressing his annoyance, Lin Chong responded politely. It's our duty. As law enforcement officers, we must uphold the law. If you require any further assistance from us, please don't hesitate to reach out. Ma Xiaohua, now brimming with the euphoria of release, was in high spirits and began uttering platitudes. Seeing this, Xiang Jia winked at Lin Chong, who immediately understood. He extended his hands, clasping Ma Xiaohua's firmly, and said warmly, we appreciate your understanding. In fact, there is something we need your cooperation with. Ma Xiaohua's smile froze on his face. But having already spoken, he couldn't retract his words. He could only brace himself and ask, what is it? Today, we discovered that your wife, Hu Fangfang, was murdered at home last night. Our initial assessment indicates homicide. To preserve the scene, we kindly request that you reside temporarily in a hotel we've arranged for you. Lin Chong stated, his tone grave and somber. What? My wife? Ma Xiaohua's eyes widened, his face etched with disbelief at the devastating news. Soon, his shock morphed into fury as he pointed at Lin Chong and the others, hysterically screaming, it's you. You wouldn't let me go home. And that's why my wife was killed. It's your fault. You're the murderers. Ma Xiaohua grew increasingly agitated, brandishing his right hand as if to strike Lin Chong. Others swiftly intervened, restraining him with a deft maneuver. Lin Chong said softly, we estimate that your wife was murdered between 7:55 p.m. and 8:15 p.m. last night. During that time, you were already at work, nowhere near your home. Upon hearing Lin Chong's assessment of Hu Fangfang's time of death, Ma Xiaohua's tense expression instantly relaxed, and an imperceptible smile tugged at the corner of his lips. This fleeting arc was keenly observed by Zhou Ran. With Ma Xiaohua's reaction, Zhou Ran's conviction solidified. He was increasingly certain that Ma Xiaohua was a prime suspect. Zhou Ran surmised that Ma Xiaohua knew the precise time of death and had subconsciously relaxed upon hearing the police's erroneous assessment. As for why he knew, it was highly probable that he was the culprit. Given the system's prompt, all suspects had surfaced and no others remained. Crucially, the system's information indicated that the perpetrator misled the police's judgment of the time of death by exploiting the digestion rate of the victim's stomach contents. This suggested that the perpetrator was the same in both cases. Reviewing the two cases, 4 individuals emerged: Yuan Huiyao, Zheng Ming, Ma Xiaohua, and Hu Fangfang. Of these 4, 2 were deceased, leaving only Yuan Huiyao and Ma Xiaohua alive. However, Yuan Huiyao was connected only to one of the deceased, Zheng Ming, with no association to Hu Fangfang, a fact they had already established. Thus, Ma Xiaohua remained the sole individual linked to both deceased, Zheng Ming and Hu Fangfang, despite Ma Xiaohua possessing a seemingly unassailable alibi, making it logically impossible for him to have committed the crimes. The process of elimination left him as the only potential perpetrator. Though it seemed implausible, the truth often defied expectations. Ma Xiaohua swiftly regained his composure, replacing his expression with a semblance of grief befitting the situation. He raised a hand, feigning to wipe away non-existent tears, and said, even if I wasn't home, my wife might have sought my help. If you hadn't apprehended me, I could have assisted her. It's your fault. You caused my wife's death. Lin Chong cleared his throat and patiently explained, I've already stated clearly that you were not at home when your wife was murdered. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just too distraught. Ma Xiaohua apologized. Officers, could you please take me back to my residence? Certainly. Lin Chong waved his hand. Yin Tao, escort him to his residence and ensure he is well taken care of. Understood, Yin Tao responded, leading Ma Xiaohua away. As Yin Tao guided Ma Xiaohua away, Zhou Ran turned to Lin Chong and said softly, Master, just now Ma Xiaohua. I saw him smile. Lin Chong interrupted Zhou Ran. Then, Master, we. Now, We must designate Ma Xiaohua as a primary suspect and unravel his alibi in both cases. Lin Chang declared, his gaze resolute, his tone conveying his determination to solve the cases. Chapter 41. Relentless investigation. Yin Tao and Wang Yu escorted Ma Xiaohua back to the hotel. And after settling him in, they convened in the hotel's surveillance room, meticulously monitoring every movement in the hallway. This was undoubtedly to prevent Ma Xiaohua from eluding their grasp. Given the successive homicides, they had designated Ma Xiaohua as a prime suspect. While they claimed to have placed Ma Xiaohua in the hotel to protect the crime scene, their true intention was to facilitate his surveillance. Back in his room, Ma Xiaohua pressed his ear against the door, straining to hear any sounds from outside, but he detected nothing. The reason was simple. The hotel's floors were covered with thick carpets to minimize footsteps in the hallway and prevent disturbance to the guests. Ma Xiaohua was no fool. He understood the police's motives for lodging him in the hotel. However, he clung to a sliver of hope, having gleaned from the earlier conversation that the police had misjudged his wife's time of death. With the time of death incorrectly assessed, his alibi remained intact. As long as the police couldn't decipher his modus operandi, he would remain unscathed. Even if he had inadvertently left evidence at the scene, the police, lacking a coherent logical framework, wouldn't be able to deduce that he had committed the crime despite his absence, thus precluding a conviction. His only recourse now was to pray that the police would never discern his methods. As evening descended once more, everyone gathered in the conference room to await Director Xiang's return for a case discussion. An hour prior, Director Xiang had sent a message in the group chat, meeting at 6. 5 terse words, devoid of any discernible emotion. However, unease hung over the faces of the colleagues. Their director, Xiang Jie, had been summoned by Director Hu in the afternoon and had yet to return. It was evident that he had been reprimanded. Their jurisdiction had been plagued by successive homicides, and 3 days had elapsed without the discovery of any valuable leads. While they had identified a suspect, their suspicion was based solely on conjecture, lacking substantive evidence, and their reasoning was incomplete, with the sequence of events still unclear. Critically, their identified suspect possessed 2 seemingly impregnable alibis, making it logically impossible for him to have committed the crimes. In essence, they remained clueless about the suspect's methods. 5 minutes later, precisely at 6 o'clock p.m., Xiang Jie entered the conference room, his countenance grim. He gazed at the crowd, sighed heavily, and spoke. The higher-ups are placing great emphasis on this matter. To prevent social repercussions from escalating, we must devote all our efforts to solving these 2 cases. Any necessary resources can be allocated. Furthermore, a special task force has been summoned to assist, and they will arrive tomorrow. The atmosphere among the crowd grew tense, as they understood the implications of the leadership's insistence on thorough investigation and the unfettered allocation of resources. Such statements resembled military orders. While resources were provided, failure to crack the case would carry dire consequences. The absence of a stipulated deadline for resolution was to avoid the pitfall of solving cases merely for the sake of solving them. After all, in other provinces, there had been instances of cases being resolved at lightning speed, only to later reveal that the haste stemmed from a relentless pursuit of quick arrests. Following such occurrences, the criminal investigation system ceased to impose deadlines, instead demanding comprehensive efforts in solving cases. Additionally, they noted the mention of the special task force's involvement. Similar scenarios had arisen in other teams before. Although enlisting help for the greater good was justifiable, it inevitably cast a shadow on their own capabilities. It was akin to a school soccer team performing poorly and hiring professional athletes to step in. Even if they ultimately triumphed, the victory would feel hollow, as it would imply a tacit acknowledgement of their inadequacies. Clearing his throat, the team leader remarked, "As you have heard, the special task force will arrive tomorrow, leaving us with little time. If we cannot solve the cases by then, our team will face significant repercussions. Let us now consolidate all information regarding the 2 cases and explore if we might uncover something new." Often, solving a case requires a continual re-examination of previous clues. Many new leads emerge during the process of revisiting and analyzing existing information. This is closely linked to cognitive agility. Sometimes, when one's mind is momentarily clouded, a change in perspective may yield clarity. Much like tackling complex problems, one may feel entirely drained, yet find the solution after a brief respite, a drink of water, or a moment of reflection. Lin Chang was the first to speak. Team leader, on the morning of November 24th, we received a report from Yuan Huiling, discovering Zheng Meng deceased in her home. Upon our arrival at the scene, We conducted an immediate examination and determined that the victim had succumbed to asphyxiation due to being strangled. The lock on Zheng Ming's door bore no signs of forced entry, and she was found in her nightclothes, positioned at the threshold of her bedroom, leading us to conclude that the perpetrator was likely an acquaintance. Through the scene investigation and inquiries with nearby residents, we learned that on the evening of November 23rd, Zheng Ming concluded her live stream at 5:42 p.m., received a food delivery at 6:20 p.m., and disposed of her trash at 6:30 p.m., as noted by a neighbor, who also lodged a complaint with us on the 24th. The fingerprints collected at the scene were exclusively those of Zheng Ming, with no others detected. Following Lin Chang's account, forensic expert Yang Wen added, I conducted an examination of the victim's body, determining the time of death to be between 6:00 p.m. and 9:00 p.m. on November 23rd. I also found partially digested food remnants in her stomach from approximately half an hour prior. Lin Chang continued, based on the information provided by the forensic expert, we infer that Zheng Ming's time of death was around 6:50 p.m. to 7:00 p.m. During this time frame, Ma Xiaohua was dining with his wife at the customer's restaurant. We have retained his order records and payment information, and the restaurant's surveillance footage shows him present in the establishment. Ma Xiaohua stepped out for 10 minutes between 6:45 p.m. and 6:55 p.m., claiming to have gone to the restroom. The examination of Zheng Ming's body revealed no signs of being moved, thereby eliminating the possibility that Ma Xiaohua committed the act elsewhere during that brief absence and later relocated the body. Given this information, Ma Xiaohua possesses a solid alibi in the case of Zheng Ming's death. Xiang Jie listened attentively to his colleagues' reports, contemplating the information at hand. Wait a moment. Something feels amiss. There is another individual involved in this case. Slowly lifting his head, Xiang Jie remarked, there is indeed another person in this case. Chapter 42. Unraveling the alibi? Oh yes. Lin Chang was the first to react amidst the bewildered expressions of the others. In the case of Zheng Ming, there is another individual, Yuan Huiyao. Lin Chang articulated clearly. On the afternoon of November 23rd, Yuan Huiyao began her live stream at 4:00 p.m. and concluded at 10:00 p.m. During this time, her audience remained highly engaged, and we also contacted the live stream platform to retrieve the back-end recordings, confirming that Yuan Huiyao is present on camera without any signs of post-production editing, indicating she never left her home, thus eliminating any opportunity for her to commit the crime. Furthermore, it stands to reason that no one would dare to commit murder while broadcasting live. As Xiang Jie absorbed Lin Chang's statements, he unconsciously furrowed his brow. Given the current information, it was indeed challenging to ascertain that Ma Xiaohua was the perpetrator. Yet, if this were the case, why had he initially been identified as a key suspect? It dawned on him. It was Yuan Huiyao who had mentioned that among Zheng Ming's local acquaintances, only she and Ma Xiaohua were known to her. Ma Xiaohua was Zheng Ming's closest confidant, having known each other for 2 months, their relationship being intense. Could it be that another acquaintance from out of town had come to see her? This thought flitted through Xiang Jie's mind, but was swiftly dismissed. Firstly, Yuan Huiyao was Zheng Ming's best friend. If an out-of-town acquaintance had visited, Zheng Ming would have surely informed her, and Yuan Huiyao would have noticed any changes in Zheng Ming's behavior. Moreover, as a streamer, her work was primarily conducted at home. Unless one were a content creator filming short videos, they typically would not venture out. If an acquaintance were to visit Zheng Ming, Yuan Huiyao would undoubtedly perceive it. After all, if two individuals were using the same water heater, one would certainly notice a difference in temperature. Additionally, contemporary young people tend to practice a philosophy of detachment. Social gatherings, dining, and entertainment typically occur in public venues, with little inclination to invite others into their homes. Even if young people maintain lively online exchanges with out-of-town acquaintances, upon meeting in person, the virtual facade dissipates, and they instinctively regard each other as strangers, necessitating time to reacquaint themselves. The duration of this reacquaintance varies, but generally, it requires at least half an hour to break the ice. If this acquaintance arrived before the food delivery, Zheng Ming would have likely taken them out to eat. If they arrived afterward, Zheng Ming would not have greeted them in her sleepwear, nor would she have allowed them near her bedroom. Based on the fact that Zheng Ming had eaten the delivery, this acquaintance must have arrived after the food was delivered, thus accounting for the ice-breaking period. The timeline of death does not align. Moreover, the police have yet to uncover any evidence of another individual being involved in the case. If such a person did exist, it would inevitably cast doubt on the investigative capabilities of Xiang Jie and his team. He firmly believed in his colleagues' abilities and was confident that no out-of-town acquaintance was a viable lead. Therefore, the prime suspect must remain Ma Xiaohua, as he alone possessed a motive, likely rooted in passion. While contemplating, Xiang Jie spoke. Let us also organize the information regarding the Hu Fangfang case. Understood, team leader. At 4 p.m. on November 25th, during the interrogation of Ma Xiaohua, we visited his home to verify information with Hu Fangfang regarding his whereabouts, only to discover her lifeless body. Lin Chang continued his report. The cause of Hu Fangfang's death was identical to that of Zheng Ming, both having succumbed to asphyxiation from being throttled. Analyzing the method of the crime suggests that it was the work of a single perpetrator. The estimated time of her death was between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. on November 24th. Moreover, remnants of food were found in the deceased's stomach, indicating that she had eaten approximately 1 hour prior to her death. After relaying this information, Lin Chang gestured to Zhou Ran, instructing him to elaborate on the specific time Ma Xiaohua visited the restaurant on the 24th. Understood, Master, Zhou Ran replied, turning to Xiang Jie, team leader. Ma Xiaohua entered the restaurant with his wife at 6:15 p.m., placed an order at 6:20 p.m., and settled the bill at 7:05 p.m. He remained in the restaurant except for a 10-minute interval from 6:45 p.m. to 6:55 p.m. Upon hearing this, Lin Chang continued. Ma Xiaohua and his wife dined from 6:20 p.m. to 7:05 p.m., allowing for an hour of digestion in the stomach, which places the time of death at approximately 8:05 p.m., considering Dr. Yang's stated margin of error of 10 minutes. The final estimated time of death ranges from 7:55 p.m. to 8:15 p.m. Ma Xiaohua left for work at 7:35 p.m. and clocked in at 7:55 p.m., thus providing him with an alibi. Additionally, our investigation into Ma Xiaohua's financial situation revealed that he had borrowed 300,000 online and had taken out an accidental death insurance policy for his wife, which could very well serve as his motive. Xiang Jie narrowed his eyes, already aware of these clues. He sought to see if the team could uncover new insights by having them reiterated. They had previously ruled out the possibility of Ma Xiaohua returning to murder his wife during his commute, concluding that he lacked the time to do so. Reflecting on 2 prior cases where suspects had alibis, they realized that the misjudgment of the time of death had led to the erroneous belief that the suspects had no opportunity to commit the crime. Could the same issue apply to this case involving Ma Xiaohua? What if their assessment of the time of death was flawed? If the food in Hu Fangfang's stomach had digested for an hour, and she had finished eating between 6:20 p.m. and 6:30 p.m., what if she had not consumed anything further? This thought ignited a spark in Xiang Jie's mind. Yes, that was the direction. He envisioned the key to unraveling Ma Xiaohua's alibi. If Hu Fangfang had indeed stopped eating after 6:20 p.m. to 6:30 p.m., that would place the time at approximately 7:30 p.m., coinciding with when Ma Xiaohua had just left for work. Thus, he had ample opportunity to commit the crime. Taking a deep breath to steady his excitement, Xiang Jie shared his thoughts with the group. What do you all think of this perspective? It makes logical sense and should pose no issues, came the enthusiastic response. Impressive, team leader Xiang, you've uncovered such a pivotal piece of information. It was that simple all along. The group experienced a moment of clarity, realizing the straightforward nature of Ma Xiaohua's methods, which had eluded them until now. Xiang Jie clapped his hands, declaring, all right, let us pursue this line of investigation further and interrogate Ma Xiaohua immediately. Just as the atmosphere lightened, 2 individuals remained grave. Descending from Xiang Jie's viewpoint, forensic expert Yang Wen raised his hand, stating, Team leader Xiang, I believe you are mistaken. Xiang Jie's smile faltered. Yet he remained composed. After all, this was merely a hypothesis, and it was only natural for it to contain flaws that required rectification through investigation. However, he had not anticipated that the forensic expert Yang Wen would be the first to contest his assertion, signifying that some piece of evidence contradicted his theory. Otherwise, Yang would not have intervened in the case assessment. Nodding towards Yang Wen, Xiang Jie prompted, Forensic expert Yang, please share your analysis. Yang Wen agreed and proceeded to manipulate his phone, displaying a photograph on the large screen. He stepped forward, pointing at the image. Team leader, this is the report on the food found in the deceased's stomach. Testing revealed that the food accounted for approximately 80 of the stomach's volume. Typically, when a person eats to satisfaction, food occupies about 60 to 70 of the stomach. Clearly, Hu Fangfang consumed a significant quantity on the night of the 24th. When the food volume reaches 60, the rate of consumption decreases. Thus, to reach 80, one would need to eat for at least half an hour. Therefore, It is improbable that Hu Fangfang finished her meal between 6:20 p.m. and 6:30 p.m. and ceased eating thereafter. Yang Wen's reasoning was sound, articulating the basis for his opposition to Xiang Jie's hypothesis. Nonetheless, Xiang Jie remained undeterred and pressed on. Forensic expert Yang, you mentioned this is the general case. What if it were an exception? In the case of an exception, it would imply that the individual had been starved for at least 2 days. Why 2 days? Because when a person goes without food for a day, the body activates a protective mechanism, releasing hormones that diminish the sensation of hunger, creating the illusion of having eaten. This explains why individuals feel ravenous at mealtimes, yet if they miss a meal, the hunger pangs may subside after a while. However, if starvation extends beyond 2 days, the body triggers another protective response, causing intense hunger. At this point, the body sends signals to the brain, declaring, I am famished. If I do not eat soon, I shall perish. Thus, only in a state of extreme hunger lasting more than 2 days would food volume occupy around 80 of the stomach. Yang Wen elaborated on his analysis for the team's consideration. Indeed, upon hearing Yang Wen's assessment, Xiang Jie swiftly tempered his initial excitement and reflected deeply, reluctantly conceding that Yang Wen's argument held merit. Yet, he felt a pang of reluctance, as this was his first foray into analyzing a case of this nature, and he was loath to admit any potential error. However, another individual, Zhou Ran, shattered his hopes with a straightforward, almost blunt revelation. He was one of the two who had appeared troubled earlier. Raising his right hand, Zhou Ran quietly affirmed, I concur with forensic expert Yang. Hearing Zhou Ran's voice, Xiang Jie responded, Oh, Zhou Ran, what is your perspective? Team leader, both Wang Yu and I reviewed the surveillance footage from the restaurant for the 24th. It is impossible that Hu Fangfang only dined between 6:20 p.m. and 6:30 p.m. Finally, Xiang Jie's obstinate hope waned. Did you see Hu Fangfang continuously eating in the footage? Not exactly, Zhou Ran replied. However, I noted the timestamps of when the server brought out the dishes. I observed 4 instances, at 6:32 p.m., 6:38 p.m., 6:40 p.m., and 6:43 p.m. From the surveillance footage, we can trace the trajectory of the waitstaff's activities and observe that the sequence of dishes served was as follows: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, century egg, and lean pork congee, tomato beef brisket, and beef buns. This indicates that the first dish was not served until 6:32 p.m., which deviates from the analysis presented by team leader Xiang. Generally speaking, based on customary dining experience, it is unreasonable to expect a restaurant to prepare and serve dishes immediately after an order is placed at 6:20 p.m. Some waiting time is inevitable. At this moment, Wang Yu, seated in the corner of the conference table, covered his mouth with one hand. His eyes filled with admiration as he gazed at Zhou Ran. They had retrieved and reviewed the surveillance footage together. Yet Zhou Ran was able to swiftly deduce the timing of the dishes being served, thereby refuting team leader Xiang's inference. Such agile reasoning was indeed astonishing. Is this the distinction between top students and academic achievers? It is well known that those assigned to the criminal investigation team are all graduates from prestigious universities, often the CRME de la CRME of their respective schools. However, it must be acknowledged that there remains a disparity between top students and academic prodigies. For instance, in an examination, both the top student and the academic achiever may receive an A grade, yet the former obtains it through diligent effort, while the latter merely because the highest attainable grade is an A. After listening to Zhou Ran's explanation, the other team members looked at him with newfound respect. Indeed, the fundamental truth that serving food requires time had eluded them moments before. In that instant, Zhou Ran almost seemed to them like a living embodiment of Sherlock Holmes. Were he aware of their thoughts, he might have scoffed. You are the detective. Your entire family is a detective. Xiang Jie clapped his hands. Although he was reluctant to admit his previous analysis was flawed, he had no choice but to acknowledge the accuracy of Zhou Ran's deduction in light of the irrefutable evidence. However, he bore no resentment towards Zhou Ran and instead smiled as he remarked, Excellent. Zhou Ran has helped us eliminate one erroneous conclusion, saving us considerable time. Yet his tone shifted, his gaze becoming piercing as he looked at everyone. What we must confront now remains the original conundrum before us. How did Ma Xiaohua possess an alibi? He encouraged anyone with thoughts to speak freely without hesitation. Zhou Ran had just set an excellent example, and he urged everyone to follow suit. During the investigation of the case, as long as your reasoning is sound, do not hesitate to voice it. Xiang Jie urged everyone to contribute. For the complexities of the current case made it difficult to find solutions relying solely on one person's efforts. Only by harnessing the collective intellect, proposing possibilities and validating them through continuous reasoning, could they enhance the accuracy of their hypotheses, establish new theories, and subsequently disprove unreasonable ones, ultimately leading them to the truth. Wang Yu raised his hand to speak. I believe that if Ma Xiaohua is indeed the murderer, then his alibi must be false or fabricated. But why does his alibi currently seem valid? There are two possibilities. First, our assessment of the time of the crime is incorrect, meaning the murderer committed the act at a different time. Second, our evaluation of the crime scene is flawed, allowing the murderer to complete the crime in a remarkably short time frame. As a former outstanding student, Wang Yu showcased his capabilities by summarizing the methods of constructing an alibi, articulating each point clearly. Xiangjia nodded in agreement. Indeed, it boils down to these two factors. First, concerning the crime scene. Should we revisit it to confirm whether the bodies could have been moved? Chapter 44. Revisiting the surveillance footage. This notion had crossed their minds previously, prompting a dedicated return to the two crime scenes for thorough re-examination, yet they discovered nothing amiss. Regarding the cases of Zheng Meng and Hu Fangfang, indeed, the on-site investigation was exhaustive, confirming that neither body exhibited signs of having been dragged, Lin Chong asserted with conviction. At first glance, this reasoning appeared flawless. Yet upon deeper scrutiny, flaws began to emerge. The difficulty of moving a body outdoors after committing murder is significantly greater than executing the act indoors. Consider the logistics of transporting a body. What impeccable excuse could one devise to avoid attracting the attention of passers-by? Carrying a sleeping person differs greatly from bearing the weight of a corpse. The public's perception of the two scenarios will undoubtedly vary. While an unconscious individual may resist instinctively, making their movements awkward, a lifeless body offers no such resistance. This is akin to the challenge of assisting an intoxicated person home, where their disorientation and instinctive resistance complicate the task. Conversely, transporting a corpse presents an entirely different scenario. A lifeless body exhibits no signs of consciousness, its limbs limp and unresponsive. Regardless of how the bearer adjusts the position, the body's arms and legs will simply dangle downwards under the force of gravity. Such an unnatural posture would raise immediate suspicion in any observer. Furthermore, as the apex of intelligent primates, humans possess an extraordinary sensitivity to danger. Proximity to a corpse triggers instinctive warning signals, such as goosebumps or an overwhelming sense of chill. This physiological instinct explains the common fear experienced when passing a cemetery, a manifestation of both biological instinct and psychological suggestion. Thus, if Ma Xiaohua indeed intended to commit murder outdoors and subsequently transport the body back to the crime scene, it would be nearly impossible to do so without detection. After all, he would need to carry the body through a corridor filled with residents. Should even one person catch sight of him, it would undoubtedly attract attention. Moreover, the police had already canvassed the surrounding residents, and no one had reported seeing any suspicious individuals moving items in the past few days. What about the surveillance footage? Did you uncover anything? Both crime scenes lacked optimally positioned cameras. However, we conducted a thorough review of surrounding cameras and found no suspicious individuals entering or exiting during the time of the incident. Yielding no useful clues, Officer Qin Liang hurriedly reported. What was the time frame for the surveillance footage you reviewed? It encompassed the time of their deaths, plus or minus 10 minutes. What? Xiangjia's eyes widened in alarm, instantly recognizing the gravity of this oversight. As one of the key methods in modern criminal investigations, how could they have limited their review to such a narrow window of time? He turned sharply to Lin Chong, his gaze sharp as a blade, causing Lin Chong to feel a wave of panic. Lin Chong also realized the significant error in their approach. Surveillance footage is a crucial source of evidence, and it cannot be confined solely to the time of the incident. With the absence of directly facing cameras, the murderer could easily evade detection by lingering in the room a little longer. Lin Chong helplessly glanced at Qin Liang, who was responsible for reviewing the footage, and let out a heavy sigh. Qin Liang had joined the police force the previous year and often encountered various issues in his work, leading to him typically being assigned less critical tasks. However, with the recent cases requiring simultaneous investigation, the team was stretched thin, prompting Lin Chong to assign him the task of reviewing the footage, which was less prone to error or oversight. Lin Chong had specifically instructed Qin Liang to focus on the surveillance footage during the time of the incident, but neglected to remind him to also review the surrounding timeframes thoroughly, according to the standard procedures of other officers in the team, to ensure absolute thoroughness. Surveillance footage for the day of the incident should ideally be reviewed starting from the afternoon. Lin Chong contemplated that Qin Liang had been with the police force for over a year, and he should be well-versed in the fundamental procedures of case handling. He did not emphasize this point, only to find that this minor oversight resulted in them reviewing merely a brief segment of the surveillance footage related to the time of the incident. Rubbing his forehead in exasperation, Lin Chong turned to Xiang Jie and admitted, "Captain Xiang, this is my oversight. I will promptly retrieve the surveillance footage again and review it in its entirety. Let us begin with the afternoon of the day of the incident. If nothing unusual arises, we will systematically trace backward. I refuse to believe we cannot uncover any clues." As the night deepened, the team members' eyelids felt as heavy as lead, drooping incessantly. Their heads bobbed as if they were struggling to stay awake, akin to dozing off while fishing. Observing their plight, Xiang Jie rose, clapped his hands, and raised his voice. "Everyone, take a 15-minute break. Continuing to watch while drowsy is counterproductive. Not only is it inefficient, but it also increases the likelihood of overlooking vital clues." Upon hearing their leader's directive, the team's taut nerves instantly relaxed, and they succumbed to slumber, their heads tilting as they drifted off. "Wake up! Wake up! It's been 20 minutes. In the brief span of closing and opening his eyes, 20 minutes had slipped away unnoticed. Xiang Jie felt fortunate that he had set an additional alarm. Otherwise, upon waking up, he would have found himself surrounded by his colleagues in the special investigation team. "Now, are we all a bit more alert?" he asked. "Let us conduct one final review of the video to see if we can extract any clues. If not, we will proceed to examine earlier footage." "Understood. We will follow your instructions, Captain Xiang." "In Tao, adjust the video to play at 8 times speed. Time is of the essence, and we must expedite our progress." To save time, Xiang Jie decided to increase the playback speed. The team, having undergone rigorous professional training, could swiftly identify key clues even at accelerated playback, with 8 times speed being a pace to which they were accustomed. An hour later, they had completed reviewing the surveillance footage from the vicinity of Zheng Meng's home on the afternoon of the 24th, from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m. "Did we find anything?" The team members nodded in unison, having spotted Ma Xiaohua's figure near Zheng Meng's residence at 7:20 p.m. However, they lamented that the blind spots in the surveillance footage made it impossible to ascertain whether he had entered Zheng Meng's home. "Why was Ma Xiaohua near Zheng Meng's house at 7:20 p.m.? I saw him at 7:14 p.m. At that time, Zheng Meng should have already been harmed. Could there truly be a third party present? No, it is impossible for there to be a third party. But how do we explain this?" The group exchanged bewildered remarks. Failing to arrive at a coherent conclusion, Xiang Jie turned to Zhou Ran and inquired, "What is your perspective, Zhou Ran?" Taking a deep breath, Zhou Ran slowly replied, "I believe our previous estimation of the time of death may be erroneous." "How so?" The group inquired in unison, eagerly awaiting his explanation. Zhou Ran had become the team's strategic mind, the first person they thought of when faced with a challenging problem. He approached the computer, continuously pressing the arrow keys as the surveillance images shifted with his commands. At 6:12 p.m., Zheng Meng appeared in the footage outside a convenience store, walking to the right, away from her home, indicating that she had left after the live stream concluded at 5:42 p.m. Strangely enough, she returned at 6:15 p.m. What could have been the purpose of her outing? Furthermore, even more peculiarly, at 7:08 p.m. and 7:12 p.m., Zheng Meng was seen twice more in the convenience store footage, heading in the opposite direction, suggesting she had gone out once again. However, this timing clearly exceeded their previous estimation of the time of death. Chapter 45. Overturning the time of death. My goodness, Zhou Ran, not only are you intelligent, but your observational skills are remarkable. The group once again expressed admiration for Zhou Ran. While reviewing the footage, their primary objective had been to locate Ma Xiaohua, instinctively overlooking the information regarding Zheng Meng's appearances in the footage. Now, the clues Zhou Ran uncovered detonated like a bomb, shattering their prior assessment of the time of death. How could this be? Zheng Meng, who was supposed to have died at this time, was seen in the surveillance footage. Moreover, what was the reason for her outings around 6:12 p.m. and 7:08 p.m.? The team realized that these details might be crucial to unraveling the mystery of the case. At this moment, Xiang Jie affirmed, "Indeed, this is a significant lead. Since Zheng Meng appeared in the footage at 7:08 p.m. and 7:12 p.m., it indicates that our previous estimation of the time of death, between 6:50 p.m. and 7 o'clock p.m., was incorrect." He then turned to forensic expert Yang Wen. "Is that correct? After all, Determining the time of death based on the body relies on the forensic expert's professional assessment. Yang Wen looked bewildered, unable to comprehend how someone presumed dead could appear in surveillance footage. He believed he could accurately assess the time of death based on scientific examination, and he considered it impossible to misjudge. However, if the assessments were accurate, then the basis for their conclusions must have been flawed. Yes, the assessment was incorrect. After realizing this, Yang Wen stated, Captain Xiang, my initial determination of the time of death was between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. on the 24th. The reason the time of death was ultimately established between 6:50 p.m. and 7 o'clock p.m. was based on the digestion level of food in Zheng Meng's stomach half an hour prior, combined with the delivery time. Although there might be some discrepancies in determining the digestion level of food, it would not exceed a 10-minute margin of error. From the surveillance footage, Zheng Meng was seen at the convenience store entrance at 7:12 p.m. Even accounting for the time it took her to return to her room and meet her demise, it would have been at least 7:15 p.m., which exceeds the margin of error for food digestion. Since the food digestion assessment is reliable, I believe our estimation based on the delivery time must have been flawed. Xiang Jia pressed for clarification. So you're saying Zheng Meng likely did not die between 6:50 p.m. and 7 o'clock p.m.? Yang Wen nodded and continued. Based on the results, since the delivery was received at 6:20 p.m., and considering the half-hour digestion time, Zheng Meng's death could have occurred any time between 6:50 p.m. and 9 o'clock p.m. As long as it falls within that time frame, it is reasonable. Yang Wen elaborated on the information gathered from the body, emphasizing Zheng Meng's time of death anew. So, Zheng Meng must have received the delivery but did not consume it immediately. Instead, she transferred it to another container and disposed of the trash downstairs, deliberately creating the illusion that she had finished the takeout. Xiang Jie speculated, stroking his nose as he articulated his analysis. Based on the current information, this seems to be the only feasible explanation. Otherwise, it is impossible to account for Zheng Meng's appearance at 7:12 p.m. That must be the case. Lin Chong nodded in agreement. Now we need to understand why Zheng Meng did this. Furthermore, Zhou Ran previously suggested that Ma Xiaohua might have used some form of persuasion to convince Zheng Meng to help him establish an alibi. Xiang Jie concurred, yes. Our subsequent investigative direction should focus on this angle, while also seeking to overturn the original time of death attributed to Zheng Meng. He clapped his hands, raising his voice slightly, and said, everyone, hold on a little longer. Although it is quite late, we have acquired new clues. We will now redefine Zheng Meng's time of death to between 7:15 and 9 o'clock. Pay particular attention to the interval from 7:15 to 7:55, during which Ma Xiaohua has no alibi, and he was seen near Zheng Meng's residence at 7:20. We can even venture to speculate that the actual time of Zheng Meng's demise may well have been between 7:15 and 7:20. Ma Xiaohua left for work at 7:35, and we have reviewed the driving records, which confirm he was accounted for during that time. Our next focus will be on Ma Xiaohua's whereabouts between 7:15 and 7:35. Does anyone have any questions? Xiang Jie scanned the crowd for differing opinions and particularly glanced at Zhou Ran, asking, what about you, Zhou Ran? At this moment, Zhou Ran was in great turmoil, hesitating whether to directly tell Xiang Jie that he believed his analysis was incorrect. He vividly recalled the system's critical hint. The murderer utilized the degree of food digestion in the stomachs of the two victims to mislead the police regarding the time of death. However, Xiang Jie's analysis seemed to have no connection with the case of Hu Fangfang. This clearly contradicted the system's prompt, suggesting that it was likely erroneous. Yet, if he were to inform his superior of his mistake, would that not be somewhat humiliating? Conversely, if he remained silent and the investigation veered off course, all their efforts would be in vain, which would be even more distressing. Moreover, if the special task force arrived in the morning and they were unable to present effective leads, their reputation would be tarnished. The crux of the matter was that he had no alternative clues to refute Xiang Jie's conjectures. Now that Xiang Jie was soliciting his opinion, how should he respond? Suddenly, inspiration struck him. Indeed, the murderer utilized the degree of food digestion in the victim's stomachs. This indicated a connection between the two cases. Zhou Ran's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied, oh, Xiang Jie, I have no objections, but... Zhou Ran paused deliberately, awaiting Xiang Jie's response. But what? However, Xiang Jie, it is evident that the cases of Zheng Meng and Hu Fangfang are interconnected, and we should investigate them together. Therefore, I suggest we refrain from hastily starting a separate investigation into Zheng Meng's case and instead combine it with Hu Fangfang's case. Let us examine the surveillance footage near Hu Fangfang's home to identify any anomalies. Upon hearing Zhou Ran's proposal, Xiangjia nodded repeatedly, affirming, yes. Let us review the surveillance footage near Hu Fangfang's residence to uncover any irregularities. They focused on the same time frame as when they reviewed the footage around Zheng Meng's home, specifically investigating the surveillance from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m. on the 24th. An hour later, Xiangjia yawned, looking fatigued as he inquired, have there been any discoveries? The group shook their heads, indicating no suspicious individuals had been found. Although there were no surveillance cameras directly capturing Hu Fangfang's home, they deduced the movements of Ma Xiaohua and Hu Fangfang through the footage from nearby cameras. At 5:50 p.m., both Ma Xiaohua and Hu Fangfang left together, returning home at 7:10 p.m. At 7:12 p.m., Ma Xiaohua exited, only to return at 7:25 p.m. before departing for work at 7:35 p.m. This timeline reveals that there was a period when Ma Xiaohua was unaccounted for between 7:12 p.m. and 7:25 p.m., a detail he failed to mention during questioning. Zhou Ran fixated on the surveillance footage, his eyes bloodshot, his mind racing like a finely tuned machine, scrutinizing every minute detail. Based on the preliminary investigation and the current surveillance, it was impossible for a third party to have been in Hu Fangfang's home. Ma Xiaohua had been at home all afternoon, and if there had been anyone else in the room, it would have been difficult for them to go unnoticed. Hence, it was highly probable that Ma Xiaohua was the perpetrator. But how had he manufactured an alibi? Ensuring Hu Fangfang's time of death was recorded as between 7:55 and 8:15 p.m.? No, Zhou Ran suddenly slapped his forehead. Recalling the system's hint about the murderer misleading the police concerning the time of death based on the digestion of food in the victim's stomachs. This suggested that Hu Fangfang's actual time of death might not have been between 7:55 and 8:15 p.m. However, Hu Fangfang's food had clearly digested for an hour, leading to confusion regarding their previous deductions. Moreover, unlike Zheng Meng, Hu Fangfang's meal had a precise timestamp and was corroborated by surveillance footage. Perplexed, Zhou Ran furrowed his brow as he picked up a stack of documents, meticulously reassessing the clues and photographs gathered by his colleagues. Within the files, Zheng Meng lay on the floor in her pajamas, while Hu Fangfang was dressed in a pink top and jeans, also sprawled on the ground. Master, why didn't Zheng Meng change into her pajamas at home? Zhou Ran questioned, handing Hu Fangfang's photo to Lin Chong. Are you confused? Lin Chong chided with a smile. Are you too tired for your mind to be clear? This is clearly Hu Fangfang. How can you mistake her for Zheng Meng? Such a fundamental error of confusing victims must not happen again. Zhou Ran quickly lowered his head in acknowledgement. Understood, Master. Rest well here. You may be needed to break the case later. I will go and interrogate Ma Xiaohua with the others, Lin Chong said, gently patting Zhou Ran's shoulder before turning to leave. In truth, he was not genuinely angry. He understood that Zhou Ran was among the most talented individuals he had encountered. This minor slip-up was likely due to fatigue, causing a momentary lapse in judgment. Though Lin Chong scolded Zhou Ran verbally, internally he had already devised an excuse for him. Humans are peculiar creatures. As long as you harbor goodwill towards someone, any mistakes they make can be overlooked and forgiven. However, if that goodwill dissipates, even their most commendable efforts can be criticized. Zhou Ran muttered under his breath, glancing at the photo again as he diligently compared Hu Fangfang and Zheng Meng. Hu Fangfang, Zheng Meng, Zheng Meng, Hu Fangfang. How can they resemble each other so closely? This resemblance had caused him to mix them up and receive a reprimand from his master. Wait a moment, a thought struck him. The two bore an uncanny resemblance. Zhou Ran mused, Master, perhaps it was not I who confused the victims earlier, but rather you all who mistook the victims. No wonder he had felt a striking similarity when he first saw Hu Fangfang's body. He had pondered why Ma Xiaohua's preferred type was so similar. Yet now, an astonishing possibility dawned on him. Could it be? Zhou Ran swiftly grabbed a pen and began jotting down the differing times, calculating his hypothesis. What if their assumptions regarding the meal times were correct, but they had mistaken the individuals involved? That is to say, what if the person they believed to be Zheng Meng was actually Hu Fangfang, and the one they thought was Hu Fangfang was, in fact, Zheng Meng? If they proceeded with such a hypothesis, could the digestion time of the food align accordingly? The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, continuing to theorize in his notebook. According to their initial deductions, Zheng Meng received takeout at 6:20 p.m. and finished eating by 6:30 p.m. If this Zheng Meng were actually Hu Fangfang, then her food would have digested for an hour before her demise, placing the time of death between 7:20 and 7:30 p.m. This coincided perfectly with the time frame when Ma Xiaohua was at home, providing him with ample opportunity to murder Hu Fangfang. Zhou Ran's heart surged with elation. It seemed that by this calculation, Hu Fangfang's timeline could indeed align. Next, he sought to ascertain if Zheng Ming's timeline would similarly correspond, employing the same method. According to the clues they had gathered, from 6:15 to 7:05, Ma Xiaohua and Hu Fangfang dined at the restaurant. If Hu Fangfang were to be replaced by Zheng Ming, the timing would need to be recalculated. After Ma Xiaohua placed his order, the last dish was served at 6:43, and Zheng Ming met her demise half an hour later at 7:13. Furthermore, after dining, Ma Xiaohua returned home and left again after 7:12, appearing on surveillance near Zheng Ming's residence at 7:20, an impeccable match. Zhou Ran set down his pen, gazing at the densely packed calculations in his notebook as clarity washed over him. This notion was audacious, yet theoretically plausible. If one were to interchange the identities of Zheng Ming and Hu Fangfang, it seemed that all the enigmas could be unraveled. Could the truth indeed be so? Had Ma Xiaohua employed the method he surmised to fabricate an alibi? And the system. Zhou Ran integrated his recent thoughts with the hints provided by the system, discovering a complete alignment. The perpetrator had camouflaged the digestion time of food in Zheng Ming's stomach as that of Hu Fangfang, while simultaneously disguising the digestion time of Hu Fangfang's food as that of Zheng Ming. With the identities of the two deceased exchanged, the differing digestion times would naturally lead the police to erroneous conclusions regarding the time of death. This corroborated the system's prompt. The murderer manipulated the degree of digestion of the food in both victims to mislead the police's judgment about the time of death. With the clues from the system reinforcing his belief, Zhou Ran increasingly felt that Ma Xiaohua could indeed possess a means of establishing an alibi. All that remained was to uncover evidence of the identity swap between Zheng Ming and Hu Fangfang to validate his hypothesis. With this thought, Zhou Ran felt invigorated, hastening to the computer and tapping Yin Tao on the shoulder, saying, "Tao Gu, I need to review the surveillance footage again." Zhou Ran, look. Yin Tao promptly shifted aside, offering his seat at the computer to Zhou Ran. "Are you on the verge of another discovery?" "I'm not yet certain, but I have a possibility in mind that I wish to verify against the footage." Zhou Ran's eyes fixated on the screen as he deftly accessed the surveillance footage showing Zheng Ming's appearance near her home. At 6:12, 6:15, 7:08, and 7:12, they had initially believed these to be 4 timestamps of Zheng Ming's presence, but Zhou Ran quickly retrieved all 4 clips, displaying them on the large screen. 4 figures clad in white shirts and jeans, each adorned with a pink hat, emerged before the audience. Zhou Ran scrutinized the 4 representations of Zheng Ming, narrowing his eyes as an unsettling realization dawned upon him. None of the figures revealed their faces. Previously, they had deduced the identity based on the angle of the camera, instinctively believing it to be Zheng Ming. However, now, with the suspicion of an identity swap, he recognized the absence of any clear face. Moreover, based on Zhou Ran's assessment, it would be challenging to distinguish between Zheng Ming and Hu Fangfang, given their similar builds when attired in identical clothing. Upon witnessing this outcome, Zhou Ran's confidence in his hypothesis swelled. He then proceeded to retrieve the surveillance footage near Ma Xiaohua's residence. The footage there clearly depicted Hu Fangfang in a pink shirt and jeans, her face fully visible. Zhou Ran gazed at the screen, puzzled. Had he erred in his deduction? No. Wait. Zhou Ran suddenly realized that while Zheng Ming and Hu Fangfang had exchanged identities, there was no logical reason for Zheng Ming to appear near Ma Xiaohua's home. She merely needed to impersonate Hu Fangfang at the restaurant. With this revelation, Zhou Ran swiftly set about extracting the restaurant's surveillance footage. His eyes glued to the screen as he meticulously searched for Ma Xiaohua's seating position. In the footage from the restaurant, due to the angle of the camera, Hu Fangfang was seen wearing a red hat that obscured her face entirely. A subtle smile crept onto Zhou Ran's lips, indeed. The Hu Fangfang in the restaurant had not shown her face either, and she had seemingly donned the hat at some point to avoid being captured on camera. At least Zhou Ran was certain that the Hu Fangfang recorded leaving her home had not worn a hat. Thus, it seemed highly probable that the Hu Fangfang in the restaurant was, in fact, Zheng Ming in disguise. Zhou Ran continued to calculate and outline the timeline with the identities of the 2 individuals switched. Zheng Ming logged off at 5:42 and departed around 6:10. The footage indicated that at 6:15, Zheng Ming returned, likely impersonated by Hu Fangfang. This meant that after Hu Fangfang and Ma Xiaohua left home at 5:50, They separated, with Ma Xiaohua queuing at the restaurant and Hu Fangfang masquerading as Zheng Ming at her home. The real Zheng Ming, after passing through the surveillance at 6:12, must have found a place to change her white shirt to a pink one before heading to the restaurant. At 6:15, Zheng Ming, disguised as Hu Fangfang, arrived at the restaurant to dine with Ma Xiaohua. After finishing her last dish at 6:43, they departed together at 7:05, subsequently parting ways. At 7:10, Ma Xiaohua reunited with Hu Fangfang before returning home, and at 7:12, Zheng Ming returned to her own residence. Moments later, at 7:12, Ma Xiaohua left to visit Zheng Ming's home. By 7:14, he was captured on surveillance passing by a convenience store near Zheng Ming's home. And again at 7:20. It was during the interval from 7:14 to 7:20 that Ma Xiaohua reached Zheng Ming's residence and committed the crime. At this point, Zheng Ming, having dined at the restaurant, had food in her stomach that had digested for precisely half an hour. This outlined the timeline surrounding her death. Zhou Ran surveyed the densely populated timeline in his notes, nodding in satisfaction as he murmured to himself, "The times align, the footage corroborates, and the logic holds." He then resolved to further dissect the timeline surrounding Hu Fangfang's demise. Continuing his calculations, Zhou Ran noted that at 5:50, Hu Fangfang had exited her home with Ma Xiaohua, after which they went their separate ways. Following their split, Hu Fangfang changed her pink shirt for a white one. At 6:15, Hu Fangfang, impersonating Zheng Ming, was captured on surveillance passing by a convenience store on her way to Zheng Ming's residence. By 6:20, she arrived at Zheng Ming's home and received the takeout ordered by Zheng Ming. At 6:30, after finishing the meal, she disposed of the trash downstairs, deliberately allowing someone to witness it, thus creating the illusion that Zheng Ming had finished dining by 6:30. At 7:08, Hu Fangfang departed from Zheng Ming's residence, once again recorded by the convenience store surveillance. At 7:10, she reconvened with Ma Xiaohua to return home together. By 7:25, Hu Fangfang, having consumed takeout at Zheng Ming's home, experienced a digestion time of 1 hour. Shortly thereafter, at 7:25, after returning home, Ma Xiaohua murdered Hu Fangfang. At 7:35, he left home to head to work. Having meticulously organized the timeline, Zhou Ran exhaled deeply, reassured that the hypothesis of Hu Fangfang and Zheng Ming swapping identities was now clearly delineated. From both a temporal and logical perspective, such a hypothesis appeared entirely feasible. However, Zhou Ran's countenance bore no trace of joy. Rather, it was clouded with concern. For within the surveillance footage, there existed no pivotal evidence capturing the two women's identity switch. Without direct footage revealing their faces, Zhou Ran's analyses would remain merely conjectural, lacking the weight of certainty. After all, the essence of case handling lies in evidence. Without it, all discussions are mere empty rhetoric. Zhou Ran was deeply troubled, as such matters ought to be deliberated collectively. Yet, this hypothesis was exceedingly audacious, and presently, he possessed no evidence to support it, leaving him in a state of uncertainty. After all, to have one person impersonate another without being captured on surveillance cameras was a daunting task, fraught with challenges. However, apart from this notion, Zhou Ran racked his brain to fathom what other methods Ma Xiaohua could employ in his illicit endeavors. Just as Zhou Ran found himself at a standstill, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his thoughts. Indeed, since Ma Xiaohua had exploited the digestive state of food within the stomach to obfuscate the truth, it was crucial to note that the two individuals had consumed entirely different meals. Zhou Ran vividly recalled that Zheng Ming had opted for a light meal, whereas Hu Fangfang had indulged in stir-fried dishes. This realization invigorated him. He sprang to his feet and hastened over to Yangwen. "Brother Yang, if two individuals consume different foods, can we detect that?" "Certainly," Yangwen replied. "After digestion, the stomach retains specific food residues that we can analyze." "Brother Yang, I remember you tested the food components in Zheng Ming's stomach, correct?" "Yes," Yangwen affirmed, subsequently retrieving 2 reports from his files and spreading them across the table. "Here are the food components found in Zheng Ming's stomach, as well as those in Hu Fangfang's." "Splendid," Zhou Ran exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement. Since forensic expert Yangwen had already conducted the tests, they need not await the results, thereby saving a considerable amount of time. As long as the reports indicated a disparity in the food components within Hu Fangfang and Zheng Ming's stomachs, they could reference their respective menus to ascertain who had ordered takeout, while also identifying who had dined with Ma Xiaohua. However, Yangwen's next statement fell upon Zhou Ran like a bucket of cold water. "You needn't search further. The food components in both their stomachs are identical: tomato, beef, egg." and starch. What? Zhou Ran gasped, wide-eyed and incredulous. How can the food components be the same when they ordered different dishes? Are they really different? Zhou Ran. Take a closer look at the menus of Zheng Ming and Hu Fangfang, Yang Wen advised. Zhou Ran picked up the two reports from the table and noticed the conclusions stated. The food component analysis in Zheng Ming's stomach revealed tomato, beef, egg, and starch. Consistent with her takeout meal of light steak, tomato, egg, and steamed bun, no anomalies detected. The food component analysis in Hu Fangfang's stomach revealed tomato, beef, egg, and starch, consistent with her dining menu at the restaurant. Tomato scrambled eggs, century egg and lean meat porridge, tomato beef brisket, and beef buns, no anomalies detected. Chapter 48. You may not have heard clearly, but I certainly did. Zhou Ran scrutinized the conclusions before him, feeling a tumult of emotions. This finding was indeed irrefutable. Previously, they had overlooked the fact that although Zheng Ming and Hu Fangfang had chosen different dishes, the food components remained the same. Could this be a meticulously crafted scheme by Ma Xiaohua? He deliberately orchestrated their consumption of disparate meals while ensuring the components were identical, thereby skillfully circumventing police suspicion regarding the possibility of an identity swap. After all, based on conventional reasoning, differing meals would naturally result in differing food components, and few would consider that, through gastric digestion, food ultimately returns to its most elemental constituents. Much like the distinction between beef and steak, or scrambled eggs and poached eggs, there is essentially no difference. It appeared that Ma Xiaohua had indeed engaged in prolonged and meticulous planning for this case. Many aspects cleverly exploited the cognitive biases of individuals, successfully misleading the police and diverting them from the genuine critical clues. Yet, Zhou Ran was not one to concede easily. Although the mere fact that the food components in Hu Fangfang and Zheng Ming's stomachs matched could not directly ascertain whether they had swapped identities, it was precisely this clue of different food but identical components that fortified Zhou Ran's conviction that Ma Xiaohua had employed the identity-switching tactic. The probability of two distinct individuals dining in different locations yet ordering dishes with identical food components was minuscule. There had to be some manipulation at play orchestrated by Ma Xiaohua. After all, he maintained close ties with both Zheng Ming and Hu Fangfang, possessing the capability to ensure they ordered dishes with the same components but differing preparations. Upon reflection, Ma Xiaohua's actions appeared conspicuously deliberate, akin to the phrase "there's no silver here," evident in its obviousness. Had Zhou Ran not considered the possibility of an identity swap, he would not have paid heed to this clue. Positioned within the report, this detail would likely have escaped police scrutiny. However, should someone contemplate the potential for an identity exchange, this clue would become exceedingly pivotal, as if it were intentionally signaling to others. The two individuals consumed different meals. I did not orchestrate their identity swap. With corroborative evidence supporting his hypothesis now in hand, Zhou Ran prepared to share his conjecture with his mentor. Given his mentor's experience, it was entirely possible that new clues could emerge. However, as he lifted his gaze, he realized Lin Chong was not present in the room. Ah yes, my mentor and Captain Xiang have gone to interrogate Ma Xiaohua. Zhou Ran smacked his forehead, recalling that after discovering Lin Chong and Captain Xiang had found no alibi for Ma Xiaohua between 7:12 and 7:25 p.m., they had hastened to interrogate him. Zhou Ran quickly made his way to the adjacent room, peering through the glass into the interrogation chamber, and inquired of Wang Yu, who was also seated before the glass. Brother Yu, how is the interrogation going with Captain Xiang and my mentor? Although Xiang Jie and Lin Chong had not deciphered Ma Xiaohua's alibi like Zhou Ran had, their extensive experience in criminal investigation allowed them to deduce, through a series of scattered clues, that Ma Xiaohua's whereabouts were unaccounted for during the critical time frame of 7:12 to 7:25 p.m., which likely coincided with Zheng Ming's time of death. It must be acknowledged that, as seasoned detectives, they had yet to unravel Ma Xiaohua's methods, but relying on fragmented clues, they had already inferred the actual time of Zheng Ming's demise. While they remained puzzled as to why this specific time frame was significant, they were confident that answers could be extracted during the interrogation. At times, investigating a case unfolds in such a manner. When evidence eludes you and the path to resolution remains obscured, the simplest and most direct approach is to interrogate the suspect. With the right interrogation techniques, there will inevitably come a moment when the psychological defenses of the suspect can be breached, and therein lies the essence of diligence. As the ancients wisely stated, hard work can compensate for a lack of innate talent. Even without extraordinary intelligence, a commitment to effort can invariably lead to solutions. Of course, the methods referred to here do not encompass coercive interrogation. This principle is strictly upheld in our great nation. It can be said that if criminals worldwide were given a choice of nations for trial and imprisonment, our great nation would undoubtedly be their preferred choice, safe and respectful of human rights. Upon hearing Zhou Ran's inquiry, Wang Yu, seated with his chin resting on one hand, turned his weary gaze and sighed deeply. The interrogation has not gone smoothly. We may have to pull an all-nighter tonight. At that moment, within the interrogation chamber, Xiang Jie took the lead while Lin Chang supported him, both seated at the interrogation table, facing Ma Xiaohua. Ma Xiaohua, tell us what you were doing between 7:12 and 7:25 p.m. on November 24th? Officers, this is harassment. I haven't committed any crime. Why must I endure this relentless questioning? Ma Xiaohua protested. I've already told you, I was at home. Then why does the surveillance footage near Zhang Ming's house show your presence? I went there to buy a pack of cigarettes. Is that a crime? Ma Xiaohua replied, feigning calmness despite the evident fatigue in his demeanor. In reality, however, his heart was already in a state of turmoil. Filled with apprehension as he pondered, why are they questioning me about this time? Have they discovered my methods? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Neither Zhang Ming nor Hu Fangfang would leave any incriminating evidence. He had simulated this scenario multiple times himself. Now, as the police incessantly repeated the same question, they aimed to compel him to reveal the truth. He must not fall into their trap. Ma Xiaohua, what were you doing between 7:12 and 7:25 p.m. on November 24th? Xiang Jie's voice echoed once more in the interrogation room. This question had been posed numerous times, yet Ma Xiaohua's lips remained sealed, as if welded shut, revealing no substantial information. Closing his eyes, he mentally reassured himself that the other party had no concrete evidence, and gradually, he began to relax, even muttering impatiently, "Here we go again." Zhou Ran, observing Ma Xiaohua's demeanor from the monitoring room, since the opportune moment had arrived. He promptly picked up the microphone and relayed a message to Lin Chang's earpiece in the interrogation room. "Master, ask Ma Xiaohua how Hu Fangfang managed to open Zhang Ming's front door." Before entering the monitoring room, he meticulously reviewed all the clues and recognized a flaw in his previous reasoning. Since Zhang Ming was the mistress, she would certainly not be foolish enough to hand over her house key to Hu Fangfang. So how did Hu Fangfang gain entry into Zhang Ming's home? Most likely, it was through Ma Xiaohua's assistance. Therefore, Zhou Ran intended to catch Ma Xiaohua off guard with a sudden inquiry, hoping to elicit an important lead. After receiving Zhou Ran's message, Lin Chang momentarily felt perplexed. Why inquire about how Hu Fangfang opened Zhang Ming's door? Could it be that Hu Fangfang was the murderer? Although Lin Chang was unsure of Zhou Ran's intentions, he understood that Zhou Ran would not pose an irrelevant question without reason. He glanced at Xiang Jie, and upon receiving a confirming nod, he raised his voice and sternly asked, "Ma Xiaohua, how did Hu Fangfang open Zhang Ming's door?" "I sent the door lock code to Fangfang," Ma Xiaohua blurted out almost instinctively. The moment the words left his lips, he realized he had misspoken. He abruptly straightened in his seat, his expression freezing in shock. "Comrades, what? What did you just ask?" I didn't quite catch that." At this moment, Ma Xiaohua's lips trembled slightly, and he appeared somewhat flustered. Lin Chang narrowed his eyes, a flicker of excitement flashing within. As he responded in a low voice, "You may not have heard clearly, but I certainly did. You sent the door lock code to Hu Fangfang," Lin Chang reiterated, turning his gaze towards Xiang Jie. The two exchanged knowing glances, standing up in unison and exiting the interrogation room. This interrogation technique was quite common. Now that Ma Xiaohua had regained his composure, continuing the questioning was unlikely to yield any valuable information. Instead, they opted to refrain from questioning, allowing Ma Xiaohua to speculate wildly, keeping his nerves taut. This would create favorable conditions for their subsequent interrogation. Upon stepping out of the interrogation room, Lin Chang and Xiang Jie made their way directly to Zhou Ran. "Kid, have you uncovered another clue? What did Ma Xiaohua's mention of the door lock code signify? Could it be that Hu Fangfang murdered Zhang Ming? But wasn't she with Ma Xiaohua? She has an alibi. How could she have killed Zhang Ming?" Lin Chang unleashed a barrage of questions. "Master, it wasn't Hu Fangfang who killed Zhang Ming. Rather, she impersonated Zhang Ming and returned to her home." After receiving Ma Xiaohua's crucial response, Zhou Ran's hypothesis was once again validated. He was now quite certain that Ma Xiaohua had exploited the substitution between Hu Fangfang and Zhang Ming to fabricate alibis for both incidents. What? Lin Chang and Xiang Jie were struck dumb. as if struck by lightning. It wasn't that they were inexperienced. They had simply never encountered such a ruse in their years of investigation. What kind of mind could conceive of having someone impersonate a deceased person? Lin Chang felt a twinge of anxiety. His disciples' thought processes were always unconventional, and he worried that Zhou Ran might propose yet another outrageous conclusion. Internally, he mused, "This sounds implausible. Don't be too far-fetched in front of the captain." While he thought this, he nonetheless offered Zhou Ran some cover. Zhou Ran, make sure you're certain before you speak. If you're confident, present your analysis to the team. Understood, master. Zhou Ran replied calmly, then took out a notebook, clearly presenting his analysis along with the timelines of Hu Fangfang and Zheng Ming's respective substitutions to Lin Chang and Xiang Jia. After listening to Zhou Ran's analysis, Xiang Jia playfully pinched Lin Chang's cheek. "Does it hurt? Try it." Lin Chang retorted, playfully returning the gesture. "Ouch, that hurts." After their playful exchange, Xiang Jia's expression turned serious. "Old Lin, did I hear that correctly? Have the methods employed by the suspect become this sophisticated? The very idea of identity swapping is extraordinary. If we had been able to crack a case of this magnitude when we were younger, we would have been promoted to special cases already." Lin Chang responded, "Indeed, such high IQ crimes pose a challenge for us frontline detectives. While we may be sharp, we often pale in comparison to criminals of this caliber. Even the special cases team might struggle to unravel this." Unexpectedly, in just a few days, Zhou Ran had managed to decipher it. Xiang Jia, gazing at Zhou Ran's calculations, chuckled to himself. "Hey, old Lin, if we truly solve this case, Chief Hu won't he dare to remove my position, he'll have to buy me drinks." At that moment, Xiang Jia was convinced that Zhou Ran's analysis was sound and likely correct. Lin Chang nodded in agreement, noting that this case was unlike their usual ones and would require time to resolve. Moreover, having unraveled the suspect's alibi in only 3 days was already remarkable. Listening to their conversation, Zhou Ran thought that if others were unaware of the case's progress, they might believe it had already been solved. "Master, Xiang Jia, I'm not trying to dampen spirits, but this is still merely speculation. We lack crucial evidence. With a direction, evidence will be much easier to find." Xiang Jia waved his hand. "Let us head to the conference room for a meeting." Upon returning to the conference room, Xiang Jia clapped his hands on the table with vigor and declared, "Everyone, let us rally our spirits. Thanks to Zhou Ran's relentless efforts, we have already cracked Ma Xiaohua's alibi." "What? So soon? It has only been an hour since the last meeting, and Zhou Ran has already unraveled Ma Xiaohua's alibi? Is that even possible?" The room erupted with astonished murmurs. "Zhou Ran, please elaborate for everyone." Rising from his seat, Zhou Ran addressed his colleagues to disprove Ma Xiaohua's alibi. "The contents of the deceased Zheng Ming and Hu Fangfang's stomachs are crucial." "Stomach contents?" Yang Wen interjected. "The food components found in Zheng Ming and Hu Fangfang's stomachs match their ordered menu items perfectly. There's nothing unusual." "That is precisely the key." Zhou Ran pointed at the image on the screen and continued her exposition. 2 distinct individuals, situated in disparate locales, ordered different dishes. Yet the ingredients of these meals were astonishingly similar. Moreover, both were closely associated with Ma Xiaohua and met their tragic fates on the same day. Can this merely be attributed to coincidence? If it is indeed a coincidence, then it is a coincidence of cosmic proportions. Hence, it is evident that Ma Xiaohua orchestrated this sequence of events. But what could his motive possibly be? Zhou Ran paused, allowing the gravity of the situation to sink in. For she had already elucidated the pivotal clues. Only this final push was required for them to arrive at the conclusion themselves, imbuing them with a sense of accomplishment. The group began to engage in hushed discussions. Ma Xiaohua's action surely concealed something. What exactly was he attempting to obscure? He had deliberately selected different dishes, yet the ingredients remained identical. Thus, what he was concealing was that Zheng Ming and Hu Fangfang had consumed the same food. Why would they share the same meal? At this juncture, the minds of the participants were fully alert, whirring into action. My mind feels invigorated. It seems I am on the verge of a revelation. I too sense that I am grasping something elusive yet indistinct. Zhou Ran smiled faintly and offered another hint. Does anyone find that Hu Fangfang and Zheng Ming bear a striking resemblance to one another? Suddenly, Wang Yu exclaimed, "I've got it." Hu Fangfang and Zheng Ming impersonated each other. Ma Xiaohua directed them to eat different meals with identical ingredients to obscure their identity swap. Precisely. Zhou Ran commended him with a thumbs up and then meticulously reiterated her analysis of the timeline following their exchange of identities. Is that a plausible narrative? What evidence do we have? The seasoned detectives, driven by their instincts, questioned Zhou Ran's deductions despite their acknowledgement of her reasoning. Not yet. We must seek it out. Zhou Ran interjected, shaking her head. However, Ma Xiaohua has already confessed to providing Hu Fangfang with the access code to Zheng Ming's home. This enabled her to enter without damaging the lock. Chapter 50. Gathering evidence. Xiang Jie observed the discussions reaching a conclusion and stepped forward to assert. Zhou Ran's hypothesis is theoretically sound. Coupled with the inadvertently disclosed information from Ma Xiaohua, I believe we should pursue this line of inquiry. He raised his voice. Firstly, let us vigorously search for evidence of the identity swap between Hu Fangfang and Zheng Ming. We have surveillance footage, so we shall scrutinize it frame by frame, leaving no detail unexamined. Secondly, we will conduct comprehensive searches at both crime scenes for any traces left by Hu Fangfang and Zheng Ming. Even if we must deploy search dogs to sniff out every inch, we must uncover the clues. As Xiang Jie concluded, Zhou Ran timidly raised her hand and spoke softly. Xiang team leader, I have already reviewed the surveillance footage. Hu Fangfang and Zheng Ming did not leave any frontal images on the recordings. Their figures are indistinguishable when clothed. Xiang Jie frowned and replied, What do you mean they are indistinguishable when clothed? That simply means the surveillance footage does not allow us to accurately differentiate their identities based on physical characteristics. What is your suggestion then? Zhou Ran proposed. I recommend we begin at the Lai Chic restaurant and inquire with the servers on duty that day. Their close proximity to the patrons might enable them to recognize the two women. It's quite late. Is the restaurant still open? Xiang Jie inquired. Yes. Lai Chic operates around the clock. Zhou Ran quickly reassured him, recalling her previous visit with Chu Tingting. Good. Let's arrange a team to head to Lai Chic immediately. Xiang Jie commanded, then added, However, since Hu Fangfang and Zheng Ming are remarkably similar, we cannot solely rely on the server's memories. We must seek additional compelling leads. Team leader, let us not forget the access code to Zheng Ming's home. Zhou Ran reminded him, this is a crucial clue. It was this very piece of information inadvertently revealed by Ma Xiaohua that solidified Zhou Ran's deductions. Since Hu Fangfang accessed Zheng Ming's home using the code, it must be a smart lock. Zhou Ran turned her gaze toward Zhang Wei from the technical department. Brother Zhang, can we also check the back-end system of the smart lock for unlocking methods and access records? Certainly, Zhang Wei responded succinctly. Additionally, we should search Zheng Ming's home for the outfit captured in the surveillance footage from Lai Chic. A pink shirt, jeans, and a hat. Zhou Ran continued methodically. We should also search Hu Fangfang's residence for the white shirt worn by Zheng Ming. After hearing Zhou Ran's insights, Xiang Jie once again raised his thumb in approval, his eyes brimming with admiration. It was indeed a stroke of fortune for their team to have Zhou Ran among them. Otherwise, they might have faced dire consequences. He cleared his throat. Let us divide into 3 groups. One to Zheng Ming's home, focusing on the lock records and relevant clothing. Another to Hu Fangfang's home, searching for clothing and any means of communicating the code with Ma Xiaohua. And the final group to Lai Chic, questioning the servers about who dined with Ma Xiaohua that day. With the tasks assigned, everyone sprang into action. Despite the deepening night, each individual was imbued with vigor, determined to unveil the truth before dawn. Once the group dispersed, Xiang Jie gently patted Lin Chong on the shoulder, firmly stating, Old Lin, you and I will prepare the report materials and outline the key information pertaining to the case. As soon as the evidence from the 3 groups is compiled, I will promptly approach Director Hu. We must solve this case ourselves. Indeed, we have come this far. We cannot allow the special investigation team to intervene. Lin Chong fervently concurred. They were acutely aware that if the special investigation team were to arrive, even if they had solved the case, it would be perceived as the team's accomplishment due to their reputation. This phenomenon is akin to a group project in school where, despite not being the one to solve the problem, the presence of an academic achiever leads people to attribute the success to them. Such biases are deeply ingrained in the human psyche, leading individuals to concoct narratives that align with their preconceived notions, dismissing any contrary evidence. Hence, Xiang Jie felt the urgency to act swiftly, striving for an independent resolution while the investigation had gained significant momentum. Time passed swiftly, and a pale light emerged on the eastern horizon, soon followed by a radiant beam of golden sunlight piercing through the clouds. Dawn had arrived. Vehicles returned to the precinct, each bearing the latest developments. Team leader Xiang. The servers from that day at Lai Chic were unable to distinguish whether it was Zheng Ming or Hu Fangfang dining with Ma Xiaohua, one officer reported. What? Xiang Jie exclaimed, disheartened by the news. However, the server mentioned that while serving dessert, He had slipped and instinctively grasped the left shoulder of the woman dining beside Ma Xiaohua. Coincidentally, his hand had become smeared with cake. The officer then pivoted, presenting a new lead. In addition, the colleagues searching Zheng Meng's home confirmed they had located the pink shirt. On the left shoulder of the pink shirt, a cake stain was unexpectedly discovered. Wonderful! Xiang Jia exclaimed excitedly, his eyes sparkling. Quickly, hand me the evidence. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei rushed in with his laptop, reporting, Captain Xiang. I've connected to the smart lock system at Zheng Meng's residence. It appears that the usual unlocking method has primarily been fingerprint recognition. However, on the day of the incident, at 6:18 and 7:15, the door was unlocked using a password. He pushed up his glasses and continued. Additionally, we've thoroughly examined the lock, and there are no fingerprints left behind. This suggests that the person who used the password to unlock it is likely not Zheng Meng. Otherwise, there would normally be her fingerprints present. The absence of fingerprints may indicate that this individual deliberately wiped them away to avoid leaving traces. Excellent. Xiang Jia nodded in satisfaction. This was undoubtedly a crucial piece of corroborative evidence. The case was becoming increasingly clear, and Ma Xiaohua's alibi was finally coming to light. 15 minutes later, the last team of officers who had gone to investigate Hu Fangfang's home returned. Captain Xiang, we found a white shirt that impersonates Zheng Meng at Hu Fangfang's residence. Furthermore, we discovered screenshots of chat records between Hu Fangfang and Ma Xiaohua in her note-taking app, which included the password for Zheng Meng's door lock. Great. A smile spread across Xiang Jia's face. With these three clues, there was enough evidence to demonstrate that Hu Fangfang and Zheng Meng had indeed engaged in mutual impersonation. Thank you all for your hard work. I will take it from here to negotiate with the leadership. Xiang Jia quickly organized the evidence collected and added it to the report he had prepared earlier, tucking it under his arm as he hurried out. With an hour before work officially began, based on past habits, Hu Ju would likely arrive at the office early to await the Special Investigation Team's report. There was still time. Chapter 51. Securing time a few minutes later, Xiang Jia stood outside Hu Ju's office, slightly out of breath. Just as he raised his hand to knock, he overheard a conversation within the room. Jiyu, I didn't expect your team leader to send you this time. The team leader said this is the core of the Special Investigation Group, so I should assist Director Hu with all my might. A youthful, energetic voice responded. Upon hearing this exchange, Xiang Jia felt a sinking sensation in his heart. The colleagues from the Special Investigation Team had already arrived, and it was Jiyu. He gently shook his head, suppressing the turmoil within, and knocked lightly on the door. Come in. Director Hu. Xiang Jia pushed the door open, forcing a smile onto his face. Xiang Jia, you've come so early? Hu Ju greeted him with a wave, adding, let me introduce you. This is Jiyu from the Special Investigation Team. Ji, this is Captain Xiang from the Guangtian team. Jiyu smiled shyly, revealing a set of pearly white teeth as he greeted. Hello, Captain Xiang. I am Jiyu. Xiang Jia was captivated by the youthful figure before him. Slim and still bearing the freshness of youth, dressed in simple, clean casual attire. Indeed, heroes emerge from the young. This was Xiang Jia's first impression of Jiyu. Jiyu had made quite a name for himself in the Guangtian criminal investigation system and was still a student at the police academy. Despite his youth, he had already assisted in solving numerous cases, including the nationally sensational Rainy Night serial murder case. During that investigation, all local experts were involved but failed to uncover critical clues, ultimately drawing the attention of provincial leadership. This young Jiyu, deriving insights from sparse media reports, accurately analyzed the killer's next target and promptly alerted the authorities, leading to the successful apprehension of the suspect. He became a rising star in criminal investigation, which is why Hu Ju had taken notice of him and recruited him into the Special Investigation Team. Hello, I am Xiang Jia. He extended his hand to shake Jiyu's, then turned to Hu Ju, stating, Director Hu, we have made significant breakthroughs in the two murder cases. The suspects' alibis have been dismantled. I request an additional day to gather decisive evidence. Should we fail, we can then enlist the Special Investigation Team's assistance. Hu Ju raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. He was well aware of the complexities involved in the two cases, and he questioned, so soon? You're not jesting with me, are you? How could I dare to jest with you? Xiang Jia hastily handed over the organized report. Director Hu, this is the report I compiled. It details the methods the suspects used to create their alibis, as well as our analysis of the case progression. Hu Ju received the report and quickly scanned its contents. So, you still lack evidence? Before he could finish, his gaze fell upon the mention of the victim's identity swap, causing him to squint slightly, drawing the report closer for a meticulous read. A minute later, Hu Ju's expression turned serious as he looked at Xiang Jie and asked, "Is this the report you've provided me? Director, please don't be upset. Although we haven't uncovered the criminal evidence against the suspects, we have collected evidence regarding the identity swap of the two victims. By following this lead, we can delve deeper into the clues." Hu Ju shook his head. "You've misunderstood my meaning. You've managed to dismantle their alibis so quickly? It was Zhou Ran's idea." "Ah, I see." Hu Ju nodded. "The reason I brought the special investigation team over so promptly was due to my awareness of the challenges involved. Worried that you might not be able to break the suspects' alibis. Since you have managed to do so, I will grant you an additional 2 days. If you still cannot uncover critical clues, then let Ji Yu assist you." Upon learning that Xiang Jie and his team had seen through the suspect's tactics, Hu Ju felt a sense of reassurance. He also understood the implications of bringing in the special investigation team, hence he chose to be somewhat lenient. "Thank you, Director Hu." Upon hearing Hu Ju's agreement, the weight that had burdened Xiang Jie's heart finally lifted. He had successfully secured more time for their team, confident that with these 2 days, they would unearth compelling evidence to solve the case. "Director Hu, may I study this case?" Ji Yu's cheeks flushed slightly as he spoke shyly. Before coming, his team leader had briefed him on the details of the 2 cases. Although he had not participated in the investigation, he understood from his leader's descriptions that this was a highly challenging case of intellectual crime, which held an irresistible allure for someone passionate about criminal investigation. Upon hearing Hu Ju mention the victim's identity swap, he immediately grasped the key aspect. However, with the answer revealed, the thrill of the unraveling process diminished, and his interest in assisting the investigation waned, instead igniting a keen curiosity about the methods of the suspects, leading him to eagerly wish to meet and exchange ideas with them. Hearing Ji Yu express his desire to help, Xiang Jie instinctively frowned and hurriedly said, "I have documented all the processes in the report. I will keep Director Hu updated on any subsequent investigations. Ji Yu, why don't you stay here with Director Hu and wait for my report?" As Xiang Jie spoke, he turned his face aside, casting frantic glances at Hu Ju. As if pleading, "You invited this prodigy, you handle his care." Hu Ju also sensed the awkwardness and chuckled, "Ji Yu, you are still young and may not fully grasp some of the nuances of the workplace. If you go with Captain Xiang, it may put him in a difficult position. Why don't you wait here with me for Captain Xiang's report?" "Of course, Director Hu. Come, let me take you out for breakfast. In our department, the master's dumplings are truly exceptional." Director Hu chuckled as he pulled Ji Yu along, walking towards the office while casting a glance at Xiang Jie, tilting his chin to signal him to expedite the investigation. Within the conference room of the sub-bureau, everyone reconvened to deliberate on the case. "We have unraveled the alibis of Ma Xiaohua for 2 incidents. The next step is to gather evidence of his criminal activity. What are your thoughts?" Lin Chong furrowed his brow and remarked, "I find both crime scenes exceedingly peculiar. If the suspect's methods were indeed sophisticated, it would be understandable to leave no obvious traces. Yet, why did Hu Fangfang leave no evidence at Zheng Meng's residence? How could she manage that? The only fingerprints present belonged to Zheng Meng, suggesting that neither the suspect nor Hu Fangfang left any fingerprints at all, which defies logic." Xiang Jie gestured with his finger in the air, stating, "Old Lin is correct. Since Zheng Meng's fingerprints remain at the scene, it indicates that neither the suspect nor Hu Fangfang deliberately cleaned the area. So, where have their fingerprints gone? Typically, if a suspect leaves fingerprints, they are likely to attempt to wipe them away afterward. However, in that process, they would have inevitably removed Zheng Meng's fingerprints as well." Just then, Yang Wen rushed into the conference room, panting heavily, I should, no." He hurried to the computer and uploaded an image from his phone. The large screen vividly displayed an irregular white fragment. "Xiang team. This piece was recently discovered by a colleague returning from Zheng Meng's home. Its color closely resembles that of the floor, which is why it was overlooked during previous searches." "What is this?" Lin Chong inquired, his face a mask of confusion. "This is nitrile," Yang Wen clarified. The room fell silent, expressions of bewilderment etched across their faces, clearly at a loss with this answer. Adjusting his glasses, Yang Wen elaborated, in simple terms, it refers to gloves. This type of glove is typically used in laboratories and is rarely found in ordinary households. Its primary advantage lies in its resistance to chemical corrosion, but more importantly, it is less likely to provoke allergic reactions. In laboratory settings, gloves are frequently utilized, but if latex gloves were employed, one might be allergic to latex. Hence, nitrile gloves are predominantly used to circumvent such issues. What is curious is that Zheng Ming, as a streamer, would have nitrile gloves in her home. he continued. Moreover, if an average person were to use gloves, the most common type would be polyethylene gloves, the transparent ones frequently used in restaurants and food services. Yet, these disposable gloves are prone to tearing, and a slight exertion could easily leave fingerprints. As Yangwen reached this point, the others began to grasp the implications. So, are these nitrile gloves left by the suspect? One asked. We cannot be certain yet, but they should belong to either Ma Xiaohua or Hu Fangfang. Or, we might boldly speculate that one of them is allergic to latex, prompting them to jointly purchase a box of nitrile gloves, one used at Zheng Meng's home and the other to commit the murders of the two women. Upon hearing the forensic expert's explanation, smiles finally broke out among the group. This aligns with the principle of material exchange proposed by Lockhart. The case has returned to our familiar domain. Xiang Jie led the applause, exclaiming, "Excellent. We have finally discovered a pivotal clue at the crime scene. First, let us investigate whether Hu Fangfang or Ma Xiaohua has a latex allergy. Second, we need to look into their online shopping records to see if they have recently purchased nitrile gloves. If online records yield no results," Xiang Jie sighed, "we will resort to checking local pharmacies, supermarkets, and medical supply stores one by one. If we indeed have to investigate physical stores, the manpower and workload required will be immense. Let us not even mention the countless pharmacies across the city. It is not uncommon to find 3 or 4 in a single street, rivaling the number of bubble tea shops. This is not due to their taste, but rather the substantial profit margins behind them. For instance, a standard box of medication may cost the manufacturer around 10 yuan, be sold at a clinic for 13, but retail for 26 in a pharmacy. The profit margin is evident, which explains the growing number of pharmacies, not to mention supermarkets. The workload involved in this investigation is daunting. As this thought crossed their minds, the attendees shook their heads in unison. While everyone is fretting over the vast amount of investigative work, Zhou Ran raised his hand and suggested, "We could search the crime scene for nitrile gloves and then trace their source based on the information from the glove box. Wouldn't that be feasible?" Well, when did we become so foolish? The group lamented. Indeed, just as they had returned to familiar territory in their investigation, they stumbled into a trap of habitual thinking. In typical cases, they often needed to trace the source of weapons found, such as knives, bricks, or iron rods, which lacked barcodes, necessitating a primitive and laborious method of identifying potential sellers based solely on product type. However, nitrile gloves are entirely different. They belong to medical equipment. Each box marked with a clear batch number, unique barcode, and serial number. They could easily trace the purchasing source based on this information. When did our team become so dull? Wait, it was after Zhou Ran joined us. They mused. It seems that having too clever a member in the team only serves to highlight their own shortcomings. Moreover, there was a risk that their minds might soon grow lazy, thinking, as long as someone can come up with the answer, it's probably fine for me to take a little break, right? Lin Chong beamed at his apprentice, straightening his back. All right then, let us follow Zhou Ran's suggestion and find those nitrile gloves. Quickly, let us get to work. Oh, and I just ordered some hot coffee to have on the office desk. Everyone grab a cup. Thank you, Xiang team. The group expressed their gratitude and rushed out of the conference room. In their line of work, late nights and overtime were commonplace. Though driven by passion and a sense of responsibility, a sense of disappointment lingered when no perks accompanied their late-night efforts. Fortunately, they had a considerate leader. Xiang Jia often stocked the office with milk, bread, instant noodles, and snacks to sustain his colleagues during long hours. Occasionally, he would even treat them to milk tea or coffee out of his own pocket. With such a leader who cares for his subordinates, how could the team not be motivated? In the vehicle, Zhou Ran took a sip of his coffee, frowning slightly. This is rather bitter. How can such a thing exist? Lin Chong replied, tasting the coffee. The flavor is quite acceptable. I'm not referring to the flavor. I mean the coffee itself. What is wrong with coffee? It serves as a great pick-me-up. Exactly. The key is that it's meant to invigorate us. Why should we, as workers, be drinking it? Lin Chang shot him an annoyed glance. What on earth are you trying to say? A work animal wouldn't flagellate itself. Why should we imbibe such concoctions to compel ourselves to work harder? Zhou Ran jested, his tone laced with playful sarcasm. Lin Chang's coffee sipping abruptly ceased, his cheeks frozen mid-action. Swiftly, he cuffed Zhou Ran's head, exclaiming, "You rascal, are you itching for a beating? Don't presume that your current heroic status within the team shields you from discipline. Upon the case's resolution, you shall transcribe the branch's regulations 10 times. My apologies, master. I was merely attempting to lighten the mood, given your late-night endeavors." Zhou Ran quickly recanted. Lin Chong chuckled. That doesn't absolve you. You'll still transcribe those regulations upon the case's closure. Understood. Zhou Ran promptly diverted the conversation. Master, do you surmise that either Hu Fangfang or Ma Xiaohua might suffer from a latex allergy? And if so, which one? It's plausible that one of them is allergic. Though I couldn't pinpoint who, Lin Chong responded. Master, I wager it's Hu Fangfang, Zhou Ran declared with assurance. Oh, have you unearthed a novel analysis? Master, shall we wager? If my hunch proves accurate, and Hu Fangfang is indeed latex allergic, you'll absolve me of transcribing the branch's regulations 10 times. Lin Chong cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Ran. Suspecting the lad had stumbled upon something to prompt such a wager, he fixed his gaze upon Zhou Ran, stating gravely, if you possess any leads, it's imperative that you share them with the team. Wasting everyone's time and energy is unacceptable. Master, it's merely a conjecture, a pure guess. Zhou Ran hastily clarified. Very well. I accept your wager. If your guess is correct, you're spared the 10 transcriptions. Lin Chong affirmed earnestly. Now, divulge the basis of your conjecture. Zhou Ran muffled a laugh, retorting, Master, if Ma Xiaohua were allergic to latex, would he dare engage so passionately with Zheng Ming? That particular item is rather indispensable, wouldn't you agree? Lin Chong instantly grasped the item Zhou Ran alluded to, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Zhou Ran. You little. Your analysis possesses a certain logic. In a swift about-face, Lin Chong acknowledged Zhou Ran's unconventional reasoning. Upon reflection, it held merit. A married man engaging in extramarital affairs would undoubtedly prioritize protection. Thus, Ma Xiaohua was unlikely to be latex allergic. Ergo, Hu Fangfang remained the prime suspect. Hu Fangfang had acquired a box of nitrile gloves, commonly used in laboratories, and shared them with Ma Xiaohua, explaining the absence of fingerprints in Zheng Ming's residence. I concur. While your reasoning is somewhat indelicate, it does possess a degree of validity. I believe it warrants consideration and could potentially alleviate our workload. With that, Lin Chong activated his headset. We have a fresh analysis. Initiate an investigation into Hu Fangfang's potential latex allergy. Zhou Ran surmised that Ma Xiaohua, given his extramarital dalliances, would likely employ protective measures, rendering a latex allergy improbable. Laughter erupted from the headset. Haha, understood. Haha, we'll investigate Hu Fangfang forthwith. The cacophony of mirth emanating from the headset caused Zhou Ran to flush crimson, casting a sidelong glare at Lin Chong. This was an egregious instance of workplace mortification. Don't fret too much, Lin Chong consoled. Our profession is unique, and we've undergone specialized training. We maintain composure and avoid frivolous thoughts during investigations. Furthermore, any information pertinent to the case is welcomed and understood. Master, I comprehend. Scarcely had Zhou Ran uttered these words than Lin Chong erupted into another bout of uproarious laughter. At Hu Fangfang's residence, a team of officers swiftly commenced their search, soon unearthing a box of white nitrile gloves in a kitchen cabinet. Prior to this discovery, the gloves had gone unnoticed. The presence of gloves in a kitchen seemed innocuous at first glance. However, upon learning that the gloves might constitute crucial evidence, their presence became increasingly suspect. The material of these gloves distinguished them from ordinary disposable polyethylene gloves, and their price reflected this disparity. Who would employ such gloves in a kitchen? Their superior quality and disposable nature seemed extravagant. Moreover, thicker transparent gloves were available, obviating the need for these. Quickly, ascertain if the material of these gloves matches the fragments discovered at Zheng Ming's residence. Click. Zhou Ran snapped a photograph with his phone and transmitted it via the police communication network. Forensic pathologist Yang, we've discovered these gloves at the scene. Do their material properties align with the glove fragments from Zheng Ming's residence? Yang went affirmative. Officer Zhang, kindly trace the origin of these gloves. Zhang Wei Wush. Zhou Ran dispatched photographs of the gloves' packaging barcode, batch number, and serial number to the work group on the police communication network. Min Kong Road Pharmacy. Sold on November 20th at 3:16 p.m. A message promptly arrived. Zhou Ran, you and Wang Yu are to retrieve the surveillance footage from the pharmacy. I'll continue searching the scene for additional clues. Understood. At 2:00 p.m., the team convened in the conference room, sharing their latest findings. Exchanging glances, their eyes radiated excitement. While their deductive prowess might not rival Zhou Ran's, their experience in locating evidence proved invaluable. Unearthing clues was their forte, and each officer exuded confidence. Lin Chong initiated. We discovered a box of white nitrile gloves at Hu Fangfang's residence. I've traced the gloves' origin to Min Kong Road Pharmacy. Wang Yu and I retrieved the surveillance footage from the day of the sale. The footage reveals that Zhang Ming purchased them, utilizing her medical insurance card. I've also accessed Hu Fangfang's medical records from the hospital, which confirm her latex allergy. Zhou Ran cast a sidelong glance at Lin Chong, miming the act of writing on the table, then waving his hand dismissively, signifying the cancellation of his 10 transcriptions of the branch's regulations. Thank you for your efforts. Xiang Jie commenced summarizing the collected clues. With these leads, we can deduce the reason for the absence of fingerprints from Hu Fangfang and Ma Xiaohua at Zhang Ming's residence. Furthermore, the glove fragments recovered from Zhang Ming's home substantiate that at least one member of the couple visited Zhang Ming's residence. Director Xiang, we've reviewed the online shopping records of both Ma Xiaohua and Hu Fangfang. They haven't purchased anything in the past month. Prior shopping records consist of mundane items such as clothing and snacks, revealing no anomalies. Director Xiang, we have a discovery. Ying Tao raised his hand to speak. In Hu Fangfang's walk-in closet, at the very bottom of a garment bag, we discovered a mobile phone. Preliminary assessment suggests it belongs to Hu Fangfang. It contains only one order from last week, a voice recorder. A voice recorder? Xiang Jie inquired. Was it found at the scene? No. We scoured Hu Fangfang's residence, leaving no stone unturned, but we couldn't locate the voice recorder. The seasoned detectives in the room instantly sensed something amiss. They recognized that the voice recorder might constitute the crucial piece of evidence. A phone concealed at the bottom of a garment bag in a walk-in closet was clearly intended to remain hidden. From whom? Not the police. Or the phone would have been discarded outside the residence. Only one possibility remained. Hu Fangfang sought to conceal it from Ma Xiaohua. Hu Fangfang had purchased the voice recorder without Ma Xiaohua's knowledge, intending to record something? We must find it. Xiang Jie stated tersely. If the voice recorder wasn't at the residence, where could it be? Lin Chong articulated his query, postulating that since a recording pin was not discovered within the domicile, they must analyze its potential whereabouts. This aligns with their forte, locating items based on extant clues. The crux lies in deducing possible locations based on the item's intended use. A recording pin would invariably be situated on a desk or upon a person. Wang Yu, stroking his chin, surmised. Ergo, given its absence at home, it must reside on a person. Does this imply the recording pin remains on Ma Xiaohua's person? Improbable, he continued. We subjected Ma Xiaohua to a thorough search upon his arrival. His cellular phone, wristwatch, and all accoutrements facilitating external communication were confiscated. Such a cardinal error is beyond our ken. It is standard protocol for law enforcement to conduct a pat-down of suspects upon their arrival at the precinct. This serves a dual purpose, safeguarding both officers and suspects from potential hazards and facilitating the discovery and impoundment of pertinent evidence, thereby precluding its concealment or destruction. Imagine the ramifications should a crucial piece of evidence be smuggled into the precinct and secreted within the holding cells. Chapter 54. Zhang Ming also purchased a recorder. Where else could it be? He pondered. If it is neither on his person nor within the residence, where could it possibly be? Hold, Wang Yu exclaimed, striking the table with sudden realization. We have overlooked a crucial factor. The placement of the recording pin is contingent upon the subject matter the owner seeks to capture. Therefore, the pin's ultimate location must be conducive to recording the desired information. Wang Yu continued, his fervor escalating, as if possessed by an analytical spirit. He resolved to capitalize on this heightened state to articulate his comprehensive analysis. His colleagues, in a gesture of solidarity, refrained from interrupting, attentively absorbing his every word. Hu Fangfang acquired a recording pin, ostensibly concealing this act from Ma Xiaohua. What could she have intended to record? Could it be the interactions between Ma Xiaohua and Zhang Ming? If so, there is no necessity to keep it at her residence. Thus, the recording pin can only be found in one of two places, on Ma Xiaohua's person or within Zhang Ming's abode. Wang Yu concluded his soliloquy, resuming his seat, his chest heaving from the exertion, still basking in the afterglow of his analytical triumph. A spontaneous ovation erupted throughout the room. Indeed, they exclaimed, since Ma Xiaohua does not possess it, we must search Zhang Ming's dwelling. Hu Fangfang visited Zhang Ming's domicile on the day in question, affording her ample opportunity, motive, and means to conceal the recording pin there. Zhou Ran, seated nearby, nodded emphatically in agreement with Wang Yu's astute analysis. He marveled at the sagacity of his senior officer, whose meticulous reasoning and well-founded deductions bore the hallmark of professional training. This analytical methodology diverged significantly from his own, which relied on post hoc rationalization, a hit-or-miss approach. He recognized the vast expanse of knowledge that separated him from these seasoned veterans. Wang Yu's analysis resonated with the collective consciousness of his colleagues, who swiftly grasped its implications. Xiang Jie sighed softly, lamenting, "Lin, it appears our command of the scene was not as thorough as we presumed. Team leader, I shall immediately dispatch a team to Zheng Ming's residence to conduct a more exhaustive search," he declared. "Very well," Xiang Jie affirmed, nodding in assent. Simultaneously, he instructed the remaining officers, those not engaged in the search should apply Hu Fangfang's investigative paradigm to Zheng Ming's situation, scrutinizing it for any potential oversights. Within Zheng Ming's residence, a meticulous, wall-to-wall search ensued. However, despite their diligent efforts, no trace of a recording pen could be found. Could our analysis be flawed? They wondered. Could the recording pen not be here? Impossible, Wang Yu retorted, preemptively dismissing the notion. My analysis is sound. There is no logical reason why the recording pen should not be found. Could our initial assumptions regarding the pen's purpose be incorrect? An officer inquired. What other purpose could a recording pen serve if not to record? Xiang Jie responded with a hint of exasperation. This case, fraught with obstacles, had been arduous to navigate. Why must even the search for a mere recording pen be so vexing? Ma Xiaohua's cunning is one thing, but why must Hu Fangfang also be so calculating? Birds of a feather flock together, I suppose. Xiang Jie sighed, lamenting the lack of time to tarry. I shall seek permission from Director Hu to procure a radio frequency detector and a nonlinear junction detector. A brief interlude is warranted to explicate the functionalities of these devices. Both are employed to detect eavesdropping devices. The former can only detect devices while they are actively transmitting, whereas the latter, the nonlinear junction detector, can detect devices even when they are in a quiescent state. Consequently, the latter possesses a broader range of applications, encompassing counter-surveillance and counter-espionage. Due to its versatility, the nonlinear junction detector commands a higher price point, with even entry-level models costing several $1,000s. Conversely, radio frequency detectors can be acquired for a few $100s. Xiang Jie's rationale for requisitioning both devices stemmed from the concern that the recording pin might have been rendered inoperable due to prolonged disuse. To err on the side of caution, he deemed it prudent to procure the nonlinear junction detector as well. Moreover, Director Hu had previously extended an open invitation to utilize the department's resources. To decline would be imprudent. Xiang Jie, a beaming visage adorning his countenance, entered Director Hu's office. Director Hu, I bring tidings of great import. He exclaimed. Ah, has the case been resolved? Nearly. Xiang Jie replied, extracting 2 small packets of tea from his uniform pocket. Director Hu, I present to you a selection of my most prized Longjing tea. I trust it will meet with your approval. Director Hu set down his pen, fixing Xiang Jie with an amused gaze. Your actions. These actions represent nothing more than collegial reciprocity. What could be construed as untoward? Xiang Jie countered, defensively. Furthermore, these meager packets of tea will scarcely suffice for 2 infusions. A mere day's consumption. Ah, you. Director Hu chuckled heartily. Pray, enlighten me as to your purpose. Such gestures are commonplace within the bureaucracy. It would be a gross mischaracterization to presume that any acceptance of tokens within the system constitutes impropriety or bribery. For instance, when seeking a colleague's assistance, it is understood that their aid is a matter of grace, not obligation. However, should one proffer a cup of tea prior to soliciting assistance, the dynamic shifts. The recipient is less inclined to refuse and more disposed to render aid. After all, a simple act of assistance yields a tangible reward and cultivates a perception of competence and affability, a mutually beneficial outcome. Upon receiving Director Hu's assent, Xiang Jie hastened to articulate his request. We suspect the presence of a recording device at the scene, but despite a thorough search, we have been unable to locate it. Therefore, we seek to borrow the department's radio frequency detector and nonlinear junction detector. Very well, I authorize the loan. Utilize them judiciously and ensure their prompt return upon completion. Director Hu then placed a call, instructing, Xiao Wang, Team Leader Xiang requires the use of the radio frequency detector and nonlinear junction detector. Ensure their prompt return upon completion. Team Leader Xiang, procure the devices from Xiao Wang, and do not forget to return them. My gratitude, Director Hu. By the time Xiang Jie returned to Zheng Ming's residence, bearing the 2 devices, dusk had descended. Commence the scan forthwith, he instructed, and ascertain whether any trace of a recording pin can be detected. Until the recording pin was located, a palpable sense of apprehension lingered within the ranks, lest their prior analysis prove fallacious. A response. Soon, Yin Tao, his face alight with excitement, beckoned Xiang Jie. Curious, he mused. The indication points to this location. Yet it is manifestly an empty space, devoid of any object. If it is not on the ground, then direct your gaze upward. At this injunction, the officers collectively raised their eyes, beholding a smoke detector. The moment the voice recorder was extracted from the smoke detector, Yin Tao could not help but express his disbelief. What is this? It's dark under the light, or rather, dark above? The faces of the others were illuminated with joy. Finding the recorder indicated that their analysis was correct, and the heavy burden in their hearts had finally lifted. At that moment, Wang Yu called out, Xiang. Our colleagues in the team have sent news that Zheng Ming. She also bought a recorder. Chapter 55, Still Concealing? Here comes the cleanup. What? Xiangji exclaimed. Skepticism etched on his face, his voice involuntarily rising. What a coincidence. He found it hard to believe that both victims had purchased recorders. Did this imply that another recorder was still at the scene? Lin Chong, search the area again and locate the remaining recorder. After several minutes passed, the two devices traversed back and forth within Zheng Ming's residence, scanning repeatedly yet yielding no trace of the recorder. There are no recorders here, Lin Chong reported. The equipment is functioning properly. The only remaining possibility is that there is simply no recorder here. Where could Zheng Ming's recorder have gone? Might it be at Ma Xiaohua's house? Wang Yu speculated, his brow furrowed. Impossible. Zheng Ming has never been to his house. She had no opportunity to place it there. There was a chance, Zhou Ran interjected suddenly. Zheng Ming could have hidden the recorder on Ma Xiaohua, who then took it home. But we searched Ma Xiaohua's person and found no recorder. Zhou Ran looked at Wang Yu and asked, did they mention what the recorder looked like? A very ordinary miniature recorder, round like a button. Here, Wang Yu replied, handing Zhou Ran the photo just sent by the team. Such a small object could easily be concealed in any corner. Zhou Ran continued. Perhaps Zheng Ming placed the recorder on something that Ma Xiaohua casually set aside upon entering his home. Indeed, what is it that one typically sets aside upon entering? Wang Yu echoed Zhou Ran's line of thought, beginning to ponder. That would depend on Ma Xiaohua's habits. Xiangjia interjected with a hint of decisiveness. Why complicate matters? We can simply take the equipment to Ma Xiaohua's house and search directly. Why overthink? Zhou Ran and Wang Yu exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Right? Why waste effort? Let us just use the equipment, straightforward and efficient. As they arrived at Ma Xiaohua's home, night had fully descended, and the streetlights cast a faint, yellow glow, barely filtering through the windows into the room. No sooner had the team entered Ma Xiaohua's residence with their equipment than it emitted a series of beeping sounds, indicating the presence of surveillance devices. It's nearby, search quickly. Remember to preserve the scene, Lin Chong reminded them. The entrance was cluttered with gloves, hats, backpacks, shoes, keys, and various other items, creating a chaotic environment. Moreover, due to the small size of the recorder, the search became exceedingly challenging. It's clearly here, yet we can't find it. Don't search for women's items. Zheng Ming had no opportunity to place anything there. Only look for Ma Xiaohua's belongings, Lin Chong instructed. There are too many items. This will take some time. Zhou Ran observed and advised. There's no need to search everything. Focus only on what Ma Xiaohua would take with him when he leaves. Right, look for the items he would carry out. The keys. They all exclaimed in unison. As soon as the words left their mouths, Wang Yu dashed forward, snatching the keys from the stand, and swiftly exited the room with the equipment. As he moved further away, the device continued to beep in his arms, and a smile of delight spread across Wang Yu's face. He had found the recorder. He hurried back into the room, exclaiming, the recorder has been found. Good, we can wrap up. That night, Ma Xiaohua lay in bed when he was abruptly awakened and taken to the interrogation room. Lin Chong sat opposite him, and suddenly a bright light shone directly onto Ma Xiaohua's face. Lin Chong, taking advantage of the illumination, shouted, Ma Xiaohua, are you aware of your crimes? Ma Xiaohua closed his eyes and turned his face aside, inquiring, Officer, what are you talking about? I don't understand what you mean. Still pretending? The cleanup is coming for you. Armed with ample evidence of his crimes, Lin Chong did not intend to waste words. I gave you a chance, but you did not cherish it. Miss this opportunity, and you will not have another. You have killed 2 people, and the consequences will be severe. If you continue to deny it. Lin Chong intentionally prolonged his tone. TS. Lin Chong appeared relaxed, though internally he worried that Ma Xiaohua might be intimidated into confessing. The evidence they possessed was already sufficient to implicate Ma Xiaohua, even if he denied it. It would be futile. Lin Chong was somewhat reluctant to give Ma Xiaohua an opportunity. Given his temperament, it would be simpler to convict him outright. However, The interrogation process dictated that they must follow protocol and grant the suspect an opportunity for leniency in exchange for a confession. As for the origin of the evidence, it all stemmed from those two crucial recorders. Later that evening, once the team returned to the precinct with the recorder, they congregated in the conference room to charge both devices and begin playback. They first activated Hu Fangfang's recorder. "Brother Hua, how is it? Have you killed Hu Fangfang?" "Not yet. She needs a little more time to digest, about 10 minutes. So I came to find you first. I will return and eliminate her afterward. Thanks to your assistance, you posing as her while dining with me means that even if the police discover something, I will have an alibi. Then, Brother Hua, you promised me that I would get half of all assets, including the insurance compensation you bought for Hu Fangfang. I'll give it all to you. Then, Brother Hua, you don't want a wife? Of course not. I can give you money, but your life, I will take. Who? Brother Hua. You. Let go. Cough, cough, cough. Why? Knock, knock, knock. Sorry, you were also part of my alibi. As long as I have two alibis, my suspicion can be completely eliminated. Even if the police suspect me, my methods will obscure the truth. I refuse to believe that anyone can evade all the traps I have set. Once the recording concluded, the technical team swiftly conducted a comparison, revealing that the two voice prints on the recorder belonged to Zheng Ming and Ma Xiaohua. Xiang Jie snorted in indignation. It is indeed Ma Xiaohua. He exploited Zheng Ming to impersonate Hu Fangfang, creating an alibi for himself. After days of searching for clues, we ultimately found them in this recorder. In this recording, Ma Xiaohua explicitly confessed to Zheng Ming that he had killed Hu Fangfang, and the timestamp aligned perfectly with their hypothesis, November 24th, 7:16 a.m. With this recording, they possessed substantial evidence supporting Ma Xiaohua's direct murder of Zheng Ming and indirect murder of Hu Fangfang. Although direct evidence for Hu Fangfang's murder was lacking, they were confident they could extract it during the interrogation. With their interrogation techniques, they would present this recording alongside the timeline of Ma Xiaohua's murders, leaving him no room to deny his guilt. During interrogations, they often employ a blend of truth and deception, creating an environment where suspects remain utterly unaware of the extent of evidence the police possess. Some suspects, particularly those with weaker psychological fortitude, find themselves overwhelmed upon encountering concrete evidence and a detailed account of the crime, often succumbing to despair and surrendering on the spot. Chapter 56. Admission of guilt. Let us check another recorder. Perhaps it will yield further surprises, said Xiang Jie with ease. Following the successful acquisition of evidence against Ma Xiaohua, a sense of elation washed over him, dissipating the tension that had enveloped him, leaving him utterly relaxed. He began to envision the scene of returning the two devices the following morning, and when he placed the equipment on Commissioner Hu's desk, he could assert confidently, "I have cracked the case." With a chuckle at this thought, Xiang Jie momentarily lost his composure, quickly scratching the back of his head to regain a semblance of seriousness. Instructing, play the recording. Yes, Captain. The recording was timestamped at 7:26 p.m. on November 24th, coinciding with the estimated time of Hu Fangfang's murder by Ma Xiaohua. That wretched mistress, have you disposed of her? I've taken care of it. Thank you, dear. Pretend to be Ming, and create an alibi for me. As long as you understand. How long would you have kept this from me if I hadn't found out? I can't believe I share my life with someone who... just the thought makes me sick. From now on, all your accounts must have traceable browsing enabled. I want monitoring software downloaded on your phone. All your identification documents will be kept with me to prevent you from borrowing money everywhere. Additionally, from this moment on, you will not use any of your funds. If you need to buy anything, message me, and I will handle it. As the team listened to the recordings, their bodies trembled slightly in response. For a man, this was utterly damning, especially the demand for traceable browsing, which hit right at the core. Who could withstand such scrutiny? The cessation of financial resources made even the simple act of smoking a challenge, let alone indulging in luxuries like foot massages or baths. What a ruthless individual. They all thought as they continued to listen intently to the audio. Wife, I was wrong. I have killed Zheng Ming. I will not pursue anyone further. Humph. A man's words are but deceit. You have forfeited your rights to be a man in my presence. Wife, by the way, I brought something back from outside. Take a look. Bang, 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 clatter, clank. Let go of me. I retract my previous statement. Dear, to prove my innocence, I must ask you to die. I will take good care of the remaining money in our household. Ha 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 ha. With a loud slap, Xiang Jie brought everyone back to reality, his hand striking the table with force. It was utterly inhumane. 2 lives extinguished by his hand. Lin Chong, immediately interrogate Ma Xiaohua, regardless of whether he confesses or not. Ensure the case is closed before the end of the workday. Lin Chong promptly stood and replied, "Understood, Captain." He then proceeded to the interrogation room to confront Ma Xiaohua, leading to the previous chapter's events. At this moment, Ma Xiaohua, squinting his eyes, peered at Lin Chong through narrowed slits, internally pondering, "What is happening? Why does it feel like the atmosphere in the interrogation has shifted?" He seemed unconcerned about whether I would confess my crimes. Could they have discovered traces linking me to the murders of Zhang Ming and Hu Fangfang? Impossible. I left no evidence. During the acts, I was quick, wearing gloves, executing the deeds with precision, rendering them incapable of resistance. Moreover, I had an alibi. He must be deceiving me. I cannot fall for this. Yes, I must not be deceived. With clarity, Ma Xiaohua took a deep breath and feigned innocence, stating, "Officer, I do not understand what you are saying. I have not committed any crime. How could I possibly harm my wife? Also, could you please turn off that light? It hurts my eyes." Observing Ma Xiaohua's reaction, Lin Chong allowed a knowing smile to creep onto his lips. This was precisely the reaction he sought. The less he admitted, the better. If he confessed, how could Lin Chong describe the suspect's resistance to admitting the crime in his report? Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of anger. "You really do not intend to speak? Officer, I do not know what you are talking about." "Excellent," Lin Chong exclaimed, immediately regretting his slip and covering his mouth in frustration. He quickly regained his composure, stating, "Since you refuse to confess, we shall speak instead. Ma Xiaohua, you deceived Zheng Ming and Hu Fangfang into switching identities and made them consume different meals with identical ingredients, aiding you in fabricating 2 alibis for the murders, correct? On November 24th, Hu Fangfang first impersonated Zheng Ming and dined at Zheng Ming's residence. Meanwhile, Zheng Ming pretended to be Hu Fangfang and dined with you at the restaurant. After the meal, approximately half an hour later, you went to her home and killed her, only to return home and murder Hu Fangfang afterward. Am I right, Ma Xiaohua?" Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaohua abruptly turned his face towards Lin Chong, his eyes no longer evading the blinding light, but fixated on Lin Chong. Surely, he was thinking it impossible, believing we could not find evidence against him. However, we have already located the gloves Hu Fangfang purchased. She used her health insurance code at the pharmacy on Mikan Road. Damn, this fool. Was it worth it to skimp on that little bit of money? Ma Xiaohua could not help but curse inwardly. At this point, he finally accepted that the police had seen through his methods. Lin Chong, fixing his gaze on Ma Xiaohua, smiled coldly, offering him no respite or opportunity for rebuttal, continuing, "You must also be pondering that no evidence could possibly remain at the scene. However, listen to this." With that, Lin Chong played the 2 recordings in their entirety. Initially, he had intended to save time by only playing Ma Xiaohua's segments, but that would contravene regulations and could lead to accusations of tampering with evidence or concealing critical information, infringing upon the suspect's rights. In such circumstances, the evidence might not be recognized in court, jeopardizing the case's integrity. Given the case's overwhelming evidence, and with no disputes remaining, they could not afford to make such a grievous error. Ma Xiaohua, did you ever anticipate this? After plotting so meticulously, you have ultimately tripped yourself up. Zheng Ming and Hu Fangfang were both intent on securing evidence of your crimes. This is the only explanation for why they both secretly recorded you. They surmised that when you revealed your murderous intentions, they should keep a vigilant eye, hoping to safeguard their futures with the evidence. After all, who could sleep soundly next to a murderer? Upon hearing the 2 recordings, Ma Xiaohua felt a wave of shock wash over him. What is happening? He had no prior knowledge of these recordings. Had he been aware, he would never have allowed such incriminating evidence to fall into the police's hands. Now that he was aware, it was too late for him. Ma Xiaohua slowly lowered his head and sighed deeply, completely relinquishing his resistance. "I confess. I killed Hu Fangfang and Zhang Ming." Chapter 57. Understanding. Applause. Lin Chong, with his hands in his pockets, spoke in a calm yet authoritative tone. "So, you now admit to the murders? Speak up, recount your criminal acts in their entirety." He pointed to his own eyes and then at Ma Xiaohua. "Do not harbor any illusions. We are watching you closely." With his head bowed, Ma Xiaohua took a long moment before slowly beginning. "Zhang Ming was a streamer I inadvertently met 2 months ago. She completely fit my aesthetic. From the moment I laid eyes on her, I was captivated. Since that day, I found myself in her live stream daily, showering her with gifts and helping her gain recognition. Initially, she was easily pleased, asking me to assist with just 2 live sessions a day. However, my wife was particularly strict with finances. Out of desperation, I resorted to online loans just to support Zhou Ming. As time passed, her demands grew insatiable. She was no longer satisfied with my online donations. One day she asked for a designer handbag, the next for a bracelet, all offline requests. Before long, my loans were depleted, and I found myself unable to repay them. Yet, after a month of this, I finally managed to win her over. To my dismay, Zhou Ming swiftly changed her demeanor, demanding that I divorce my wife and even claiming half of my assets, threatening to report me for going against her wishes. She had even dialed the police. Fearing my wife's reaction, I could only pretend to comply. He paused, a pained expression crossing his face before continuing, just as I was trying to placate Zhou Ming. My wife unexpectedly showed up with the loan sharks, and thus, I was completely exposed. My wife insisted on a divorce, claiming she had evidence of my infidelity, assuring me I would receive none of our shared possessions. She took all my clothes and stormed out. At this point, despair was etched on Ma Xiaohua's face. Within mere minutes, the 2 women I thought I had won over had both betrayed me. I felt as though the world had lost its color. I had toiled endlessly, giving my entire salary to my wife while borrowing money to support Zhou Ming. Yet, what did they do? They only knew how to take, insatiable in their greed, which led me to contemplate revenge against them. I pleaded with the loan shark for an extension, promising that I would repay them in a month. They agreed, leaving me with a coat as they departed. Officers see, even outsiders pity me, yet those 2 only seek to exploit me. That day, I told Zhou Ming I intended to kill Hu Fangfang to collect on an insurance policy and suggested we could share the proceeds. I needed her assistance in creating an alibi. Respecting the allure of money, she agreed. I then returned home and told my wife that Zhou Ming had seduced me, claiming I needed to kill her to prove my innocence and that I required her help in establishing an alibi as well. She consented. For the next month, I meticulously simulated various scenarios and prepared the materials for my crime. On November 24th, everything was ready, and I executed my plan. Subsequently, Ma Xiaohua detailed his criminal proceedings, leaving no stone unturned. Upon concluding his narrative, he could no longer restrain his emotions, tears streaming down his face, a stark contrast to his earlier facade of composure. Lin Chong meticulously took notes, increasingly impressed by Zhou Ran's insights. Ma Xiaohua's account aligned perfectly with Zhou Ran's deductions, with the timeline differing by no more than 2 minutes. Ma Xiaohua's actions stemmed from impulse, yet did not dissipate with it. In that moment, any man, candidly confronting both his wife and mistress, would struggle to maintain composure, particularly with the loan sharks, Zhou Ming, and Hu Fangfang bearing down on him, subjecting him to profound humiliation. The thoughts that crossed Ma Xiaohua's mind in that moment could easily be construed as impulsive. However, over the ensuing month, he managed to transform that impulse into a meticulously crafted criminal plan, each component interlinked, which transcended mere recklessness. This could be termed hatred. As Zhou Ming and Hu Fangfang left him no room for reprieve, a man filled with animosity was born. Watching the still weeping Ma Xiaohua, Lin Chong shook his head with a sigh. He had witnessed many confessions followed by tears. Even without the badge of a police officer, similar scenes often unfolded in dramas. After a suspect confesses, they typically succumb to tears of regret, sorrow, and helplessness. This is understandable. After committing a crime, even the most composed exterior cannot mask the tumult of anxiety and fear within. To avoid suspicion, one must remain perpetually vigilant, a psychological strain that is palpable. Furthermore, having spent several days in this isolated interrogation environment without a single soul to converse with, all emotions remained bottled up, given their team's observation conditions. With Ma Xiaohua under constant scrutiny, it was an invisible pressure. The panic following a crime can only be suppressed internally. As time drags on, this burden intensifies. It is only after acknowledging the crime that an outlet for release finally emerges. Imagine being compelled to partake in a 10-day project by your company, with no personal time eating, sleeping, and working within the confines of the workplace. Upon the project's conclusion, your state mirrors that of Ma Xiaohua at this moment. Lin Chong remained unfazed by his tears, calmly declaring, "Ma Xiaohua, your confession has been recorded. It will serve as crucial evidence for both cases. We have compiled the relevant materials, which will be forwarded to the prosecuting authorities. You also have the right to hire a lawyer and maintain your right to silence. Please communicate with us promptly should you require assistance." With that, Lin Chang nodded to his colleagues, signaling the conclusion of the interrogation, allowing Ma Xiaohua to be taken away. Exiting the interrogation room, Lin Chong exhaled deeply. The two murder cases could finally be closed. Upon returning home today, he would certainly indulge in a much-needed rest. Why during the day? Because they had just worked until 3 in the morning, and after organizing the case files. It would be nearly 8 in the morning before they could wrap up. As he entered the office, he approached Zhou Ran, commending him. Well done. Your analysis was spot on. Without your insights, we would not have solved the case so swiftly. It is quite possible we would have initially ruled out Ma Xiaohua as a suspect. Master, this is all thanks to you and team leader Xiang's adept guidance. Without your decisiveness, few would dare to employ my analysis, Zhou Ran humbly replied. Everyone knows how unreliable my initial analysis was. Furthermore, without the collective effort to uncover these clues, I would not have been able to draw such conclusions. Even without me, the team's capabilities would have eventually led to finding those 2 recording devices. Zhou Ran did not seek personal glory. Instead, he attributed the success to each individual involved. He often encountered short videos celebrating applause. When leaders commend, one must not simply dismiss it. Instead, one should elevate the praise and return it to the leaders. Understanding applause. Chapter 58. In a case in the morning, after everyone had organized the case files, Xiang Jie took Zhou Ran directly to Director Hu's office. Hey, Director Hu. I have returned the radio frequency detector and nonlinear node detector. All right, understood. How's the investigation into those 2 murder cases progressing? Today is the final day. Director Hu pointed at Ji beside him and continued. Little Ji is still waiting here. Upon hearing this, Xiang Jie shrugged, straightened his back, and retrieved 2 case files from behind him. Director Hu, both cases have been concluded. Here are the files for your review. After speaking, a smile crept across Xiang Jie's lips, nearly reaching his ears as he quietly observed Director Hu. It's already closed? Just in a day's time? No. Last night, the brothers in the squad worked through the night, tirelessly for 24 hours, which, if calculated strictly, is equivalent to 3 days of work. Xiang Jie quickly waved his hand, appropriately acknowledging their hard work. From the moment the incident occurred until now, our team hasn't returned home. Today, they can finally rest well. Xiang Jie thought to himself. Now that both the credit and the toil are laid bare, surely the leadership will make some acknowledgement, right? After all, the case has been solved. And the remaining task is to settle the MVP. As the team leader, he naturally had to strive for more benefits for his brothers. Director Hu was no fool. He understood the implications behind Xiang Jie's words. Previously, Little G mentioned to me that the 2 cases you encountered would be rated at least A level according to the special case team's difficulty assessment. Do you know how long it typically takes for an ordinary squad to solve an A-level case? How long? 12 days. Director Hu extended his hands, crossing his 2 index fingers to form a 10. 12 days? So fast? Lin Chong found it hard to believe. He was well aware of the squad's capabilities. Without Zhou Ran, it would have been impossible for them to conclude the case so swiftly. How could an ordinary squad solve an A-level difficulty case in just 10 days? Director Hu smiled and continued. 12 days is the maximum deadline for solving a case. If it exceeds that, it generally becomes a cold case. This is precisely why I was so eager to request the special case team as assistance. Xiang Jie, still smiling, exclaimed, 12 days. If it can't be solved, it becomes a cold case? They've truly gained much face this time. In just 6 days, they've solved a case deemed A-level by the special case team. Rest assured, your squad will receive due credit. Including the previous 2 cases, all were solved within a week. I plan to apply for a collective second-class merit for you all. Given your case-solving speed, it should be achievable. However, after this, you need to properly manage your jurisdiction. The frequency of homicides has been alarmingly high, far exceeding the red line. Ensure a thorough investigation when you return. Understood, Director Hu. Xiang Jie promptly agreed. Even if Director Hu hadn't mentioned it, he intended to conduct a thorough check. Generally speaking, in a stable social environment, the frequency of crimes tends to fluctuate within a certain range, with homicides being strictly monitored by a regulatory line, commonly referred to as the homicide rate benchmark. However, they more commonly refer to it as the red line. It directly reflects the public security level. In Daxia, societal security has consistently surpassed global standards, maintaining the red line at below 1 case per 100,000 people. In some major cities, the red line requirements are even stricter. Typically, exceeding the red line indicates poor public security. If there is a sudden spike beyond the red line, it could signify unstable societal factors, necessitating the attention of administrators. Captain Xiang, Ji Yu, who had been quietly seated beside them, suddenly put down the case files and asked, "May I inquire who solved the case?" Xiang Jie pointed to Zhou Ran beside him, saying, "Yes, this is Zhou Ran, a recently joined officer in our team. By the way, he was also the one who deduced the previous 2 family homicide cases and the submerged lake case." Upon hearing this, Jiyu immediately became intrigued. It aligned perfectly with his previous conjectures. Based on his understanding of the Zheng Ming and Hu Fangfang cases, it was unlikely for an ordinary squad to solve an A-level difficulty case in such a short time without a skilled individual behind it. "Captain Xiang, you overestimate me. It's all due to your leadership and everyone's efforts," Zhou Ran said, adopting the smooth rhetoric he had learned. Such phrases should be seized upon and practiced whenever possible. Even if opportunities are scarce, one must create them to avoid regretting it later. "Hello, Zhou Ran. I'm Jiyu from the special case team. It's a pleasure to meet you." Jiyu extended his hand and shook Zhou Ran's right hand. "Hello. I'm equally honored to meet a colleague from the special case team." Jiyu smiled and turned to Director Hu, saying, "Director Hu, regarding that A-level case, I would like to request Zhou Ran's assistance." Director Hu's smile revealed a hint of confusion. "You want Zhou Ran to join the special case team?" "Yes. I believe Zhou Ran could be of great help. With so many talented individuals in your special case team, do you really need Zhou Ran's assistance?" Jiyu narrowed his eyes, his once youthful face losing some of its innocence as he adopted a serious expression. "I just reviewed the cases of Hu Fangfang and Zheng Ming. I believe Zhou Ran's reasoning ability in establishing alibis surpasses that of our special case team members. And this A-level case involves a suspect with an alibi." Xiang Jie, listening to the conversation between Jiyu and Director Hu, felt his smile gradually fade. Isn't it customary to discuss such matters with each other's leadership before poaching talent? Is this really happening? It felt unjust that a promising individual from their team was being poached so easily. If it were the leader of the special case team coming to recruit, he might accept it, but this youthful face, a mere member of the special case team, had no right to do so. Regret washed over Xiang Jie. He wished he and brought Zhou Ran to meet the leaders. Director Hu, Zhou Ran and the others have already been working tirelessly for so long. He needs proper rest. Without adequate rest, it could affect his cognitive abilities, which in turn would hinder his future case handling. Jiyu sensed Xiang Jie's intention and quickly bowed, saying, "Captain, rest assured, I have no ulterior motives. I merely wish to borrow him. Our case genuinely requires Zhou Ran's assistance." Internally, Xiang Jie grumbled, "You youthful face. If Zhou Ran catches the eye of those seasoned members of your special case team, will he even return?" However, he maintained a cheerful facade. "Xiang Jie, it's not that I want to lend Zhou Ran to you. It's just that our squad is truly exhausted. Then let Zhou Ran rest well first and come later. It's all backlog anyway," Jiyu persisted. Seeing this, Director Hu quickly intervened to mediate. "Xiang Jie, I know the case on your side has its challenges. Zhou Ran might indeed be able to assist. Just trust me to return him to you." Xiang Jie pursed his lips and reluctantly replied, "Since Director Hu insists, let us go with that." "All right, Zhou Ran. You should rest for 2 days. After that, I will personally take you to the special case team." Chapter 59. Entering the special case team in recent days. Chu Tingting's mood had been somewhat tumultuous, as Zhou Ran had not replied to her messages for several days. If this continued, she and Zhou Ran would truly become strangers. "Am I really being so petty?" Chu Tingting muttered softly. "I merely mentioned he has a detective's disposition. Or did I predict correctly that something happened to that couple across from us that night?" After much hesitation, Chu Tingting decided to send the photo she had taken that day to Zhou Ran. "Zhou Ran, please reply to my message. Did that couple have an incident that night?" The photo was captured when Chu Tingting was dining, taken when Zhou Ran was momentarily distracted. It served 2 purposes: to preserve a memory with Zhou Ran and to safeguard against any unforeseen incidents involving the couple, potentially serving as crucial evidence. For the past few days, Chu Tingting had been vigilantly monitoring online updates, keeping a close eye on various news. The duo frequented a celebrated restaurant, a place of considerable renown, suggesting that any untoward incident would undoubtedly become widely publicized. This indicated that his conjecture regarding Zhou Ran's uncanny knack for attracting trouble had not materialized. However, Zhou Ran's subsequent 6-day silence prompted her to suspect that something might have occurred. Consequently, on the 7th day, unable to suppress her mounting unease and concern, she dispatched the photographs from the 24th, seeking clarification from Zhou Ran with fervent urgency. At that moment, Zhou Ran was sound asleep in his abode, not stirring until 6:30 in the evening. Groggy and disoriented, he accessed his mobile device, whereupon he noticed Chu Tingting's correspondence. In recent days, his professional obligations had prevented him from attending to his personal messages. Upon the case's resolution, he had succumbed to slumber, only now finding the opportunity to peruse his correspondence. Upon viewing the photographs Chu Tingting had sent, he rubbed his eyes, instantly becoming alert. In the image, seated behind Zhou Ran, were none other than Ma Xiaohua and Hu Fangfang. In the two cases involving Ma Xiaohua, while the police possessed testimonies and recordings, they lacked visual evidence, which had been a source of vexation for him. However, this deficiency had now been rectified by Chu Tingting's photographs. Brother Zhang, here is a picture I found on the day of the incident. Please see if you can confirm that it is Hu Fangfang. This photo should also be shared with team leader Xiang and included in the case file for archiving. Shortly after the message was sent, Zhang Wei responded immediately. No problem, the software can identify it immediately. Soon, Zhang Wei sent another message. The photo does indeed show Zheng Meng, which makes the case perfect. Okay, I'll tell my mentor, and I'll trouble Brother Zhang to tell team leader Xiang as well. Okay. After Zhou Ran finished his work, he was in a great mood. He glanced at the time, 6:40, just in time for dinner. He blinked his eyes and replied to Chu Tingting. Thank you for the picture, it can be used as evidence. I lost the bet a few days ago. I've been working on the case, and it just ended. Upon receiving Zhou Ran's response, Chu Tingting, who had been sulking and pounding on the piglet doll, immediately sat up straight, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes, and quickly replied, Really? Then how are you going to thank me? Zhou Ran was taken aback, not expecting the other party to ask for thanks so directly. It wasn't that he was stingy about the money for the thank you, but that he didn't want to have too much contact with Chu Tingting. But if he refused directly, he was afraid that he would seem too unkind. After all, he had just received an important piece of evidence from her. After hesitating for a while, Zhou Ran sent a message. I'll treat you to dinner. Tell me your address. 6 to 415, Guangyuan Building. What would you like to eat? Or is there anything you don't eat? I'm fine with anything. Wait for me. Chu Tingting smiled. This was the rhythm of coming to her house to find her. Her hands unconsciously tightened around the piglet doll's neck, and a blush appeared on her face. 45 minutes later, Chu Tingting received a call. Hello, your takeout has arrived. I've put it at the door for you. Please remember to take it. Oh, okay. Chu Tingting frowned slightly. What did Zhou Ran mean by this? She originally thought that Zhou Ran would come to her house to pick her up, but was he ordering takeout to eat at her house? Is this how men and women in the country eat together now? The more Chu Tingting thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong, and she picked up her phone to ask Zhou Ran. But before she could type, Zhou Ran's message came first. I ordered you some domestic specialties. I hope you like them. I still have work to do, so I won't come to you. After seeing Zhou Ran's message, Chu Tingting was so angry that her teeth itched, and she couldn't help but shout. Annoying. She clenched her fists tightly, waved them in the air a few times, turned to look at the piglet doll, and pressed down on it with all her strength. 2 days later, Zhou Ran came to the team, and Jiyu was sitting at his desk early, waiting with anticipation. Director, who also came to the detachment and was talking to Xiang Jie, both of them laughing and talking, looking like they were having a very pleasant conversation. Zhou Ran came. As soon as Jiyu saw Zhou Ran, he immediately greeted him with brisk steps. Zhou Ran, can you come to the special task force with me today? Zhou Ran did not answer, but first glanced at Xiang Jie. This was his direct leader, and he would not dare to go with anyone without Xiang Jie's nod of approval. Xiang Jie did not answer, but simply nodded to Zhou Ran, indicating his agreement. Don't worry, Director, who has already had a friendly exchange with team leader Xiang. Ji reminded him with a smile. After he returned to the team yesterday, he showed the case files of Hu Fangfang and Zheng Meng to the team leader. And the team leader also highly recognized Zhou Ran's ability. Then Jiyu recommended Zhou Ran to help him solve 11 cases and asked the team leader to help him communicate with team leader Xiang. The team leader came forward to communicate with Xiang Jie, and Xiang Jie agreed without much hesitation. On the one hand, Director, who had already greeted him during the day. And on the other hand, the team leader and Xiang Jie were of equal rank, and Xiang Jie could not refuse when the other person personally asked. Sometimes work is like this. Small employees try their best to communicate with leaders of other departments, even if they say all the good things. The other party may not let go. But if you ask your leader to come out, things will often go much smoother. It's not for anything else. It's just because your position is too low, and the other leader doesn't feel valued, that's all. So sometimes when you encounter difficulties at work, you should ask your leader for help in time. Maybe it's a difficult task for you, but for the leader, it's just a matter of a word. After Zhou Ran saw team leader Xiang nod, he smiled and replied to Ji, I have no problem. Team leader, master, then Ji and I are leaving? Okay, go. Xiang Jia waved his hand. Lin Chong walked to Zhou Ran's side, put his arm around Zhou Ran's shoulder and walked aside, and whispered, Boy, it's not our own home and other people's territory. Don't carry problems alone. There's no need to put too much pressure on yourself for cases that the special task force can't solve. When you're on a mission, pay attention to safety. Only when you're safe can you solve the case better. Zhou Ran felt a warmth in his heart. Since he came to this world, his master has been taking care of him. Master, don't worry, I'm very smart. In the afternoon, Zhou Ran followed Ji to the special task force. It was not what he had expected. He originally thought that many people would gather together to discuss complex cases enthusiastically, but the result was not. In the center of the room was a huge circle, and each team member had a separate office, distributed around the circle. This layout ensured that everyone had a private office space, allowing them to calm down and think fully at the same time. Team members could shout to the middle at any time for timely communication. As expected of the special task force, the office environment was different from ordinary detachments. Chapter 60 The case 5 years ago. Zhou Ran, this is my office. Ji led Zhou Ran into a room, then pointed to the room next door. Your office is next to mine. Call me anytime if you have any questions. And here as he spoke, Ji seemed to be hiding some secret. With a mysterious and excited expression, the corners of his mouth raised, and he gently pulled open an iron ring on the wall. With a slight sound, a small window slowly opened. Zhou Ran, your office and my office can communicate face-to-face at any time, which is different from other offices. Haha. Ji laughed loudly, looking like a boy jumping up and touching the highest leaf. Zhou Ran glanced around the office, estimating that the room was about 6 square meters. The space was not large, but it was neatly arranged, and it looked enough for daily use. He asked, What is the A-level case that I need to assist with? Where is the predecessor who was originally in charge of the case? After listening, Ji sighed softly, his tone tinged with a sense of helplessness. Follow me. He led Zhou Ran to the second floor, where they encountered a middle-aged officer with a head full of gray hair, sitting despondently in his seat, exuding an air of melancholy. This was Yuan Kong, the original case officer, whose hair had turned white overnight after the case was retracted and he faced identification by the suspects. Ji's voice lowered with a hint of pity, noting how Yuan's spirit had become deflated since then, and he had ceased to voice his opinions at work. To prevent disturbance to others, the leadership had reassigned him to the archives, where he was now responsible for the borrowing and returning of files. Zhou Ran, curious, inquired, What exactly happened? Let's discuss this in the office, Ji replied. They returned to Ji's office and took their seats on the stools. Zhou Ran, what I am about to share with you pertains to a case currently under the Special Investigation Team, which has been rated at the highest difficulty level, an A case. There are also S-level cases, but those are high-profile incidents that attract nationwide attention, and we have yet to encounter such a case here. Zhou Ran nodded, his curiosity piqued. The more you say, the more intrigued I become. Now that I am here, please don't keep me in suspense. Just tell me. Very well. Ji's expression turned grave as he began his narrative. This case dates back 5 years. On March 8th, in the villages of Jixiang Town in Guangtian City, a violent brawl erupted. Over 100 individuals participated, wielding shovels, hammers, and clubs, and by noon on that day, they commenced fighting at the boundary of the two villages. Since the incident occurred in broad daylight, passers-by swiftly reported it to the police, who quickly arrived on the scene to prevent further escalation. Fortunately, the villagers were merely posturing and did not inflict serious harm. Apart from a few minor injuries, there were no significant casualties, thanks to the timely police intervention. However, as the police prepared to escort the individuals back to the station, someone suddenly shouted, There's blood. Immediately, the crowd dispersed, revealing a 3-inch-long knife stained with blood on the ground. Ji handed a photograph of the knife to Zhou Ran, noting that the blood on it indicated a serious injury, far from a mere scratch. At that moment, Yuan Kong grasped the gravity of the situation. After all, the response to a brawl with casualties was an entirely different protocol compared to one without. He and his colleagues meticulously examined the more than 100 participants, confirming that no one bore any visible wounds. This was perplexing. If no one was injured, why was there a bloodied knife? Yuan Kong was baffled, but due to his professional rigor, he prepared for the worst. He carefully collected the knife and brought it back to the team. After returning, Yuan Kong compared the fingerprints on the knife with those of all the brawlers but found no matches. This led him to suspect that a murder had likely occurred amidst the chaos, with the perpetrator discarding the weapon in an attempt to obscure their crime. Surprisingly, despite the tumult, no one had been seriously harmed. This case diverged from his usual experiences, as he was accustomed to discovering victims first, then searching for weapons. In this instance, however, they had found the weapon first, with the victim remaining elusive. This thought loomed over the entire team like a dark cloud. Yuan Kong mobilized all members to focus their investigations around the site of the brawl, diligently searching for the victim. Yet, relying solely on a knife, an unrecorded fingerprint, and bloodstains made the task daunting. Furthermore, 5 years ago, surveillance cameras were not as ubiquitous as today. Only a few large shopping malls and hospitals had such devices. The team searched tirelessly for 3 days, but uncovered no leads. Ultimately, even team members began to question whether Yuan Kong was overreacting, perhaps believing someone was injured but not to the extent of causing a death, possibly even resolving matters privately. Due to the absence of a victim, the case was temporarily shelved. Zhou Ran, upon hearing this, remarked, "So now we are tasked with using this knife to find the victim?" Internally, he mused that it was not that he underestimated the case, but rather that it seemed not severe enough to have caused Yuan Kang's complete breakdown. Was it possible that the special investigation team was so accustomed to smooth cases that they faltered at the first hurdle? Although the case didn't sound dire, Zhou Ran recognized its inherent difficulties. Finding a victim and perpetrator based solely on a knife, a fingerprint, and a bloodstain seemed an insurmountable challenge. Given that over 5 years had elapsed since the incident, it was no wonder the special investigation team rated it an A in difficulty. However, Ji Yu's next words shattered Zhou Ran's assumptions. Ji Yu slowly shook his head, sighed, and continued, "No, the victim was found later. On the 5th day after we discovered the knife, which was the 2nd day after we ceased our search, a landlord from Wangzhong town reported that his tenant, Wang Yu, had died in his home." Zhou Ran inhaled sharply, pressing for details. "Did we find the victim? Does it match with the knife?" "Indeed," Ji Yu confirmed. "After comparing the blood on the knife with the DNA we had previously obtained, we verified that the deceased discovered by the landlord was indeed the same individual who had been stabbed by that knife." Zhou Ran felt a flicker of doubt arise within him. Since we have both the weapon and the perpetrator's fingerprints, and now we have identified the victim, the difficulty of solving the case should be significantly reduced. So what is our next step? Are we now looking for the perpetrator? Although 5 years had passed, Zhou Ran believed that with the crucial information in the police's possession, there remained a possibility of uncovering the assailant. Yet, Ji Yu shook his head once more, offering an unexpected revelation. "We identified the assailant the following day, and he confessed to murdering Wang Yu." "What?" Zhou Ran was taken aback, his mind momentarily unable to process this information. What is going on? If the perpetrator has been found, why are we still involved? Yet, Ji Yu's serious demeanor suggested he was not joking. Zhou Ran suppressed his bewilderment and pressed on. Then what happened next? Next, we followed the standard procedures, closing the case, filing charges, conducting a trial, securing a conviction, and serving the sentence. Zhou Ran was left speechless, further bewildered by the situation. Wait, the case has already been closed, and the suspect has been sentenced. Why are we here now? Are you certain you are not pulling my leg? He furrowed his brow, questioning why they were still investigating at this stage. Surely, it couldn't be that they had made an error, a miscarriage of justice? After all, the criminal had confessed. How could it possibly be a wrongful conviction? Zhou Ran looked at Ji Yu, whose grave expression and silence suggested that perhaps he was indeed onto something. No way. Could it really be a wrongful conviction? What is happening? Old Ji, Zhou Ran implored. You seem young. Can we skip the suspense? Why do you keep leaving me hanging at critical points? You must have plenty of time to spare. Zhou Ran seemed to have opened the floodgates of his grievances, releasing his pent-up frustrations. Perhaps, while on his team, he had to consider others' feelings and maintain composure, but now he felt free to express his thoughts. In the present moment, only he and the similarly aged Ji Yu remained in the office, allowing for a more relaxed atmosphere. Ji Yu shot a glance at Zhou Ran and retorted, "Let us clarify our conversation. What do you mean by saying I am being evasive? It was you who interrupted me before I could finish my thought. Here you are, rambling on, and yet you place the blame of obfuscation upon me. I refuse to bear that burden." Ji Yu, shedding his usual introverted demeanor, could not help but express his frustration. "Enough of this. Forget the rest and swiftly present the case in its entirety. I am utterly anxious." At this juncture, Zhou Ran's mind was consumed with an insatiable curiosity to grasp the intricacies of this A-level case. longing to satisfy his long-suppressed anticipation. The suspense was becoming increasingly unbearable. "Then I shall continue," he replied. "Do be quick." The day following the incident, we adhered to the standard investigative protocol, tracing the deceased, Wang Yu's activities to identify any potential conflicts with others. Wang Yu, aged 55, was a migrant worker from out of town with no known vices. 2 days prior to the incident, he had been drinking with co-workers at a roadside stall. After overindulging, he found himself unable to locate a restroom and resorted to relieving himself in the roadside bushes. In a drunken stupor, he inadvertently urinated on Zhang Jijia, leading to an immediate altercation between the two, which escalated into a brief scuffle, fortunately interrupted by Wang Yu's companions. At that moment, Wang Yu, clearly inebriated, not only refused to apologize to Zhang Jijia, but also insulted his family. Ultimately, the two parted ways in discord. Aside from this incident, we found no evidence of Wang Yu having any other disputes. Thus, Zhang Jijia entered our sphere of investigation. On the same day, we hastily delved into Zhang Jijia's whereabouts. On the 5th day following the incident, which was also the day we discovered the deceased, we located Zhang Jijia in Huaxi City. He was alone in a hotel room when we forcefully entered. Upon seeing us, he immediately fell to his knees in panic. Before we could utter a word, Zhang Jijia confessed, stating that he had killed Wang Yu. The motive for the murder stemmed solely from the incident that evening where Wang Yu had urinated on him and subsequently refused to apologize. Coupled with the insults hurled at his family, feeling deeply humiliated, he spent several days locating Wang Yu's residence before committing the act of murder. Zhou Ran pondered for a moment before nodding. The suspect admits to the motive and does not shy away from his crime. Furthermore, the police possess the murder weapon and the suspect's fingerprints. The evidence is irrefutable. It seems we should have no trouble closing this case. Indeed, at that time, we regarded it as a straightforward homicide. After bringing the suspect back to the station, we conducted a re-interrogation and finalized the case, forwarding the materials to the court. Due to Zhang Jijia's cooperative demeanor, he was ultimately sentenced to 20 years for intentional homicide. Zhou Ran spread his hands in confusion and inquired, if he has been convicted, what issues could possibly remain? The problem does not lie here, I began, for what I am about to reveal marks the true inception of this case. Ji Yu's expression grew somber as he continued. On March 8th of last year, exactly 4 years after the incident, Zhang Jijia, while serving his sentence, unexpectedly filed an appeal and successfully overturned his conviction. What? Zhou Ran could not suppress his astonishment. It is notable that in the Great Xia nation, inmates indeed possess the right to appeal to the court or the prosecutor's office during their incarceration, seeking a retrial. This measure is primarily aimed at preventing miscarriages of justice or rectifying erroneous judgments, thus safeguarding the legal rights of the accused. However, as previously mentioned, the purpose is to avert wrongful convictions and amend erroneous verdicts. Yet, Zhang Jijia had confessed to his crime, and the evidence was compelling, leaving no room for claims of wrongful conviction. Moreover, he had committed intentional homicide and attempted to conceal his crime by mingling with a crowd involved in a brawl, rendering the 20-year sentence entirely justifiable. Nevertheless, Zhang Jijia successfully overturned his conviction. This implies he must have acquired decisive evidence capable of overturning the previous investigative conclusions. Although Zhou Ran was not a court professional, as a criminal investigator, he possessed a modicum of understanding. He recognized that while an inmate could appeal during their sentence, the process was fraught with challenges, particularly in Zhang Jijia's case. Judicial authorities approached the initiation of retrial procedures with utmost caution, mindful of the need to maintain the stability and authority of effective judgments. One cannot simply decree a rapist sentenced to 10 years today, only for the inmate to demand a reduction to 5 years tomorrow, citing disdain for the victim's appearance. Such arbitrary alterations would obliterate the credibility and fairness of the law. Thus, in Zhou Ran's estimation, Zhang Jijia's case lacked any potential for appeal. Yet, the reality was that he had indeed succeeded. His expression shifted from one of ease to one of gravity as he inquired, how did he manage to overturn the verdict? Ji Yu picked up the case file from the table and handed it to Zhou Ran. When we discovered the deceased, Wang Yu, a forensic examination was conducted. Given that 5 days had elapsed since the incident, we could only ascertain that Wang Yu's time of death fell between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. on March 8th. We found the murder weapon by noon, leading us to conclude that Wang Yu's death time could be accurately narrowed down to between 10 a.m. and 12 p.m. After a brief pause, Ji was poised to reveal the pivotal evidence that facilitated Zhang Jijia's appeal. Zhang Jijia provided medical records from the day of the incident indicating his treatment at the People's Hospital of Huaxi City, precisely during the time frame of 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. on March 8th. We also procured surveillance footage from the hospital, which corroborated his claim. Zhang Jijia was indeed at the hospital that day. More crucially, Huaxi City lies 300 kilometers away from our Guangtian city. It was utterly implausible for Zhang Jijia to be present in both locations simultaneously. Chapter 62. Zhang Jijia's alibi as a criminal investigator. Zhou Ran astutely detected the significant point in Ji Yu's narrative and pressed further. Zhang Jijia filed his appeal a year ago, for years after the incident. Would the hospital retain surveillance footage for such an extended period? Typically no. However, on that particular day, a medical dispute occurred at the hospital, prompting someone to call the police. Consequently, the footage from that day was preserved, Ji Yu explained. Something felt amiss. It was exceedingly peculiar. What were the odds that on the very day Wang Yu met his demise, a disturbance would erupt at the hospital, conveniently capturing Zhang Jijia's presence on camera? Ji Yu, perceiving his skepticism, anticipated his thoughts and continued, I understand your doubts, but we have thoroughly investigated. Zhang Jijia purchased a ticket from Guangtian City to Huaxi City at 2 p.m. the day before the incident, arrived at the hospital at 9 a.m. for registration, and subsequently received treatment. He then returned to Guangtian City at 4 p.m. We also verified the station records, confirming that Zhang Jijia was indeed in Huaxi City that day. As Zhou Ran processed Ji Yu's information, disbelief lingered in his mind, yet he eventually articulated his conclusion. So, you are suggesting that Zhang Jijia possesses an alibi, which subsequently undermined the prior investigative conclusions, leading to his successful appeal. Indeed, Zhang Jijia had no opportunity to commit the crime, Ji Yu affirmed. This is precisely why I sought your assistance. I have observed your pivotal role in several investigations, as your ability to swiftly dismantle a suspect's alibi significantly accelerates the resolution of cases. Is it not possible that the estimated time of death was incorrect? Zhou Ran queried. That is implausible. After Zhang Jijia filed his appeal and presented his alibi, the forensic expert categorically dismissed the possibility of an erroneous death time assessment. Furthermore, the city, and even the province, meticulously reviewed the forensic records and photographs multiple times, uncovering no discrepancies. Were there no further examinations conducted on the body? No. Shortly after the case was closed, the deceased's family claimed the body and proceeded with cremation according to local customs. Zhou Ran stroked his chin, feeling that something was amiss. He seemed to have forgotten a crucial detail. He quickly recalled and asked Ji Yu again, since Zhang Jijia had an alibi, why was it not presented at the outset? Why did he admit to committing the crime? Ji Yu's gaze drifted through the office glass towards the archives on the second floor, a flicker of complexity passing through his eyes. He then spoke slowly. Zhang Jijia claimed that Yuan Kong had subjected him to torture during the interrogation. Bang! Zhou Ran slammed the table, exclaiming vehemently against such absurdity. While he might believe that torture could occur in other countries, he had no faith in it happening in Xia. If torture were an option, would they struggle so hard to solve cases? Aren't there surveillance recordings during interrogations? Did the judge not review them? Zhou Ran raised his voice, revealing his anger. The judge had reviewed them, but Zhang Jijia's claims did not align with the evidence. He stated that Yuan Kong tortured him through a method called bird boiling, depriving him of water and food. What? You didn't provide him with water or food? Zhou Ran frowned. In their unit, although they would use harsh interrogation methods, they ensured that basic needs like water and food were met. They did provide it, but he claimed that both were laden with excessive salt, rendering them inedible. Zhou Ran was somewhat speechless. It seemed rather far-fetched. Who could argue otherwise? Ji Yu offered a wry smile. Zhang Jijia's assertions were unverifiable, and Yuan Kong had no evidence to counter them, leaving him at a disadvantage. Typically, if a suspect claims to have been subjected to torture, they must first provide some clues or evidence indicating the possibility of coercion. Once the suspect presents evidence, the burden of proof shifts to the police, who must demonstrate that they did not employ coercive methods. This allocation of responsibility protects the suspect's legal rights while ensuring the integrity of judicial procedures. However, Zhang Jijia's cleverness lay in the fact that his accusations were utterly unprovable, lacking both supporting evidence and rebuttal. Yet, his rationale for confessing allowed him to navigate the situation. Ji Yu continued. Ultimately, superiors did not pursue the matter of coercion, but Zhang Jijia's confession was still accepted under dubious circumstances. In the end, he had his case reviewed, and Yuan Kong, burdened by the accusations from the criminal, could never come to terms with this reality, sealing himself off and becoming the person he is today. After hearing Ji Yu's account, Zhou Ran sighed deeply, realizing the case's intricacies. No wonder it was rated as an A case. So, you called me here to help overturn Zhang Jijia's alibi and have him arrested? Yes. Such a person must not evade the law's retribution. Ji Yu's eyes were resolute, his fists clenched tightly. I have grasped the general situation of the case. Let me summarize it again, and you can confirm if I am correct. All right, please proceed. First, on March 8th at noon, two villages engaged in a brawl, and you arrived at the scene. At the brawl site, you first discovered the murder weapon, which bore Zhang Jijia's fingerprints and Wang Yu's blood. Then, on March 13th, Wang Yu's landlord reported the case, leading you to find the deceased's body. Second, the coroner established the time of death between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. on March 8th. However, since you found the murder weapon at noon, the time of death was determined to be between 10 a.m. and 12 p.m. Third, Zhang Jijia was in Huaxi City, 300 kilometers away from Guangtian City, between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. on March 8th, with hospital surveillance and station records providing a clear alibi. Ji Yu nodded in agreement. Correct. He was once again impressed by Zhou Ran's ability to summarize the case's key points so concisely. Zhou Ran then inquired, I have a question. How did the murder weapon end up at the brawl site? This should be Zhang Jijia's tactic. He fabricated evidence of being in Huaxi City while, in reality, he murdered Wang Yu in Guangtian City and disposed of the weapon at the brawl site. If we can uncover the method behind Zhang Jijia's alibi, we can naturally explain the weapon's presence at the brawl. Zhou Ran acknowledged Ji Yu's analysis. Continuing with another query, there is another question. Why did he wait 4 years before recanting? He could have presented his alibi at that time. Why would he willingly serve 4 years? Was he waiting for something to disappear? Zhou Ran's words jolted Ji Yu into realization. Previously, their focus had been solely on Zhang Jijia's alibi, neglecting the reason behind his choice to serve 4 years. This was not the mindset of a suspect with an alibi. According to standard logic, if a person possesses an alibi at the time of the incident, they would be eager for the police to know, thus eliminating their suspicion. How could they possibly conceal it, even preferring to serve 4 years before revealing it? If there were no ulterior motives, who would believe it? Ji Yu looked at Zhou Ran, increasingly convinced that seeking his assistance was indeed the right choice. He gave Zhou Ran a thumbs up, praising him as a detective who had cracked 4 cases, and noted that just a brief introduction had led to a new direction. Zhou Ran continued, generally, individuals with an alibi utilize one of 2 methods. The first is to manipulate the time of the victim's death. The second is to alter the location of the victim's demise. In the case of Zhang Jijia, the coroner established Wang Yu's time of death as between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. on March 8th. Assuming this timing is accurate, Zhang Jijia had a solid alibi in Huaxi City, making it impossible for a crime to have occurred between 10 a.m. and 12 p.m. Thus, the only explanation lies in an error regarding the location of death. We may hypothesize that Zhang Jijia killed Wang Yu in Huaxi City and then transported the body to Guangtian City, as Wang Yu's body was only discovered on March 13th, which is plausible chronologically. This is the content of Hypothesis 1, based on the assumption that the time of death is accurate. Now, let us assume the time of death is incorrect. If Zhang Jijia killed Wang Yu at the actual time of death before heading to Huaxi City, this could also provide an explanation. Zhou Ran completed his analysis in one breath, feeling a sense of admiration for himself. Even without systematic assistance, he had reached this level of analysis. Ji Yu shook his head, smiling. Your 2 analyses were considered by the seniors in our team before, but they were dismissed. First, regarding the first hypothesis, Zhang Jijia used public transport to travel between Huaxi City and Guangtian City, making it impossible for him to carry Wang Yu's body with him. Second, in the footage from the stations, he was alone both entering and exiting. Third, who would murder someone and then transport the body 300 kilometers away to dispose of it. Fourth, how did Zhang Jijia manage to throw the murder weapon 300 kilometers away to the brawl site? Fifth, there were no traces of dragging at the scene of Wang Yu's death, indicating that the body was not moved. Ji Yu's expression was serious. In the face of professional work, he had shed his earlier jovial demeanor and sharply pointed out the flaws in Zhou Ran's analysis. Then came the second hypothesis. The forensic experts from the city and province, along with various specialists, all conducted a thorough review of our team's forensic findings. The determination of the time of death could not possibly be erroneous. It occurred between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. on March 8th. If our analysis of the time of death were to be mistaken, the most it could be off would be between 12 p.m. and 2 p.m., yet during that time frame, Zhang Jijia would still be unable to commit the crime. Moreover, we discovered the murder weapon by noon. Therefore, the time of Wang Yu's death could only have been between 10 a.m. and 12 p.m. on March 8th, leaving no room for alternative possibilities. Zhou Ran, who had just been smiling due to his own analysis, suddenly froze upon hearing Gu's words. His analysis appeared to be riddled with flaws. Nevertheless, he did not lose heart. He waved his hand and said, "It's just a hypothesis. It's normal to be wrong. Especially since I haven't even reviewed the case files yet. Please, let me take a look at the documents." "Here you go," Ji replied, handing over the 2 thick stacks of case files. The contents were extensive and meticulous, indicating that the special investigation team had conducted a substantial inquiry and explored various hypotheses. Yet, the conclusion remained singular. Zhang Jijia could not have had the opportunity to commit the crime. In other words, Zhang Jijia could not possibly be the murderer of Wang Yu. It was precisely because the special investigation team had undertaken such extensive research and still reached this conclusion that the court approved Zhang Jijia's appeal, successfully overturning his conviction. Zhou Ran flipped open the case files, observing the detailed information recorded chronologically, starting from the brawl between the 2 villages. This page seemed to lack any noteworthy information. Zhou Ran mumbled softly and turned to the next case note. After 3 days of searching for the victim without success, Yuan Kong and his officers abandoned the search. On March 13th, a landlord in Wanjiang town reported the discovery of the case as deceased. Zhou Ran turned to the next page, and his expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, "What? Wang Yu sustained 33 stab wounds, of which 32 completely avoided vital areas of the body. Only the one that pierced the heart proved fatal. This. Does Zhang Jijia harbor such intense hatred for Wang Yu? Even if the latter had urinated on him, would it justify such a multitude of stabs for revenge?" Zhou Ran looked at Ji Yu and inquired, "What did Wang Yu say to provoke this level of animosity from Zhang Jijia? Based on my understanding, it must have been a relentless barrage of insults. For instance, if we were to exchange harsh words with someone from abroad and brought up their ancestors, they would likely be taken aback. In their cultural perspective, calling out someone's mother or grandmother is incomprehensible. They might not understand the context, but they are aware that our insults are particularly vile. The unfortunate part is that they are powerless to retaliate and must silently endure the insults. It stands to reason that Wang Yu must have insulted Zhang Jijia to the point of existential doubt." Ji responded, "According to our records, Wang Yu's companions stated that it was merely typical name-calling. Then that's peculiar," Zhou Ran remarked, shaking his head as he continued to peruse the case files. Upon discovering Zhang Jijia's occupation, he noted that he was simply an ordinary factory worker, which piqued his interest further. He asked Ji Yu, "Since you are familiar with the case files, could you help me find Zhang Jijia's educational background?" "Oh, certainly," Ji Yu replied. Quickly locating the information and reading aloud, Zhang Jijia graduated from high school and, due to insufficient scores on the college entrance examination, went to work in an electronics factory. "Is that all?" "Yes. Don't you find that strange? Are you referring to the fact that all 32 stabs avoided the vital areas?" Ji Yu understood the essence of Zhou Ran's inquiry. This aspect was indeed the most perplexing aside from the lack of an alibi. How could a high school graduate working in a factory possibly avoid all vital areas with such precision for 32 stabs? If he were not knowledgeable about human anatomy, relying solely on luck would render the probability even lower than winning a $1 million lottery. Zhou Ran voiced his confusion. Indeed, how could he achieve that? Zhang Jijia claimed that his stabs were random, yet no one believed him. Ji Yu replied, "The special investigation team, as the sharp blade of criminal investigations, did not make such statements lightly." He continued, "At the time, we suspected that Zhang Jijia was taking the fall for someone else or was coerced into doing so. But upon examining his social network, we found no indications of such possibilities." Zhou Ran furrowed his brow and asked, "How so?" "Zhang Jijia has no relatives. His only wife, Sun Lan, disappeared just a month after their marriage 20 years ago." Chapter 64. The hidden second person disappeared? Indeed, 20 years ago, after marrying Sun Lan, they went on their honeymoon. However, while passing through a mountain, his wife went to the restroom and subsequently vanished without a trace. Did he not report this? Zhou Ran immediately inquired, how could a living adult simply disappear without a reason? He did report it. With the help of the local police station, He searched for 2 days and nights, but found nothing. The police stated that the golden 48 hours had passed, and the likelihood of finding her alive was nearly zero. So they withdrew their personnel. Zhang Jijie continued to search the vicinity alone for approximately 5 days, but to no avail, and ultimately had to return home. Zhou Ran continued to inquire. So he has no children, no other relatives? No, Jiyu confirmed. His parents passed away early, and he has no relatives. It can be said that his family line has ceased with him. Furthermore, we investigated Zhang Jijie's workplace, where he was inconspicuous and had never had any disputes with anyone, ruling out the possibility of being coerced into taking the blame. Listening to Jiyu dismiss his speculations again, Zhou Ran let out a resigned sigh, contemplating to himself, as expected, this is an A-level case. The information regarding the case is unequivocal, without any ambiguity. The necessary investigations have been thoroughly conducted by the previous special investigation team. The only missing piece is that Zhang Jijie only filed an appeal after serving 4 years in prison. This suggests he had been waiting for something to disappear. But what could require 4 years to vanish? Zhou Ran pondered this, suddenly realizing that the system had yet to provide him with a prompt. Could there be another individual involved in the case? If the case only included Zhang Jijie and the deceased, the system would have undoubtedly issued a notification. Yet now it remained silent. If Zhou Ran were to choose between trusting the system and believing the special investigation team, he would unhesitatingly opt for the system. Although science cannot explain it, the system has yet to fail him. Thus, it is evident that there must be another person concealed behind Zhang Jijie in this case. Identifying this individual is the key to unraveling the mystery of the case. But how could he find this person? Zhou Ran lifted his gaze to Jiyu, who appeared to be of a similar age. He had heard that Jiyu possessed exceptional investigative abilities. What if he were to act as Jiyu's system? He could share his insight regarding the existence of another individual in the case, prompting Jiyu to uncover this person. This way, he might receive further hints from the system. The pressing question now is how to convince Jiyu that there is another hidden task awaiting their unlocking in the case. He could not rely on intuition or mere conjecture to mislead Jiyu. He must present a well-reasoned argument to persuade him of his analysis. A smile crept onto Zhou Ran's lips. This was his forte. Observing the situation keenly was his specialty. With this thought in mind, Zhou Ran resumed his meticulous examination of the case files. This time, he discarded the mindset of a criminal investigator and adopted the perspective of an onlooker. The brawl between the two villages, even by today's standards, would be a sensational event. It was exceedingly thrilling. He wondered what the scene had been like back then. Regrettably, he could not witness it firsthand. If the two villages were to clash again, he would certainly want to be informed. As Zhou Ran immersed himself in the spectacle, an idea struck him. Yes, the key lies in notification. It is imperative that someone be notified, otherwise, how could Zhang Jijie's weapon have accurately appeared at the scene of the brawl? Moreover, at that time, Zhang Jijie was in Huaxi City. He must have had assistance to dispose of the weapon at the scene. Upon contemplating this, Zhou Ran took a deep breath. Realizing that the individual who discarded the weapon might very well be the true perpetrator of Wang Yu's murder. This hypothesis was audacious indeed, overturning all previous investigations. He shook his head, internally muttering that for now, the priority was to persuade Jiyu to believe that another individual was concealed within the case. Zhou Ran turned his gaze back to Jiyu, diverting the conversation. Jiyu, has this case now been entrusted to you? Yes, Jiyu confirmed. Many senior colleagues in our group have investigated it, but to no avail. The group leader assigned this case to me a couple of days ago, stating that if I could not solve it, he would have lost all hope. Zhou Ran felt a surge of joy. It was indeed fortuitous that Jiyu was in charge of this case. Firstly, it demonstrated his considerable capabilities, as the leader would not have placed such trust in him otherwise. Secondly, he could merely persuade Jiyu to commence the investigation without having to report again to the case's original supervisor. Otherwise, if the supervisor disagreed with his views, it would complicate matters immensely. Jiyu, do you not sense that there may be another individual hidden within this case? Zhou Ran did not state directly that there was a second person involved. Rather, he approached it as an inquiry. From a psychological perspective, this technique is known as suggestion. When one seeks the opinion of another through questioning, it is often more conducive to gaining their agreement. The tone of inquiry allows the other party to feel respected, thereby lowering their defenses. If a declarative tone were used, the other party might instinctively respond with opposition. Furthermore, the questions posed could subtly convey one's inclinations. Thus, when the other party hears key words within the question, their minds may unconsciously be influenced. leading them to accept the speaker's assertions as their own conclusions, leaving no trace of guidance. Jiyu pondered briefly and acknowledged the possibility of a second person's presence. Previous investigators had considered this option but quickly dismissed it, believing Zhang Jijie to be a solitary wolf, devoid of relatives or friends, rendering the notion of someone taking the fall for him improbable. They assumed it was merely a ruse to fabricate an alibi. Once it was unraveled, all doubts would dissipate. Zhou Ran shook his head and began his inducement. If there were no second person, how could Zhang Jijie, while in Huaxi City, have thrown the weapon at the scene of the brawl between two villages? Moreover, consider this. Why did the weapon arrive precisely at the scene of the altercation? How did Zhang Jijie know that the two villages would engage in a brawl at that particular time? Could it be that someone informed him? How could he commit murder in Guangtian City while being physically present in Huaxi City? Furthermore, how could a person with only a high school diploma land 32 precise strikes while avoiding all vital areas on Wang Yu's body? Zhou Ran expressed his doubts fervently, then presented a bombshell analysis. If he indeed had an accomplice, or if another individual was truly concealed within the case, everything would fall into place. Chapter 65. Shifting the investigative direction, Ji Yu's expression grew serious. He had indeed contemplated this possibility. However, if a second person were indeed hidden behind Zhang Jijie, that individual would be the true culprit. The previous findings of the Special Task Force would need to be entirely reconsidered. This was somewhat. Is there a better method still available to us? Zhou Ran interrupted Ji Yu before he could finish, asserting that all potential avenues had been thoroughly investigated by others, leading to one conclusion: Zhang Jijie had no time to commit the crime. If we continued down the path laid out by our predecessors, we would surely hit a dead end. At this juncture, we must boldly hypothesize and seek verification. Isn't the essence of investigation about navigating through a process of trial and error to uncover the correct direction? When one path obscures the truth, why not pursue another? Furthermore, this route is not devoid of possibility. Jiyu fell into silence, lowering his head and gazing intently at the case files on the table. The cover of the files still bore traces of dust. Ever since Zhang Jijie was exonerated, the Special Task Force had repeatedly investigated but to no avail, leaving the case to languish in neglect, gathering dust. When he received the assignment from the group leader, he sensed the leader's anticipation. This case was a thorn in the side of every member of the Special Task Force, with even seasoned Detective Yuan Kong deeply entangled in its complexities. The resolution of this case rested on Ji Yu's shoulders. After a moment of contemplation, Ji Yu's resolve began to waver. Had they erred in their investigative direction? Was it possible that Zhang Jijie's alibi was genuine, because he was not the murderer at all? If that were the case, his actions would merely be to shield the true culprit, and that true perpetrator was exceptionally adept at concealing themselves, having deceived them all. Initially, the true culprit had manipulated Zhang Jijie into taking the fall, diverting the police's attention. Once 4 years had passed and evidence against the true culprit had dissipated, Zhang Jijie began to recant his testimony. Thus, no matter how diligently they searched, it would be challenging to uncover leads pointing to a second individual. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Ji Yu's fists clenched instinctively. If such a person truly existed, he would relish the opportunity to confront this true culprit. He had never feared a battle of wits. Moreover, he yearned to vindicate the Special Task Force and restore Yuan Kang's reputation. Perhaps he could even pull Yuan Kang out of his current despondency. Ji Yu raised his head, determination gleaming in his eyes. Very well. Let us now shift our investigative direction and vigorously pursue any trace of this second individual. Zhou Ran smiled, extending his right hand to clasp Ji Yu's. A fruitful collaboration. Is it really true that such a challenging cold case has not been assigned to anyone else by your group leader? Can we even conduct our investigation joyfully? Zhou Ran's voice echoed with incredulity as he continued to express his frustration in the office minutes later. The group leader believed that all pertinent avenues had already been explored, which is why no additional assistance had been allocated to me for the time being. Once new leads emerge, I will request support. Otherwise, even if I had more personnel now, we would merely revisit previously examined leads, wasting valuable police resources. Jiyu explained awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Typically, special task forces allocate personnel based on the case's type and complexity. Given the intricacies of this case, according to the standards for a small task force, it should have been staffed with at least 3 to 5 individuals initially, with potential increases in personnel as new leads were discovered. Yet presently, counting Jiyu, the entire special task force amounted to just 2 members. Zhou Ran waved his hand. indicating he felt thoroughly let down by this arrangement. Nonetheless, there are benefits to having fewer individuals, at least our opinions align, which fosters unity within the task force. Shall we commence our investigation? Jiyu nodded in agreement. Yes. Let us now adjust our investigative approach and attempt to uncover any clues regarding the existence of a second person. If there is indeed a second individual, what evidence could have remained hidden for 4 years? This was an aspect they had not previously contemplated, thanks to Zhou Ran's suggestion. Jiyu's thoughts turned towards this very question. What connection might this second person have with Zhang Jijie that would compel him to willingly take the fall? As he pondered, Jiyu fell into a deeper contemplation, initiating a systematic analysis. Observing Jiyu entering a state of focus, Zhou Ran refrained from further interruption. In his perspective, the question of what clues may vanish after 4 years is not of paramount importance, as such a time frame could easily be influenced by human factors. Any suspicious elements that the police might consider are equally within the suspect's contemplation. The timeline of revisiting the case after 4 years clearly places the initiative in the suspect's hands, who may very well set a trap. Thus, the disappearance of clues could occur in 2 years or even 3. They were confident in their ability to overturn the case and preferred to mislead the police with ambiguous answers. If the police followed this line of inquiry, they risked falling into a misinterpretation. At this juncture, one might argue that such a scenario is implausible. After all, who would willingly endure an additional year in prison? Yet, the case involving Zhang Jijie cannot be perceived through conventional reasoning. Who would agree to take the blame for another? Therefore, Zhou Ran believed that the crux of this case lies in returning to the initial event, the brawl between 2 villages. The case files indicate that this aspect had been overlooked by previous investigators, given that numerous experts from the Special Investigation Team had examined the case. All relevant points and suspicions should have been thoroughly scrutinized. Zhou Ran did not suppose that he, a mere novice, could conduct a more meticulous investigation than those seasoned professionals. Consequently, he must explore the areas that had yet to be examined, with the brawl between the 2 villages being one such area. Within the case files, previous investigators merely documented the cause, process, and resolution of the brawl, presenting a rather conventional report. They believed that the brawl bore no relation to the Wang Yu case. And thus, after resolving the brawl, they deemed the matter closed, finding no necessity to link it with the Wang Yu case. However, upon hypothesizing the existence of a second individual, the situation transforms dramatically. Upon reflection, how could the second person have so precisely and timely discarded the weapon at the scene of the brawl? It is unlikely that he would stroll down the street, bloodied knife in hand, and casually toss it into a scuffle he happened to encounter. A person of sound mind, after committing a crime, typically experiences anxiety and tension, instinctively choosing to avoid crowds, not to mention the imminent arrival of the police at the brawl scene. Such behaviors are a common psychological response following criminal activity. Even habitual offenders or those exhibiting antisocial tendencies would not risk appearing at a scene of conflict, as doing so could attract law enforcement, jeopardizing their plans. Therefore, it is evident that this individual must have been aware in advance of the impending brawl, incorporating this segment into his criminal scheme. If all goes well, someone may be injured at the scene, or someone might pick up the knife, allowing him and Zhang Jijie to remain concealed. Conversely, if things go awry, the police could trace the evidence back to Zhang Jijie, leading him to take the fall. After all, they had already prepared exculpatory evidence in the form of Zhang Jijie's alibi. Yes, we must investigate the brawl case. Unanticipatedly, both Zhou Ran and Jiyu emerged from their contemplative states, exclaiming simultaneously. Chapter 66. Investigating the brawl case. The brawl case? Jiyu inquired, his face a mask of perplexity. What connection does it have with the Wang Yu case? Clearly, Jiyu did not perceive any correlation between the 2 incidents. For trained detectives like them, analysis must be reasonable and substantiated, especially when attempting to link 2 cases, which can only be justified by discovering a close connection between them, such as a shared perpetrator or simultaneous victims in both incidents. This caution stems not only from prudence, but also from the pressures of investigation. For detectives, the quicker a case is solved, the more likely the perpetrator is to be apprehended. However, should they err due to baseless conjecture, leading to a misdirection in their inquiries, the responsibility would rest squarely upon their shoulders. Thus, absent compelling evidence, the police typically refrain from merging investigations of 2 separate cases. Yet Zhou Ran was different. The mind inhabiting this body had undergone systematic training. He possessed a unique thought process, akin to savoring gossip. When he discerned potential connections between two cases, he felt no pressure in linking them. Thus, even in the absence of clues or evidence, he firmly believed that the Brawl case and the Wang Yu case were inexorably intertwined. Do you have any evidence? Ji Yu promptly questioned. None, merely a hypothesis. Zhou Ran explained. I believe there must be some connection between the Brawl case and the Wang Yu case, otherwise, how could the weapon have fortuitously appeared at the scene of the brawl? Your reasoning. Ji Yu narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Zhou Ran. Is purely speculative, isn't it? The weapon's presence at the scene could have numerous explanations. First, it might have been there beforehand, unnoticed. Second, the perpetrator could have fortuitously passed by and devised such a method. Third, the perpetrator might have been among the brawlers, having prior knowledge of the impending conflict between the two villages. Regardless of the scenario, we require reasonable speculation or evidence to guide our further investigation. Zhou Ran smiled at Ji Yu and nodded. Why do you emphasize the word fortuitously in your three scenarios? Ji Yu initially intended to retort, but caught himself, realizing the flaw in his argument. He recognized the issue but found it difficult to accept Zhou Ran's line of reasoning due to the absence of any clues pointing towards such possibilities. This fellow, he mused, seems to rely on instinct to solve cases. Isn't it commonly said that a man's intuition is often unreliable? Zhou Ran's approach clearly lies outside the realm of his education and systematic training. Zhou Ran patted Ji Yu on the shoulder. Let's not dwell on this. We should investigate the Brawl case. After all, if so many before us failed to yield results, there's no need for you to feel overly pressured. We might uncover something distinct if we approach it differently. But this is completely speculative. Ji Yu protested. Nonsense. You're the one being speculative. I have logic backing my assertions. Zhou Ran placed his hands on his hips. Now, tell me, why did the weapon so conveniently appear at the scene of the brawl? Ji Yu stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing Ji Yu's expression, Zhou Ran couldn't suppress a chuckle. He envisioned a top student at a school sports meet, overanalyzing which running posture would yield faster results, while others simply ran instinctively. Indeed, sometimes effort pales in comparison to innate talent. Stop hesitating. Retrieve the case files for the brawl. We can analyze them together. It's certainly more productive than sitting here idly pondering. Zhou Ran urged, nudging Ji Yu towards his seat and gesturing at the computer desktop. You need to access it. I lack the clearance of your special investigation team. On the desktop was the login interface for the intelligence system, a comprehensive archival system established within the judicial framework following the proliferation of the Internet. It documents everything from civil disputes handled by local police stations to criminal cases managed by the criminal investigation team, along with subsequent judicial decisions, all forming part of the archive. Personnel within the system can directly search for any necessary files using keywords, provided they possess the requisite permissions. Access varies according to rank, and individuals generally can only view records pertaining to their own department. To access files from other departments, an application must be submitted for approval by superiors. In summary, the intelligence system greatly facilitates retrieval while maintaining strict hierarchical access to the archives and plays a crucial role in their storage, protection, and prevention of leaks. Prompted by Zhou Ran, Ji Yu logged into his intelligence account, entered relevant keywords and case dates, and successfully located the files pertaining to the brawl case. Soon, the case files regarding the brawl were retrieved, but to the surprise of both individuals, the information contained therein was largely consistent with the initial introduction of the Wang Yu case, lacking any particularly noteworthy details or valuable clues. Ji Yu, it seems that we cannot avoid inspecting the scene ourselves. We must pay a visit, one remarked. Yes, I hope your speculation proves correct. In the afternoon, Zhou Ran and Ji Yu first arrived at one of the villages involved in the brawl from years past, Chang'an Village. Following the records in the case file, they sought out the village head from that time, Zhou Ran. He was a middle-aged man, bearing a prominent scar on his face. Zhou Ran and Ji Yu exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in silent communication, each pondering their shared confusion. The file stated that no one sustained severe injuries, yet how could such a scar exist? Excuse me, Mr. Liu, about the wound on your face. Zhou Ran began, unable to suppress his curiosity. Oh, don't call me village head anymore. I haven't held that title for a long time. After that incident, I was dismissed from my position. This scar was a result of that brawl, Zhou Ran replied. It happened before the brawl. The neighboring Wu Fu village unjustly occupied a piece of our farmland, so I went to confront them. They resorted to theatrics, lying on the ground and making a scene. Unable to contain my anger, I kicked one of them, Zhou Ran recounted, sighing as if still regretting that impulsive act. That only incited their wrath, and we ended up in a fight. That rascal Sang Chen swung a hoe at my face, but thankfully, it slipped and grazed my cheek instead. Had I not dodged swiftly, the consequences would have been far graver. As he reminisced about that day, a shiver of fear coursed through him. Afterward, they realized their wrongdoing and returned the land to us. Yet, when I returned to the village, the others felt that they had become brazen, stealing our land and injuring people. That very afternoon, the young men from our village stormed into Wu Fu village, vandalizing their gate, littering their premises, and issuing a challenge for a showdown at noon the next day. Zhou Ran and Ji Yu exchanged knowing glances, a silent understanding passing between them. It was no wonder that the case file made no mention of serious injuries. Zhou Ran's wound had been sustained prior to the brawl. This incident served as the catalyst for the ensuing conflict, which the file merely summarized with a brief statement. The two villages clashed over land disputes, culminating in a scheduled confrontation at noon the following day. Uncle Lu, who was aware of the scheduled duel that night? Zhou Ran inquired. Zhou Ran rubbed his forehead, shaking his head in resignation. The youngsters were quite impulsive. They broadcasted it over the village loudspeaker, and nearly everyone knew. Zhou Ran's face flushed with embarrassment. He had initially speculated that perhaps some individuals had learned of the brawl in advance. Considering that over 100 people from both villages participated in the altercation on March 8th, surely someone must have spread the word. However, he had never anticipated such an open declaration of war via the loudspeaker. In an era where information was relatively insular, announcements were typically made through the village committee's loudspeaker, ensuring that the entire village would be informed. Yet, in Chang'an village, it appeared the young men could easily access the loudspeaker to broadcast their intentions, revealing a rather fierce village culture. This village head certainly lacks control. He should be dismissed. I wonder if the neighboring village used the loudspeaker as well? Indeed. Given our village's proximity, they could hear our announcements. Eventually, they too resorted to broadcasting. Zhou Ran shrugged, glancing at Ji Yu with a hint of exasperation. He had intended to delve deeper into who might have received advance notice of the brawl, but it now seemed that the task was overwhelmingly vast. With only the two of them, uncovering valuable clues would be a daunting challenge. Furthermore, their investigation remained at the conjectural stage, making it impossible to request additional support. As they pondered the implications of this newfound information, Zhou Ran continued to hypothesize. If the second individual, whom we shall temporarily refer to as A, learned of the impending brawl, what actions might he undertake? It was highly probable he would seize the opportunity to prepare evidence to exonerate himself. It could have instructed Zhang Jijia to head to Huaxi City, while he himself plotted a murder for the following day. Suddenly, Zhou Ran halted in his thoughts. He realized he had unconsciously assumed A was the perpetrator while regarding Zhang Jijia as a scapegoat. Was this line of reasoning flawed? He shook his head. Since they had postulated A's existence and were investigating, it was likely that A harbored the potential for violence. But why would A choose to murder Wang Yu? Ji Yu, Zhou Ran said, pulling him aside. I recall Wang Yu was a migrant worker, correct? Indeed. Have we investigated his background prior to his arrival for work? For instance, did he have any adversaries back in his hometown? We inquired with his family at the time. Wang Yu was considered a straightforward individual with no known enemies. However, he struggled to earn a living in his hometown and sought work elsewhere, leading to disagreements with his family, who preferred he stay home. Zhou Ran furrowed his brow, sensing an underlying complexity in the case. A seemingly honest person, intoxicated and mistakenly offending another, would not typically escalate to murder. Furthermore, why would another innocent individual, A, resort to killing Zhang Jijia? How could someone without any conflicts be murdered? Zhou Ran felt a swell of confusion, struggling to comprehend the unfolding scenario. With the lead regarding the brawl now leading to a dead end, he was at a loss for the next direction of their investigation. At that moment, Ji Yu placed a hand on Zhou Ran's shoulder, stating, based on our current hypothesis, if A is indeed the individual who murdered Wang Yu, then it stands to reason. Yes, we should align our perspectives on this matter, Zhou Ran acknowledged, sensing Ji Yu had grasped a key piece of information. The two, of similar age and engaged in identical work, began to cultivate a growing synergy. Now, if we assume A inflicted 32 stab wounds upon Wang Yu, what conclusions might you draw? Ji Yu ventured, attempting to adopt Zhou Ran's analytical approach. He had come to accept that the previous investigative teams had failed to yield results, indicating that conventional methods were ineffective. Zhou Ran's unorthodox reasoning might indeed illuminate the truth, which they could subsequently corroborate with evidence. Such deductive reasoning was not uncommon in neighboring countries, where the most renowned figures often employed shrewd logic to unravel mysteries, subsequently seeking evidence to unveil the truth. Coupled with the unique culture of confession prevalent there, perpetrators often confessed under psychological pressure after being exposed. At this moment, Zhou Ran, after a brief contemplation, remarked, 32 cuts can entirely avoid vital areas. I am certain that this individual, A, possesses a medical background and is quite familiar with human anatomy. Therefore, we should investigate the doctors in this village. Jiyu summarized. Turning to Lu Onren, he inquired, Uncle Lu, is there a doctor from back in the day still in the village? The elder responded, Ah, yes, indeed. I will take you there. 5 minutes later, the trio arrived at a modest clinic. The air was thick with the pungent aroma of traditional Chinese medicine. An elderly man, his hair white and beard long, had his frail fingers delicately resting on a man's wrist, his fingertips lightly tapping as he assessed the pulse. Do you experience night sweats? He asked. Yes. I often wake up drenched, the man replied. The elder scrutinized him briefly, then hastily scribbled a few medicinal names on paper and handed it to the man. Go fetch these herbs, take them twice daily, and avoid excessive exertion. Thank you, doctor. The man's ears flushed as he quickly moved to the pharmacy section. After bidding farewell to the patient, the elder greeted Lu Onren with a smile. Old village head, what brings you here today? Lu Onren replied. These 2 police officers are inquiring about the brawl that occurred 5 years ago in our village. He then introduced, Officers, this is our village doctor, Lu Chang'an. Jiyu, momentarily at a loss for words, felt their initial suspicion that this doctor might be a dissolve upon seeing him. With his head of white hair and relatively robust health, he hardly appeared capable of committing murder. Good sir, how old are you this year? Zhou Ran asked politely, stepping forward with a smile. 87. 5 years ago. I was 82, hardly an age for violence, the elder mused. Zhou Ran continued. Did you participate in the brawl between our village and Wufu village 5 years ago? Ah. At my age, what would I be doing there? That was not my arena. The elder turned slowly to the consultation table, gently pressing his hand on a yellowed medical book, tapping the table as he asserted, This is my domain. On the day of the brawl, did anyone come to you for treatment of injuries? Zhou Ran inquired. How could I possibly remember? After so many years of treating countless patients, I cannot recall specific days. He replied, shaking his head. However, if you wish to know about particular ailments, I might recall. Stab wounds. Did you treat any stab wounds that day? Zhou Ran pressed. No, such cases are rare. If I had treated one, I would surely remember, Lu Chang'an responded firmly. Having practiced medicine in the village for a lifetime without encountering such unusual cases. May I ask again, on the day of the brawl, do you remember where you were? Zhou Ran queried. I was likely in my clinic, as is my habit. I am too old to be out and about. Is there any proof of your whereabouts? Jiyu interjected. Proof? What could an old man provide? You don't suspect me of participating in the brawl, do you? Lu Chang'an chuckled. If I had been at the scene, would I have been able to fight? I stand in the middle. Who would dare touch me? Suddenly, Lu Chang'an seemed to recall something and approached a bookshelf, retrieving an invitation from a medical book. Young officer, what date was the brawl? March 8th. Ah. I attended this seminar that day, he asserted, handing the invitation to Zhou Ran. Zhou Ran glanced at it. It was an invitation for a community event focused on elder care. After taking a photograph, he returned it to the elder. Are there any other doctors nearby? No. I am the only one. Villagers from surrounding areas come to see me when they fall ill. A note of pride appeared on the elder's face. Safeguarding the health of the community was his lifelong honor. Subsequently, Zhou Ran and his companions bid farewell to Lu Chang'an and Lu Onren and exited the village. So, Zhou Ran, did you discover anything? Jiyu asked. Should we investigate another village? Is there still a need to pursue this doctor, Lu Chang'an? Jiyu pondered, feeling their trip had yielded no valuable information and began to doubt whether they had initially chosen the correct investigative direction. Let's continue. In an investigation. Impatience is the last thing we can afford, Zhou Ran replied calmly. At 4 in the afternoon, Zhou Ran and Jiyu returned to the Special Investigation Team's office. As they entered, they slumped into their chairs like deflated balloons. They had visited Chang'an Village, Wufu Village, and the Sunshine Community, engaging in numerous inquiries but had found no significant leads. In the Sunshine Community, they had located the event organizer and reviewed the event's coverage. It was confirmed that a representative had arrived to collect Lu Chang'an at 8 a.m., and he had been engaged in lectures and providing free medical consultations until 5 p.m. leaving him without the opportunity to commit any crime. The situation in Wufu village mirrored that of Chang'an village, where a loudspeaker had announced a duel at noon on March 8th at the village gates. Thus, the prospect of delving deeper into the brawl for further leads seemed bleak. What else can we investigate? The two of them lamented, feeling as though they had suffered a defeat. The case proved to be quite challenging, and they were at a complete loss for clues. Ji rose, rubbed his nose, and stated, "Without leads, let us not dwell on it. Let us call it a day and resume our work tomorrow." Call it a day? Zhou Ran paused, surprised. The case remains unsolved. How can we stop now? What else do you suggest? Wait until we solve the case before we leave. Ji retorted, "This is not a recent murder. It's a case from 5 years ago." Fair point. Then let us call it a day. Zhou Ran chuckled, having grown accustomed to working late at the station. Leaving on time had become a rarity. He stepped outside, mounted his mountain bike, and sped off. Today, he had come to the Special Investigation Team's location, which was somewhat distant from their main station. Therefore, he had left his mountain bike in Jiu's car. Now, he faced a 20-minute ride home. The extended commute was somewhat burdensome, he mused. Just as he was reflecting, a thunderous roar of an engine startled him, prompting him to hastily pull over to the roadside. A modified motorcycle raced past on the thoroughfare. During rush hour, it was unusual for someone to be riding at such speed. Zhou Ran frowned. The sound of such a bike was intimidating. Coupled with the rider's inadequate protective gear, any accident could result in severe injury. Shaking his head, he struggled to comprehend the reckless pursuits of some youths today. Just then, he noticed a green taxi slowly veering into the left turn lane, preparing to make a U-turn. That maneuver proved disastrous for the speeding motorcycle rider, who, unable to avoid the taxi, collided with a deafening crash, launching him into the air. That's lethal, Zhou Ran thought to himself, rushing over to the scene. The young man landed awkwardly, his foot twisted at an unnatural angle, as if it had broken in half. The taxi driver, flustered, had been driving slowly and adhering to traffic rules, making this severe accident unexpected. Who could have anticipated that the other party was traveling at such a reckless speed, with only a helmet for protection, leading to such a grave outcome? At this moment, Zhou Ran rushed over and pointed to the camera ahead, saying, "I'm from the police station ahead. Let us save the person first. The camera has recorded everything. We can wait for the traffic police to determine responsibility later." Although Zhou Ran was a police officer, he did not have the authority to adjudicate traffic accident responsibilities, which should be left to the professionals. However, the youth at the scene was severely injured, and it was clear that they could not afford to wait for the traffic police. He needed to be rushed to the hospital. Upon closer inspection, Zhou Ran noted that the youth's foot was broken in the center, with only a thin strand of flesh connecting it, indicating a grave injury. He instructed the driver to call for an ambulance and hurriedly assisted in lifting the youth into the vehicle, heading for the hospital. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the hospital, where personnel were already waiting at the entrance. As soon as the vehicle arrived, they swiftly took the injured party away. Half an hour later, a young doctor emerged from the emergency room, asking, "Who are the family members?" The patient is no longer in life-threatening condition. Regarding the severed limb, there are two treatment options. One is amputation, which is the safer option. The other involves stitching it back together, which has a certain probability of success. But if it fails, amputation will still be necessary. We are not family members. I have already notified the family, who are on their way. All right, once the family arrives, please inform me. My office is just ahead. Understood, doctor. Zhou Ran nodded and couldn't help but inquire, with today's technology, can severed limbs really be reattached? The male doctor nodded slightly, a confident smile gracing his face. Yes, currently, there are only 3 doctors in the country who possess this surgical technique. And I happen to be one of them. Unintentionally, the doctor showcased his expertise. Zhou Ran glanced at his name tag, Ji Ziqian. Wow, doctor, you're quite impressive. Not at all. It's all due to my mentor's excellent teaching, Ji Ziqian continued. I once treated a patient whose face was injured by a hoe, nearly affecting his eyesight. In such cases, meticulous stitching is required. Even a slight mistake could lead to blindness. Zhou Ran's heart skipped a beat, thinking to himself how similar this sounded to Lu Anren. Could this be a lead? Chapter 69. I asked you to investigate, not to become a perverse analyst. Doctor. What happened in the end? Thanks to my skilled hands, it was naturally resolved. How remarkable. Zhou Ran praised him nonchalantly. For those who reveal their capabilities, it is best to shower them with compliments to keep them basking in flattery. Doctor, please carry on with your work. We will notify you when the family arrives. All right, I'll get back to it. Ji Ziqian tossed his white coat over his shoulder and strode away with confidence. As soon as Ji Ziqian's figure vanished, Zhou Ran immediately dialed GU's number. GU, please look into Ji Ziqian's information. He is a doctor at the People's Hospital of Guangtian City. What is going on? Did you find a lead? GU's puzzled voice came through the phone. It's just that I've just gotten off work. Why the sudden interest in someone? Who is this Ji Ziqian? It's not certain if it's a lead yet. Let us investigate first. I just got home, and now I have to head back. No rush. Once I finish my matters here, I'll come back to the team to find you. That evening, in an office within the Special Investigation Team, the lights flickered on as Zhou Ran and Ji stared at the computer screen. This Ji Ziqian's resume is truly impressive. Of course, he graduated from a top-tier institution, unlike us. Not to mention, only 3 doctors in the entire country can perform this nerve repair surgery. Zhou Ran, nerve repair surgery is no simple feat. An ordinary doctor can reattach limbs severed for a short time using modern technology. That is not extraordinary. However, Ji Ziqian can manually reconnect the internal nerves of severed limbs to the original body, allowing for almost the same functionality after recovery. Zhou Ran's eyes glimmered with astonishment as he looked at Ji. I heard him mention treating someone who was injured by a hoe, nearly causing blindness. Injured by a hoe. Ji immediately honed in on the keyword, a vital skill for a detective to swiftly pinpoint crucial information from a sea of details. Yes, I've searched for that case. Their hospital used it as promotional material. The person injured by the hoe just happens to be Lu Anren. Zhou Ran added. So, Lu Anren's facial injury before the brawl was actually treated at the People's Hospital? Exactly. Both Zhou Ran and Ji, upon seeing Lu Anren's facial injury earlier, and having spoken to the village doctor, instinctively assumed Lu Chang'an had treated him, without further inquiry. Thus, they overlooked this important detail. Ji observed the smile on Zhou Ran's face, realizing, this guy seems to be connecting the dots again. After spending time with Zhou Ran, he had begun to grasp Zhou Ran's thought processes and could even anticipate his thoughts. In the past, he would never have analyzed in such a manner. But after spending time with Zhou Ran, his own thinking habits seemed to have unintentionally shifted. You're not connecting the dots again, are you? Ji asked cautiously. Zhou Ran nodded and elaborated. Ji, let me ask you, how difficult do you think it is for someone with a medical background, or even an ordinary doctor, to stab a person 32 times while precisely avoiding vital areas? The coroner has concluded that such a doctor would be an exceedingly rare expert. Now, here lies the issue. With 2 villages, it's evident there is no such individual, Zhou Ran said, pulling up the population data for the 2 villages on the computer screen. He had requested this information from Zhang Wei in the technical department on his way back to the precinct. The data indicated that there were about 1,000 residents in the 2 villages, with only 40 having attended university and none of them attending medical schools. Among the 2 villages, the only person capable of providing medical care was Lu Chang'an. Thus, no one in the 2 villages possessed the capability to commit such a crime. Now, Ji Ziqian fortuitously entered our line of sight. What if Ji Ziqian accidentally learned about the impending brawl between the 2 villages during his treatment of Lu Anren, which prompted him to commit the attack? Ji's jaw dropped. Zhou Ran's imagination truly opened his eyes. There must be limits to investigative reasoning. I asked you to investigate, not to become a perverse analyst. How could he so directly transform a highly skilled doctor into a murderer? What is the evidence? Even a hint of a clue would suffice. Zhou Ran, I must remind you, this way of thinking can easily lead to problems. Ji couldn't help but say. Investigating is all about bold hypotheses and cautious verification. Zhou Ran dismissed his advice. Only by hypothesizing can I verify. And I haven't directly concluded that he is the murderer. I'm merely analyzing the possibility. So, will you continue to investigate Ji Ziqian? Of course. How else will I know if my analysis is correct? Zhou Ran replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Ji was momentarily speechless. However, his education had not prepared him for such an approach to solving cases. Normal case reasoning should rely on existing clues to analyze and hypothesize various possibilities before delving deeper. Unlike Zhou Ran, who seemed to guess a possibility out of thin air and then investigate to confirm. If solving cases were approached in this manner, the police would undoubtedly take countless detours. Exactly. We must not allow Zhou Ran to venture further down this peculiar path of reasoning. Solidified his inner resolve and began to speak. We can't speculate wildly, I understand. Interjected, why don't we just call Lu Anren to confirm? As he spoke, located Lu Anren's phone number and dialed it. Lu Anren, This is one of the police officers who visited the village today. We met earlier. Officer Zhou, what can I do for you? We wanted to inquire about where you received treatment for the facial injuries you sustained 5 years ago, before the altercation between the two villages. A few moments of silence passed on the phone before a voice responded. At the People's Hospital, of course. Dr. G was in charge at the time. His medical skills are truly exceptional. If it weren't for Dr. G, I might have lost my eye. Zhou Ran's tone grew increasingly animated. And did you happen to mention the impending clash between the two villages to Dr. G while you were receiving treatment? Zhou Ran inquired. Involuntarily swallowing hard, experiencing a sensation of tension for the first time since delving into this case. Zhou Ran's response held the key to validating his analysis. He and Ji Yu held their breath, intently listening to the voice on the phone. The voice hesitated for a moment before replying. No, I wouldn't tell anyone about such a shameful matter. Understood. Thank you for your cooperation. After hanging up, Ji Yu was the first to speak. Well, looks like your analysis was incorrect, wasn't it? Criminal investigation and deduction shouldn't involve such wild guesses. It's a trivial matter if you guess wrong. But wasting time is a serious issue. Zhou Ran remained silent, his head bowed in contemplation. If Zhou Ran hadn't informed Ji Ziqian about the impending clash between the two villages, how else could Ji Ziqian have learned about it? Furthermore, what connection, if any, existed between Ji Ziqian and Wang Yu? Chapter 70. A harrowing conjecture. A moment later, Zhou Ran's gaze fixated on Ji Ziqian's personal profile displayed on the computer screen. And he suddenly exclaimed, Ji Yu, are you familiar with this place? Where? Qingshi Village, Shangyun City. Ji Ziqian is from there. Let's search for it and see. After a brief search, information about Qingshi Village in Shangyun City appeared. Qingshi Village in Shangyun City was nestled deep within the mountains, a remote and isolated location. The village's economy was underdeveloped, still largely reliant on traditional agrarian practices. The cultural level of the villagers was low, with most only barely literate. The entire village lacked a school, and children who wished to pursue education had to traverse a mountain to attend school in a neighboring village. Zhou Ran and Ji Yu exchanged incredulous glances as they perused the information about Qingshi Village on the screen. It seemed unbelievable that such a backward village had produced a top-tier doctor whose medical skills were renowned throughout the country. It was akin to a prodigy emerging from a destitute sect. Ji Yu remarked with a sense of wonder, if Ji Ziqian had been from a major city. It wouldn't be surprising for the abundant educational resources there to nurture a genius. But for a child from such a remote mountain village to achieve such success, one can only imagine the arduous efforts he must have exerted. It's truly inspiring. However, Zhou Ran harbored a sense of disagreement. It wasn't that he doubted a genius could emerge from a remote village, but rather that it was exceedingly difficult, almost impossible, to reach the heights that Ji Ziqian had attained. He couldn't help but recall a manga he had once read, set in a world of ninjas. In that world, each ninja needed to train diligently to enhance their abilities. However, in the end, the most powerful ninjas were ultimately defined by their clans and the power of the blood that coursed through their veins. Effort and talent paled in comparison to the power of lineage. Ji Yu, do you think it's possible that the emergence of a prodigy from a destitute sect might be because a previous prodigy had fallen within that sect? Ji Yu furrowed his brow, failing to grasp Zhou Ran's meaning, and asked, what are you implying? Ji Yu, can you access information about Ji Ziqian's mother? Zhou Ran didn't answer Ji Yu's question. Instead, he posed another one. At that moment, Zhou Ran harbored an incredibly audacious conjecture. But he felt that the idea was too dark and shocking, so he decided to keep it to himself for the time being, waiting until he had found clues to substantiate it before sharing it with Ji Yu. I don't have the authority to access that information. Applying for it would require approval from the leadership tomorrow, as it involves interdepartmental matters. Very well, we'll investigate it tomorrow. Investigate what? Ji Ziqian's mother? Why would we investigate her? Ji Yu asked, filled with bewilderment. He had thought that he was gradually keeping pace with Zhou Ran's train of thought, but just now, Zhou Ran seemed to have ascended an invisible staircase, leaving him completely lost and unable to comprehend what Zhou Ran was thinking. Before delving deeper into the case, I need to verify something. However, this idea is rather dark, so I want to wait until I have some clues to confirm it before sharing it with you. Zhou Ran's expression was grave as he stared into Ji Yu's eyes. This matter is important and must be verified. What exactly do you want to investigate? We're part of the same task force. Is there anything you can't tell me? What have you surmised? Ji Yu asked anxiously, pressing for an explanation. Ji Yu, I have my reasons for not telling you. All I can say is that I need to verify information about Ji Ziqian's mother. It's crucial. It may even influence the direction of the case. If things go smoothly, I can directly clarify the thinking of this case, even if it is not smooth. It will not cause us any substantial losses. It's nothing more than changing our thinking to investigate. Seeing Zhou Ran's earnest expression, Ji knew that pressing further would be futile, so he reluctantly nodded. All right, let's call it a day for now. I'll accompany you to investigate tomorrow. After the two parted ways, Ji wondered what Zhou Ran had conceived. Based on his understanding of Zhou Ran's thinking, although erratic, he could still catch a glimpse of his thought process and even guess what Zhou Ran was thinking. However, just now, he felt as if Zhou Ran had transformed into a complete stranger, his way of thinking leaving him utterly perplexed and unable to fathom what the other man was thinking. What does he mean by a prodigy from a destitute sect having fallen? Filled with questions, Ji shook his head, deciding to stop dwelling on it. If he couldn't figure it out, he would wait for Zhou Ran to tell him tomorrow. He had already used his brain enough for today. It was time to let it rest. Early the next morning, as the first rays of dawn streamed into the office, Zhou Ran arrived at Jiu's office carrying steaming soy milk and fried dough sticks. Have you eaten? I bought these for you. Jiu looked up at the sound of his voice, his eyes bearing a smoky hue of dark circles. He accepted the breakfast, took a forceful bite of the fried dough stick, and then gulped down a large mouthful of soy milk, as if he were venting his frustration. Before he had even finished swallowing the food in his mouth, he asked, "Are you sure you still want to investigate Ji Ziqian's mother? This idea is too audacious." Indeed, Jiu had tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep. In the middle of the night, he had suddenly thrown back the covers and sat bolt upright in bed, exclaiming, "No, what is Zhou Ran even thinking?" He had then spent the entire night pondering, finally guessing at a possibility, but this possibility was simply two. Zhou Ran remained impassive, stating calmly, "Of course, we need to investigate it. If we can confirm this information, we might be able to unravel the connections between the people involved in the case. All right, I'll reluctantly agree to your approach this time. But if you have such risky ideas again, I will absolutely stop you," Jiu said sternly. In his opinion, Zhou Ran's analytical approach was improper and not a normal way to solve cases. He worried that if Zhou Ran continued down this uncertain path, he would inevitably make an irreparable mistake. "All right, as long as we can investigate." Zhou Ran nodded and replied, "However, do not think my reasoning is flawed. At the very least, I can assure you that your concerns will not materialize." Zhou Ran was confident in this matter. He had a system at his disposal. As long as he could retrieve all relevant information regarding the individuals involved in the case, prompts from the system would guide him. With such guidance, he would undoubtedly not stray from the correct path, which is why he dared to engage in seemingly outrageous conjectures. His investigation followed the system's overarching direction, ensuring that no matter how bizarre the assumptions might appear, they would not deviate from the core of the case. At 10 a.m., Ji received authorization from his superiors and completed the necessary approvals in the system. He entered the name and place of origin of Ji Ziqian into the system, and a spinning circle appeared on the computer screen, indicating that the page was loading. After half a minute, the household registration interface for Ji Ziqian emerged. How is this possible? There is no information about his mother on the registry? Chapter 71. Zhou Ran guessed correctly. Ji exclaimed loudly, astonished that the system could not find any information regarding Ji Ziqian's mother based on the available data. "What is going on?" Zhou Ran inquired, unfamiliar with the implications of this revelation, but sensing a problem from Jiu's astonished expression. Jiu quickly regained his composure and explained, "In our population system, one can directly retrieve information about a person's immediate family members. Even deceased individuals are marked in the system. However, Ji Ziqian's mother does not appear at all." What could this mean? Zhou Ran pondered. Either he was born through illicit means, such as surrogacy or cloning, or there are issues with the birth process, such as trafficking or circumstances involving an illegal immigrant mother. Nonetheless, the likelihood of the latter is slim, as illegal immigration typically occurs in coastal cities, who would attempt to smuggle themselves into a remote mountain area to live in isolation. Listening to Jiu's descriptions, Zhou Ran felt increasingly assured of his thoughts from the previous day and needed to confirm one more detail. "What about the location where Zhang Jijia's wife went missing?" Jiu asked. "Exactly. We need to wait a bit longer. This case is not under our jurisdiction. I have already requested approval to retrieve the investigation records from that time." A glimmer of excitement lit up Zhou Ran's eyes. Jiu truly understood what he was thinking. "Don't look at me like that. Do you see my dark circles? I was up late last night pondering this," Jiu retorted, rolling his eyes at Zhou Ran. "In the case files of Wan Yu, The previous investigative officers had only noted Zhang Jijia's wife's disappearance without delving deeper. They deemed it unnecessary to pursue further, as a person missing for over a decade would be impossible to locate, merely recording the name of the police station that handled the investigation at the time. This left Zhou Ran and Ji Yu unable to identify the location of Zhang Jijia's wife's disappearance, relying solely on conjecture. Had it not been for Zhou Ran's bold assumptions, Ji Yu would not have considered pursuing the lead. Ding! A crisp notification sound resonated from the computer, signaling that the approval had been granted. Quick, let us take a look, Zhou Ran urged, noticing the message. Ji Yu clicked through the system and received a document from the team leader containing detailed information about the case of Zhang Jijia's missing wife from 20 years ago. After Zhang Jijia and Sun Lan married, they went on their honeymoon, stopping at Night Bright Mountain in Shangyun City. However, Sun Lan went to the restroom and simply vanished without a trace. Zhou Ran gazed at the three characters of Shangyun City, a smile creeping onto his lips. Indeed, it was Shangyun City. His dreadful speculation might very well be true. Zhou Ran swiftly took out his phone, opened the map application, set the starting point at Night Bright Mountain, and entered Qingshi Village as the destination. A route quickly appeared on the screen. Ji Yu, look. Zhou Ran presented the route to Ji Yu, revealing that the drive from Night Bright Mountain to Qingshi Village would take merely half an hour. Then, Zhou Ran opened an image of Night Bright Mountain, observing the winding roads and dense vegetation, a sight filled with lush greenery. Concealing someone in such an area did not seem particularly challenging. His suspicions were largely validated, and Zhou Ran continued to peruse the case files. Zhang Jijia and Sun Lan had grown up together. Although Zhang Jijia struggled academically and ceased his studies after high school, Sun Lan excelled, becoming the top student in their city and eventually enrolling in the nation's most prestigious medical university. To avoid separation from Sun Lan, Zhang Jijia worked in the city where she studied. Life was arduous, yet their love remained fervent. The year Sun Lan graduated from university, she secured a spot for graduate studies at her alma mater. To ease Zhang Jijia's worries, she married him, solidifying their union. To celebrate, they traveled to a southern city for their honeymoon a month after their wedding during the summer. Captivated by the scenic beauty of Night Bright Mountain, they decided to linger a few extra days. Yet, it was this choice that led to Sun Lan's disappearance, leaving no trace of her existence. Afterward, Zhang Jijia tirelessly searched across the country for Sun Lan, but to no avail. Ultimately, he returned to Guangtian City, the place where they had both grown up, living in solitude. This case file was recorded by the Shiming Police Station, which had mobilized all available officers to scour the mountains for 48 hours following Sun Lan's disappearance, only to cease their search without results. After reviewing the case files, Zhou Ran turned to Ji Yu and asked, "Do you now believe my speculation from yesterday?" Ji Yu pressed his hand against his chin, closing his astonished mouth and nodding. He was profoundly shaken. Zhou Ran's seemingly baseless analysis now appeared to hold water. What on earth is going on in Zhou Ran's mind? How did he connect such intricate dots? Ji Yu wondered. Soon, he snapped back to reality and asked, "So, are we to investigate Sun Lan next? To find her?" Zhou Ran paused, taken aback. Why would we search for Sun Lan? Isn't she already missing? Ji Yu sensed he had misinterpreted Zhou Ran's intentions and promptly added, "Didn't you speculate that Ji Ziqian is Sun Lan's son?" "Yes." "And you guess Ji Ziqian learned about the altercation between the two villages through other means?" "Correct." "You also suggested that Wang Yu is likely connected to Sun Lan's disappearance?" "Indeed." "Doesn't that imply that Ji Ziqian, upon hearing about the village conflict, informed his mother Sun Lan, who subsequently killed Wang Yu? Thus, Zhang Jijia willingly took the blame for Sun Lan, as she is the perpetrator." Zhou Ran chuckled softly. "You've accurately deduced my analysis, but reached the wrong conclusion. If Sun Lan were forcibly taken, she certainly wouldn't be allowed to surface now." Zhou Ran elaborated. "What I surmise is that Ji Ziqian is the actual perpetrator. Ji Ziqian is, in fact, Zhang Jijia's son." Zhou Ran's assertion landed like a bombshell, presenting a remarkable hypothesis. Observing Ji Yu's expression, he continued, "Two young individuals, freshly married and on their honeymoon, alone together. What might transpire is self-evident. Zhang Jijia's willingness to take the fall for Ji Ziqian stems from his knowledge that Ji Ziqian is his and Sun Lan's child. Furthermore, it's possible that Sun Lan has already met with misfortune." Ji Yu's mouth fell agape once more, astounded by Zhou Ran's conjecture. The way he reasoned was beyond mere speculation. It was a wild guess. "You don't believe me? Let us conduct a DNA paternity test on Ji Ziqian and Zhang Jijia. We'll find out the truth." "Absolutely not." Ji Yu firmly rejected this notion. DNA may reveal the identities of Ji Ziqian and Zhang Jijie, but it offers no assistance concerning the case. How can it not be helpful? We could confirm that Zhang Jijie is covering for Ji Ziqian, thus pinpointing the suspect. Zhou Ran countered. Chapter 72. Divided Paths. Ji Yu shook his head. This time his stance was unwavering, showing no signs of compromise. Zhou Ran, your investigative approach is fundamentally flawed. Are you aware of when law enforcement may extract a suspect's DNA for comparison? Firstly, there must be a necessity within the chain of evidence. When DNA is discovered at a crime scene, authorities can compel a suspect to provide DNA for analysis. Secondly, if the suspect is implicated in crimes related to blood relations, such as rape leading to pregnancy, child trafficking, or murder cases requiring the identification of a victim, law enforcement may also mandate DNA collection from the suspect. Thirdly, in instances of unidentified corpses or suspected abducted children, DNA comparisons may be conducted with the families or relatives involved. Ji Yu paused for a moment to catch his breath before continuing. The prerequisite for collecting a suspect's DNA is the existence of a suspect and sufficient evidence. However, what grounds do you have to obtain Ji Ziqian's DNA? Our understanding of his relationship with Zhang Jijie remains purely speculative. Moreover, no traces linking him to the scene of the Wang Yu case have been found. From the case files and other perspectives, Ji Ziqian appears to be an inconsequential figure. And as of now, he cannot even be classified as a suspect. Therefore, Zhou Ran, your investigative direction is misguided. To extract Ji Ziqian's DNA, there must be a foundation that he has already been identified as a suspect, rather than attempting to prove his status as a suspect through extraction. Having said this, Ji Yu exhaled deeply, finally pointing out the cognitive errors Zhou Ran had been making. Yet, if we do not collect Ji Ziqian's DNA, how can I ascertain his connection to Zhang Jijie? How can I proceed with the investigation? Zhou Ran understood Ji Yu's implication, but to him, it felt akin to the age-old conundrum of which came first, the chicken or the egg, regardless of which precedes the other. Resolving one would naturally lead to the solution of the other. This approach is utterly untenable. It not only pertains to issues of discipline but also to explicit legal requirements. We lack the authority to enforce such actions. Ji Yu reiterated, insisting that if there is a genuine desire to investigate Ji Ziqian, we should seek breakthroughs through other avenues. Once sufficient evidence is gathered to establish him as a suspect, we can then proceed with DNA collection. Zhou Ran bowed his head in contemplation before stating, all right, I understand. Let us commence by investigating Ji Ziqian. First, we must ascertain how he learned of the altercation between the two villages. Additionally, we need to trace his whereabouts on the day of the incident. Simultaneously, we should re-examine Wang Yu's identity to determine if he is connected to Sun Lan's disappearance. If there is indeed a link, I firmly believe Wang Yu could not have perpetrated only this single crime. After listening to Zhou Ran's description, Ji Yu estimated the workload and responded, regarding the investigation of Wang Yu, we need to dispatch personnel to his registered residence. It would also be prudent to conduct inquiries in Shangyun City. If Wang Yu is a habitual offender, his presence should certainly be noted in Shangyun City. I will need to request resources for other colleagues to undertake the investigation. The two of us shall remain here, focusing on Ji Ziqian. Zhou Ran, perplexed, inquired, did you not state that we cannot request resources without leads? Moreover, do we not need to explain our analysis to others? In exceptional circumstances, of course, we can request resources. It is entirely normal for a special investigation team to consist of 3 to 5 individuals. We are already being quite economical with our manpower. Ji Yu waved his hand dismissively, indicating that they should merely investigate whether Wang Yu had been involved in human trafficking, without requiring other personnel to engage in the broader investigation. Our team members should have no issues managing this matter. Upon further reflection, Zhou Ran acknowledged that indeed, the special investigation team was a formidable force in their jurisdiction, with each member proficient in handling serious crimes, let alone investigating a case of human trafficking. Zhou Ran extended his hand, and he and Ji Yu exchanged a firm handshake, solidifying their agreement. Very well, we shall depart for Shangyun City, which is merely a 2-hour journey. I will now request resources from the team leader to assign 2 individuals to investigate Wang Yu's registered residence in Shangyun City. After Ji Yu concluded, he exited the office and ascended to the 2nd floor. Moments later, shouts echoed from the central office, calling for 2 officers to report to the team leader's office. A few minutes later, Ji Yu returned, wearing a relaxed expression, and waved to Zhou Ran. Come, let us investigate Ji Ziqian. My colleagues have already been dispatched to handle matters regarding Wang Yu. At 11:30, Zhou Ran and Jiyu arrived once more at Chang'an village, seeking out Lu Anren. As they entered, they found Lu Anren's family enjoying their midday meal. The aroma of freshly cooked rice and fragrant stir-fried dishes wafting through the air, tantalizing their appetites. "Comrades, what brings you here? Come, join us for a meal," Lu Anren exclaimed. "No need for trouble. We merely have a question and shall be on our way, pertaining to the altercation in the village 5 years ago." Ji replied. "Nonsense, eat first. It's nothing to add a pair of chopsticks," Lu Anren insisted, ushering them into the dining area and promptly placing bowls and chopsticks before them. "Really, there's no need. We only wish to ask a single question." Zhou Ran, noticing Ji Yu's eager gaze fixed on the food, discreetly pinched his thigh under the table. "Oh right, Uncle Lu, we truly aren't eating. We came to confirm whether, during your treatment for your facial injuries at the People's Hospital, you shared any news about the village altercation with anyone?" Ji Yu supplemented. Lu Anren reclined in his chair, contemplating for a moment. "It's been too long. I can't quite recall." Zhou Ran and Ji Yu exchanged glances, recognizing the shared frustration in their expressions. This is precisely why many officers are reluctant to pursue cold cases. As time progresses, the difficulty of solving them increases. On one hand, evidence may be lost or deteriorated due to the passage of time. On the other, the memories of individuals involved gradually fade. Even if critical clues exist, they may easily be overlooked due to the forgetfulness of those connected to the case. "Father, you were notified by me after your surgery that day, weren't you?" A young man seated at the table interjected. "That evening, the village broadcast an announcement, and I came to inform you at the hospital. You were quite anxious, insisting on returning to the village to check, but the doctor wouldn't allow you to discharge. You even argued with the doctor, claiming that if you weren't allowed to leave, the village would be embroiled in conflict. Have you forgotten?" "Oh, yes. Now that you mention it, I remember," Lu Anren exclaimed, eager to clarify. "On the day of the village broadcast, my son came to the hospital to inform me. I had just undergone surgery, and the doctor wouldn't let me leave. It's possible that during our argument, I inadvertently mentioned the village fight, though I likely didn't specify the exact timing." "Right, son? That's correct. You didn't mention it," the young man confirmed. Zhou Ran and Ji nodded in understanding and responded, "We appreciate your cooperation. We have gathered the information we needed." With that, they turned and made their way toward the door. "Are you certain you want to have a bite before you leave?" "No, thank you," they replied. Although Lu Anren had not disclosed the precise time of the altercation, it was highly probable that Ji Ziqian had heard the village broadcast. With a little inquiry among the villagers, he could easily ascertain the details. Alternatively, it was entirely possible that Ji Ziqian had overheard the conversation between Lu Anren and his son. Chapter 73. Ji Ziqian's movements in any case. It was evident that Ji Ziqian was aware of the altercation between the two villages on the very day it occurred. He would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to commit a crime. Presently, Zhou Ran's audacious conjecture is progressively converging on the truth. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhou Ran and Ji Yu arrived at the orthopedics department of Guangtian Municipal People's Hospital to locate Ji Ziqian. At this hour, the patient volume was moderate, with many physicians having just concluded their meals and seizing the opportunity to nap at their desks. However, Ji Ziqian was engrossed in a book, accompanied by instant noodles. "Greetings, Dr. Ji. We are police officers here to gather some information from you," Zhou Ran stated, displaying their credentials. Ji Ziqian's gaze swept over them. Recognizing Zhou Ran as the individual from the previous evening, he responded with composure. The young man from last night's incident underwent a successful surgery, and the severed limb was reattached. Nevertheless, the nerve repair was not entirely successful, resulting in a loss of pain sensation in his foot, which will be difficult to restore in the future. However, it should not significantly impede his daily life. Assuming the police were investigating the previous night's accident, Ji Ziqian preemptively provided an explanation. Zhou Ran shook his head, clarifying, "Dr. Ji, we are not inquiring about yesterday's events. We wish to ascertain your whereabouts and activities on the morning of March 8th, 5 years ago." 5 years ago? That was such a long time ago. How could I possibly remember? Ji Ziqian exclaimed, shaking his head with feigned astonishment. "Officers, is there something amiss? We are investigating a village brawl that occurred 5 years ago and require clarification on certain details." "Dr. Ji, do you have no recollection whatsoever? Were you at work or elsewhere? Would it be convenient for us to review your attendance records?" Zhou Ran inquired. Zhou Ran refrained from employing coercive tactics, as their current line of reasoning was predicated on conjecture. Prior to officially identifying Ji Ziqian as a suspect, they deemed it prudent to adopt a more tempered investigative approach. Ring. Ring. Before Ji Ziqian could respond, Ji Yu's phone abruptly rang. He gently patted Zhou Ran's shoulder and moved aside to answer the call. In less than a minute, Ji Yu swiftly returned, approaching Zhou Ran's ear to whisper, "My colleagues have uncovered some information." According to rumors from villagers in Wang Yu's hometown, he was involved in human trafficking in his early years. They are now preparing to investigate Qingshi village in Shangyun City. Armed with this information, Zhou Ran's confidence in his analysis grew. His gaze sharpened as he resumed his interrogation, this time adopting a more assertive tone. "Dr. Ji, we would appreciate it if we could examine your attendance records from 5 years ago." "Very well, although I'm unsure if they are available in the system," Ji Ziqian replied. Retrieving his phone and accessing the attendance software, diligently scrolling through the calendar. "Officers, what is the date?" "March 8th. Ah, here it is. I took leave that day," Ji Ziqian announced, turning his phone screen towards Zhou Ran. "Dr. Ji, what were you doing on the morning of your leave?" "How would I remember?" Ji Ziqian retorted, shaking his head. "Officer, do you recall what you were doing on August 23rd, 5 years ago?" Ji Ziqian randomly selected a date and posed a counter-question to Zhou Ran. Under normal circumstances, it is unlikely that anyone would remember the specific details of a particular day from several years ago. Even if the day held significance, one would typically only recall a fleeting moment rather than a comprehensive account of the entire day's events. "While I may not remember, I can investigate," Zhou Ran responded. "Oh, officer, is that even possible?" "Indeed, Dr. Ji. May I examine your spending records from that day?" Zhou Ran inquired. "If there are any spending records, we can initiate an investigation." "Certainly, but officer, may I inquire as to why you are investigating me?" "To the best of my knowledge, I have no connection to any village brawls." Zhou Ran experienced a moment of apprehension, as he lacked sufficient justification to investigate Ji Ziqian. Furthermore, he and Ji Yu had activated their law enforcement recording devices prior to entering the hospital to ensure the immediate acquisition of any incriminating evidence against Ji Ziqian. With these devices in operation, fabricating a pretext would be imprudent, as a judge could deem the evidence collection process misleading during the subsequent trial. However, Zhou Ran swiftly regained his composure, recognizing that such necessary rhetorical adjustments were an indispensable skill for law enforcement officers. As every candidate who has taken the civil service examination should know, such adjustments are essential. For instance, directly stating that he suspected Ji Ziqian's involvement in the Wang Yu case would be inappropriate, as there was currently no established connection between Ji Ziqian and the Wang Yu case. Similarly, stating that individuals from Chang'an village and Wufu village sought treatment from him following the brawl 5 years ago would also be untenable, as the case files indicated that no one sustained severe injuries, which would contradict the facts. Moreover, such a statement could lead the judge to conclude that he was attempting to deceive the individual to obtain information, thereby rendering the evidence obtained through such means inadmissible in court. Consequently, Zhou Ran adopted a different approach. Following the brawl between Chang'an village and Wufu village 5 years ago, some villagers sought treatment from you. We wish to gather more detailed information. This statement would not present any issues, as it was a fact that villagers, specifically Lu Anren, had sought treatment from Ji Ziqian following the brawl, albeit on the day before the incident. Furthermore, the extent of the detailed information he sought would depend on Ji Ziqian's response. Judges typically do not scrutinize vague and undefined terms too closely. Thus, Zhou Ran skillfully navigated a potentially awkward situation by employing his rhetorical finesse. Ji Ziqian did not press further and continued to search for his spending records on his phone. He soon located a single spending record from March 8th, indicating a meal purchase at 11:45 a.m. at the Guangtian Institute of Materia Medica. Ji Ziqian slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "I must have been conducting experiments at the Guangtian Institute of Materia Medica that day. I needed to retrieve some materials for a research project I was conducting at the hospital. The institute has a state-key laboratory, and access is restricted to personnel with facial recognition. If you wish to investigate, you can verify the information there, as the access control and surveillance footage are retained for 8 years due to the confidential nature of the research projects conducted in the laboratory." Zhou Ran nodded with a smile, expressing his gratitude for Dr. Ji's cooperation and stating that they would not disturb him further. Upon exiting the hospital, Zhou Ran inquired of Ji Yu, "What is your impression?" "Flawless." Both his recollection of his attendance and his whereabouts align with what one would expect from a normal person recalling events from 5 years ago. Furthermore, his demeanor was natural, devoid of any signs of nervousness. If he is indeed the perpetrator, then it is truly impeccable, Ji remarked, expressing his inability to detect any inconsistencies in Ji Ziqian's account. Zhou Ran shook his head, countering, I do sense something amiss. How coincidental is it that Ji Ziqian has irrefutable evidence, in the form of surveillance footage and access control records, to corroborate his whereabouts on March 8, 5 years ago. Surveillance videos are typically not retained for such an extended period, yet he conveniently possesses evidence for the day of the incident. Is this not too fortuitous? Jiyu acknowledged the possibility, stating, indeed, there is a possibility of that. However, it is also plausible. Given that physicians like him frequently participate in scientific research projects at various laboratories. What shall we do next? Let us proceed to the Guangtian Institute of Materia Medica. Since Ji Ziqian has openly invited us to investigate, let us pay a visit and examine what he has left for us there, Zhou Ran declared. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhou Ran and Jiyu emerged from the Guangtian Institute of Materia Medica, their expression somber. Jiyu initiated the conversation, questioning, could we be mistaken? Is Ji Ziqian not a, or does a not exist at all? At the Guangtian Institute of Materia Medica, they had obtained detailed information regarding Ji Ziqian's activities on March 8, 5 years prior. The surveillance footage and access control records clearly indicated that he entered the laboratory at 10 o'clock a.m. and departed at 11:30 a.m. Following the consumption records observed on Ji Ziqian's mobile phone, they uncovered footage of him dining in the cafeteria at precisely 11:45. Subsequently, the surveillance at the main entrance revealed that at 11:46, Ji Ziqian drove away from the research institute. This constituted the culmination of their afternoon investigation. During the time frame of Wang Yu's murder, Ji Ziqian was evidently within the confines of the research institute, leaving no opportunity for him to commit the crime. Furthermore, the surveillance system within the institute was exceptionally comprehensive, documenting Ji Ziqian's presence in the laboratory from 10 to 11:30, followed by his dining in the cafeteria from 11:30 to 11:45 before he finally departed. They also learned that it was virtually impossible for Ji Ziqian to evade the cameras in the laboratory and exit through other means, as this facility was uniquely designed with a layout starkly different from that of ordinary rooms. There were no windows, and individuals entering or exiting were required to don heavy protective suits to maintain the stringent cleanliness standards mandated within. To put it succinctly, in such a high-level laboratory, the quantity of dust could be meticulously counted, and its cleanliness level could rival that of class of pharmaceutical production facilities. Furthermore, there could be no breaches connecting the room to the outside, as such a facility necessitated air conditioning to meticulously regulate the airflow and exhaust to maintain the required pressure differential and prevent dust infiltration. Any structural breach would trigger an immediate alarm in the pressure system, alerting the relevant personnel swiftly. Thus, Ji Ziqian must have been in the laboratory from 10 to 11:30, dining in the cafeteria from 11:30 to 11:45, and only departing at 11:46. Jiyu retrieved his phone, illuminating the map he had just consulted, which indicated that the journey from Guangtian Pharmaceutical Research Institute to the location of Wang Yu's murder would take at least 15 minutes. He then articulated his analysis. If Ji Ziqian exited the research institute to reach Wang Yu's residence to commit the murder before rushing to the brawl at the two villages, he would arrive at the crime scene by 12:16. However, the police had already arrived at the brawl scene by 12:05, having successfully contained the situation. Additionally, this calculation did not factor in the time required for him to inflict 33 stab wounds, which, theoretically, was utterly insufficient. Should Ji Ziqian have gone directly to the brawl scene to dispose of the weapon, it would also require 15 minutes, which could just barely allow him to arrive on time. Yet, this would leave him with no opportunity to murder Wang Yu. Zhou Ran. Based on the information we have uncovered, Ji Ziqian could not have had the opportunity to commit the crime. We may have indeed misjudged. Although Ji Yu felt a twinge of reluctance, he could only arrive at such a conclusion based on the existing leads. However, Zhou Ran resolutely shook his head, asserting with conviction, no, Ji Ziqian is certainly involved. Just moments ago, he received a system notification. The murderer utilized knife wounds to mislead the police regarding the time of death. According to past protocols, the system only provides such notifications after all personal information has been thoroughly gathered. In the case of Wang Yu, 3 individuals were involved, the first being Zhang Jijia, who was clearly taking the fall for A. The second was Wang Yu, now reduced to ashes, and the last remaining suspect was Ji Ziqian. While he possessed an alibi, it did not matter. The system's notification indicated that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the forensic conclusion regarding the time of death was likely erroneous. Zhou Ran. Why are you so certain? Gu, have you been to the scene? I visited previously, but not since taking over this case. Let us go to the scene and meticulously review the case files. I believe Wang Yu's wounds hold significant clues that warrant further examination. Very well, let us proceed. On their journey to Wang Yu's residence, Zhou Ran examined the case file once more, refocusing on the forensic conclusions. The forensic expert had estimated the time of death to be between 10 o'clock and 1400 hours on March 8th. However, due to the weapon appearing at the brawl scene at 12 o'clock, they revised Wang Yu's time of death to between 10 o'clock and 12 o'clock. Yet, the system indicated that the murderer had manipulated the knife wounds to mislead the determination of the time of death, suggesting that the forensic estimation was likely flawed. The actual time of death might hold a different answer. This would explain how Ji Ziqian had an alibi, thus enabling him to murder Wang Yu. Zhou Ran shook his head internally, pondering, how is it that modern forensic experts are so unreliable in estimating time of death? Since joining the force, he had encountered 4 cases, none of which had accurate estimations of the time of death. Contemplating this, he opened the wound assessment report, which documented 32 stab wounds avoiding vital areas, with the 33rd penetrating the heart. This time, he noticed a line of small text beneath the image of the heart wound. This stab wound exhibits slight irregularities, with the edges appearing unevenly torn. Gu, did you notice this line? Zhou Ran pointed to the small text, realizing he had previously overlooked this detail. It is human nature to be drawn to visual information while neglecting written details. Yes, the forensic expert summarized at the conclusion that he speculated this final stab was inflicted repeatedly, or that the assailant had trembled and moved erratically during the act. Oh, I see. It must have been a deliberate tactic by the murderer to inflict repeated stab wounds. Zhou Ran asserted. Someone capable of perfectly avoiding vital areas with 32 stabs could hardly falter on the last strike. It must be that he employed some method to confuse us. Zhou Ran set the case file aside, stroking his chin as he fell into deep thought. What could the intent behind this repetitive stabbing be? How does it relate to the time of death? The repeated stabbings were certainly not merely an expression of rage. After all, the preceding 32 wounds could already be interpreted as an outpouring of anger. Therefore, this final stab must indeed serve the purpose indicated by the system to mislead us regarding the time of death. However, how could a stab wound influence the determination of time of death? He could not formulate an answer and turned to Gu, pondering if he might possess an alternative perspective. He inquired, Gu, do you know under what circumstances a stab wound could affect the time of death? What? A stab wound influencing time of death? How could that be? Zhou Ran, you aren't entertaining fanciful notions again, are you? Attempting to overturn the time of death? Ji was aware that Zhou Ran's previous breakthroughs in cases had stemmed from challenging the conclusions regarding time of death. Yet, in the case of Wang Yu, the time of death could not possibly be erroneous. Chapter 75, Scene Investigation. Zhou Ran waved his hand, stating, this isn't fanciful thinking. The investigation has reached an impasse. So why not reconsider the time of death? All evidence currently points to both Zhang Jijia and Ji Ziqian being devoid of any opportunity to commit the crime between 10 o'clock and 12 o'clock on March 8th. 5 years ago, having eliminated all impossibilities, what remains, no matter how implausible, must surely reveal the truth of the matter. Therefore, our hypothesis regarding the time of death must be incorrect. The murderer likely exploited the knife wounds to distort our judgment of the time of death. Since the time frame of 10 to 12 o'clock is implausible, we should push back further until we uncover the actual time of death. As Jiyu drove, he contemplated Zhou Ran's analysis, conceding, you make a compelling point, but the forensic determination of time of death has been corroborated by numerous reviews, theoretically making it infallible. You mentioned it was merely a review, not an examination. Zhou Ran reminded him, reviewing someone else's records is fundamentally different from conducting one's own examination. Just like the text you are currently perusing, it may appear flawless at first glance, but a closer inspection reveals a sequence of 6 characters has been inverted. When you follow the established thought process of others, it is only natural to be led by their reasoning. The same applies to reviewing others' records. One must first grasp what the other party has done before evaluating the validity of their analysis. Without a profound expertise surpassing that of the forensic expert, it is exceedingly challenging to uncover the errors within. As a forensic specialist within a major case team, his professional capabilities are indisputable, and it is rare to encounter someone with superior skills. Consequently, The experts who arrived later, merely reviewing the forensic examination records, would find it arduous to identify any discrepancies. The most effective approach remains a direct examination of the corpse. However, by then, Wang Yu's body had already been cremated, eliminating any opportunity for further analysis. Thus, he needed to revisit the scene to ascertain if any new clues had emerged. By the time Zhou Ran and his companions arrived at Wang Yu's rental apartment, darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings. A white seal was affixed to the door, indicating its closure. This particular layout featured one unit per floor, ensuring a high degree of privacy, yet the surrounding tenants had long since vacated, rendering the atmosphere exceedingly desolate. This was to be expected. In the wake of a homicide in the vicinity, trepidation would naturally compel anyone able to leave to do so. This was not a matter of superstition but rather an instinctual response. When animals detect the presence of a deceased companion, their bodies instinctively activate protective mechanisms, marking the area as perilous and keeping their senses on high alert, ready to confront any unforeseen circumstances. Some particularly acute animals can even perceive the scent of death permeating the air. While one might endure such an environment for a brief period, prolonged exposure could adversely affect both body and mind, barring those with a more resilient disposition. Zhou Ran cautiously untied the seal on the door, unlocked it, and pushed the door open. As it creaked ajar, a musty odor assaulted his senses. Intertwined with a peculiar stench reminiscent of decaying matter, an aroma arising from dried blood that had lingered uncleaned for an extended time. It was difficult to articulate. Akin to the scent of rotten eggs mingled with rust, a thick layer of dust blanketed the floor, and despite Zhou Ran and his team wearing shoe covers, they still left conspicuous traces upon entering. We must report this operation to the leadership, and we should minimize our footprints. Before we leave, I need to take a few photographs for documentation, he remarked. Zhou Ran nodded, his gaze sweeping the room in search of any traces. He focused on the markings on the floor, where Wang Yu had met his demise, and the footprints left by the suspect, all preserved in the dust. However, due to the dust accumulation, these marks had become somewhat indistinct. Two sets of footprints were evident at the scene, one belonging to Wang Yu and the other to Zhang Jijie, clearly recorded in the case file. Zhou Ran proceeded to the entrance, feeling the dust on the floor by the door frame, then moved to the window, brushing his fingers against the dust along the frame. A distinct residue adhered to his fingertip, indicating prior tampering. With the passage of time, the accumulation of dust had rendered previously inconspicuous traces readily apparent. Ji, take a look at these residues, Zhou Ran urged. After a moment, Ji Yu's expression turned grave. It was not that he dismissed Zhou Ran's observations, but rather that this clue was not documented in the case file. Is this tape residue? He inquired. Yes. It appears to be remnants of a ceiling strip, likely intended for soundproofing, Zhou Ran elucidated. I suspect he arranged this to prevent any noise from escaping the room, thereby minimizing sound dispersion. Upon closer inspection, Ji Yu noted that several areas of the walls bore similar residues. Zhou Ran extended his hand to the wall, discovering additional traces. This suggests the perpetrator meticulously prepared the room to create a soundproof environment. Ji Yu realized, no wonder Wang Yu was stabbed 32 times without anyone noticing. The sound of his struggle must have been almost imperceptible. Everyone had been misled by the apartment's layout, believing it to be a standard single-unit design, which allowed Wang Yu to remain silent during the attack or possibly due to having his mouth obstructed. Zhou Ran, your findings are immensely valuable. If we can trace this soundproofing material to purchases made prior to the incident, we may identify significant suspects. Collecting Ji Zichen's DNA might also become feasible. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Ji Yu's eyes, as the prospect of uncovering new evidence could potentially advance the case he was overseeing. However, Zhou Ran shook his head, maintaining a calm demeanor. It's not to dampen your enthusiasm, but given the time elapsed, it will be challenging to yield results. Firstly, there are numerous soundproofing materials. Even common sponge can serve that purpose. Secondly, the avenues for acquiring such materials are extensive, making the investigative workload monumental, especially since no identity verification is required for purchases. If bought from small shops, one might not even have receipts or invoices. Thirdly, lacking any identification records for purchases means we can only rely on surveillance footage or inquiries with shop owners, but after 5 years, it is highly improbable they would remember. And any footage would likely have been overwritten. Ji Yu's smile faltered, as Zhou Ran's reasoning resonated with him. The chance of uncovering useful leads regarding the soundproofing materials had diminished significantly with the passage of time. Yet, did this newly discovered clue hold no value? No. It certainly does. At the very least, we can deduce that the assailant had ample time to set the scene. Furthermore, during the brutalization of Wang Yu, it seems he derived pleasure from his revenge. The act of stabbing Wang Yu must have taken considerable time, otherwise he wouldn't have gone to the lengths of implementing soundproofing measures. Listening to Zhou Ran's analysis, Jiyu's initial excitement over the new lead dissipated. This clue not only failed to directly identify a suspect but also posed difficulties in tracing further, rendering it somewhat ineffective in the context of a case that had already lingered for 5 years. Investigating cold cases is indeed a thrilling endeavor. One moment you may be elated at the discovery of new evidence, only to find the next moment that it is of little utility. I believe we should also consider the nature of the stab wounds. Zhou Ran suggested to Jiyu again. After venting his fury, the assailant had ample opportunity to deliver a fatal blow with a single stab. Why did he choose to stab repeatedly? Is it possible he manipulated the order of the 33 stabs? For instance, he may have aimed for the heart but only penetrated the flesh without reaching the heart, then proceeded with additional strikes. Could the volume of blood loss or muscle tension influence the estimated time of death? Chapter 76. Loss of experimental data. Yu shook his head. I cannot answer that. We must consult our forensic expert. Any further findings at the scene? He inquired. None. We should head back. Everything that needed to be examined here has been thoroughly investigated. Zhou Ran's clue regarding the soundproofing yielded no further avenues to pursue, leading to a reluctant abandonment of the inquiry. On the way back, Jiyu consulted the forensic expert in their team, as did Zhou Ran. The conclusions were unanimous. The time of death would not be affected by the location of the stab wounds, nor would the degree of blood loss or muscle tension have any significant impact. In earlier times, when technology was less advanced, such factors might have interfered. However, with ongoing technological advancements and increasingly diverse methods of autopsy, including the use of 3D scanning and AI modeling for various types of corpses, the determination of time of death has become exceedingly reliable. The following morning, Zhou Ran arrived at Jiyu's office, carrying soy milk and fried dough sticks. However, this time, he bore dark circles under his eyes. Leaning forward with his hands pressed against the desk, he stated, Jiyu, I believe we must deviate from conventional methods in this case. We cannot rely on traditional investigative techniques. Jiyu lifted his head and couldn't help but chuckle, inquiring, What were you up to last night? Zhou Ran casually waved his hand, dismissing Jiyu's laughter. The current case had grown increasingly challenging as time passed. Searching for evidence was becoming arduous. If they did not identify a suspect beforehand, their aimless investigation would yield no trace of the perpetrator. Ultimately, they would end up like others, abandoning the inquiry and filing the case away. Jiyu scrutinized Zhou Ran, slowly placing the youtiao he had just picked up back on the table. Given his understanding of Zhou Ran, he sensed that his companion had devised another audacious idea. He hesitated to eat breakfast. What are you thinking? I advise you not to be too outrageous. Investigate Ji Ziqian. Zhou Ran declared earnestly. Are we not already doing that? I am not interested in a superficial investigation. I want a thorough inquiry. I intend to identify Ji Ziqian as a suspect and begin a targeted investigation. At this, Jiyu inhaled sharply. Indeed, Zhou Ran was deviating from the norm. With concern, he remarked, but procedurally, there may be some issues. There will be minor procedural complications, but nothing insurmountable. All our clues are already pointing to Ji Ziqian. It would be illogical not to investigate him. If we uncover something substantial, no one will care about these minor procedural blemishes. Zhou Ran's expression was urgent. He had pondered for a long time the previous night and still could not deduce how Ji Ziqian had manipulated the time of death. Thus, a meticulous investigation was imperative. If they failed to establish a connection between Ji Ziqian and the disappearance of Zhang Jijie's wife, it would indeed be challenging to label him a suspect. However, they now had evidence suggesting a potential link. Although this clue lacked direct clarity, it was still feasible to launch an investigation into Ji Ziqian as a suspect. Though the reasoning seemed somewhat tenuous, as long as they maintained a humanistic approach during the investigation, any subsequent issues would likely incur only light penalties. It now rested on Jiyu, the head of the special investigation team, to make such a decisive choice. At that moment, Jiyu gazed at the soy milk and youtiao on the table, biting his lip in internal conflict. After a brief pause, he steeled his resolve, picked up his breakfast, took a hearty bite, and mumbled, How do you propose we investigate? Zhou Ran exhaled in relief, smiling as he replied, We will trace Ji Ziqian's whereabouts from before the incident up until the time Zhang Jijie was exonerated, examining the research projects he participated in and his interactions with others. Jiyu was momentarily taken aback, then remarked, "The workload involved is immense. Just the two of us." "No, I don't need to trace every detail of Ji Zichuan's activities. I only need to investigate if there were any irregularities in the projects he was involved in. I refuse to believe that someone could continue their work in life without any abnormalities after committing murder." "All right, then let us proceed." Jiyu and Zhou Ran exchanged glances and clasped hands. In the ensuing days, they commenced their investigation into Ji Zichuan. After several days of inquiry, they reached a conclusion. He was indeed a quintessential contemporary workhorse. Ji Zichuan not only maintained a regular work schedule, but also juggled numerous experimental projects, provincial-level key research initiatives, hospital research endeavors, and even took on apprentices. After hours, he often immersed himself in the laboratory, if one considered lab work as part of his working hours. He effectively operated under a 770 work schedule. Zhou Ran and Jiyu also examined the projects Ji Zichuan participated in from the year of the incident to the time Zhang Jijia was exonerated and uncovered an anomaly. One particular research project involving 3D skeletal modeling had all its experimental data lost. According to their experimental records and the investigation notes of the lab head, Yao Ying, the high-precision 3D modeling equipment in the lab lost all data for unknown reasons 3 years after the Wang Yu case, necessitating a complete restart of the project. Consequently, Yao Ying faced severe reprimand from her superiors and had a month's salary deducted, along with pressure to uncover the reason for the loss. Later, when Yao Ying sought assistance from an overseas equipment manufacturer for repairs, they found no signs of damage. Rather, there were evident traces of deliberate data deletion. As a fellow researcher, Yao Ying understood that if the public were to learn of the data deletion incident in their lab, the repercussions would be dire. All data generated by their lab would be subject to suspicion of fabrication. Thus, the institution suppressed the matter. It wasn't until Zhou Ran and Jiyu arrived to investigate that they learned the full story behind the lost experimental data. However, even now, they had not determined who deleted the data or the motive behind it. When Zhou Ran and Jiyu inquired, the institution expressed disinterest in pursuing the matter further, wishing to avoid police involvement. As they were not experts in the field of scientific research, determining whether the specialized data had been manipulated was beyond their purview. Since the affected party did not seek further investigation, they had no reason to meddle. Their interest in the case stemmed solely from the fact that it represented the only anomaly in Ji Zichuan's projects. Returning to the office, Zhou Ran muttered to himself, "Is there something particularly significant about the application of 3D modeling in skeletal human models?" Chapter 77. 2 Knives. Could it be mere coincidence? Why was it specifically this project's data that was compromised? Zhou Ran did not believe it was a coincidence. Although he had interacted with Ji Zichuan infrequently, his impressive credentials indicated he was an exceptional figure in his field. It seemed implausible that he would neglect basic data backup protocols during experiments. At this point, Jiyu, overhearing Zhou Ran's murmurs, inquired, "Zhou Ran, do you think the deletion of the experimental data might indicate he is hiding something? Why would the data go missing? It must contain something that cannot be revealed. Moreover, have you noticed that the data loss occurred precisely 3 years after the Wang Yu case? This implies that 1 year after the data was lost, Zhang Jijia was exonerated." Zhou Ran's eyes lit up, nodding vigorously. Continue. "I feel we may be on the brink of a breakthrough." The two delved deeper into this line of thought. What was Ji Zichuan attempting to conceal? How was the application of 3D modeling in human skeletal models relevant to the Wang Yu case? Jiyu, I recall that the case file mentioned that on March 7th, the day before the incident, Zhang Jijia purchased a knife, correct? Yes. Zhou Ran's eyes sparkled with realization as he swiftly retrieved his phone to check information. A smile creeping onto his face. "Jiyu, I have a bold idea. The forensic estimation of Wang Yu's time of death was not erroneous. The mistake lies with us." Suddenly, Zhou Ran recognized that in previous cases, it had always been their own misjudgment regarding the time of death. They had been misled by the clues left by the suspect, mistakenly believing the forensic team had erred. The forensic team's initial estimation of the time of death had never been incorrect. It was their own thought patterns that had led them astray. Jiyu maintained a calm demeanor. Having spent considerable time with Zhou Ran, he had grown accustomed to his outlandish ideas. Every time Zhou Ran's reasoning appeared absurd, it ultimately proved correct, as if an invisible hand were guiding him toward the truth. Jiyu understood that this exemplified the difference between genius and genius. It merely indicated that Zhou Ran's cognitive approach diverged from conventional thinking, allowing him unique insights into the case. The training they received as regular police officers focused on uncovering the truth from the minutiae left by the suspect. However, once the suspect possesses a certain level of counter-surveillance awareness, deliberately leaving misleading clues or erasing traces, the investigation will be rendered extremely passive. In other words, they will be led by the nose by the suspect. Zhou Ran, however, is different. He can boldly speculate directly from the suspect's motives and actions, then engage in reverse reasoning based on the existing clues at hand to uncover the truth and subsequently seek out any potential evidence left behind by the suspect. At this moment, Jiyu felt a sense of relief. Perhaps Zhou Ran could indeed successfully solve this long-standing case. He gently raised his right hand and said, "What if there were 2 knives at the scene?" "2 knives? How could that be?" Jiyu questioned. For the case file clearly recorded that all 33 stab wounds on Wang Yu came from a single knife, the very one discovered at the brawl scene. Moreover, even if there were 2 knives, how could they possibly cause identical wounds? Jiyu's words trailed off as a sudden realization struck him, and he exclaimed, 3D modeling and printing. Indeed, 3D printing. This way, the marks left by both knives could indeed be identical. Zhou Ran then began to elaborate on his analysis. If there were 2 identical knives at the scene, it would explain why both Zhang Jijie and Ji Ziqian had alibis. Firstly, the day before the incident, Zhang Jijie left his fingerprints on the knife he had purchased and then went to Huaxi City. Meanwhile, Ji Ziqian, on the morning of March 8th, before 10 a.m., used the knife bought by Zhang Jijie to avoid vital areas on Wang Yu and inflicted 32 stab wounds. To prevent detection, he meticulously soundproofed the room and even bound Wang Yu to prevent his escape. After completing everything, he went to Guangtian Pharmaceutical Research Institute to fabricate his alibi. Subsequently, at noon, Ji Ziqian returned to the brawl scene between the 2 villages and, without drawing attention, left the knife bearing Zhang Jijie's fingerprints and Wang Yu's blood at the scene before quietly departing. Once he was sure everything was clear, he returned to Wang Yu's home to deliver the final fatal blow. Simultaneously, he was concerned that the marks from the 3D printed knife might exhibit slight discrepancies. So he deliberately inflicted several more stabs with this final blow. In this manner, both Zhang Jijie and Ji Ziqian would possess perfect alibis. After listening to Zhou Ran's account, Jiyu felt a renewed admiration for Zhou Ran's imaginative reasoning. Such a brilliantly intricate design would be nearly inconceivable to the average person unless the suspect were to admit it outright. So, are you suggesting that Ji Ziqian still possesses the true murder weapon in Wang Yu's case? Zhou Ran shook his head. If I am not mistaken, the knife that pierced Wang Yu's heart should have already vanished. Vanished? Given Ji Ziqian's intelligence, do you believe he would allow such crucial evidence to remain? I just checked. His research titled Application of 3D Modeling in Skeletal Human Models utilized polycaprolactone, which has a degradation cycle of 2 to 4 years. I suspect that in the 3rd year, Ji Ziqian, confident that the knife had completely degraded, began to erase the experimental data from his device. After deleting the data, he could then embark on a second experiment. Furthermore, the model from his first experiment could easily be destroyed. Consequently, the amount of material he used for the 3D printing research during the initial experiment would merely exist as figures on a material ledger, and no one would know whether he had misappropriated any materials for other purposes. Moreover, by erasing the device's data, not only were the experimental records lost, but no one would also have any inkling that Ji Ziqian had previously 3D printed a knife. Ji Ziqian is quite cautious, even after handling the murder weapon, experimental materials, and equipment records. He waited an entire year before allowing Zhang Jijie to seek a retrial. Perhaps he had meticulously calculated the timing, ensuring that Zhang Jijie would only pursue the retrial after 4 years. As Zhou Ran spoke, he unconsciously applauded. Ji Ziqian, truly a master of flawless execution. So, even if we are now aware of his methods, we cannot secure a conviction? I cannot conceive of such a person leaving any incriminating evidence for us. Jiyu glanced at his phone and suddenly smiled, saying, since there is no evidence, let us simply ask. I just received word from 2 colleagues who went to Shangyun City. They found a record at Shiming Police Station indicating that Ji Ziqian had engaged in a brawl with someone from outside the village 8 years ago, which was mediated by the police at the time. And this person from outside the village was none other than Wang Yu. Thus, we can now ascertain that there was indeed a conflict between Ji Ziqian and Wang Yu, which provides us with grounds to designate him as a suspect. The relationship you previously speculated between him and Zhang Jijie also gives us just cause for suspicion, and we can extract DNA for comparison. Next, We should bring Zhang Jijie and Ji Ziqian in for questioning together. As long as we can break one of them, this case will be solved. Ji Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke, once again seeing hope for resolving the case. Zhou Ran clapped his hands. Excellent. Let us act now and bring both of them in for questioning. Chapter 78. The Act of Deception in the Afternoon. Ji Ziqian and Zhang Jijie were brought into the interrogation room. Zhou Ran and Ji Yu began their questioning with Zhang Jijie. Zhang Jijie. Regarding the Wang Yu case from 5 years ago, did you kill Wang Yu? Officer, it wasn't me. Haven't I already sought a retrial? Zhang Jijie, clad in a tattered yellowed coat, stained with grime, appeared as a picture of a poor, honest man when they had brought him back from the garbage dump. Once inside the interrogation room, however, his expression turned tense, clearly showing his fear of such an environment. After all, the layout of the interrogation room was designed to induce anxiety in the interrogated. If they are not anxious, it is the interrogators who will be. It wasn't you? Then why did you admit to the crime in the first place? I was terrified at the time. My mind went blank. And I just confessed in a daze. Then why did you seek a retrial 4 years later? I had resigned myself to my fate. But seeing later inmates successfully reduce their sentences through appeals, I thought I might try to see if I could also overturn my conviction, and it really worked. Zhang Jijie kept his head lowered, unwilling to meet Zhou Ran and Ji Yu's gaze. Zhou Ran perceived that Zhang Jijie's response must have been coached by someone else. It seemed that this line of questioning would yield no results. It was time to reveal their trump card. Zhou Ran abruptly stood upright, leaning slightly forward, and forcefully slammed his hands on the table, exclaiming loudly, "Nonsense! You were clearly taking the fall for someone else. We have already uncovered the truth. The day before the incident, you purchased a knife, left your fingerprints on it for that person, and then went to Huaxi City." As Zhou Ran spoke, he observed Zhang Jijie's reaction. In many cases, the body will exhibit subconscious reactions, and such reactions are often the most revealing of a person's true mental state. This is why the field of psychology exists. Mastering psychology can expose someone's hidden thoughts. Although Zhou Ran is not a psychological expert, he had acquired some knowledge from his numerous interrogations, deeming it sufficient to handle someone like Zhang Jijie. He fixed his gaze on Zhang Jijie's eyes, and he noticed the latter suddenly widen his eyes in shock before quickly returning to normal. "Officer, I don't know what you were talking about." Zhang Jijie maintained a calm tone, but his tightly clenched hands betrayed his anxiety. Zhou Ran inhaled deeply, gradually settling into his seat as he began. "Since you refuse to acknowledge it, allow me to share a tale. There was a man who, after a mere month of marriage to his childhood sweetheart, found his wife mysteriously vanished. For a full 25 years, he scoured every conceivable place, yet yielded no results. He was left in the dark regarding her fate, whether she was alive or dead. However, 5 years ago, a young, handsome, tall lad sought him out, calling him father, and awakened the long-dormant emotions within him. This young man brought news about his wife. Do you need me to elaborate further?" Zhou Ran paused deliberately, keenly observing Zhang Jijie's reaction. This narrative was a concoction he had pieced together from existing clues, intending to unsettle his counterpart. During the interrogation, suspects remain oblivious to the extent of the information the police possess, prompting the latter to exploit this disparity to probe the suspect's psyche, thereby dismantling their mental defenses to extract the desired clues. By only revealing part of the story, Zhou Ran aimed to mislead Zhang Jijie into believing that the police had unraveled everything. As expected, upon hearing Zhou Ran's account, Zhang Jijie's lips began to quiver. His nostrils flared, and his eyes involuntarily blinked, hallmarks of anxiety and guilt. Zhou Ran recognized that his assumptions were entirely correct. With increased confidence, he continued. This young man revealed to the man the truth regarding his mother's disappearance, which coincided with the man's wife's vanishing. His wife had been forcibly abducted to a mountain village, where she was treated as a breeding vessel. The young man was the first child born to the man's wife. Subsequently, the boy's mother seized an opportunity to disclose the truth to him. Shortly after marrying the man, she became pregnant with his child. The young man is indeed the man's son, and she provided him with his biological father's address. Following this, the young man conducted an investigation in the village, tracing the person responsible for his mother's abduction. Upon arriving in Guangtian City, he approached the man to inform him of his intention to kill the individual who had trafficked his mother, sharing the plan with him. Stop talking." Zhang Jijie trembled, the interrogation chair and handcuffs rattling in sync with his agitation. He began to sob, exclaiming, "I confess. I killed Wang Yu. It was I who took his life. I plead for your punishment. I am willing to serve my sentence, Even execution would suffice. Zhou Ran slammed his hand on the table, his demeanor suddenly assertive. Now you admit to the murder? It is too late. Zhang Jijie. Do you know who is sitting in the interrogation chair next door? It is Ji Ziqian. No, I killed him. Zhang Jijie's eyes reddened as he cried out desperately. He exerted himself to rise, but the constraints of the interrogation chair forced him back down with a thud. Officer, it was I who killed him. Please arrest me. Zhang Jijie, by doing this, you are compounding the charges against another. Do you understand? You are shielding a criminal. No, officer, it was I who did it. Zhang Jijie pleaded tearfully. Arrest me. It was me. I did it, so please, take me. He screamed hoarsely. Zhou Ran exchanged a glance with Ji Yu, furrowing his brow. He had not anticipated such a vehement reaction from Zhang Jijie. It appeared his feelings for Sun Lan were profoundly intense. All his guilt towards her had been transferred onto Ji Ziqian. Though Zhou Ran had yet to finish his inquiries, Zhang Jijie's mental state began to deteriorate. Continuing the interrogation could lead to a ruling of inadmissible evidence by the judge. They could only wait for Zhang Jijie to regain composure before attempting to question him again. Forget it, Zhou Ran sighed. Let us proceed to interrogate Ji Ziqian next door. No, don't leave. I killed Wang Yu. You must arrest me. Don't go. With that, Zhou Ran and his colleague exchanged few words before shutting the interrogation room door behind them. They then made their way directly to Ji Ziqian's interrogation chamber. Ji Ziqian, do you know why we have come to see you? I do not. We just finished interrogating Zhang Jijie. He is currently in there, utterly devastated. Zhou Ran remarked nonchalantly, displaying a lack of concern. Sometimes he wished to declare that this line of work required a certain flair for performance, which one could not undertake without it. Upon hearing this, Ji Ziqian blinked slightly, his hands crossing in front of him. Officer, I am uncertain of what you are referring to. Zhou Ran felt an urge to stride forward and point an accusatory finger at him, exclaiming, still playing coy, are we? You're under arrest. Chapter 79. Lin Chang's caution. Zhou Ran narrowed his eyes, fixating on Ji Ziqian, unaware of what I am speaking of. Next door, Zhang Jijie is weeping uncontrollably, confessing his crimes. Do you have nothing to say? I have committed no crime. So what is there for me to say? Recognizing that Ji Ziqian showed no inclination to divulge information, Zhou Ran laid his cards on the table. Earlier, I recounted a story to Zhang Jijie. Now, I shall share another with you. There was a boy who grew up in a mountain village. But one day his mother revealed that his biological father resided in Guangtian City, and that she had been forcibly taken to the village to serve as a breeding tool for his current father. Eventually, the boy discovered the trafficker of his mother and followed him to Guangtian City. There, he confronted his biological father and disclosed the truth. One day, the boy learned of an impending brawl between two villages the next day and approached the man, revealing a plan for murder that required the man to take the fall, promising a maximum 4-year sentence, after which he could exonerate the man. On March 8th, 5 years ago, the boy wielded a knife bearing the man's fingerprints, avoiding vital areas, and stabbed the trafficker 32 times. Subsequently, he deliberately went to a monitored location to create an alibi. He then disposed of the knife at the scene of the village brawl before returning to the trafficker's home, where he produced a meticulously crafted, identical knife made via 3D printing, plunging it into the trafficker's heart. To avoid leaving any traces, he repeatedly stabbed the victim. How do you find this story? After hearing it, Zhang Jijie broke down in tears, confessing profusely. In reality, Zhou Ran had manipulated the details of the story, presenting a narrative that was markedly different from what he had told Zhang Jijie. Yet, the fact remained that Zhang Jijie had succumbed to emotional turmoil and confessed. Strictly speaking, Zhou Ran's account was flawless, albeit he had conflated certain concepts. The story Ji Ziqian heard was not the same as that of Zhang Jijie. Zhou Ran was subtly guiding Ji Ziqian, hinting that Zhang Jijie had already confessed, urging him to abandon any remaining illusions. However, Ji Ziqian raised an eyebrow, his crossed hands suddenly uncrossing. Officer, your story is quite captivating and moving. It's no wonder that person wept. But who is this boy you speak of? If he committed a crime, he must be apprehended. We cannot excuse him simply due to a tragic upbringing. Oh no, officer. You don't mean to say this boy is me, do you? Haha, officer, that is hardly amusing. When apprehending someone, one must present some evidence. You cannot simply arrest and interrogate without basis. Zhou Ran noted Ji Ziqian's demeanor, internally alarmed. His narrative might have strayed, inadvertently causing Ji Ziqian to relax. This exemplifies the pitfalls of applying pressure on a suspect through a speculative story without possessing comprehensive evidence. If correctly articulated, It could potentially dismantle the psychological defenses of the suspect. However, if inaccurate, it may expose vulnerabilities that could backfire. Ultimately, the risks and rewards are inextricably linked. Akin to the adage, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Zhou Ran and Jiyu exchanged glances. Both acutely aware of the formidable nature of Ji Ziqian, yet they had not anticipated such a formidable adversary. How could he dare to mock them? Who could endure such insolence? Nevertheless, they had to suppress their indignation, for they lacked evidence. This, undoubtedly, was the source of Ji Ziqian's audacious bravado. You are correct. Detaining someone indeed requires evidence, which is why we request your cooperation. We need to collect your DNA for comparison with Zhang Zhijia. Zhou Ran gestured towards the window. And soon a medical staff member entered to draw Ji Ziqian's blood. Ji Ziqian offered no resistance, calmly observing the crimson liquid fill the syringe. A smile gracing his lips. Officer, even if you prove a blood relation between me and Zhang Zhijia, what then? This remark struck Zhou Ran like a hammer, resonating deeply within him. Ji Ziqian was right. Even with the DNA, without further evidence, a direct conviction remained elusive. Unless they could coax a confession from either of them, extracting the truth seemed an insurmountable challenge. Ji Ziqian appeared utterly composed, exuding an unwavering confidence in his actions. Zhou Ran found himself mired in doubt. If they ultimately failed to uncover sufficient evidence, would they truly have to release the suspect? Yet, with the truth tantalizingly close, how could they possibly concede? The frustration was palpable. As they exited the interrogation room, Jiyu inquired, "What is our next move?" Zhou Ran sighed. "I'm not sure." Just as he spoke, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a familiar figure outside the glass. Was that Yaoing? Did Yaoing not notice? What could she be doing here? Perhaps I was mistaken. Regardless, it seems we won't glean anything further today. Jiyu shook his head. One suspect is too anxious and admits everything. The other is too calm and denies it all. It's utterly futile. Let us call it a day. Who knows? Perhaps after a night's reflection, Zhang Zhijia might crack. Later that evening, Zhou Ran received a call from his mentor, Lin Chang, and they met at a barbecue stall. The stall owner expertly brushed sauce on his skewers while deftly flipping them over the grill, the sizzling meat releasing a mouth-watering aroma that wafted through the street. "Master, you summoned me. Is there something amiss?" Lin Chang raised a glass of beer. Investigating cold cases can be quite exhausting, can it? I brought you out for a meal to help you unwind. As he spoke, Lin Chang lifted his glass to clink with Zhou Ran's. "Master, I drink up." Once the alcohol flowed, conversation became effortless. The lively atmosphere of the barbecue stall provided a perfect backdrop for storytelling. "Zhou Ran, you've only recently joined the police force yet have solved so many significant cases. Your future is exceptionally bright." "Oh no. It's all thanks to your guidance and the support of my colleagues." "Stop. You needn't flatter us. We are what we are, but you are different. I wish to convey something beyond mere gratitude for future success. I implore you to prioritize your safety. Many cases carry inherent dangers. I am unaware of the cold case you are investigating, but those labeled as such often involve criminals with extraordinary intelligence and evasive tactics, making it challenging for the police to uncover clues. Exercise utmost caution when dealing with such individuals. Moreover, if a situation arises where you must charge forward, do not go it alone. Always coordinate with your teammates. These are lessons I have gathered over many years. You must remember them." "Understood, Master. By the way, do you know how to use a firearm?" Lin Chang abruptly shifted the subject. "A firearm?" I was taken aback momentarily, then replied, "Yes, we were taught at school, and I've even qualified at the shooting range." "Good. Tomorrow, return to the station and collect a service weapon. Once the special investigation team concludes their work, you can return it." "Master, it's unnecessary. The case we are working on isn't particularly dangerous. Trust me, you will not regret listening to my advice. I have already spoken with our captain. You are to pick up the gun first thing in the morning. Do not forget." With that, Lin Chang polished off the last of his skewer and downed his beer in one gulp before rising to leave. The following day, Zhou Ran arrived at the special investigation team, feeling a flutter of nerves as he touched his waist where the service weapon would rest. It was his first time carrying a firearm, and a heightened sense of responsibility accompanied it. "Zhou Ran, you're here," Jiyu exclaimed, rushing out of the office. Clearly anxious. What has happened? Zhou Ran's heart sank at Jiu's demeanor. Something significant must have occurred, or he wouldn't be so flustered. Is it about Ji Ziqian and Zhang Zhijia? No, it's not them. A few days ago, I dispatched 2 colleagues to Shangyun City to investigate Wang Yu. They've encountered trouble. Zhou Ran furrowed his brow. What transpired? They were on an out-of-town assignment, required to report their whereabouts daily, and send specific signals before sleeping and upon waking to confirm their safety, standard operating procedure for safeguarding personnel. However, since last night, I haven't heard from them. Could they have simply forgotten? Perhaps they were out late last night and are just now waking up? Or their phones ran out of battery and they lost signal. Zhou Ran proposed several possibilities, as the notion of 2 police officers going missing was shocking. It was hard to fathom that someone would dare to target the police. But Jiyu quickly dismissed Zhou Ran's conjectures, shaking his head. Impossible. They are seasoned detectives, having executed numerous field assignments. Even if they hadn't slept or their phones were low on battery, they would have sent alternative signals. They would never go silent. Furthermore, their phones are equipped with satellite communication capabilities, so the possibility of them being unable to send messages is non-existent. The only explanation left is that they are in danger. Zhou Ran took a deep breath. If those officers had met with misfortune, it was no trivial matter, especially since they were investigating Wang Yu. Had they uncovered something? Zhou Ran inquired, when did you last receive any communication from them? Yesterday morning, right before we apprehended Ji Ziqian and Zhang Shijie. They discovered the conflict between Ji Ziqian and Wang Yu at the Shiming police station. They mentioned they would check the village. I just tracked their phones, but there's no information available. So, they likely lost contact in the village? Yes, as part of the same special task force, I need to go search for them. I've already consulted with our superior, and he has approved it. We are the most informed about this case, so you should remain here. I cannot allow you to go alone. I will accompany you. Zhou Ran reassured Jiyu with a pat on the shoulder. Don't fret too much. Perhaps they are merely delayed by some issue. Jiyu inhaled deeply to steady himself before responding. All right, I'll compile the information we have gathered so far, and then we'll set off together. 2 hours later, Zhou Ran and Jiyu arrived at the outskirts of Shangyun City. Just past the city, expansive hills and rolling green mountains unfolded before their eyes. This area displayed a typical karst landscape, with mountains on the left, mountains on the right, mountains ahead, and mountains behind. Zhou Ran signaled a left turn, veering onto a rugged path. The vehicle navigated the winding road, where, despite the concrete surface, the mountainous terrain was laden with mud, making the drive exceedingly arduous. Zhou Ran had no choice but to reduce speed to prevent the car from jolting excessively. As they progressed, the road narrowed. Soon, what began as 2 lanes transformed into a single lane, giving the impression that the village had exhausted its savings merely to maintain this path. Ahead lay the Shiming police station. Jiyu glanced at his phone and suggested, let us inquire there first. 5 minutes later, a small blue and white building appeared before them. Though modest, approximately 30 square meters. This little structure provided a profound sense of security to the people residing deep in the mountains. Zhou Ran and Jiyu entered the building and surveyed their surroundings. Inside were 3 desks, occupied by 6 staff members who shared desks in pairs, seated face to face. The room also contained 2 computers, a printer, and a kettle. These constituted the entirety of the facility's equipment. One might describe it as rudimentary. However, this was understandable in economically underdeveloped regions. Supporting infrastructure is inevitably lagging compared to more affluent areas. Particularly in such a barren mountain village, having internet access and computers was indeed remarkable. Upon spotting Zhou Ran and Jiyu, one of the staff members approached with a warm smile. Hello. You two seem unfamiliar. How may we assist you? Hello. 2 of our colleagues visited previously. We would like to inquire about their whereabouts, Jiyu replied. Who are they? We're from the special case team of Guangtian City. Jiyu presented his credentials and continued. Do you know where they went? Oh, 2 officers were here yesterday. They were investigating a campus brawl and mentioned they would go to Qinshi village for further inquiries. Do you recall approximately when they left? Right after we finished lunch. Around noon. Thank you. Jiyu expressed his gratitude and, together with Zhou Ran, exited the police station and returned to their vehicle, setting off towards Qinshi village as directed by the map. After 10 minutes of driving, a vehicle with the license plate UA4268 came into view on their left. That's their car, Jiyu exclaimed, promptly pulling over. Just ahead lay Qinshi village. It seemed they opted to abandon their vehicle here and proceed on foot to avoid drawing attention, with the car left behind. It was highly likely that their disappearance occurred within the village. If that were the case, they must have uncovered some crucial leads. Zhou Ran sensed something amiss. Even in the most remote villages, would anyone dare to harm a police officer? He found it hard to believe, as this exceeded his understanding. In his past life, he had never encountered such a village, making it difficult to assess. Zhou Ran knew that police officers were not ordinary individuals in terms of combat skills and investigative abilities. They far surpassed the average person. If they were to engage in a confrontation, the consequences would be dire. Therefore, even criminal elements would not readily attack police unless absolutely necessary. However, entering the village posed certain risks for him and Jiyu. At that moment, he recalled Lin Chang's admonition from the previous night. He grasped Jiyu's shoulder and suggested, "Perhaps we should call for backup, if anything goes wrong. But we are merely speculating, they might not. We are colleagues. They should be understanding and not overly rigid. We can simply say we need their assistance to locate our two missing colleagues." I doubt they would refuse. Zhou Ran smiled. "All right, I'll call them. They mentioned they have some matters to attend to, but they'll arrive in about half an hour," Jiyu informed Zhou Ran after hanging up. "Let us head in now. I fear that with each passing minute, our colleagues are at greater risk." Chapter 81. The perilous Qingshi village. Zhou Ran and Jiyu cautiously parked their vehicle by the roadside and proceeded on foot towards the village. A few minutes later, they encountered a stone tablet inscribed with the words Qingshi village. In front of the tablet, several elderly men sat comfortably on wooden benches, engaged in lively conversation. Upon seeing Zhou Ran and Jiyu approach, one elder greeted them with a friendly smile. "You two young men must be from out of town. What brings you here?" "We've come to explore the area," Zhou Ran replied. "The scenery here is quite rustic, and we wish to experience mountain village life." He exchanged a knowing glance with Jiyu and inquired, "Excuse me, gentlemen, are there any places nearby for lodging? Just go straight ahead and take a right. There's a guest house you can stay at." "There's a guest house in a mountain village? I was hoping to find a family to stay with," Zhou Ran remarked. "Even in the most remote locations, there must be places to host visitors, right?" The elder replied. "Thank you, sir." Zhou Ran expressed his gratitude and led Jiyu toward the guest house. "Why didn't you disclose our purpose earlier?" Jiyu asked. "Don't you find it strange?" Zhou Ran cautioned. "In such a secluded village, they have a guest house. The two missing officers are not ordinary policemen. They are elite members of your special case team, skilled in both combat and investigation. Yet, they vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the villagers sit at the entrance, seemingly unaffected." Jiyu furrowed his brow slightly. "What are you implying? If Wang Yu truly engaged in human trafficking here, the rest of the villagers cannot possibly be unaware. How could a new face go unnoticed? This leads me to suspect that the entire village is involved. The elderly at the entrance might serve as the village's information hub." Zhou Ran recalled a film he had seen where an entire village was engaged in drug production, with a similar information station at the entrance to alert the villagers of any inspections, allowing them to remain undetected. He feared that Qingshi village might be in a similar predicament. When outsiders entered, the villagers would adopt a facade of friendliness, yet in crucial moments, they might deliver a fatal blow to unwary visitors. "I suspect our two colleagues fell victim precisely because they were unguarded around these elders," Zhou Ran warned Jiyu. "We must remain vigilant. We cannot trust anyone in this village." "Understood." After a brief discussion, they arrived at the guest house. The proprietor was a middle-aged woman clad in a brown coarse cloth shirt. Though her complexion appeared somewhat dull, her features remained striking. Upon noticing Zhou Ran and Jiyu, her eyes flickered with a brief glimmer before returning to a neutral expression as she softly inquired, "Are you two looking for a room?" "Yes, ma'am. We'd like a standard double room." "Very well. Is room 6 acceptable?" "Yes." Once in their room, Jiyu drew the curtains, hiding behind them to observe the surroundings, which appeared unchanged from their arrival. "So, are we waiting here for our colleagues from the police station?" Jiyu asked. "Yes, it's better to be in numbers." Zhou Ran retrieved his phone, pondering how their two colleagues managed to uncover leads. Did they simply ask random villagers for information? After a moment of contemplation, Jiyu responded. "If they arrive here, they are likely to do as we did. First find a place to settle, probably this very inn. If it were me, I would certainly inquire about the situation with the innkeeper." Zhou Ran shook his head. "I doubt the innkeeper can provide us with any useful information. If this village is indeed involved in human trafficking, why would the innkeeper remain unharmed? Moreover, as a business owner, it is usually better to avoid unnecessary trouble. So a typical merchant, even if privy to some information, would likely refrain from disclosing it to the police, as they must continue to survive in this locality. Ultimately, I agree with your assessment that our two colleagues probably also reside here, but given their disappearance, this inn must harbor some issues. Therefore, we clearly cannot directly inquire. Doing so would easily expose our intentions and be too perilous. We should wait for our colleagues from the precinct to arrive and act together. However, If we investigate alongside our colleagues, will we still be able to gather information? Jiyu shook his head, estimating it would not be feasible. With police presence, who would dare speak the truth to us? Zhou Ran pondered for a moment before proposing, what if we asked the children? During our prior investigation in Qingshi village, the children from this village attend school in the neighboring village. If we intercept them on their way, they should be more understanding. Jiyu's eyes brightened at this suggestion. Yes, children are innocent and pose no threat. We shall proceed with this plan. After glancing at the time, he noted that it was still early, and they could head directly to the neighboring village to question the children. This way, they would neither be seen by the adults of Qingshi village nor reveal their intentions. All right, let us proceed. Zhou Ran nodded in agreement, suggesting they inquire outside the village, where the risk should be minimal. Jiyu, inform our colleagues at the precinct not to come over. Sure, I will send them a message. Zhou Ran, on his first field assignment, kept Lin Chang's repeated admonitions about prioritizing safety at the forefront of his mind. However, he hoped to act without alarming anyone. If they could uncover clues without the enemy's awareness, they could quietly slip away. Although they might have attracted the attention of the village elder at the entrance, they had justified their presence as mere tourists. Theoretically, even if they raised suspicions, as long as they had not fully exposed themselves, they should still be safe. Once their plan was solidified, the two descended to the ground floor. Zhou Ran smiled at the innkeeper. Madam, we are here for a visit. Are there any interesting places nearby? Oh, there is a pond behind the inn, surrounded by mountains and water, with quite picturesque scenery. Thank you, madam. After expressing their gratitude, Zhou Ran and Jiyu walked toward the rear of the inn. As they walked, they kept an eye on the innkeeper's movements, quietly veering away when she was distracted and slipping to the other side of the inn, then changing direction to hastily head toward the village entrance. Zhou Ran led, jogging ahead of Jiyu, both carefully observing their surroundings. However, just as Zhou Ran turned left, he unexpectedly spotted someone at the village entrance engaged in jovial conversation with an elderly villager, occasionally gesturing toward the inn. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the person was none other than Kong Kong, the colleague from the precinct who had questioned them earlier. Zhou Ran's heart raced, and he swiftly pulled Jiyu back behind a corner wall. For a moment, his mind went blank, and he felt utterly bewildered. What was happening? Did Kong Kong know the villagers? Stay calm, stay calm. It is a small mountain village, and it is not unusual for Kong Kong to be acquainted with the locals. But hadn't you just messaged him not to come? Zhou Ran's eyes widened in alarm, and he shivered, gripping Jiyu's hand tightly. Jiyu, did you send a message to Kong Kong? I did. What did he reply? He sent back an okay gesture. Quick, back to the inn. Zhou Ran whispered urgently, pulling Jiyu as they dashed back toward the inn. Chapter 82. The imposter colleague, why are you back? Before they had even crossed the threshold, the innkeeper inquired. Oh, we returned to fetch something. Once inside the room, Zhou Ran promptly locked the door. Jiyu, puzzled, asked, what did you see that made you come back so suddenly? I just saw Kong Kong chatting and laughing with someone at the village entrance, occasionally pointing toward the inn. Jiyu's expression darkened. What do you mean? Surely you're not overthinking it? Perhaps we misjudged. The elderly villager at the entrance might not be aware of anything. At that moment, Zhou Ran, slightly out of breath from their earlier jog, rubbed his chin in contemplation. The scene he had just witnessed left his mind in disarray, and he had not yet had the chance to analyze it thoroughly. Given that Jiyu had already informed Kong Kong not to come, why would he still appear? Their two colleagues, while not extraordinary, were certainly not ordinary either. Even if they were ambushed by the group of elderly villagers, would they truly be unable to send a message and be captured? But if it was the elderly villagers, who else in this village could catch them off guard? With that thought, he shook his head in disbelief, hoping that he was simply mistaken. Jiyu, contact the team and check the personnel information at Shiming Police Station. Our team lacks the authority. We need Bureau Chief, whose approval. Zhou Ran, do you really suspect Kong Kong and the others? Zhou Ran nodded slowly. When out in the field, caution is paramount. If Kong Kong and his group are indeed colluding with the villagers, then the disappearance of our two colleagues would make sense. Furthermore, if a place consistently has rats, we have reason to suspect that the cat in that area is compromised. Jiyu took a deep breath, understanding the gravity of Zhou Ran's words. With two colleagues already missing, if anything were to happen to them, the situation could spiral out of control. All right. I will contact the team leader and ask them to investigate Shiming Police Station. Understood, team leader. Jiyu hung up, his complexion turning ashen, and his lips began to tremble involuntarily. Zhou Ran's heart tightened, and he quickly inquired, what happened? Just now, The team leader checked the records. There are only 2 personnel officially registered at Shiming Police Station, and there is no officer named Kong Kong. Furthermore, there are no reports of auxiliary or intern personnel being recruited. The Kong Kong we encountered is not affiliated with Shiming Police Station. Upon hearing Ji-Yu's revelation, Zhou Ran immediately connected the dots. The recent information corroborated his suspicions. Kong Kong and his group were not colleagues. Qishir Village is perilous. Shiming Police Station is perilous. The 2 officers, after uncovering clues about the trafficking ring, were attacked by imposters posing as colleagues and subsequently went missing. This also explains why the 2 officers vanished without a trace. They were unaware that the people behind them were imposters from Shiming Police Station. Thus, they did not guard against their so-called colleagues and fell into the trap. But now it appeared that the additional personnel at Shiming Police Station were likely part of the trafficking ring's backup. The implications were chilling. They were now in an extremely dangerous predicament. Zhou Ran hurriedly relayed his suspicions to Ji-Yu. Ji-Yu clenched his fists, shivering at the thought. This is far too frightening. How could someone dare impersonate law enforcement personnel? What about the 2 officers from the station? Don't they care? In such a place, where the enemy outnumbers them, it is highly likely they will be coerced or yield. We can no longer consider the Shiming Police Station as our ally. These individuals are exceedingly brazen. Zhou Ran sighed, expressing the helplessness of their situation. The remote region and sparse population have ironically granted them an advantage. Now, we must contemplate our predicament, how to ensure our safety while attempting to locate the 2 officers. I am aware that I have already requested support upon receiving the news. It will take at least 3 hours for assistance to arrive from Guangtian City, so we must hold on. Furthermore, we need to ascertain the whereabouts of our colleagues. Ji's expression was grave. He had yet to recover from the shock. After all, as graduates from the police academy, they were aware that their deployment to the front lines was inevitable, yet facing such a reality inevitably breeds fear, anxiety, and concern, particularly when situated deep within enemy territory with only one teammate by his side. It would be disingenuous to claim he was unafraid. In contrast, Zhou Ran appeared remarkably composed. Having faced death once before, and he was armed with a carbon-based tranquilizer on his belt. He silently thanked his mentor Lin Chong for urging him to collect a firearm that morning. Otherwise, their situation would have deteriorated even further. Ji-Yu, do not worry. I acquired a sidearm this morning. Zhou Ran conveyed this crucial information to Ji-Yu, reassuring him that even if they faced danger, their weapon could serve as a deterrent. A gun? That is excellent. Now we have some assurance. We can attempt to search for our 2 colleagues. And we can. Ji's words trailed off as his muscles tensed, instinctively taking a step back. He had seen Kong Kong approaching the inn through the window. Zhou Ran, Kong Kong is coming, Ji warned. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ran swiftly moved to the window, peering through the curtain. Taking a deep breath, he instructed, Stay calm, stay calm. We must not show fear. The other party is unaware that we have discerned their identities. As long as they do not notice our lack of effort in searching for our 2 colleagues, we should be safe for the time being. I will go out and speak with him. You watch for my signal and say that our team needs to hold an impromptu meeting. With that, Zhou Ran raised his hand to gently pat his chest, calming his nerves before heading downstairs. Zhou Ran, be careful. As he descended, Zhou Ran rubbed his ears and took deep breaths, still feeling somewhat anxious. In his understanding, human traffickers were not benevolent, particularly those involved in organized crimes. They were undoubtedly more ruthless. Not to mention, those who dared to impersonate a police station could be even more vicious. Although he had just reassured Ji not to be afraid, he was also attempting to bolster his own courage. In such moments, it was crucial to maintain a calm mind. Officer Kong, what brings you here? Zhou Ran inquired. Oh, I was concerned that you might be without accommodation. So I came to check on you, Kong Kong replied. Initially, Zhou Ran had perceived him as friendly and approachable, but now, knowing Kong Kang's true identity, he felt an unsettling aura of menace emanating from him, as if his tone was laced with insincerity. Officer Kong, we may not be able to search for our colleagues today, Zhou Ran stated. What is the matter? Is there another task? The leadership needs us to prepare for the year-end briefing, compiling all the cases from this year to assist him in creating a presentation. Zhou Ran sighed, lamenting, It seems one cannot escape laborious duties no matter where one goes. I had hoped to avoid making the presentation by attending this assignment. I suspect our 2 colleagues are merely evading the PPT as well. Officer Kong, you wouldn't believe it, but every year during the leadership briefings, we are utterly swamped with work. You might find it amusing, but we've had instances of colleagues intentionally disappearing before, Zhou Ran chuckled. Listening to Zhou Ran, Kong Kong laughed as well. Haha, Officer Zhou, it seems even small places have their advantages. If it weren't for the pressures of life, I would consider coming here myself. As Zhou Ran spoke, he discreetly signaled to Jiyu behind him. Receiving the cue, Jiyu opened the window and called out. Zhou Gu, the leader is calling for another meeting. Hurry, I can't hold on any longer. Can't you hold on for a bit longer? I'm on my way. Zhou Ran smiled and nodded at Kong Kong. Officer Kong, I will head back up now. Shall I call you tomorrow when we search for our colleagues? Sure. Perhaps if we finish the presentation tonight, those two will reappear on their own. If that happens, I won't let them off lightly. Zhou Ran feigned anger, pouting and shaking his fist in the air before swiftly ascending the stairs back to the room. Chapter 83. Commencing action upon returning to the room, Zhou Ran's gaze remained fixed on Kong Kong until he saw the man's figure vanish from sight. At which point the tension within him eased slightly. I told Kong Kong we would be preparing a presentation. Those two colleagues are likely hiding to avoid it, as others have done before. Judging by Kong Kong's demeanor, it seems his doubts have been alleviated. Zhou Ran continued, however, we must remain vigilant and devise a plan to locate those two officers. Zhou Ran took a moment to compose himself. Facing Kong Kong had been his first encounter with an unapprehended suspect, leaving him no time to feel anxious for fear of revealing his thoughts. Now that Kong Kong had departed, his heart raced, and his legs felt weak. Jiu shook his head. How do we search? We can't go out now. We must wait for reinforcements to arrive before taking action. But if the reinforcements arrive, it may alert the enemy. We should ideally find clues before they come. Zhou Ran suggested, once night falls, we can quietly slip out. But at night, we won't be able to ask the children. Then we'll discreetly scout each household. I've observed this village. It isn't large, at most, about 30 households. If there is indeed a case of human trafficking, more than one household must be involved. And with our capabilities, we should be able to detect any anomalies. Agreed. That's settled then. We will take action once it gets dark. The two quietly conspired in the room, patiently awaiting the arrival of nightfall. Meanwhile, at the Guangtian City Criminal Investigation Team, Lin Chong and Xiang Jie paced anxiously in Director Hu's office, who banged on the table, shouting angrily, what on earth are those people in Shangyun City doing? One of their police stations has been compromised, and they remain unaware. Zhou Ran and his team are isolated and defenseless. If anything happens to them, I will escalate this to the provincial department. The Special Investigation Team had just reported that Jiyu and Zhou Ran had discovered anomalies at the Shiming police station, which did not match the System's records. Upon verification, they found that this station had not recruited officers in over 20 years, and the previous officers had long since reached retirement age. According to the information relayed by Jiyu, there were 6 middle-aged men present, which starkly contradicted the 2 individuals listed in the system as due for retirement. Upon uncovering this, even a fool could discern that something was amiss at the Shiming police station, which had likely been tampered with by certain individuals. Hearing this news, Director Hu became infuriated, summoning Xiang Jie and Lin Chong to the office for an urgent meeting. As they listened to Hu's tirade, both Xiang Jie and Lin Chong were filled with concern for the 2 young officers. One was a prodigy from the Special Investigation Team, and the other a rising star in the brigade. The loss of either would be a significant blow to the Guangtian City Criminal Investigation System. Moreover, as Hu had mentioned, 2 officers from the Special Investigation Team were already missing, and Zhou Ran's team was actively searching for them. Lin Chang glanced at Xiang Jie, lowering his head and signaling with a hand gesture resembling a gun. Xiang Jie suddenly understood and hurriedly said, Director Hu, there's no need to rush. The situation hasn't reached its worst yet. Zhou Ran just picked up his service weapon from the brigade this morning. They will be able to protect themselves if necessary. Protect themselves? Director Hu's anger remained unabated as he continued. Are you counting on 2 individuals who have only recently graduated from police academy to shoot at someone? Will they be able to overcome that psychological barrier? You know very well how long it takes to prepare oneself mentally to pull the trigger. When the time comes to shoot, will the enemy grant them the luxury of psychological preparation? We don't even know how many of them there are. To clarify, regular police officers learn and master basic shooting skills at the police academy and undergo further training after entering the workforce to enhance their capabilities in various complex environments, including simulated confrontations with criminals. However, this practice usually involves shooting at targets or using blank ammunition, which is a far cry from shooting at actual human beings. The most significant challenge lies in the psychological impact of shooting at a person. It is not as simple as raising a firearm at an enemy perceived as a threat. The difficulties and pressures involved can only be truly understood by those who have experienced the emotional turmoil of that moment, nervousness, fear, guilt, and concern. Thus, even when facing life and death situations, some may find themselves unable to pull the trigger. Xiang Jia and Lin Chong listened to Director Hu's inquiries in silence. Lin Chong was overwhelmed with guilt. If he had known last night that today would unfold like this, he would have disregarded protocol and inquired more about the case Zhou Ran was investigating, rather than feeling so helpless now. Director Hu, please allow me to go, Lin Chong said, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. My apprentice is in danger, and as his mentor, I cannot just stand by and watch. Rest assured, the special investigation team has already dispatched personnel. They should arrive in about 2 hours, Xiang Jia sighed. 2 hours may lead to rapidly changing circumstances for Zhou Ran and the others. Xiang Jia, do not sigh. I have already consulted with the leaders of the Shangyun City Police Department. They have also sent people over. It will take them at least another hour to arrive. Let us hope that Zhou Ran and his team can find evidence before then, Director Hu said, concern etched on his face. After all, they were apprehending someone. There must be evidence. With that, Director Hu stood up from his seat. You two, stop pacing in front of me. Go find Gaowen from the Special Investigation Team. Gaowen, the leader of the Special Investigation Team? Yes. He mentioned that before Zhou Ran and Ji Yu left, they had compiled a dossier of the clues they had gathered during the investigation. Let us go see if we can uncover some leads to assist them. All right. In Qingshi village, the sun had set, and the entire mountain village was eerily silent, with only a few scattered lights flickering between the houses. The tree-covered peaks, illuminated by the lights, resembled towering giants, their eyes glowing as they watched the night wanderers. Anyone with a fear of large objects would likely be tormented in such an environment. Under the cover of darkness, Zhou Ran and Ji Yu began their operation. Let us proceed cautiously, moving from light to light. We are sure to find clues. Indeed. Let us set our phones to silent to avoid revealing our location with an unexpected call. Coincidentally, a heavy rain had just passed, arriving quickly and leaving just as swiftly. However, the roads had turned muddy, leaving behind footprints with every step. The village paths, unlike the roads outside, were unpaved and became exceedingly difficult to navigate after rain. Nevertheless, Zhou Ran and Ji Yu pressed on, carefully making their way towards a house that glowed with light. Chapter 84. Unconcealed evidence. Most houses in the village were dilapidated mud brick structures, though some better-off families had built brick houses. Each household was enclosed by fences, allowing for clear observation of the activities outside. Taking advantage of the night's cover, Zhou Ran and Ji Yu each held a broken green branch as they proceeded cautiously. They bent low, straining to listen for any sounds within the dwelling, and soon heard voices engaged in conversation. My dear, next month it will be our family's turn. You must seize this opportunity. An elderly, hoarse voice echoed from within. You cannot be too harsh like last time. We wasted a chance. Oh, mother. It was that stubborn woman last time. She even bit me. A young man's voice responded. When I saw blood, my temper flared, and I didn't realize how fragile she was. Be gentler. They are city girls, delicate and tender. They cannot withstand your blows. Next time, aim for the body. Let her feel the pain. Those city folk cannot endure pain. Just let them go hungry for a day or two, and they will be obedient. I understand, mother. I wonder if this new merchandise is as enticing as the last one. After I killed her, I thought about it for a long time. Several times. I nearly couldn't resist going to the pond in the back mountain to dig up the body. Eh? Zhou Ran and Ji Yu exchanged glances, silently noting the location of this household before quietly moving towards the second house that was still lit. Zhou Ran, that last house clearly killed a girl. I wonder whose daughter she was. Zhou Ran gritted his teeth and murmured, no matter whose daughter she is, we must ensure these people face justice. Just then, a piercing wail echoed from ahead. Please, don't hit me. I promise I won't run again. Please, don't hit me. Ji Yu spat on the ground, whispering, a pack of beasts. He was about to charge forward when Zhou Ran quickly grabbed him. Shaking his head, he signaled for Ji Yu to remain calm. Have you lost your mind? What do you think our uniforms are for? That girl is suffering right now. If we don't act now, what will happen to her? Ji Yu was clearly enraged by the cries, his blood boiling, consumed by the desire to save the girl. What can you do to save her? Zhou Ran's tone was gentle, yet unwaveringly firm. Just the two of us? This is their lair. If we expose ourselves, everyone who has been trafficked here will be doomed. As long as we are alive, we can save more people. But Ji was about to argue when another woman's scream rang out from a nearby house, accompanied by a man's reprimanding voice. Zhou Ran struggled to suppress his anger. They had only been out for a short while, and already they had uncovered so many clues. Initially, they thought it would take considerable effort to find evidence, but it seemed these culprits were shockingly brazen, hiding nothing. This confirmed their suspicions. Every household in this village was complicit in the trafficking of women, desensitized to the screams around them. There were even imposters posing as police officers, providing them cover. If anyone came to investigate, they could quietly eliminate the threat. Their two colleagues had likely already met a tragic end. Ji Yu's fury ignited once more at the sounds nearby, his body trembling with rage. Zhou Ran, are we just going to stand by and watch? I know it is cruel, but if we act recklessly, we cannot save them. His voice quivered slightly as Zhou Ran, biting her lip, declared. The evidence of abduction is so blatant that a thorough search of every household can commence as soon as reinforcements arrive. Our immediate concern is locating our two colleagues. If they are still alive, we gain an advantage. If they are not. Zhou Ran trailed off, pulling Zhou Ran backward. Where are we headed? To the pond. Zhou Ran exclaimed. The first household mentioned burying someone near the pond, suggesting it might be their central disposal site. Let's investigate and see if we can find our colleagues. Ji Yu nodded, trailing closely behind Zhou Ran, yet he couldn't resist glancing back several times, his heart heavy with concern for the girls whose screams they had heard. By the way, didn't the innkeeper suggest the pond had a scenic view? As his initial fury subsided, Ji Yu's rationality returned, and he keenly perceived something amiss. Indeed, if the pond serves as the village's burial ground, why would the innkeeper recommend it as a recreational spot? Something is definitely not right. Why would she direct us to a site with corpses? Was she trying to harm us? Discovering the bodies would alert the villagers to our investigation, exposing us and placing us in direct opposition to the entire village. However, our identities were not yet compromised upon arrival, so why would the innkeeper want to harm us? It makes no sense. Normally, if a village is involved in the abduction of women but remains undetected, their initial reaction to outsiders would be to divert them and conceal the evidence of human trafficking and murder. Why would the innkeeper lead us toward potential clues? Could she be trying to get us to investigate and rescue the victims? Zhou Ran shook her head, realizing the information was too scant to draw conclusions. They would have to reach the pond and assess the situation for further clues. We don't know. Let's not overthink it. We'll head to the pond and perhaps uncover the reason for the innkeeper's recommendation. With that thought, they trudged toward the pond under the moonlight. The village wasn't large, but its location in the mountains created a perception that the entire mountain was part of the village. In reality, the habitable and accessible area was quite limited. After a dozen minutes, they arrived near the pond. Shrubs encircled the pond, and small mounds of earth dotted the landscape. The moonlight shimmered on the water's surface, casting an eerie chill. These mounds, could each one contain a corpse? Ji Yu shuddered. Possibly. I don't see any sign of them. Just then, a soft, feminine voice emerged from behind them. Are you here looking for the two officers? Startled, Zhou Ran and Ji Yu broke out in a cold sweat, their spines tingling. They spun around to find the innkeeper standing silently behind them. Retreating a step, they exclaimed, What? What do you want? The innkeeper, her expression composed, replied, You are officers, aren't you? Don't worry, I mean no harm. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here alone. The entire village would be here. You, like those two officers, are investigating Wang Yu, aren't you? Zhou Ran breathed a sigh of relief, sensing that the innkeeper was not hostile and might even be there to help. Gathering her composure, she said, That's right. We're looking for our colleagues. Have you seen them? Aren't they right over there? The innkeeper pointed toward a dark shape in the center of the pond. After they were discovered, their legs were broken, and they were buried. I dug them out that night when the villagers weren't watching. However, there was no safe place to hide them in the village. So I concealed them in the middle of the pond on a small boat that was already there, covering it with water plants. What? Zhou Ran and Ji Yu exclaimed, their anger flaring up. The villagers were so ruthless that they dared to harm even the police. How are they? Ji Yu asked anxiously. Their legs are broken. But they're alive, the innkeeper responded. I managed to leave them some water and food. Thank you. We'll go check on them. Don't go. The innkeeper quickly interjected. What's wrong? Zhou Ran frowned, a hint of suspicion creeping into her mind. You won't be able to take them away, and you've been spotted. You need to leave immediately. What happened? We've been careful. We shouldn't have been detected. You don't know. Mayan is their first line of defense against outsiders, the innkeeper said urgently, her tone suggesting she wasn't joking. They monitor the entrance, and they receive an alert within 5 minutes of anyone leaving. I told them I was coming out to look for you as well. It just rained, and they can easily follow your footprints. You need to leave and get reinforcements, then come back and rescue them together. Rest assured, they haven't discovered the officers. They're safe on the boat in the middle of the pond. Zhou Ran and Gu exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. They nodded in agreement. Understood. We'll leave immediately. They didn't tell the innkeeper that reinforcements were still an hour away, as a precaution. In this village, they could only truly trust each other. Innkeeper. May we ask your name? I'm Sun Lan. You must leave now. Sun Lan? Zhou Ran exclaimed softly. Is your husband Zhang Jijie? Yes. It seems you've discovered the clues I left. What do you mean, clues you left? It's a long story. You must go now. I'll explain everything when you return with the team. Understood. We're leaving. With that, Zhou Ran and Gu ran toward the main road, heading for the village entrance where they had left their car. Reaching the car would ensure their safety. Escaping the mountain on foot would be a difficult task. However, they spotted lights approaching in the distance, and they muttered, "This isn't good. How did they find us so quickly?" Hide. Zhou Ran quickly glanced back, grabbed Gu, and pulled him toward a depression near the pond. They covered themselves with branches and pulled nearby bushes to conceal their figures as much as possible. Seconds later, a large group of people appeared. Huh? Where are they? I just saw 2 figures. Where did they go? Quick, search the area. Gu lay on the ground, peering through the gaps in the grass at the search party, estimating that there were at least 100 people. He looked at Zhou Ran, his eyes questioning, as if to say, this is what you call only 30 households? So, 30 households can muster 100 middle-aged men? They watched the search party intently, their hearts pounding. If they were discovered, they would have to strike first, or they would be overwhelmed. Just then, Zhou Ran and Gu saw Sun Lan suddenly join the search party. She moved slowly, imitating the search movements of the others, blending into the group when the light wasn't shining on her. They immediately understood Sun Lan's intention. The scene unfolded like this. 2 individuals found themselves encircled by a throng, which circled around them, preparing to strike. The 2 stood back to back, adopting a defensive stance, poised to retaliate at any moment. As the circle continued to revolve, unbeknownst to anyone, only one person remained at its center. The other had seized the opportunity amidst the swirling chaos, blending into the crowd unnoticed. During daylight, such actions would be easily discernible. However, under the cover of night and amidst the thicket, the likelihood of detection was minimal. With this thought, Zhou Ran and Gu stifled their rising anxiety, exchanging glances and communicating through gestures. They knew that their hiding place would soon be discovered, and it would be more prudent to join forces and take a risk. Upon Gu's nod of agreement, they began to cautiously shed their disguises. Exploiting the distraction of those around them, they sprang into action, bending low to mimic the searching motions of the crowd, flailing and kicking at the underbrush. Indeed, despite the overwhelming numbers of their adversaries, they remained unnoticed among the throng. Witnessing the success of their strategy, a faint smile crept onto the corners of their mouths, and they exhaled in relief. However, their moment of respite was abruptly shattered by a voice that sent their hearts racing. Haven't you found them yet? Impossible. They must be hiding nearby. You 2 officers had better come out on your own. Don't force me to escalate the situation. Zhou Ran and Gu exchanged uneasy glances, sensing the impending danger of the threat. Zhou Ran, should we reveal ourselves? Gu whispered urgently. Not yet. Let us assess the situation first. They might just be trying to intimidate us. They were aware that reinforcements would arrive, but the journey from Guangtian City would take 2 hours. Calculating the time, only 50 minutes had passed since they alerted their team leader. They needed to devise a way to stall for time. Still not out, are you? Bring those individuals forward. Soon, a line of frail women, bound and helpless, was ushered to the forefront. Aren't you the police? Weren't you here to rescue them? Come on. A resounding crack echoed as a wooden baton struck one woman's back. Ah, she cried out in agony. Are you coming out? If not, I will kill them one by one. I will count down from 10. Your time is running out. Chapter 86. The Gunshot. Zhou Ran. Zhou Ran, what should we do? Gu's voice was filled with urgency. The man began his countdown. 10, 9, 8. By the time he reached 7, his pace quickened, almost breathlessly finishing the remaining numbers. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As his voice fell, the baton struck another woman with brutal force. Ah! Another cry of despair followed, soon accompanied by a pleading whimper. Please, don't hit me. Please, don't hit me anymore. Yet, the only response she received was the whistling descent of the baton once more. Ah, as her words faltered, 2 more blows landed on her. You two still hiding? The next strike will be fatal. Jiyu clenched his teeth, muttering a curse through gritted jaws. A pack of beasts. He then shook off Zhou Ran's grasp, ready to step forward and expose himself. Leave her alone. We're right here. Just as Jiyu was about to shout, the disguise of water plants on a small boat in the pond was suddenly lifted, revealing 2 figures to the crowd. Ah, finally showing yourselves. Go, bring them here, commanded the leading man. Zhou Ran thought to himself, this is bad. Our colleagues mistakenly believe they are being pursued, but they are actually unrelated to this situation. They have inadvertently revealed our presence. Zhou Ran, those 2 colleagues are in danger. If they are taken ashore and discovered to be unrelated to us, they may face dire consequences. Zhou Ran, there is no time to hesitate. We must reveal ourselves. Jiyu realized the urgency of the situation as well. Zhou Ran sighed deeply, raising his hands in a feigned display of nonchalance, calling out to the man ahead, stop searching. The individuals you seek are us. As Zhou Ran's words echoed, Jiyu straightened his posture, standing firmly beside Zhou Ran, their gazes resolute. They understood that they were now entirely exposed to the gaze of over 100 people, and this time, their odds seemed grim. Yet, they had no other choice. If they did not step forward, their injured comrades behind them would be in even greater peril. If they remained hidden, the trafficked women might very well be beaten to death by these brutes. Zhou Ran raked his fingers through his hair, adopting a casual demeanor. Aren't you looking for us? Let us talk. At that moment, the individuals on the shore were momentarily taken aback. What is happening? Wasn't it said that only 2 police officers were here? How did 2 more suddenly emerge from their ranks? Hey, isn't it possible that some officers infiltrated our ranks long ago? One man replied. You fool. Those 2 on the boat were buried by us yesterday. The man glanced at the 2 on the boat, snorted coldly, and then shone a flashlight on Zhou Ran and Jiyu, saying, all right, come over and talk. The 3 of them soon stood together, their distance merely 30 centimeters apart, facing one another. Hello, I am Zhou Ran, from the Criminal Investigation Division of Guangtian City. Zhou Ran extended his right hand for a handshake. Hello, Officer Zhou. I am Sanpang. The man grasped Zhou Ran's hand, a faint smile gracing his face. If you hadn't come here, we wouldn't want to engage with you. After all, you are police officers. We have no desire to confront you unless absolutely necessary. But since you have found us here, we cannot be blamed. Zhou Ran scoffed disdainfully. The evidence of your crimes is laid bare before us, without a hint of concealment. This is truly unexpected. If given the choice, I would prefer to invest more effort in gathering evidence against you. Do you know why? Why? Zhou Ran cupped his hand to his mouth, pretending to whisper. Lean in closer, and I will tell you. Remarkably, Sanpang, caught off guard, leaned forward to hear. In that instant, Zhou Ran swiftly tightened his grip around Sanpang's neck, while his left hand deftly drew his firearm, pressing it firmly against Sanpang's forehead. Sanpang instinctively attempted to resist, yet Jiyu had already seized his right arm, rendering him immobile. Don't move. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee this thing won't go off. Zhou Ran's voice boomed, fueled by adrenaline, asserting a commanding presence over the crowd. Officer Zhou, don't be impulsive. Let me handle this, Sanpang urged, his tone unnaturally calm, devoid of any hint of panic. Just as Zhou Ran sensed something amiss, Sanpang suddenly shouted rapidly to the crowd, You pathetic cowards, are you scared of this lousy gun? If you don't take down these 2 officers, we're all finished. Don't mind me, attack. With that, Sanpang kicked Jiyu aside, seizing the moment when his hands were freed to attempt to snatch the gun from Zhou Ran. Bang! A gunshot shattered the stillness of the night, and Sanpang collapsed like a marionette with severed strings, falling to the ground. Zhou Ran, with his weapon raised high toward the sky, exhibited not a trace of fear in his gaze. He was acutely aware that the current situation was exceedingly perilous. If he did not act decisively, if he could not immediately instill fear in the opposing group, their predicament would become immensely dangerous. Damn it, my brother has been killed by the police. Charge. I refuse to believe he can eliminate us all before his bullets run out. Who could have anticipated that Zhou Ran's gunshot would not only fail to intimidate the adversaries, but would instead incite their madness? In an instant, the air was filled with blood-curdling shouts, echoing throughout the mountains. The nearest assailants, wielding stout wooden clubs, charged at them with ferocious momentum. Among them, 3 individuals brandished daggers that glimmered ominously in the night. Thankfully, both Zhou Ran and Jiyu had received professional training, instinctively dodging the onslaught. At that moment, Zhou Ran understood a crucial principle. There was no turning back once the bow was drawn. If one shot did not quell the opposition, then he would fire two. If two were insufficient, then three. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 gunshots, the 3 villagers armed with daggers fell to the ground. Zhou Ran seemed to transform into a harbinger of death, bellowing, "Lay down your weapons. You are surrounded. Charge." The villagers before them appeared utterly unafraid of death, relentlessly rushing toward Zhou Ran and Jiyu. Zhou Ran calculated swiftly in his mind. He was equipped with a Type 92 pistol. Being a newcomer and the first time he was armed, his team had only provided him with 10 bullets. Having already fired 4 shots, he now had 6 remaining. Observing the madness of these villagers, he feared that even exhausting his ammunition would not deter them. At this moment, Zhou Ran comprehended a truth. There was no problem a handgun could not resolve, except for the case of insufficient ammunition. Bang, bang. He decisively fired 2 more shots, narrowly evading a dagger that nearly pierced his chest, and shouted to Jiyu, "Run." Chapter 87, Confrontation. The damp night air was laden with the metallic scent of blood. Seizing the moment when 2 bandits fell, Zhou Ran abruptly yanked Jiyu, carving a path through the chaos. Their shoes screeched against the earth as they sprinted along the pond's edge toward the village entrance. Zhou Ran thought they were blinded by fury. As long as they could divert attention, their colleagues should remain safe. They had to escape first. Zhou Ran rushed alongside Jiyu, urgently explaining that the villagers' madness exceeded their comprehension. This situation could only imply one thing. The lawlessness of this village was far worse than they had observed. At this moment, their survival was the most compelling evidence. They had to endure until reinforcements arrived. That was their most critical task. Soon, they reached the vicinity of the inn. If all went smoothly, in just a few minutes, they would reach the hiding place for vehicles at the village entrance. With a vehicle, safety would be assured. However, the group opposing them did not succumb to the disarray Zhou Ran had anticipated. From behind, a voice called out, "Stop, or the other 2 police officers, and this crowd will accompany us to the grave. If we cannot live, then we shall all perish together." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ran and Jiyu halted immediately. They had no doubt that their adversaries were not merely bluffing. Given the opposition's previous actions, if they did not return, the extremists would indeed resort to drastic measures. Yet, if they returned, the weapons they held would undoubtedly be seized, complicating matters further even when reinforcements arrived. What to do? Zhou Ran's mind raced. If he and Jiyu returned, he had to handle his handgun appropriately. But how? Moreover, he had to ponder how to orchestrate a rescue once assistance arrived. The predicament they faced would inevitably be encountered by the rescue team as well. With so many hostages in their captors' possession, the rescuers would tread cautiously. If they were captured and convinced the captors to confine everyone together, it might facilitate the rescue effort. Yet, that handgun must not fall into enemy hands. Zhou Ran took a deep breath, as if he had reached a significant decision. He turned to Jiyu and smiled softly. "Jiyu, are you afraid to go back with me? What is there to fear? The opposing group is unafraid of death. Can we be any less courageous?" Jiyu stood tall, his gaze resolute as he faced their foes. "Then let us confront this group once more." As the words left his mouth, Zhou Ran and Jiyu turned toward the adversaries. At that moment, a new leader emerged from within the crowd. With a wave of his hand, a dozen women were brought before Zhou Ran and Jiyu, among them, Sun Lan. Clearly, someone on the opposing side had realized that the 2 officers who should have been buried had been rescued, and the only one capable of doing so was Sun Lan. The other 2 officers were also pushed forward by the crowd. The leader shouted, "Officers, surrender your weapons and step forward." Zhou Ran scoffed, "I have a proposal. In 1 hour, our reinforcements will arrive. What do you intend to do then? What can we do? With so many hostages, we have nothing to fear. We will die together if necessary." Zhou Ran's heart sank. The opposition indeed viewed the group as hostages, and he had to protect them as best as he could. But in the event of chaos, how many could they truly control? Zhou Ran attempted to reason with them. Instead, why not confine us all in this inn? If you secure the inn, you will be safe. How does that sound? Zhou Ran articulated his thoughts, believing that keeping everyone together was preferable to scattering outside. And he had further plans. One of the villagers immediately shouted, "Brother, I think he makes a valid point. If we confine everyone in the inn, it will be easier to manage. This inn was built by us. The police will be unfamiliar with its layout and will hesitate to attack." The leader of the opposing group pondered for a moment before responding loudly, "Officer, I don't know what trickery you're attempting, but if I were to heed your words, I would be a fool." Zhou Ran chuckled and shook his head. I believe that young man is correct. Our police will only act when we can ensure the safety of the hostages. By confining us in the inn, the police would hesitate to engage. However, if both you and we remain outside, the distribution of personnel would be transparent, and snipers could take you out in an instant. What do you think? Consider it further. It is impossible. Don't even think about it. The opposing leader shouted defiantly. Bang! Zhou Ran fired decisively, and as the new leader fell, he aimed his handgun at the crowd, asking, "Who is your leader now? Can we negotiate regarding the earlier proposal?" Seeing the leader fall, another figure stepped forward. Impossible. Surrender your weapon. Aye, don't shoot. The villager who had previously agreed with Zhou Ran spoke up. I can agree to confine everyone in the inn, but your weapon must be surrendered. Very well, let everyone else enter the inn first, and when I enter last, I will hand over my weapon to you. With your weapon, you will have the courage to stand against the police. The new village leader waved his hand, and a dozen women trembled as they approached Zhou Ran. Zhou Ran kept a vigilant eye on the villagers, ready to counter any sudden moves. Yet, as the group of women drew near, one woman suddenly revealed a dagger, lunging toward Zhou Ran's chest. Jia noticed the anomaly and shouted, "Zhou Ran, watch out." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ran turned sharply. But in that fleeting moment between life and death, it was too late. His body could not react in time. A sharp sound pierced the air as a dagger plunged into flesh, causing a fountain of blood to erupt from the chest. In a critical moment, Sun Lan shielded Zhou Ran from this fatal blow. Bang! Once Zhou Ran regained his senses, he retaliated with a gunshot, eliminating the assailant, and reached out to catch the faltering Sun Lan. Why did you? At that moment, Zhou Ran's body trembled. He had faced the villagers' ferocity and the psychological impact of taking a life without fear, yet now he was profoundly shaken. His investigation into this remote village was intended to uncover the truth about Wang Yu and Sun Lan, but now she had taken a deadly hit for him. Officer I. Sun Lan coughed up blood, her right hand weakly retrieving a piece of paper from her clothing. This is everything I've gathered. Before she could finish, her hands fell limply to her sides. Chapter 88. Salvation. Zhou Ran gently laid Sun Lan down, glancing at the paper, which appeared to contain an address for hidden items. However, the urgency of the situation left him no time to ponder its significance. He cautiously turned to the women in the crowd, instructing, "Hurry inside. Jiyu, take your 2 colleagues with you." With that, Zhou Ran continued to aim his gun at the opposing group. "As long as we can safely enter, I will hand over my firearm. I assure you, my word is good." The leader of the opposing group nodded, signaling the villagers to remain still. Soon, a throng of people streamed into the inn. Noticing this, Zhou Ran, without any warning, decisively fired the last bullet from his handgun into the ground. He then placed the gun down, leaned slightly forward, and declared loudly, "The gun is here. Once I'm inside, you can come and retrieve it." With that, he turned and sprinted toward the inn. Upon entering, Zhou Ran quickly pivoted and forcefully shut the door behind him. Meanwhile, Jiyu had already prepared several tables and chairs, swiftly positioning them to barricade the entrance. Directing the other women, he shouted, "Quick, tip the refrigerator over, one side against the door, the other against the wall." The group of women, having gleaned the identities of Zhou Ran and Sun Lan from their conversation with the villagers, sprang into action. A few bolder women quickly formed a stable triangular structure with the refrigerator, door, and wall, effectively blocking any potential intrusion. Others pressed their hands firmly against the chairs, fully focused, ready to exert all their strength to hold the door. "You 2 are police officers, right?" one woman inquired. "I don't know how you got here, but I hope we can all escape together." Zhou Ran, regaining his composure, responded with unwavering conviction, "We will certainly make it. Our backup will arrive shortly." "That is wonderful. Officers, don't worry. We will guard this door for you," the women said with smiles, as if they could already envision their escape from the village. However, before they could celebrate, furious shouts erupted from outside. "Boss, the gun is out of bullets. Damn it, we've been fooled. Smash the door down, charge in. Everyone, follow me." The frantic cries outside echoed like the death knell, sending a jolt of dread and panic through everyone inside. "Stay calm, brace the door. If we can hold out for just a little while longer, our support will arrive," Zhou Ran urged, attempting to reassure the group. 5 minutes earlier at the Shangyun City Criminal Investigation Team, the armed police were en route. Team leader Liang, that was the sound of gunfire. A tense officer exclaimed, "It seems the situation in the village is dire. We need to expedite our response." Team leader Liang, there have been 10 gunshots. What on earth is happening? Is this how the police in Guangtian City operate? Openly firing guns? Are they unconcerned about collateral damage, or have they become desensitized to violence? Such concerns were not unfounded. After firing a weapon for the first time, an individual might suffer a psychological breakdown, mistaking everyone around them for enemies and launching indiscriminate attacks. Team Leader Liang. We must contain this individual. An officer beside him urged. Chu Huan, we cannot speculate on what is happening inside. We lack the full picture, Team Leader Liang replied sternly. The fact that they have managed to operate a police station without our knowledge indicates they are no ordinary criminals. The officers in Guangtian City must have had compelling reasons to fire. We must trust our comrades. Understood, Team Leader. Zhou Ran, the door is about to give way. We may not be able to hold it much longer. Jiyu shouted anxiously, his face pale. At this moment, Zhou Ran found himself out of options. His fists clenched and veins bulging, his eyes bloodshot as he roared, if the door breaks, then we fight. He placed the paper Sun Lan had entrusted to him into his pocket, fully aware that if the door were breached, he must swallow the paper immediately to preserve the critical evidence needed for his comrade's continued investigation. He had a nagging feeling that the information Sun Lan had given him was of utmost importance. Everyone, drop your weapons, cease all resistance, and surrender immediately. The shouts echoed outside. Just as the group inside steeled themselves for a fight, a piercing siren suddenly wailed, followed by the distinct sound of gunfire. Zhou Ran's expression shifted with excitement. Reinforcements had arrived. But how could they have come so quickly? Calculating the time, he figured they should have taken at least an hour to reach them. Boss, what do we do? We have to smash the door. If we can break it down, there might still be hostages. The leader of the villagers lamented, regretting not heeding the advice of the two previous leaders. He realized too late that he had squandered a favorable position. Subsequently, the villagers commenced a final desperate charge toward the inn, frantically battering the door. Team Leader Liang. What should we do? Fire. Liang ordered without hesitation. Having retired from the military, he was equipped with the experience to discern the ferocity and madness of the opposing group. In that moment, he fully understood why the officers in Guangtian City had fired so many shots. This group was comprised of reckless, desperate individuals. Dealing with such people required no words. Overwhelming force was essential to subdue them completely. A moment's hesitation could lead to a fatal counterattack. This lesson was one the battlefield had taught him. Mercy towards the enemy is negligence towards oneself. The crisp sound of gunfire rang out, and a multitude of villagers collapsed before the inn. The throng that had once numbered over 100 suddenly halved in an instant. The villagers, now gripped by profound fear in the face of overwhelming force, halted their actions, raising their hands and crouching down. Zhou Ran and his group were finally saved. He led the others out of the inn, only to find that the reinforcements were not from the special case team or their own unit. Confused, he looked at Jiyu and asked, "Aren't you the one who contacted the team leader?" Haha, Zhou Ran is it? You're from the Hu Bureau. Hearing Zhou Ran's confusion, Team Leader Liang approached with a smile. Hello, I'm Liang Xing, captain of the Shangyun City Criminal Investigation Team. An hour ago, your bureau contacted me for assistance. Zhou Ran returned the polite smile, saying, Thank you, Team Leader Liang. Without your help, we would have faced dire consequences. He pointed at the group of villagers and said, This village has long been involved in the nefarious trade of human trafficking, and everyone in this house has been brought here through their illicit activities. Zhou Ran briefly recounted the origin of these women, refraining from elaborating on further details. Although he had just been rescued by these officers, they were here to investigate a case of immense complexity, and in the absence of familiar colleagues, Zhou Ran had to exercise utmost caution. An hour passed, and the special task force from Guangtian City arrived, accompanied by several colleagues from Zhou Ran's team. Upon seeing his mentor, Zhou Ran finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. He retrieved the paper given to him by Sun Lan and, following the clues inscribed upon it, discovered a USB drive hidden within the toilet tank. Upon opening the drive, a densely packed list of names appeared before everyone. Deng Chushi, a resident of Shanshui Town in Guangtian City, abducted on May 9, 2006, captured and brutally beaten to death by Xiong Yin after attempting to escape the same month. Buried in the back mountain. Lu Shuxian, from Liangshe Town in Shangyun City, abducted on June 7, 2006, captured in April 2007 after escaping. Beaten to death by Meng Jie and buried in the back mountain. Li Dongling, from Daotsong Town in Xintian City, abducted on July 12, 2006, refusing to submit. Met her demise that day in the home of Li Fugui. Feng Ruixue, from Dafeng Town in Majiabatsi City, abducted on April 4, 2024, is safe. This list meticulously documented the information and experiences of all the women trafficked into this village from 2006 to the present, totaling a grim count of 278 women. Note: the names, dates, and locations mentioned above are fictional. If there are any coincidences, please leave a message, and I will make the necessary modifications. Chapter 89. Another miscalculation? The gazes of those present were transfixed on Zhou Ran's list, rendered speechless by the shocking revelations. The time span indicated that, practically every month, someone had been trafficked to this village. Even more terrifying was the fact that this did not account for the situation preceding Sunland's abduction, if included. Undoubtedly, this constituted an extraordinarily heinous case of human trafficking. The contents of the list revealed far more than mere trafficking. The words "beaten to death" loomed ominously in the eyes of every detective present. Should these circumstances prove true, they would implicate multiple significant criminal cases, further exacerbating the severity of the situation. Zhou Ran gazed at the list, his heart stirred, recalling the moment Sun Lan had saved him. This woman, whether through the bravery reflected in the list or her earlier acts of heroism in rescuing her two colleagues, or her unwavering resolve to shield him from a fatal blow, each action silently conveyed the profound goodness within her. Even amidst the darkness of her hellish existence, her heart still yearned for a glimmer of light. Team leader Liang's face turned pale as he clenched his fists, the knuckles whitening from his grip. He had never imagined that such a persistent and brazen trade in human lives could flourish in their city. Whether past or present, traffickers were among the most despicable of individuals. He slightly trembled his lips, turning to Xiang Jia, a former partner with whom he had fought side by side and with whom he shared a deep familiarity. "Old Xiang, this case occurred in our city. Let us take charge of it." Liang's voice was low yet resolute, his demand entirely justified. Typically, cases are assigned based on jurisdiction. In other words, the locality where the incident transpired is responsible for its investigation. This case of trafficking and murder occurred within Shangyun City's territory. Hence, it was entirely appropriate for team leader Liang and his team to handle it. However, this case also intertwined with incidents occurring in Guangtian City, and it was through Guangtian's investigations that the connection to Shangyun City was uncovered. If the case were handed directly to Shangyun City for investigation, their leads might be compromised. At this point, one might wonder, why does it matter who investigates the case? Isn't it all about solving the case, apprehending the criminals, and ensuring justice is served? While on a broader scale, both parties are indeed striving for resolution, the nuance lies in who retains the initiative in the investigation. Hence, in many instances, law enforcement agencies may engage in fierce competition for the right to investigate a case. To illustrate, consider a scenario where you and your spouse earn money. Regardless of who manages the finances, the income benefits the household. However, if you relinquish all financial control to your spouse, even simple pleasures like soaking your feet or enjoying a smoke may become cumbersome. As an experienced detective, Xiang Jia understood the stakes at play. He recognized that retaining control over the investigation would be most advantageous and reliable. He smiled faintly, his tone calm. "Team leader Liang, I am not trying to wrest control from you. We have a homicide case in our city, and these two young men trace their leads to your jurisdiction. Our officers have two colleagues here with broken legs. We must assert our position. Moreover, old Liang, it's not that I am withholding from you. They are currently investigating a cold case that has been officially registered with the provincial office." Xiang Jia deliberately emphasized the terms cold case and provincial office. He believed that these 2 points would convey a clear message to team leader Liang. Solving a cold case not only demonstrates the capabilities of law enforcement, but also fortifies public trust. A solemn declaration from the police. "We are capable of protecting you. Any crime will face the full weight of legal consequences." In a region devoid of unresolved cases, it is highly likely that the populace harbors considerable trust in the police, resulting in a stable society. Hence, by playing the cards of provincial office and cold case, Xiang Jia effectively dissuaded Liang from pursuing the investigative rights. After speaking, Xiang Jia approached Zhou Ran and Ji Yu, gently patting their shoulders, and inquired, "We reviewed the case materials you compiled. What led you to consider retaining the documents? Did you perceive this operation as particularly perilous?" Zhou Ran lifted his gaze from the computer, looking at Xiang Jia. "Team Xiang. The missing individuals are colleagues from the Special Task Force. If they can go missing, I believe this operation will not proceed smoothly. We kept the records as a precaution. Should anything happen to us, our colleagues will know what transpired and what needs to be investigated." Xiang Jia chuckled, giving Zhou Ran a thumbs up. It seems you have matured into a competent officer. Then, shifting his tone to a more serious demeanor, he continued, I reviewed the materials you left behind. Your hypotheses are quite audacious, diverging from conventional investigative approaches. Yet, I must concede, it is precisely your unconventional methodology that has propelled significant advancements in long-standing cold cases. Zhou Ran furrowed his brow. Team Xiang, what do you mean by audacious? This is reverse reasoning and criminal profiling. In truth, he had pondered his investigative approach before. If queried, he would struggle to provide a clear explanation. His method resembled solving a problem by working backward from the answer, making it challenging to articulate. Thus, he needed a rational justification. Ultimately, he categorized his abilities as reverse reasoning and criminal profiling, deducing the path of implementation from the crime's outcome, while simultaneously hypothesizing boldly based on available clues, simulating the criminal's perspective to conduct counter-detection thought experiments, and analyzing the motive for the crime to advance the case. Such abilities are often attributed to protagonists in classic films or novels, characters who possess extraordinary intellect and tread unconventional paths. However, such occurrences are seldom seen in reality, which has provided Zhou Ran with ample room to maneuver. After listening to Zhou Ran's explanation, the smile on Xiang Jie's lips deepened. All right, it's not gossip. But your analysis this time is indeed flawed. Flawed? Zhou Ran was taken aback. How could that be possible? Following his conjectures and deductions, they arrived at Qingshi village in Shangyun City. Moreover, Qingshi village indeed engaged in the trafficking of women for many years. How could he possibly be mistaken? Zhou Ran's previously relaxed demeanor vanished in an instant, replaced by a serious expression. In matters of professionalism, he immediately adopted a serious attitude and pressed, Xiang, where did I go wrong? Is there any progress in the team? Zhou Ran believed that if there was indeed any progress, it must be that his colleagues had successfully coerced Zhang Jijia into confessing his crimes. However, he perceived Zhang Jijia as a man of indecision, easily swayed. Thus, he felt compelled to personally oversee the situation and discern the truth of the admissions made. Otherwise, if misled again, the case could veer off course, leading to a wrongful conviction years later, which would be problematic. There was no progress. Zhang Jijia still adamantly claimed he murdered Wang Yu, while Ji Ziqian remained silent. Then why do you say my conjecture is incorrect? Do you suspect a father-son relationship between Ji Ziqian and Zhang Jijia? Indeed. Otherwise, Zhang Jijia has no motive to take the fall for Ji Ziqian. That is the sole explanation. Xiang Jie shook his head and retrieved a document on his phone, revealing that the DNA comparison between Ji Ziqian and Zhang Jijia had been completed, showing they were not related as father and son. Chapter 90. Sun Lan's confession. Zhou Ran and Ji Yu exchanged glances, simultaneously exclaiming, impossible. If Zhang Jijia and Ji Ziqian were not father and son, then Zhou Ran's previous deductions crumbled like a house of cards, fundamentally flawed from the outset. How could he arrive at a seemingly correct conclusion when the basis of his reasoning was entirely erroneous? Zhou Ran was perplexed. What was the situation? From the results, it was evident that there were indeed trafficking cases in Qingshi village, and they were numerous. This indicated the presence of a persistent gang involved in the heinous crime of woman trafficking. Yet, if his reasoning had been flawed from the beginning, why did the conclusion remain accurate? What were the odds of such a scenario occurring? While others may not grasp it, Zhou Ran was acutely aware. In previous cases, he had traced back from known results, repeatedly attempting and correcting errors until he discovered the correct line of reasoning. Even while heading in the right direction, he had often strayed. Now, with the wrong direction, how could he possibly find the right path? It was akin to solving a mathematical problem. Knowing the answer allows one to backtrack and calculate until the process that arrives at that answer is found, confirming its correctness. However, if one were to repeatedly calculate with an incorrect answer, even if a seemingly reasonable process emerged, the final result would inevitably be erroneous. Something was amiss. Zhou Ran opened the document sent by Xiang Jie, which clearly stated, Probability of Parent-Child Relationship, RCP, Arrow, 0001, Parentage Index, PI, Approaching 0, Exclusion Probability, EP, 99. 9999, Exclusion of Biological Father-Son Relationship between Zhang Jijia and Ji Ziqian. The report explicitly indicated that no father-son relationship existed between them. The reason it was not stated as 100 was to reflect the nature of science. In scientific matters, certainty is rarely absolute, and terms like 100 are seldom used. This seemingly insignificant 0 0001 precisely illustrates the rigor of scientific inquiry. Zhou Ran continued to analyze. The DNA testing report is evidently infallible, leaving only his reasoning as the error. He swiftly accepted this reality, scratching his head and turning to Gu. It seems we must reinvestigate the case from the ground up. Indeed, Gu stared at the report, his face filled with resignation. There was a detail that highlighted Xiang Jia's meticulousness. Zhou Ran, being a member of Xiang Jia's team, discussing the case with him was entirely normal. However, when sending the document, Xiang Jia discreetly ensured Gu received a copy as well. Gu, in name, was the leader of the special investigation team. Thus, Xiang Jia's action ensured Gu did not feel overlooked, preserving his dignity. Wait, this USB drive seems to contain hidden files. At that moment, a technician operating a computer suddenly exclaimed, drawing the attention of Zhou Ran and his team. Can we access it? Yes. Let us check. Moments later, the technician clicked his tongue, displaying a troubled expression. This is problematic. The other party set a 4-digit password, and it will self-destruct after 5 failed attempts. The group was immediately at a loss. 5 attempts were nearly impossible for a stranger. What if we try her birthday? Gu suggested. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of the keyboard echoed, but it was incorrect. Let us input the date she was trafficked to Qingshi village. This time, Zhou Ran confidently declared. What's the date? Well, it's in the case file. Zhou Ran pulled out his phone, pointing at the information in the case file and handing it to the technician. Tap, 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 still incorrect. After the second failed attempt, the group hesitated to try again. This USB drive had been entrusted to Zhou Ran by Sun Lan, and the current list underscored its significance. Therefore, the hidden file, protected by a password, must be even more crucial. But what could the password be? Zhou Ran pondered, stroking his chin as he slowly analyzed. Why was this file hidden? Such an important list has no encryption. Why conceal it? Xiang Jia speculated. Could it be something too personal for her to share? Zhou Ran immediately shook his head. No? If it were personal, why place it on such a significant USB drive? It must serve a purpose. Beside him, Jiu grasped Zhou Ran's shoulder. Zhou Ran. Do you remember Sun Lan telling us that we traced the clues she cast out? Could this be that clue? Possibly, but we don't know the password. Jiu closed his eyes, following Zhou Ran's previous line of reasoning. Sun Lan clearly hid this document to prevent others from seeing it, or more precisely, to shield it from the villagers. She could compile this list, but if the villagers discovered the USB drive, regardless of whether they could view its contents, she would be subjected to suspicion and even persecution. If the villagers found out there was a hidden file, they would undoubtedly go to great lengths to access it. Sun Lan dared to set a password, confident the villagers could not break it. What could the villagers be unaware of that someone from outside, or perhaps a savior, could access? Upon hearing Jiu's analysis, Zhou Ran's eyes lit up. The police. Specifically, information the police could uncover, which the villagers cannot. Jiu and Zhou Ran exchanged knowing smiles, simultaneously exclaiming, Zhang Jijie. At that moment, the thoughts of the two young officers perfectly aligned. They turned to the technician. Input Zhang Jijie's birthday. We have that information in the case file. Yes. Quickly, let us see what's inside. Soon, a letter written by Sun Lan appeared before them. If you are reading this letter, I assume you must be the police. If you are indeed the police, I believe I have reached the end of my journey, and for me, it is a form of liberation. However, before I depart, I wish to confess my sins. My name is Sun Lan, and my husband's name is Zhang Jijie, registered in Guangtian City. In 2005, my husband and I traveled to Shangyun City for a vacation, passing by Yiming Mountain, where I was abducted by a group and sold to Qingshi village, where I was treated as a breeding machine by G1, my captor in the village. On the very first day at G1's home, he forced himself upon me, shattering my world. I attempted to escape, but discovered that the village was nestled deep within the mountains with no one to aid me. A reckless attempt would lead to my death. I considered seeking help from other families, only to realize that the entire village was entangled in the trade of abducting women. From that day forward, I feigned acceptance, submitting to my captors while vowing to take revenge on the entire village, ensuring that everyone would face the full weight of the law. 9 months later, I gave birth to a son, whom I named Ji Ziqian, and in doing so, I gained Ji Wen's trust. I am certain that this child is Ji Wen's, as my husband Zhang Jijie and I had never consummated our marriage. I taught Ji Ziqian to read and recite, imparting my medical knowledge to him, hoping he would escape the mountains and carry my hopes for revenge with him. Ji Ziqian proved to be exceptionally intelligent, fulfilling my expectations with commendable academic achievements. During his high school years, I revealed the truth of my abduction by Wang Yu and the torment I suffered at his hands. Wang Yu would visit the village monthly. If Ji Ziqian could help me punish him, I would kneel before him in gratitude. I also informed Ji Ziqian that Wang Yu, seeking atonement, often visited schools to see the children, overcome with guilt upon learning of my suffering. Ji Ziqian soon confronted Wang Yu, resulting in his being taken to the police station for mediation. Later, he enrolled in a prestigious university, studying my former field. Before he left, I knelt before him, pleading tearfully for him to kill Wang Yu, so that I might depart this world without regret. Ji Ziqian agreed. And I knew that with his intellect, it would not be difficult for him to accomplish this task. Once he eliminated Wang Yu, I was confident the police would investigate him. Following the clues to Wang Yu, they would uncover the heinous truths of this hellish village. If the police could locate this village, I would be saved. I would provide them with all the information I had gathered. However, all these years, I had only identified Wang Yu as the one responsible for Qingshi village. Yet, if I could rescue countless sisters and eradicate this village, my death would be worth it. The only two individuals I feel remorse for are my husband, Zhang Jijia, and my son, Ji Ziqian. Ziqian, this is the first time I address you by this name. I am sorry that as your mother, I have used you as a tool for revenge. This truth may be cruel for you, but I do not regret my actions. For both you and myself. Sun Lan has been dead since the day I was abducted, since the day Ji Wan forced me. The mother you have known is merely a shell of a woman, living devoid of dignity. Jijia, I am sorry. It is an honor to have been your wife in this life. If there is a next life, I will seek you out, so wait for me. Chapter 91. The continuation of love. Upon reading Sun Lan's confession, the hearts of the audience felt as though struck by a colossal stone, leaving them in a state of turmoil, especially for Zhou Ran and Ji Yu, who were most familiar with the Wang Yu case. They had initially believed Ji Ziqian had killed Wang Yu out of revenge. However, Sun Lan's narrative detonated their assumptions like a bombshell. It was Sun Lan who orchestrated Ji Ziqian's actions against Wang Yu, seeking vengeance on her behalf. This aligned with her prediction that the police would indeed trace the clues from the Wang Yu case to Qingshi village, uncovering the criminal activities therein. It was only a matter of time before an investigation into this village commenced. None would escape the grasp of justice. Everything unfolded according to Sun Lan's meticulous design. Zhou Ran now comprehended the significance of the clues she had cast aside, remarking in awe, "Truly, she is a fallen phoenix, orchestrating this entire scheme, treating everyone as mere pawns, including the police. Is this the prowess of a graduate from 20 years ago?" As a contemporary university student, Zhou Ran often heard the notion that today's graduates lack value compared to their predecessors. He had previously scoffed at such claims, but at this moment, he deeply appreciated the formidable strength of Sun Lan as a student of her era. Her extraordinary resilience and intellect enabled her to execute this revenge that spanned 2 decades. Simultaneously, she brought this criminal village into the light of law enforcement, saving hundreds of abducted women. Xiangjia, upon hearing Zhou Ran's words, looked on with confusion and inquired, "Fallen Phoenix? What do you mean?" Ji Yu quickly clarified, "Team leader Xiang. While Zhou Ran may have misjudged the relationship between Zhang Jijia and Ji Ziqian, he has accurately analyzed every other crucial aspect of the case. The catalyst for this investigation was indeed what Zhou Ran referred to as the Fallen Phoenix. What is the Fallen Phoenix? When we investigated Ji Ziqian, his credentials and experiences were impeccable, yet we discovered he hailed from a desolate village. Initially, I assumed he was a prodigy emerging from a fallen lineage, his achievements a result of talent and hard work. However, Zhou Ran boldly speculated that the emergence of this phoenix might be due to the fall of another. Subsequently, he surmised that Ji Ziqian could be Zhang Jijia's son, born of his missing wife, Sun Lan. Further investigation into Sun Lan's disappearance revealed it coincided with Ji Ziqian's registered residence, and we found no records of Ji Ziqian's mother in the system. Ultimately, we concluded that Ji Ziqian, Wang Yu, and Sun Lan must be connected in Qingshi village, leading us to investigate the village. The subsequent events are now well known to you all. Upon hearing Ji Yu's explanation, Xiang Jie narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Zhou Ran. This individual had deduced the connection between Ji Ziqian, Sun Lan, and Zhang Jijia solely from Ji Ziqian's resume, a feat of imagination that seemed almost inconceivable. How had he arrived at such an analysis? Zhou Ran, your deductions have truly opened my eyes. When we return to the team, do share your insights. Team leader Xiang. As I mentioned earlier, it involves reverse reasoning and criminal profiling. With more practice, everyone can achieve this level, Zhou Ran replied. Yet, you'll have to conduct the training. There's no escaping that, haha. Xiangjia laughed heartily but quickly adopted a serious demeanor as he turned to team leader Liang. Old Liang, regarding this trafficking case. We can hand it over to you, but I have one condition. What is it? Liang inquired, eager at the prospect of receiving the case. We need to conclude our investigation into the Wang Yu case in our city first before passing it on to you. Xiangjia placed an arm around Liang's shoulders. Old buddy, you must grant me this favor. Of course. No problem. Liang readily agreed. Zhou Ran timidly raised his hand, feeling as though he might inadvertently challenge Xiangjia again. Team leader Xiang, what is it? Speak up. Zhou Ran took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and remarked. There is no need to complicate things. With Sun Lan's self-narrative letter in hand, we already possess evidence, albeit incomplete. I believe it will not be difficult to break Zhang Jijia's defenses. As long as we can crack one of the two, we can close the case without delving into the human trafficking aspect. Furthermore, I have surmised the reason why Zhang Jijie is willing to take the fall for Ji Ziqian. Jiyu, intrigued, immediately inquired, what is that reason? Have you considered that Sun Lan clearly stated in her letter that she and Zhang Jijie have never engaged in any marital activities? Zhang Jijie must be aware of this. So why does he still willingly shoulder Ji Ziqian's guilt? Is it love? Jiyu tentatively proposed. Indeed, it is Zhang Jijie's love for Sun Lan. Zhou Ran elucidated. For 20 years, Zhang Jijie searched for Sun Lan, only to learn of her existence through her son. Moreover, her son intends to eliminate the trafficker from that time. Wang Yu. For Zhang Jijie, this could be perceived as a form of vengeance. I suspect that when Ji Ziqian shared information about Sun Lan with Zhang Jijie, he concealed the fact that she was still alive. Having emerged from Qingshi village, Ji Ziqian must be familiar with the village's circumstances and the villagers' ruthlessness. He likely did not wish for Zhang Jijie to act foolishly and suffer a needless fate. Thus, upon learning of Sun Lan's supposed demise, Zhang Jijie redirected his profound love and longing for her onto Ji Ziqian. Perhaps he believes that Ji Ziqian is a continuation of Sun Lan in this world. The following day, after Zhou Ran and his team completed the case handover with those from Shangyun City, they hurried back to Guangtian City. By then, Ji Ziqian and Zhang Jijie had already been released in accordance with the detention procedures. However, this was of little consequence, as Zhou Ran and his colleagues had definitively identified the suspects and possessed Sun Lan's self-narrative letter as evidence. All indications suggested that Sun Lan had instigated and manipulated Ji Ziqian into murdering Wang Yu, while Ji Ziqian utilized his intellect to devise an alibi, implicating Zhang Jijie in his stead. After Ji Ziqian had disposed of the incriminating evidence, he would then assist Zhang Jijie in overturning the verdict against him. The intricate details of this cold case had now been pieced together. Based on the evidence they had gathered, they could summon both Zhang Jijie and Ji Ziqian for interrogation. The only remaining challenge was the evidence itself. Relying solely on Sun Lan's self-narrative letter was insufficient. The evidence chain was incomplete, hindering Ji Ziqian's conviction. To clarify, a complete evidence chain requires that case evidence not rely solely on a single suspect's confession, but also include corroborating evidence. This reflects the increasing sophistication of the rule of law, serving to protect suspects from coercion and threats while simultaneously imposing standards on law enforcement to minimize wrongful convictions. Yet, the Wang Yu case is distinctly different from others. Its evidence had long been disposed of by the suspects as time passed. How, then, could they secure a conviction? Chapter 92. Another USB drive. Zhou Ran shook his head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts, and urged Jiyu, let's not dwell on this too much. Let's interrogate the two of them. If we can obtain their confessions, it would represent a significant breakthrough. All right, let's go now. Jiyu nodded in agreement. Given the lack of evidence, if Ji Ziqian and Zhang Jijie were willing to confess, they might uncover new leads. Just as they prepared to head to the interrogation room, the security guard of the special case team called out from the office, Zhou Ran, your package has arrived. Huh, who would send me a package? Zhou Ran wondered. Making his way toward the security office, he had informed the special case team, and only two individuals, Xiangjie and Lin Chong from the brigade, were aware of it. Since the brigade was not far from the special case team, sending a package would be less efficient than delivering it directly. Moreover, no one else knew of his presence there, and it was unlikely anyone would send a package to the special case team. Zhou Ran sensed something amiss but could not suppress his curiosity. It is a natural human instinct to want to know the sender's identity and the package's contents when receiving an unexpected delivery. This curiosity also explains the existence of various mailing scams. Zhou Ran now suspected his package might be of that nature, possibly containing a winning notification or a QR code for claiming a prize. He received the small package from the security guard, giving it a gentle shake, realizing it contained something lightweight. Observing the package, he noted the absence of any postal information, prompting him to ask, "Sir, who delivered this?" A little girl said someone asked her to bring it here. It seemed the sender wished to remain anonymous. Zhou Ran opened the package to find yet another USB drive. What is this? He wondered aloud, holding the USB drive as he walked back to his office. "GU, an unidentified individual has provided me with a USB drive. Please find a technician to examine its contents together." In such a setting, inserting an unknown USB drive into a computer system could be hazardous. Although their computer systems possessed robust interception capabilities, caution was prudent. Moments later, under the technician's guidance, they accessed the USB drive. The technician glanced at the files and confirmed. It's a secure document, seemingly an audit trail of some equipment. Audit trail? Zhou Ran inquired. Indeed, this type of equipment records the time, account, and actions taken within the system. It is commonly found in the pharmaceutical sector to prevent manufacturers from falsifying records. Thus, these devices are equipped with mandatory recording functions that cannot be overwritten. The pharmaceutical sector? Can we identify what equipment this pertains to? Zhou Ran pondered aloud, perplexed as to why the audit trail from pharmaceutical equipment would be sent to him. It's a 3D printing device. 3D printing? Zhou Ran exclaimed, a flash of realization striking him as he recalled the lost experimental records from the Guangtian Drug Research Institute. Could this be connected? He swallowed hard and urged, "Quick. Check if there are any usage records for Ji Ziqian, specifically before March 8th, 5 years ago. We found it. There are usage records for him. Let me see." Zhou Ran's gaze fixated on the computer screen, where Ji Ziqian's usage log appeared, detailing his operation of the 3D printer, scanning a mold, and subsequently printing a mold. Can we ascertain what was scanned and printed? Yes, we can locate the storage address based on the generated files from this record. Soon, the technician opened the two files and pointed at the screen. Here, these are the two files. On the files, one depicted the scanned mold, shaped like a knife, while the other displayed a printed mold, with a recess perfectly designed to accommodate a knife. Comparing the parameters of the scan and print revealed that the knife-shaped recess aligned perfectly with the scan knife's shape. "GU, hurry. Send the murder weapon from the Wangyu case to the technical department for them to determine if the knife in those files matches the murder weapon." Zhou Ran's face lit up with excitement. Although uncertain of the USB drive's origin, if the knife in the files could be matched to the murder weapon, it would indicate that Ji Ziqian had previously possessed the murder weapon and had 3D printed an identical recessed mold. Consequently, by utilizing this mold shape, they could produce an identical knife. This would constitute solid evidence. Thus, the evidence chain would be complete. Naturally, securing Ji Ziqian's confession would render the case even more flawless. With this thought in mind, Zhou Ran patted the technician on the shoulder. "Brother, please assist with the comparison. I appreciate it. Rest assured, the results should be available in about an hour. GU, let us go and pay those two a visit." In the interrogation room, Zhou Ran calmly observed Ji Ziqian. "Ji Ziqian, do you have anything to say?" "Officer, why have you arrested me again? I truly did not commit murder. I must commend you. Your methods of operation, your counter-surveillance tactics, and your cognitive abilities are indeed exceptional. However, once a crime is committed, evidence will inevitably be left behind." Officer, I assure you, I am innocent." Zhou Ran smiled slightly, shifting the topic. "I am not here to interrogate you this time. Do you know where we went these past few days? What does that have to do with me?" "We visited Qingshi village and met with Sun Lan." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ran continued to observe Ji Ziqian, who finally reacted. "My mother, you went to Qingshi village. How could you possibly go there?" "Naturally, it was based on your relationship with Zhang Jijia," Zhou Ran responded, picking up a document from the table. "By the way, we previously conducted a DNA comparison between you and Zhang Jijia, and the results might surprise you. You two share no blood relation. I can assure you, your mother Sun Lan deceived you." "No, that's impossible." Ji Ziqian shook his head frantically. "My mother would never deceive me. Let me share with you the story that unfolded in Qingshi village. Your mother, in her quest to save more lives and to protect me, took a fatal blow meant for me. She has passed away. Your mother was remarkable. She lived in darkness for 20 years yet never relinquished her hope for light, ultimately raising someone as talented as you. She is gone? Ji Ziqian's gaze dimmed as he grappled with this revelation. Noticing Ji Ziqian's shifting attitude, Zhou Ran seized the moment to inquire further. Before her passing, your mother left us a letter revealing the entire truth. This included her plea for you to kill Wang Yu. A bitter smile crept across Ji Ziqian's lips, and tears silently streamed down his face. Did she truly say that? Even now, my mother still protects me. Zhou Ran frowned, puzzled by this implication. How could Sun Lan be protecting him? Chapter 93. Confession. Ji Ziqian slowly raised his head, tears tracing his cheeks. With a deep sigh, he confessed, I killed Wang Yu. I also enlisted Zhang Jijie to take the blame, intending to later exonerate him. Our relationship is as you suspected. My mother revealed to me that he is my biological father. However, I never anticipated. Ji Ziqian shook his head, smiling faintly. Upon hearing Ji Ziqian's admission, Ji Yu felt a sense of relief. Securing a confession meant this long-standing case could finally be closed. However, Zhou Ran furrowed his brow. Ji Ziqian's rapid change in demeanor seemed suspect. Was there another scheme afoot? Sensing Zhou Ran's unease, Ji Ziqian continued, Officer, I mean no harm. Everything I say is true. Allow me to share my story. I was born in Qingshi village, as you likely know. In my recollection, my father, Ji1, frequently abused my mother. Yet she always shielded me. She taught me to read and imparted knowledge. I was the first in our village to attend school in the neighboring village. And my mother endured countless beatings from my father to ensure I could study. As I grew older, I realized that with my mother's intellect, she could not possibly be a local villager. I pressed her for answers, and eventually, she revealed that she had been trafficked by Wang Yu. Later, while going through one of my mother's notebooks, I discovered clues about Wang Yu and information about Zhang Jijie. At that moment, I resolved to avenge my mother and kill Wang Yu. Thus, I devised a plan, as you have surmised. I waited for the right moment, for an opportunity where the police would discover the murder weapon immediately. Until March 7th, 5 years ago, I inadvertently overheard a conversation in Chang'an village. The village chief, Lu Anren, mentioned that they would be fighting with Wufu village the following afternoon, and I recognized my chance. I contacted Zhang Jijie, reviewed the plan, and that afternoon, we kidnapped Wang Yu. I instructed Zhang Jijie to leave the knife behind and head to Huaxi City to create an alibi for himself. On March 8th, I took the knife and stabbed Wang Yu 32 times before proceeding to Guangtian Pharmaceutical Laboratory to establish my own alibi. At 11:55, I arrived at the brawl between the two villages, taking advantage of the chaos to leave the bloodied knife behind. Afterwards, I returned to Wang Yu's home, waiting until 2 p.m. to retrieve the pre-prepared knife, made from a 3D mold. I plunged it into Wang Yu's heart and departed. Then, I waited 3 years for the actual murder weapon to degrade naturally, destroyed the laboratory's experimental data, and waited another year before informing Zhang Jijie that he could appeal his case. That encapsulates the entirety of the incident, officer. Zhou Ran stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before asking, what evidence can substantiate your claims? Your account differs somewhat from what your mother Sun Lan stated. Also, why do you say Sun Lan is protecting you? Now, Ji Ziqian's demeanor had entirely surrendered any pretense of resistance. Zhou Ran sought to capitalize on this chance to elicit a comprehensive account from Ji Ziqian. Ji Ziqian shook his head with a bitter smile. There is no evidence. I have destroyed everything that could be incriminating. I alone am my evidence. Alternatively, if you can access the surveillance footage from the prison entrance from a year ago, that might be helpful. What do you mean? I randomly approached someone entering the prison to relay a message to Zhang Jijie, indicating that his case was unjust. All right. We will investigate this. Zhou Ran noted this down and gestured to a colleague through the window to look into it. However, he held little hope, as the footage was likely overwritten and the individual was a chance encounter, leaving no trace of who conveyed the message. They could always inquire directly with Zhang Jijie. After Ji Ziqian's account, Zhou Ran continued, Now, let us address my other two questions. Of course, Ji Ziqian nodded in agreement. While I have not seen the statement my mother provided you, I believe she claimed responsibility, stating that she instructed me to kill Wang Yu. She never directed me. I uncovered the clues myself. Although I suspect she intentionally allowed me to discover them, to me, she was a beacon of light in our home. That village was fundamentally corrupt, yet there existed this one person who protected me as I grew. Although she deceived me regarding my relationship with Zhang Jijie, I harbor no resentment because even until her last moments, she was still looking out for me. Zhou Ran finally understood. While Sun Lan believed she had not treated Ji Ziqian well, even using him as a tool for vengeance, to Ji Ziqian Having grown up in a dark village witnessing cannibalistic behavior, his mother's refusal to harm or berate him, alongside her impartation of knowledge and encouragement to pursue education, was a ray of light guiding him forward. Observing Ji Ziqian's composure and demeanor, Zhou Ran noted his calmness, devoid of superfluous gestures, his gaze steady. He did not appear to be lying. Zhou Ran, a voice crackled through the earpiece. The knife related to the Wang Yu case matches the model in the 3D printing files you provided. Understood. Now, only one question remained for Zhou Ran. Where had the USB drive come from? According to reason, with Ji Ziqian's intellect, it would be improbable for him to leave such evidence behind. Furthermore, he had just stated that no evidence was left. With his capabilities, he could have easily ensured that. Zhou Ran shook his head, perplexed. Yet, since he could not fathom it, he decided to inquire directly. Ji Ziqian, you mentioned earlier that no evidence was left. However, we have received a document indicating that you utilized a 3D printed concave mold, which we have confirmed was scanned from the very first knife used. Upon hearing Zhou Ran's words, Ji Ziqian slightly furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment. The case had progressed to this point, and Zhou Ran had no need to deceive him. Thus, the police had indeed received evidence. But who could have provided it? In a fleeting moment, Ji Ziqian smiled and shook his head. Ah, so it was her. Who? Ji Ziqian's lips curled into a smile. Officer Zhou Ran, since she wishes to remain anonymous and has accorded me such courtesy for so long, I naturally will not disclose her identity. However, I trust that, with your capabilities, you will be able to uncover who she is. You won't say? I could consider your attitude as one of honesty. No need for that, Officer Zhou. I will admit my guilt. Very well. As Zhou Ran and Ji Yu exited the interrogation room, just as they closed the door, Zhou Ran gently punched the wall in frustration. Damn it. If you won't tell me, I'll find out myself. Chapter 94. Case closed. Zhou Ran and Ji Yu arrived at Zhang Jijia's interrogation room. Officer, I confess. I killed Wang Yu. Zhang Jijia, still acting as if nothing has changed? Ji Ziqian has already confessed. You need not take the blame for him. However, your interference in the investigation and deliberate misdirection will also be reported to the judicial authorities for a verdict. No, officer, it was I who killed him. Seeing Zhang Jijia in such a state, Zhou Ran abruptly stood, slamming his hand on the table. Stop with the nonsense. I tell you, we have investigated Qinshi village. The very place where your wife, Sun Lan, was trafficked. In that village, everyone was engaged in the trafficking of women. If anyone attempted to escape, they were met with severe beatings, and many were even beaten to death. Your wife lived there for 20 long years. 20 years. If only Ji Ziqian had informed you of his plan to kill Wang Yu sooner, and you had contacted the police, we might have dismantled that village long ago and rescued many women, including your wife. No, Lan has already left. Zhang Jijia's eyes widened. He lied to me. Ji Ziqian deceived me. Indeed, Ji Ziqian emerged from that village fully aware of its nature. Once outsiders entered, it was virtually impossible for anyone to leave. He believed you to be his biological father and did not wish for you to perish in vain. Hence he lied to you. If you had informed the police earlier, instead of shielding Ji Ziqian, Zhou Ran continued, and I believe you know that Ji Ziqian is not your biological son, correct? If you are aware, why then do you continue to take the blame for him and deceive the police? Zhang Jijia, do you think you are atoning for your sins? Do you consider this love? No, on the contrary, you are enabling their crimes. Do you have any idea how many women have been trafficked into that village over the years? Do you know how many have been beaten to death and disposed of without a trace? You have no clue. For you have never seen the mounds of earth that serve as their graves, with not a single tombstone or name to commemorate them. Each of Zhou Ran's words pierced through Zhang Jijia's heart like needles. In the interrogation room, the man broke down in tears once more. Zhou Ran felt a mix of admiration and loathing for Zhang Jijia. He admired his steadfast love for Sun Lan while detesting his misguided sense of righteousness. Often, people wish to give what they perceive as the best to others without considering whether it is truly needed. I don't enjoy this, but you can have it. Even if we have to sell everything we own, we will ensure you receive an education. Such self-righteous declarations of love can weigh heavily on the recipient's heart, instilling a sense of guilt. Zhang Jijia believed that taking the fall for Ji Ziqian was an extension of his love for Sun Lan. Yet it was precisely this foolishness that delayed the police from uncovering Qinshi village, prolonging Sun Lan's suffering in darkness for an additional 5 years, along with over 60 other victimized women. Zhang Jijia, stop crying. If you truly love Sun Lan, then tell us everything you know about this case. The entirety of your involvement as a means of honoring her memory. Lon, Zhang Jijie wiped his tears. Officer, you just said Lon is still alive? During the operation last night to dismantle Qinshi village and rescue the trafficked women, Sun Lon suffered severe injuries while protecting crucial leads and subsequently passed away. The interrogation room fell silent. After approximately half a minute, Zhang Jijie lowered his head and revealed the truth. 5 years ago, Ji Ziqian approached him, claiming to be the son of him and Sun Lan, but he knew that was impossible. Yet, Ji Ziqian later informed him of Sun Lan's whereabouts, deceiving him into believing she was deceased and asked him to take the blame for the murder of Wang Yu. The subsequent details aligned with Ji Ziqian's account. He left his fingerprints on the knife and traveled to Huaxi City. He then confessed and served 4 years in prison before learning he could appeal. Zhang Jijie's account corroborated Ji Ziqian's, and with Sun Lan's letter, the 3D printed evidence from the USB drive, and the knife discovered at the scene of the altercation. This 5-year-old cold case finally formed a complete chain of evidence, allowing for the preparation of case closure materials for submission. Zhou Ran and Ji Yu exited the interrogation room, stretching as they declared that the case was finally concluded. Indeed, it is finally over. Ji Yu extended his hand, shaking Zhou Ran's. It has been a pleasure working with you, Detective Zhou. Haha, hearing you say that, Detective Ji, is truly delightful. Zhou Ran jested. Tomorrow, once I finish organizing the case files, I will return to the team. Do you have any plans for this case? I will seek out Senior Yuan Kong and relay the details of the case to him, hoping he can return to normalcy, Ji Yu replied. And you? As for me, I will eat, sleep, and investigate as cases arise. However, I hope the investigation into Qinshi village in Shangyun City can be thorough. Indeed, with so many trafficked individuals, it has garnered nationwide attention, resulting in considerable pressure. Thankfully, I had the foresight to suggest that the team leave the case to you. Zhou Ran chuckled softly. The following day, after organizing the case files in the special investigation team, Zhou Ran bid farewell to Ji Yu and prepared to return to the team. However, on his way back, he took a detour to the Guangtian Pharmaceutical Research Institute. Zhou Ran located the lab director, Yao Ying, and together they went to the playground in the Research Institute's backyard, sitting on the grass, basking in the sunlight. Officer Zhou Ran, what brings you here? I came to thank you. I also wanted to inform you that Ji Ziqian has been arrested for murder. Zhou Ran reclined on the grass, closing his eyes nonchalantly. The evidence is irrefutable. What? Ji Ziqian actually committed murder? Yao Ying shook her head in disbelief. Ji Ziqian has confessed. But the evidence that solidified his conviction and formed a complete chain was contained within a crucial USB drive. What a commendable citizen. If only we knew who provided it. We would certainly award her a Good Citizen Award. Alas, it's not me. Otherwise, I would have surely received a commendation from the leadership for being an exemplary individual. Indeed. What a pity. Such altruism without seeking recognition. Zhou Ran rose to his feet, brushed off the dirt from his clothes, and stated, I have come solely to deliver this news, nothing more. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Upon reaching the shed, he removed his sunglasses, revealing the dark circles under his eyes. Indeed, he had spent the entire night pondering who had provided him with the USB drive and had surmised the reasoning behind it. After the laboratory data was lost, Yao Ying, being the head of the lab, was undoubtedly responsible for its maintenance. However, by the time the repair personnel arrived, disciplinary actions from the Research Institute had already been imposed. For Yao Ying, since punishment had been meted out, the possibility of recovering the data was no longer her concern. Moreover, she could not comprehend why someone would seek to erase all device records until she came across Ji Ziqian's 3D printing records. Zhou Ran had heard that the female researchers at the institute were quite enamored with the young and handsome Ji Ziqian, so Yao Ying's reaction was entirely understandable. Hence, she retained a copy of the repair records for herself. She reasoned that if Ji Ziqian were indeed guilty of any crime, the police would certainly investigate, and at that time, she would present the evidence. Yet, no police had come to inquire. When Zhou Ran arrived, the time gap had been too extensive. And since the incident had occurred 5 years prior, Yao Ying feared the police might accuse her of obstructing justice or concealing evidence. Thus, she had chosen to remain silent during Zhou Ran's initial visit, subsequently covertly delivering the USB drive to the security personnel of the special case team. Chapter 95. Interrogation by inspectors. The following day, Zhou Ran returned to the task force, as the Wang Yu case had concluded, necessitating his return to his original responsibilities. However, upon his return, only the leader of the special case team approached him to express gratitude, which left Zhou Ran feeling somewhat unappreciated. Surely, a commendation should have been requested on his behalf? Yet, the other party merely continued to express thanks, which left Zhou Ran feeling somewhat helpless. After all, he was merely there to assist, and the case was fundamentally the responsibility of the special case team. He settled at his desk, beginning to organize various types of cases and inputting them into the records. This was his primary duty, yet due to the recent spate of homicides, he had lacked the time to organize, which led others to perceive him as a detective who should solely be on the front lines of solving cases. Zhou Ran, the team leader is looking for you. Head to his office, Lin Chang remarked as he approached Zhou Ran. Oh, all right. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Ran arrived at Xiang Jie's office, only to find two inspectors seated on the sofa. Upon noticing Zhou Ran's arrival, Xiang Jie began the introduction. Zhou Ran, these two are inspectors from the provincial department. They are here to investigate the shooting incident in Qingshi village you were involved in. Do not be nervous. Your actions in shooting 9 assailants have not occurred within the system for many years, so the inspectors are here merely to verify the circumstances. Just speak truthfully. The report has already been submitted from Shangyun City. Xiang Jie succinctly explained the inspector's purpose while subtly reminding Zhou Ran of two crucial points. 1. Shangyun City had classified the 9 villagers he shot as assailants, indicating that his actions fell within the realm of lawful enforcement and would incur no penalties. 2. The report had been submitted, and the inspectors were already informed of all details, so Zhou Ran merely needed to recount his account accurately. Zhou Ran nodded in understanding. While police officers possess the right to use firearms during the course of their duties, there remains an obligation for review to ascertain whether the situation necessitated such action. Had Zhou Ran refrained from firing that night, all present could have faced death. He then recounted the detailed sequence of events from that night in Qingshi village to the inspectors, who did not attempt to complicate matters, instead following protocol and meticulously inquiring about the specifics of the incident. Once Zhou Ran had finished his account, the inspectors compared it with the report from Shangyun City, confirming its consistency before taking their leave. After their departure, Xiang Jie scrutinized Zhou Ran intently, assessing him from head to toe multiple times, causing Zhou Ran to feel somewhat uneasy. Captain, if you have something to ask, please do so. There is no need to look at me like that. All right, come with me. Xiang Jie led Zhou Ran through the corridor to the door of the psychological counseling room, gesturing for him to enter. Allow the psychologist to conduct an assessment. I need to ensure that you have not retained any psychological repercussions following the incident. Typically, even when police officers act within the bounds of lawful enforcement, they may still experience psychological distress from having taken a life. Statistically, approximately 10-30 of individuals may develop severe PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. Given Zhou Ran's case of having shot 9 individuals, the psychological impact he bore was undoubtedly profound. Hence, it was essential to provide him with psychological intervention to avert any latent psychological issues or the emergence of violent tendencies. After approximately half an hour, Zhou Ran emerged from the room, appearing relaxed. He smiled at Xiang Jie and said, Captain, the doctor informed me that I am fine. May I return home now? Yes. You may go. Just don't overexert yourself. Return home early after work. Understood, Captain. Once Zhou Ran departed, Xiang Jie entered the consultation room and inquired, how did it go? Is he all right? Everything is fine. His mental state is normal, and his responses fell within the acceptable range. There are no issues. Is it common for someone who has shot 9 individuals to maintain a normal psychological state? Such occurrences are certainly not common. This individual is naturally suited for police work. Consider yourself fortunate to have found such a promising candidate. Upon hearing this, a weight was lifted off Xiang Jie's shoulders. His greatest fear was that Zhou Ran would develop some form of psychological ailment. With the professional assessment from the psychologist, he was now completely at ease. The day's work soon came to an end, and Zhou Ran stretched, realizing it had been quite a while since he had worked so leisurely. As he rode his bike to the entrance of the task force, preparing to head home, he noticed Chu waiting outside. Upon seeing Zhou Ran finish work, she promptly approached him with lively steps. She appraised him from head to toe, exhaling a sigh of relief. Thank goodness you're unscathed. I heard you had a gunfight with the assailants. Zhou Ran was somewhat taken aback. Your news travels fast. Of course, Chu began, but then shifted the topic. Last time you treated me to dinner. This time it's my turn to invite you. I know a fantastic grilled fish restaurant. There's no need. I can just eat at home. What? Are you afraid of encountering another crime scene? Chu giggled, covering her mouth. Having contemplated this for quite some time, she recalled that their only successful dinner together had been due to her coaxing. Thus, she employed the same tactic once more, gazing at Zhou Ran with wide, hopeful eyes, playfully imploring, "Could you grant me this opportunity?" Sensing Chu Tingting's sincerity, or perhaps feeling that he had already declined her invitations too many times, Zhou Ran finally nodded in agreement. "How is it? This grilled fish is delightful." "Isn't it?" Zhou Ran wiped his lips and swallowed, exclaiming, "Delicious. It's been ages since I've had such exquisite grilled fish." This area is close to the university town, primarily catering to students. Chu Tingting offered Zhou Ran a piece of fish, stating, "Restaurants in college towns generally have good flavors. After all, if the food isn't tasty, the students want to return." The taste is indeed commendable. As the topic waned, the two found themselves at a loss for words, resulting in a slight awkwardness in the dining atmosphere. "Look outside the window. There's a couple kissing over there," Chu Tingting observed, her cheeks slightly flushed as she pointed outside. Zhou Ran glanced casually, responding, "Well, they're university students. It's quite normal, a match made in heaven." As he spoke, he pressed his lips together and gently dislodged a small fishbone with his thumb and forefinger. "Zhou Ran, do you want a kiss?" Chu Tingting stammered, shyly lowering her head, unable to meet Zhou Ran's gaze. At this moment, the steam rising from the grilled fish enveloped the two, obscuring their vision and artfully concealing the girl's bashful expression. Who wouldn't desire such a moment? Every man would. "Then, why not give me a kiss?" Chu Tingting's voice was as faint as a whisper. "Huh." Zhou Ran paused, halting his actions and gazing out the window, feeling a twinge of discomfort. This can't be right, can it? Surely the girl would not be willing. Chu Tingting could no longer contain herself, taking advantage of the mist. She furtively stole a glance at Zhou Ran and puffed out her cheeks, insisting, "I'm asking you to kiss me." "Do you know her?" Zhou Ran asked incredulously. Chu Tingting pouted, slamming her chopsticks on the table, exclaiming, "Enough. I'm done eating. You're so annoying." With that, she stood up, declaring, "I'll pay the bill first. You can eat a bit more, and I'll leave right after." Watching Chu Tingting vacate her seat, Zhou Ran chuckled softly and shook his head. How could he be oblivious to her feelings? Yet, he was determined to pursue justice, a path fraught with peril, and he was reluctant to entangle her in his troubles, opting instead to feign ignorance. Perhaps once Chu Tingting's fervor waned, she would gradually move on. It seemed dining with her in the future would be ill-advised, especially since their interaction had escalated to such intimate levels. Who knows what would happen next? Zhou Ran quickly quelled his thoughts, reminding himself, no inappropriate thoughts, and certainly no inappropriate writings. Chapter 96, A Suicide Before Zhou Ran. Time swiftly passed, and another week had elapsed. During this time, they diligently conducted numerous patrols within their jurisdiction, striving to uncover the reasons behind the recent spate of homicides. However, their efforts yielded no results. The area remained tranquil, devoid of any anomalies. "Zhou Ran, let us take a break. I need to grab some water from the car." Lin Chong huffed, resting his hands on his hips and trudging toward the police vehicle with a heavy gait. "All right, hurry up. We haven't completed our patrol tasks for today, and we still have 2 streets to cover," Zhou Ran urged. I know. You young folks ought to have a little sympathy for us older folks. At our age, walking 30,000 steps a day is quite a challenge." Lin Chong joked, handing Zhou Ran a bottle of water. "Have a sip." Zhou Ran removed his cap, accepting the water and taking a refreshing gulp. As he set the bottle down, he inadvertently caught sight of a passerby across the street. The individual appeared agitated, frequently glancing around with an air of paranoia. Suddenly, he noticed Zhou Ran and Lin Chong in their police attire, striding purposefully toward them. "Master." "Something's off," Zhou Ran whispered, subtly indicating the man across the street. Lin Chong glanced quickly, instantly sensing something amiss. The man's gaze was sharp, seemingly imbued with a sense of resolution. "Hey, what are you doing?" Lin Chong shouted, his feet poised for action, ready to spring into action should the man show any signs of fleeing. Upon hearing Lin Chong's shout, the man crossed the road and halted about 10 meters away from them. "You two are police, right?" Lin Chong stepped forward, positioning himself to shield Zhou Ran, his muscles taut and prepared for any sudden developments. At that moment, Zhou Ran also sensed the tension in the air, discreetly reaching for his sidearm. He swallowed hard, fixating on the man. The individual inhaled deeply, puffed out his chest, and proclaimed loudly, "I've killed someone." No sooner had the words left his mouth than he withdrew a dagger from his waist, raising it high. "Zhou Ran, let us move," Lin Chong urged. "Yes, master." The two swiftly drew their firearms, commanding freeze. "Drop your weapon." Surrender immediately. The man held the dagger aloft, addressing Zhou Ran and Lin Chong, officers. I just killed someone at home. With that, he plunged the blade into his own heart, collapsing slowly to the ground as a pool of blood began to spread beneath him. The entire sequence transpired in less than 10 seconds, leaving nearby pedestrians stunned, some screaming, while others scrambled for safety. Yet, an alarming number of onlookers pulled out their phones to capture the scene. Zhou Ran exchanged a troubled glance with Lin Chong, both bewildered by the sudden turn of events. What was happening? They had initially believed the man was approaching them with intent, yet he had unexpectedly committed suicide in plain view. They hurried over, dispersing the crowd and displaying their badges, urging, everyone, remain calm. Do not approach the scene, as it may compromise the evidence. Zhou Ran, quickly call 120. I'll report to the team. Yes. After reporting to the team, Lin Chong donned a pair of gloves and crouched down to assess the man's condition. The dagger had penetrated his heart, and he was bleeding profusely, a fatal wound. At this moment, the man had ceased to breathe and exhibited no vital signs. Resuscitation was impossible. Zhou Ran, he gone. Zhou Ran sensed something was amiss. Why had the man chosen to end his life in front of the police? And how curious that they had only just commenced their patrol when such an event unfolded before their eyes. Something was not right. He abruptly scanned the surroundings, failing to identify any suspicious figures. Zhou Ran, did you hear him say he killed someone at home? I did. So, was this a suicide out of guilt? Or was he seeking justice for some wrongdoing, hoping to draw police attention before taking his life? Lin Chong pondered, his expression one of confusion. This was a scenario he had never encountered before. Especially in such a public setting, the social ramifications of this suicide would be dire. The entire precinct could face repercussions. Lin Chong turned to Zhou Ran, his expression slightly peculiar, silently musing. This kid may possess remarkable investigative skills, but why does it seem a bit ominous? Perhaps I should buy him an apple to carry for good luck in the future? Just then, Xiang Jie and several colleagues hastily approached. What is going on? Xiang Jie inquired upon spotting the lifeless body in the pool of blood, in front of Zhou Ran and me. He shouted that he killed someone at home before stabbing himself in the heart. Xiang Jie gestured for others to manage the scene, then asked, killed someone at home? Yes, that was his last statement. Forensic expert Yang Wen arrived beside them, stating, the man shows no signs of life. The cause of death is the stab wound to the heart. So it was a suicide? Xiang Jie queried. Yang Wen shook his head, indicating the body on the ground. Old Lin, you mean to say he shouted that he killed someone and then committed suicide? Yes, Lin Chong confirmed. At that moment, Zhou Ran and I were at the police car, having a drink, when we noticed him. He even asked if we were police officers. Yang Wen frowned slightly, sensing something was off. Why would someone contemplating suicide seek out police? I need to conduct a blood test to check for any drugs or hallucinogenic substances. Are you suggesting it could be a homicide? I cannot draw conclusions until the test results come back. I can only confirm that the stab wound was fatal. As for any substances, we will only know after testing. Understood, Yang. Please expedite the investigation. Xiang Jie immediately called over Wang Yu, instructing him to verify the identity of the deceased and locate his residence. There might be another murder involved. Understood, Wang Yu replied, swiftly taking a photo of the corpse and working on the computer. He then picked up a fingerprint scanner, crouching down to press the deceased's fingers onto the device. Before long, the computer system returned a match, revealing the identity of the deceased. Team leader, I have the information, Wang Yu announced as he approached with the computer in hand. The deceased was named Gui Yu, a 35-year-old male. He was married, with a wife named Chu Fong and a 5-year-old son, Gui Hao. They resided at Unit 302, Building 2, Lishir Tiyuan, Baiyun Street, Guangtian City. Upon hearing this, Xiang Jie patted Lin Chong on the shoulder, saying, Old Lin, you take care of the scene here. He then pointed to several individuals, you, and you, along with Zhou Ran, come with me to his house. Half an hour later, Xiang Jie and his team arrived at Gui Yu's home, knocking frantically on the door and calling out anxiously, is anyone there? Police investigation. Who is it? Coming. A woman appeared at the door, holding a young boy. Zhou Ran exclaimed in surprise, not dead? Who are you? Who said I'm dead? The woman scrutinized the group suspiciously. What do you want? Xiang Jie displayed his identification. Hello, we are from the criminal investigation team of Guangtian City. Are you Chu Fong? Yes. What's the matter? She replied. Is your husband Gui Yu? That's right. And this is your son Gui Hao? Yes, what do you want? Chu Fong asked, growing impatient and attempting to close the door. After confirming their identities, Xiang Jie felt a sigh of relief. It appeared no one had died. Nevertheless, he politely asked, "May we come in and take a look around?" Chu Fang furrowed her brow slightly but nodded, leading them inside. The tidy living room was infused with a faint scent of cleaning products. Children's building blocks scattered across the floor, the sofa covers slightly wrinkled, and dirty dishes left unwashed in the kitchen. There were no signs of violence. The experienced detectives present were able to ascertain that no murder had taken place here. What did Guiyu mean by saying he had killed someone at home? Was it some sort of coded message, or merely a cruel prank? His home showed no signs of a murder, and the reactions of Chu Fang and her 5-year-old son Guiyu did not resemble those of individuals who had just witnessed a violent crime. Did Guiyu lie? Xiang Jie approached Chu Fang and inquired, "Is there anyone else in the house besides the two of you?" "No, we just returned." "Just returned?" "Yes. My son finishes kindergarten at 4, and I left at 3:30 to pick him up." "Shouldn't you have been back by 4:30? Why?" Xiang Jie's question trailed off as Chu Fang interjected, "Oh, it's Friday, so my son doesn't have school tomorrow. I took him to the Mall South amusement park for a little while, which delayed us." "And Guiyu?" "He works from 9 in the morning until 4 in the afternoon." Chu Fang glanced at the clock, realizing it was already 5:35. "Oh, he should have been home by 4:30, she noted, puzzled. "Maybe he's working late. If you're looking for him, you can check at his office." Xiang Jie dismissed Chu Fang's comments and continued, "Have you noticed any unusual behavior from Guiyu lately?" No. Is something wrong, officer?" Chu Fang's expression shifted to one of concern. She began to sense that something was amiss. The police's unexpected visit and their inquiries about the household made her fear something had happened to her husband. "Officers, if something's wrong, please tell me." Xiang Jie took a deep breath, his tone grave as he said, "Just half an hour ago, Guiyu committed suicide on the street." "What?" Chu Fang gasped, her body trembling as she staggered back a few steps, barely managing to steady herself against the table. "Police, officer, what happened to Guiyu?" Xiang Jie reiterated, "He committed suicide on Beisher Street half an hour ago." Chu Fang froze momentarily before sitting down in a chair, her nose twitching as tears streamed down her cheeks. Observing her reaction, trembling shoulders, uncontrolled tears, and erratic movements, Xiang Jie noted that there was no semblance of pretense. This was the genuine sorrow of someone who had just lost a loved one. Yet, the question loomed. Where was the person Guiyu claimed to have killed? "Miss Chu," Xiang Jie comforted her, "we need you to come with us to the scene to confirm the identity of the deceased. Additionally, our colleagues may have some questions for you." In his heart, although he doubted there could be another Guiyu with the same name, it was prudent to have Chu Fang identify the body in person to avoid any errors. At 6 o'clock, the sky had completely darkened, the streetlights casting a dull glow as the biting wind rustled the bare branches, occasionally dislodging a leaf. "Team leader, you've arrived," greeted an officer. "Yes. This is Guiyu's wife, Chu Fang. Let her confirm the identity of the deceased," Xiang Jie said, guiding Chu Fang to an officer. Seeing this, Lin Chong pulled Xiang Jie aside, quietly asking, "What is going on? Didn't Guiyu say he killed someone? Why is his wife still alive?" When we arrived at Guiyu's home, Chu Fang and her son were there, and everything seemed normal, Xiang Jie explained. "We inspected the scene, and it was clearly not consistent with a murder scene. So the situation is that we know there is a deceased person, but we don't know where the body is?" Lin Chong frowned. "Exactly. I even begin to suspect that Guiyu might be lying." Lin Chong's expression turned serious. Didn't he lie? Did you not see his resolve when he committed suicide in front of us? That's not the demeanor of someone who is lying. And who would commit suicide in front of the police just to play a prank about having killed someone? What is that? A desperate attempt to deceive the police? How absurd." Xiang Jie sighed. "I was just speculating, like Zhou Ran. Is it necessary to react so strongly? When Zhou Ran and I first noticed Guiyu, we thought he was coming for us and were ready to draw our guns. Who could have anticipated that he would suddenly take his own life without hesitation? It requires immense psychological fortitude to act in such a manner. Once again, suicide is a complex act. It is contrary to the brain's self-preservation instinct, making it exceedingly difficult for individuals to truly harm themselves. Only under tremendous psychological pressure or after significant mental conditioning can someone reach a point where they feel compelled to end their own life, as was the case with Guiyu. By 8 o'clock that evening, everyone gathered in the office of the investigation team to discuss the case. Zhou Ran stood at the front of the table, beginning his account. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, my mentor and I were taking a short break on Beisher Street. having some water when I noticed Guiyu behaving strangely, constantly glancing around. Upon seeing the police car, they focused on both my master and me, approaching us. We called out to them, inquiring about their purpose. Guiyu asked if we were police officers. Before we could respond, he shouted that he had killed someone at home, then plunged a knife into his heart, dying instantly. Xiang Jie picked up from Zhou Ran's statement that we examined Guiyu's residence, finding no signs of disturbance. Only his wife Chu Fong and son Guihao were present, unharmed. After a brief exchange with Lin Chong, we concluded that this was not an ordinary suicide case. Our immediate priority was to uncover another body. Chapter 98. Lu Man from the foot massage parlor Yang when rushed into the office, clutching a report. He approached Xiang Jie and reported that the blood analysis of Guiyu was complete, revealing no hallucinogenic substances in his system. This indicated that Guiyu was in a lucid state at the time of his suicide. A murmur of intrigue arose among the crowd as the case took a perplexing turn. Zhou Ran, what are your thoughts? Xiang Jie inquired. Knowing Zhou Ran's unconventional reasoning often yielded unexpected insights. Zhou Ran, however, sighed and gestured dismissively, stating, I currently lack sufficient information to form an opinion. However, since Guiyu claimed to have killed someone, we should investigate his social connections to see if he had any conflicts. Very well, Xiang Jie agreed. Let us follow Zhou Ran's lead and probe into Guiyu's interpersonal relationships to uncover any clues. Zhou Ran thought to himself, is Xiang Jie taking him too seriously? To pursue an investigation based on mere speculation? The team spent the entire night investigating, and the following day visited Guiyu's workplace. By afternoon, Zhou Ran stumbled upon a rumor indicating that Guiyu frequently visited a foot massage parlor for relaxation. He then led his master to the Joy Foot Massage Parlor. Welcome. Gentlemen, please come in. What services do you require? The proprietress greeted them with a smile upon seeing the two male customers. Hello. We are police officers here to gather some information. The proprietress's expression tightened, and she hastily tossed her handkerchief onto the sofa. Oh dear, officers. We run a legitimate business. A proper foot massage parlor. Who dared to report me, forcing the police to investigate? She huffed. It must be that Wusanma from the street next door. Envious of my beauty. Suddenly realizing she was in the presence of two officers, she clamped her mouth shut. Does Guiyu frequent your establishment? Zhou Ran pulled out a photo of Guiyu and handed it to the proprietress. After a brief glance, her eyes darted around as she stammered. No, I haven't seen him. No impression whatsoever. Lin Chong immediately sensed her deception and exclaimed, Madam, please cooperate with our investigation. If we discover that you have concealed any information, we will take legal action. The implication was clear, and she understood. You must not withhold any information from us. Otherwise, we will scrutinize your establishment thoroughly. Indeed, upon hearing Lin Chong's words, the proprietress sighed and admitted, well, he does come here frequently. Is there a specific customer who attends to him? Yes, he is a regular of Man-Man. Man-Man, is she here? No, officer. Just mentioning her makes me frustrated. She didn't show up for work last night, and when I called her today, she didn't answer. It's just because she didn't receive her commission from last month. Is that why she didn't come to work? Zhou Ran suddenly had a thought and asked, where does Lu Man live? In the innovation community, but I don't know the exact location. Do you have her ID number? Please provide it to me. Yes. The proprietress replied, turning to retrieve Lu Man's information from a drawer. Zhou Ran then called Zhang Wei from the technical department. Brother Zhang, please help me look up a person. Her ID number is XXXXXX. Can you find her address? By 6 p.m., Zhou Ran and Lin Chong arrived at Lu Man's residence. Zhou Ran, do you suspect Guiyu killed Lu Man? Yes, I wonder if Guiyu, in a state of heightened anxiety before his death, may have referred to Lu Man's home as his own. Lin Chong exhaled softly, realizing the implication. Then that means. He pointed upstairs and shouted, we need to go up quickly. They reached Lu Man's door and knocked, but no one answered. Master, let us break down the door together. How confident are you? Otherwise, we would be trespassing. Zhou Ran hesitated, suggesting they wait for the landlord. This theory was merely a guess and could not be considered conclusive. Furthermore, Lu Man might not even be home, making the door unbreakable. How would they explain it if she returned to find them inside? They couldn't just say, we thought you were dead in there. 10 minutes later, a stocky landlord approached with a smile. Officers, what seems to be the problem? Lin Chong flashed his badge and said, Lu Man lives here, right? We're looking for her, but it appears she isn't home. Could you help us open the door? Sure. The landlord rummaged through his bag, pulling out a long keychain with about 60 keys. All right, here we go. As the landlord opened the door, he gasped. Inside, Lu Man lay in a pool of blood with a knife protruding from her heart. Officer, what is happening here? The landlord knelt, pale-faced, as if the sky had fallen upon him. A murder in his rental property. How could he ever lease this building again? Lin Chong helped the landlord to his feet, reassuring him, let us keep this matter discreet. We will investigate thoroughly. You can return home for now, and if anything arises, we will reach out to you. Absolutely. I promise to keep quiet. The landlord nodded vigorously. After the landlord left, Lin Chong called Xiang Jie. We found the body. It's in the innovation community. Come quickly. Yang Wen examined Lu Man's body and approached Xiang Jie. Preliminary assessment suggests the time of death was between 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. yesterday. There are 3 distinct wounds. The first is on her neck, with clear fingerprints indicating she was strangled. The second is also on her neck, with evident rope marks, confirming she was bound. The third is the knife wound to the heart. Can the order of these events be established? Xiang Jie inquired. It appears she was likely strangled first, followed by the fatal stab, Yang Wen explained. The victim's nails contained remnants of rope fibers, indicative of a struggle during the strangulation. So, if Guo Yu killed Lu Man at her residence, did he then, out of guilt or fear, flee to Bayshire Street to take his own life? Not quite. Zhou Ran interjected. If Guo Yu committed the crime at Lu Man's home, he would have had no time to reach the suicide scene. Or in other words, Guo Yu has an alibi. Upon hearing Zhou Ran's words, the group fell silent, astonished. What do you mean by an alibi? Didn't he just claim to have killed someone? Chapter 99. Learning through action, it is not surprising that this group reacted so strongly to the alibi, for in the realm of deduction, the most challenging types of cases fall into 2 categories, one where the suspect possesses an alibi and the other involving locked-room murders. Both categories serve as ultimate tests of intellect, demanding not only meticulous observational skills from the police but also an extraordinary ability for divergent thinking. The ability to utilize threads of thought to connect to concepts beyond the ordinary is crucial. Zhou Ran, could you elucidate for everyone why Guo Yu has an alibi? Zhou Ran crouched down and gestured on the ground. I just checked. The distance from Bayshire Street to Lu Man's residence takes an hour by car. We previously visited Guo Yu's company, where he clocked out at 4 p.m., with records to corroborate. The drive from his company to Lu Man's house requires half an hour. If Guo Yu went from the company to Lu Man's house to commit murder before heading to Bayshire Street, he would not arrive until at least 5:30 p.m. However, Guo Yu committed suicide at 5 p.m. on Bayshire Street. He continued, if he drove home first, taking half an hour, and then another half hour to Bayshire Street, he could reach there by 5 p.m. The illustration was clear, and the others instantly grasped Zhou Ran's explanation of the alibi. By calculating the distances involved, it became evident that Guo Yu did not have the opportunity to murder Lu Man. Xiang Jie nodded thoughtfully and inquired, Forensic Yang, you mentioned the